Pain. A heartrending bone-deep agony. Lin Feng's consciousness drifted in boundless darkness, and the last thing to coalesce was the searing torment of his limbs being torn apart by force. He snapped his eyes open only to find his vision shrouded in a viscous crimson haze. It was not an illusion. Above his head hung a gigantic ominous blood-red moon, its sinister light dyeing the land below as though drenched in thick fresh blood. The air was saturated with the metallic stench of blood and a cloying sweetness of decay. He discovered that he was tightly bound by cold rust-stained metal chains to a massive rectangular dining table, the chill of the tabletop piercing through his thin clothes and stabbing straight into his bones. In front of him, nestled together, were the very people he had worshipped like a goddess and loathed to the marrow of his bones, his long-adored Bai Jie, whom he had fawned over for years, and the wealthy second-generation Zhang Hao, whom he hated with every fiber of his being. Bai Jie was still wearing that pure white dress, yet under the blood moon it appeared especially eerie. On her exquisite face hung a syrupy saccharine smile Lin Feng had never seen before. Her soft body pressed tightly against Zhang Hao as she spoke in that voice which had once haunted Lin Feng's dreams, cooing, "Hauge, look at how pathetic he is. Just the sight of him is such an eyesore. Why don't we set him free? Just like dealing with a disobedient pet." Zhang Hao wrapped an arm around Bai Jie's waist, open mockery and cruelty etched across his face. In his hand he toyed with a fire axe gleaming with cold light, lightly tapping Lin Feng's cheek with the flat of the axe. The icy touch made Lin Feng shudder from head to toe. "Hear that, Lin Feng? Xiao Jia has spoken. Tell me you've trailed after her like a dog for so many years and you've barely even touched her hand, have you?" How pitiful! Zhang Hao's voice dripped with malicious delight. "In your next life remember not to be a bootlicking mutt. Oh wait, you won't have a next life. Why?" Lin Feng forced a hoarse sound from his throat, the extreme pain and overwhelming regret burning away what remained of his sanity. He hated himself for being blind, hated himself for feeding a heart of sincerity to a viper. "Why?" Bai Jie let out a derisive laugh, her gaze filled with contempt. "Because you're useless, Lin Feng. In the apocalypse, trash like you only drags everyone down. Hauge can give me safety, give me food. What can you give me? Your laughable devotion. That thing was fed to the dogs long ago." Before her words even faded, the heavy fire axe came whistling down. "No." Crack. A clear sound of bone shattering rang out, and a wave of agony like a tidal surge drowned his nerves in an instant. He watched with his eyes wide open as his left arm separated from his body, blood gushing like a fountain and staining the table beneath him bright red. Then the right arm, then the left leg. His consciousness splintered inch by inch beneath the ultimate agony, while endless darkness like an icy tide enveloped his final unwillingness and boundless hatred. Bai Jie's syrupy laughter and Zhang Hao's crazed wanton cackle became the last accompaniment as his consciousness sank. Wah! Lin Feng jolted upright from the bed, chest heaving violently as he gulped for air. His body was drenched in cold sweat as though he had just been hauled out of water. The familiar musty odor rushed into his nostrils, dim lighting, clothes strewn in disarray, a creaking single bed. This was his old dilapidated rental, a place that cost him only 500 a month. In disbelief he lowered his head to stare at his own hands, intact and uninjured. He pinched his thigh hard and a sharp stab of pain answered him. This was not a dream. That soul-rending agony had been far too real to be a mere dream. He suddenly turned his head toward the cluttered computer desk piled high with instant noodle cups and odds and ends. On the screen a blue date display shone with perfect clarity: August 15th, 2042-1023 M. There were exactly 100 days left until the Cataclysm day, when civilization would collapse, monsters would roam, and the blood moon would first appear. I have been reborn. Return to 100 days before the end descended. The sheer shock of this revelation left his mind blank, then the pain of being dismembered and the bone-gnawing regret of betrayal surged up in his chest like an erupting volcano. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, nails digging deep into his palms until blood seeped out. Bai Jie. Zhang Hao. These two names were squeezed out from between his teeth, laden with blood-deep enmity and boundless hatred. At the very instant his rage and resentment reached their peak, he felt a soft buzzing in his mind as though some kind of barrier had been shattered. Immediately afterward, a blue semi-transparent interface brimming with a technological aura was projected directly into his consciousness. The interface was simple: an icy civilization matrix system initializing. Detected intense mental fluctuation in host. Binding successful. Welcome to the civilization matrix, host Lin Feng. Below the interface were several clear options: spatial warehouse, initial capacity 100 cubic meters. Status empty. Newbie guidance mission flashing, pending collection. A system. So this is my reliance. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then a terrifying gleam burst forth in his eyes. He focused his will and attempted to touch spatial warehouse. A strange sensation welled up as he saw a gray motionless space approximately 4.6 meters in length, width, and height, utterly empty. With a mere thought, the half bottle of mineral water on the corner of the desk vanished and appeared in one corner of that space, then in an instant reappeared in his hand. At will, storage and retrieval in the span of a single thought. Moreover, the system prompts clearly indicated that the capacity of the spatial warehouse would increase as he completed missions. This was his greatest capital for survival and revenge in the apocalypse. He drew in a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and turned his gaze toward the flashing newbie guidance mission. Newbie guidance mission: familiarize yourself with the Matrix. Mission requirement: independently store 100 kilograms of any material into the spatial warehouse. Mission reward: spatial warehouse capacity 10 cubic meters. Unlock personal attribute panel. A simple mission, yet one that struck directly at the core. Lin Feng lifted the sweat-saturated quilt, walked barefoot to the window, and with a swish drew open the heavy curtains. Outside the sun was bright, traffic surged like a river, crowds bustled, an entire world steeped in peace and prosperity. Who would imagine that in a mere 100 days this place would become a blood-soaked hell? Warm sunlight bathed his body, yet it could not melt the ancient ice buried deep in his eyes. His gaze was colder and sharper than when he had been bound to the dining table in his previous life, now brimming with a power of pure destruction. He stared at the stream of people flowing beneath the building, the corner of his mouth curling into an icy arc. In a voice only he could hear, he pronounced each word like a vow by Jie Zhanghao: in this life I will make you taste a despair more agonizing than death by 1,000 cuts. Just wait. The real show has only just begun. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, turning the drifting dust in the rented room into clearly visible motes. Lin Feng stood before the glass, his gaze icy as he looked down at the noisy yet fragile world of peace below. In his mind, the image of that blood-red moon and the agony of having his limbs torn apart were etched like a brand, constantly reminding him how little time he had left. A cold electronic voice echoed once more in his consciousness, interrupting his thoughts. Civilization Matrix system prompt: would you like to perform the daily sign-in? Sign-in, Lin Feng intoned silently in his heart. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining initial points 10. Points can be used to exchange items in the system. Malfunction temporarily locked, the voice announced. Immediately afterward, beneath the softly glowing beginner guidance quest, a new line of text surfaced: daily quest, stockpile basic survival supplies. Quest requirement: independently store 1 ton of meat in the spatial warehouse. Quest reward: spatial warehouse capacity 1,000 cubic meters. 1 ton of meat. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The difficulty of this task was on a completely different level from the beginner quest, yet the reward was also unimaginably generous: 1,000 cubic meters. This meant his initial storage space would instantly expand tenfold. In the early days of the apocalypse, that would be an unparalleled advantage. In the post-apocalyptic world, meat would be hard currency, not only a premium source of protein but in some situations even a bargaining chip for trade. He had to stockpile as much as possible before prices skyrocketed and order collapsed. Just as he was racing through ways to exploit this initial edge and his limited starting capital, a shrill ringtone from his phone shattered the silence of the room. Lin Feng picked up the battered old phone. The name flashing on the screen caused the chill in his eyes to instantly freeze into hard blade-like ice. Ha! So she called. He drew in a deep breath, suppressing the surge of killing intent in his chest, and pressed the answer button. His voice, deliberately adjusted, carried a hint of his former flattery and gentleness. Hello, Xiao Jie. On the other end, by Jie's familiar voice came through, laced with a touch of coquettishness and unquestioning entitlement, as if a queen were instructing her servant. Lin Feng, what are you doing right now? Yesterday at Wanshan City I took a fancy to a new LV handbag. It's really beautiful and it goes perfectly with that new dress I bought. It's just, the price is a bit high, 38,000. She paused, her tone turning even more soft with a faint, almost imperceptible edge of urging. I've almost used up my living expenses for this month. You know how it is, a girl needs a few decent things to wear. Could you transfer me the money first just to help me out for now? Listening to this alto familiar beggar's script, Lin Feng could practically see Bai Jie on the other end, preening before a mirror with that meticulously painted face of hers, eyes brimming with greed for material things and utterly devoid of any true feeling for him. In his previous life, hearing her plead so softly, he would have found a way to scrape the money together for her, even if it meant surviving on instant noodles for an entire month. But now... The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold arc, though his tone remained sincere. An LV bag. It really does suit your temperament. 38,000, no problem. If you've set your eyes on it, Xiao Jie, it must be good. I just happen to be settling a part-time job right now. The payment should arrive later this afternoon. Once it's in, I'll transfer it to you right away. His voice held just the right mix of difficulty and promise, sounding exactly like a lowly love-struck fool desperately trying to fulfill his goddess's wishes. Bai Jie seemed very satisfied with his attitude, her tone lightening. Really? That's great. Lin Feng, you're still the one who treats me best. Remember, you have to transfer it this afternoon. My bestie Xiao Wang also likes this bag, I can't let her get it before I do. Her words were steeped in competitiveness and vanity. Don't worry, I will, Lin Feng said with a smile as he ended the call. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, leaving behind nothing but boundless indifference. He glanced at the screen, casually changed by Jia's contact name to bitch, then tossed the phone aside as though it were something filthy. Transfer money. Maybe in the next life. Right now he had far more important things to do, make money and then hoard supplies. At the same time, in a luxury boutique in Wanxiang City, Bai Jia set down her phone with satisfaction, lifting her chin proudly toward her fashionably dressed best friend Xiao Wang at her side. Done, she said smugly. Lin Feng said he'll transfer the money this afternoon. Today she had deliberately chosen a tight black camisole mini dress that outlined her full chest and perky hips. Her long pale legs were bare, ending in slender high heels that drew the gaze of quite a few men both inside and outside the store. She had always possessed unshakable confidence in her looks and charm. Xiao Wang hooked her arm around Bai Jia's in envy. Your Lin Feng is still the obedient one, always at your beck and call. Unlike mine, just asking him to buy a bag and he has 1,000 excuses. A flicker of barely noticeable contempt flashed through Bai Jia's eyes, though her lips curved in a smile. That's all he's good for anyway. The two of them lingered in the store, trying on several more new designs. Bai Jia had already mentally claimed the bag she desired as her own, even beginning to imagine herself wearing it to a girls' gathering, basking in the envy in everyone's eyes. Time quickly slipped into the afternoon. Bai Jia took out her phone again to check her bank messages. The balance remained unchanged. She frowned slightly, her carefully drawn brows knitting as she forced herself to wait another hour. Still nothing. Wearing a professional smile, the sales assistant approached her for the third time. Miss Bai, this bag you've chosen is selling very well. If you're sure you want it, I can reserve it for you first. The implication in her words was unmistakable. Xiao Wang also cast her a questioning look. The smile on Bai Jia's face was starting to crack. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she told the assistant, just wait a bit longer, the money will arrive any moment. She walked to a corner and dialed Lin Feng's number again. This time her voice carried obvious impatience and accusation. Lin Feng. Where's the money? Why haven't you transferred it yet? I've already made arrangements with the sales assistant. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? On the other end, Lin Feng's voice held a touch of surprise and vexation. Ah. Xiao Jia, I'm so sorry. My part-time boss suddenly said there's a system failure and they can't process the payment today. It might have to wait until tomorrow. I'm anxious to death here, I've urged him several times, but it's no use. Tomorrow. Bai Jia's voice shot up abruptly, drawing the attention of customers and staff alike. Lin Feng, are you playing me? I've been waiting in this store for half the day. What am I supposed to do now? You're making me completely lose face here. Her cheeks burned, especially when she saw that although the sales assistant still wore a smile, there was already a hint of understanding and faint derision in her eyes, as if saying, so she's just putting on airs when she can't even afford a bag. Her best friend Xiao Wang came over as well and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Lin Feng didn't transfer it. Those vague probing gazes all around her pricked her like needles. When had Bai Jia ever suffered such humiliation, and all because of that bootlicker she had always toyed with in the palm of her hand? Lin Feng. You bastard. Bai Jia completely lost her composure, screaming into the phone. Her chest heaved violently with rage and her carefully made-up face twisted with anger. Do you have any idea how shameful this is for me? You can't even buy a bag, what kind of man are you? I'm telling you, if I don't get this bag today, don't bother coming to see me ever again. She thought such a threat would work, as it always had in the past. However, after a brief silence, what came through the phone was Lin Feng's calm, rippleless voice, carrying even a faint, elusive hint of mockery. Oh. Then let's not see each other anymore. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone sounded, the call had been cut off. Bai Jia stared in disbelief at her phone, frozen in place, her face alternately flushing red and turning pale. The sales assistant's barely concealed sneer and her best friend's shocked, faintly amused gaze struck her like one slap after another. Ah. Lin Feng. How dare you toy with me? At last she could no longer contain herself and let out a scream of utter shame and fury, hurling her phone to the floor. The violent outburst made everyone in the store turn to stare. After hanging up the humiliating and screaming call from Bai Jia, Lin Feng felt as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust, his heart devoid of any ripples, even harboring a hint of amusement. The hysterical rage to him was nothing more than a trivial background noise before the arrival of the apocalypse. His gaze refocused on the system interface in his mind. Daily task: stockpile basic survival supplies. Task requirement: independently store 1 ton of meat in the spatial warehouse. Task reward: 1,000 cubic meters of capacity in the spatial warehouse. 1,000 cubic meters. This immense temptation was like a lighthouse in the dark guiding him in the direction of action. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng donned a nondescript grey tracksuit, pocketing his nearly all savings, a bank card containing over 8,000 yuan amassed from years of frugality and part-time jobs, and headed straight out. He did not choose a large supermarket as the prices there were high and bulk purchases could easily draw unnecessary attention. His target was a large agricultural wholesale market on the edge of the city, a place bustling with a mix of people where the high volume of transactions made buying a large quantity of meat relatively inconspicuous. The market was alive with noise filled with the mixed aromas of various fresh produce. Lin Feng had a clear objective and headed straight for the largest meat wholesale stalls. He needed meat that was easy to store and high in energy. "Boss, what's the price for pork front legs? And the beef shank?" Lin Feng's voice was calm, carrying an unexpected maturity for his age. The stall owner was a burly man in an oil-stained apron puffing on a cigarette who glanced at Lin Feng and casually quoted a price. Without any small talk, Lin Feng pointed directly at the fan-shaped cuts of pork and the stacked beef shanks on the stall. "Front leg meat, give me 500 kilograms. Also 500 kilograms of beef shank. Do you have enough in stock?" The stall owner nearly choked on his smoke, standing up straight with suspicion as he scrutinized Lin Feng. "Young man, why do you need so much meat? Even for a restaurant, this is an unusual order." "It's for a company cafeteria providing employee benefits," Lin Feng replied unflinchingly, throwing out a pre-planned excuse with an undeniable tone. "Can you do it? If not, I'll find another supplier." "Of course we can." The stall owner immediately changed to a friendly demeanor upon realizing Lin Feng was a big customer, enthusiastically calling over his assistants to move the goods. Although skeptical of the young man's story, there was no reason to turn down a business opportunity presented to them. After some haggling, Lin Feng secured the deal at a relatively favorable price. Watching the workers load the neatly cut redand white pork chunks and deep red beef pieces onto the small truck he had temporarily rented, Lin Feng's heart ached as the numbers on his bank card rapidly dwindled, almost reaching the bottom. Yet his gaze remained resolute. These flesh and blood commodities measured in currency during peacetime would after 100 days become a currency harder than gold. The rented small truck laden with a full ton of meat wobbled back to the ground floor of his dilapidated rental apartment. Fortunately, it was during working hours and there weren't many people in the hallway. With what seemed to be a slight enhancement in physical strength after his rebirth, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and, like an ant moving its home, made trip after trip to carry the heavy meat chunks into his cramped room. When the last piece of beef was tossed into the center of the living room, the towering mass of meat nearly occupied all the available space, the rich smell of meat pervading the air. Lin Feng locked the door securely and drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Standing before the mountain of meat, he concentrated his thoughts, connecting with the civilization matrix system in his mind. Store. In a silent instant, the mountain of pork and beef before him vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the lingering smell of meat in the air testified that what had just transpired was not an illusion. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the spatial warehouse. What was once a 100 cubic meter gray space was now partially filled with neatly stacked redand white meat chunks. Though it occupied only a small portion, it represented a solid start. Ding! Daily task completed. Successfully stored 1 ton of meat. Task reward has been issued. Spatial warehouse capacity increased by 1,000 cubic meters. The system's notification beeped on time. Lin Feng immediately felt the storage space in his mind become extraordinarily vast and expansive. 1,100 cubic meters. This was already the volume of a small warehouse. A sense of solidity arose within him. With this foundation, his stockpiling plan could be advanced significantly. However, the harshness of reality quickly washed over him. Glancing at the balance update message from the bank on his phone, the glaring single-digit balance made him furrow his brows. Money. Nearly all spent. Without initial capital, any larger-scale stockpiling plans were out of the question. Should he resort to high-interest loans? Or resort to some extreme measures? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. His decade-long experience in the apocalypse had given him a flexible view of moral boundaries. As he pondered over quick money-making channels, a forgotten memory flashed across his mind like a lightning bolt, slicing through the darkness, illuminating his thoughts. In his past life, not long after this point in time, he vaguely recalled seeing a piece of news in the corner of a financial report about a publicly traded company named Ali Biological, which unexpectedly discovered a high-grade rare metal vein in what was once considered a barren overseas mining site, causing its stock price to soar dozens of times in just a month. At the time, he had lamented that he lacked the luck and capital to seize such a fortune. Ali Biological. Yes. That's it. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, akin to a beast that had found its prey. Stocks. This was currently the most legal, rapid, and relatively low-risk method for him to accumulate capital. He didn't need to multiply his investment by dozens, even just a few times would be enough for him to meet the initial massive stockpiling demand. With this thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He glanced at his phone balance and then at the bare-walled rental apartment. He needed to find a way to secure an initial sum of money to invest entirely in the stock market. He walked to the window gazing at the neon-lit city below as it began to awaken, his eyes sharp as a blade, and a cold arc crept across the corners of his mouth. The glaring single-digit balance in the bank account felt like a cold needle constantly piercing Lin Feng's nerves. Hoarding supplies required a massive amount of funds, and relying solely on previous savings was insufficient to even fill the gaps. He had to find quick cash enough to place a substantial bet on the spark mining black horse. Strolling through the cluttered and musty rental room, Lin Feng's gaze swept over a dusty old cardboard box in the corner. That box was brought over from his hometown in H City when he first arrived in S City, containing memories he was reluctant to touch about his parents who passed away unexpectedly. Suddenly he paused, a complex light flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by determination. H City. The house left by his parents. It was a welfare unit in the old town of H City, approximately 200 square meters. Although the location was not top-notch, its large size and square layout were advantageous. According to current market prices, it was worth at least $2 million. In his past life he had been afflicted by the illness of missing his parents and was too busy with work to part with that memory-filled house until the apocalypse struck and the property turned to ruins, becoming worthless. Looking back now, that was simply foolish stubbornness. Inanimate objects are ultimately just that. Only by converting them into capital for survival in the apocalypse could he truly honor his parents' legacy and take responsibility for his own life. I must sell it as soon as possible. Lin Feng made up his mind. Time waits for no one. He had to gather enough cash before the stock price of spark mining took off. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng immediately purchased the next high-speed train ticket to H City. A few hours later he stepped onto this familiar yet somewhat strange city once again. There was no time for sentimentality. He directly contacted several reputable real estate agencies in H City through online platforms and finally chose a seemingly larger store. Pushing open the bright glass door, the cold air from the air conditioning hit him. A female agent dressed in a black professional suit and possessing a curvaceous figure immediately approached him. She appeared to be in her late 20s with exquisite makeup, her long hair styled up revealing a fair neck. The suit tightly wrapped around her curvy chest and rounded perky backside, and as she walked her calves tightened in a straight line with her high heels. Hello, sir. Are you here to inquire about buying or selling a property? The female agent wore a professionally sweet smile, her voice soft and alluring. Selling a property. Lin Feng succinctly stated his purpose and provided basic information about the property. Upon hearing it was a large unit of 200 square meters located in the old town, the female agent's eyes brightened slightly, but then a hint of difficulty crossed her face. She invited Lin Feng to sit in the reception area while she sat opposite him, leaning slightly forward, causing the neckline to reveal a glimpse of her cleavage. Mr. Lin, to be honest, your property has the advantage of size, but houses in the old town tend to be older and the surrounding facilities are relatively outdated. Currently the market liquidity isn't very good. Asking for it may take quite a while, so you need to have enough patience to wait for the right buyer. She gently tapped on the data on her tablet with her nail-polished finger while speaking in a tone laced with a hint of coquetry. Lin Feng listened with an impassive expression, coldly chuckling inside. He had heard this rhetoric many times in his past life. It was nothing more than the prelude to a price reduction aiming to seize the initiative in negotiations. He was too lazy to engage in such psychological games. Time was the cost he could least afford. Let's get straight to the point, Lin Feng interrupted her lengthy market analysis, calmly looking at her. I urgently need money and want to cash out as quickly as possible. Under 10 of the market price, full payment, and I will sign with whoever can close the deal the fastest. Under 10 of the market price. Full payment. The professional smile on the female agent's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and an effort to conceal her ecstatic joy. This discount would be an irresistible temptation for both the agents and buyers. This meant she could not only close the deal quickly to earn her commission but might also manipulate the situation to make a significant profit. Her attitude underwent a complete turnaround. The previous reluctance and difficulty vanished without a trace, and she leaned in closer, a rich perfume scent invading Lin Feng's nostrils. Her exquisitely painted eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, her voice dropping lower, carrying a suggestive stickiness. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a straightforward person. Rest assured, with this condition it will definitely be in high demand. I guarantee to promote it to you through the fastest channels, striving for a contract within a week. No, within 3 days. As she spoke, one hand seemed to casually rest on the back of Lin Feng's hand on the table, her fingertips lightly tracing over it with a teasing implication. Her red lips slightly parted. There aren't many young and decisive gentlemen like you, Mr. Lin. To show my sincerity, let me treat you to dinner tonight so we can discuss in detail how to proceed and ensure you sell it for a good price. She deliberately emphasized good price and discuss in detail, her eyes filled with flirtation. The suggestion was unmistakable. Lin Feng clearly saw the glint in her eyes reflecting greed for money as well as her proficiency in leveraging her own assets to achieve her goals. He had seen too many such charms in the apocalypse of his past life, most of which ended up as playthings for the strong or mere skeletons. He calmly withdrew his hand, his gaze still cold without a hint of fluctuation, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. No need for dinner. I only care about results. The faster I can get the full payment the better. Notify me when the contract is ready. Having said that, he stood up, directly ignoring the female agent's suddenly stiff smile on her face and the flicker of shock and embarrassment in her eyes as he walked straight out of the agency. Standing on the somewhat outdated streets of H City, Lin Feng watched the bustling traffic, calculating the time in his mind. The money from selling the house combined with possible leverage would all be invested in Ali biology. His Apocalypse Reserve Fund would expand at an astonishing speed. For the next 3 days, Lin Feng experienced a peculiar blend of tranquility and tension. He returned to S City and settled into a hotel. Every morning he would complete the system's daily check-in in his mind. Check-in successful. Points earned 20. Check-in successful. Points earned 25. After 3 consecutive days of check-ins, an additional reward of 10 points is granted. The check-in interface clearly displayed a prompt for a 7-day cycle. The more days he checked in, the more points he would earn that day, and accumulating check-ins for 7 days would grant him a valuable lottery opportunity. While he was temporarily unaware of the specific uses of the points, Lin Feng understood that within this civilized matrix system, points were undoubtedly hard currency, and the more the better. Daily tasks were the core of his actions during these 3 days. The second day. Daily task: reserve the source of life. Task requirement: independently store 1 ton of water into the space warehouse. Task reward: space warehouse capacity increased by 1,000 cubic meters. Water the lifeline. 1 ton of water may not seem much, but when bottled, its volume and cost are not insignificant. Lin Feng had a more economical choice. He rented a small truck equipped with a large plastic water tank and drove directly to the drinking water reservoir on the outskirts of H City. Although the water here had not been deeply processed and could not be consumed directly in the apocalypse, it was crucial for cleaning, washing, and even for use after simple filtration, greatly conserving precious drinking water resources. Standing on the dam of the reservoir, the view was expansive, with vast blue waves and a gentle breeze carrying moist air. Who could have imagined that not long after the seemingly inexhaustible water source would be contaminated, contested, and become exceedingly precious? Lin Feng found a secluded corner, confirming that no one was around, and focused his thoughts on the vast water surface. Store. In silence, the water level before him seemed to ripple slightly, and in the vast space that had originally been occupied by stored meat, a clear water sphere wrapped in an invisible force field instantly appeared, exactly 1 cubic meter in size. The space warehouse's capacity increased by another 1,000 cubic meters, reaching 2,100 cubic meters. The third day. Daily task: reserve the energy foundation. Task requirement: independently store 1 ton of grain into the space warehouse. Task reward: space warehouse capacity increased by 1,000 cubic meters. Grain. This is the true hard currency for survival in the apocalypse, the foundation for sustaining life and energy. However, looking at the few $1,000s left in his phone, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. A clever woman finds it hard to cook without rice, and high-quality rice and flour were beyond his reach at the moment. I can only choose the cheapest, he murmured to himself, clearly targeting corn. He contacted the grain depot in the suburbs of H City and purchased 1 ton of dry golden corn kernels at the price of feed grain. Though these corn kernels had a coarse texture, they were rich in energy, easy to store over the long term, and could be life-saving in extreme conditions. The transactions at the grain depot were simple and straightforward. Watching the mountain of corn kernels exuding the sunny aroma of grains being packed into woven bags, Lin Feng again felt the pinch of his finances. This 1 ton of corn nearly drained his last cash reserves. After transporting the corn to the temporarily rented secluded storage point, Lin Feng once again stored it all into the space warehouse. The golden corn kernels piled up into a small hill in one corner of the vast space. Daily task completed. Successfully stored 1 ton of grain. Task rewards have been issued. Space warehouse capacity increased by 1,000 cubic meters. The capacity of the space warehouse surged again, reaching an astonishing 3,100 cubic meters. Such a vast space had far exceeded his current stockpile, paving the way for large-scale procurement in the future. In just 3 days he accumulated points and initially brought the most essential resources for survival, water, grains and meat, under his control, and possessed a colossal portable warehouse that would astonish anyone. Now everything was in place save for the incoming proceeds from the house sale and the impending ignition of the fuse by Ali Biological. Lin Feng stood by the window of his hotel room, gazing at the dazzling lights of S City as the neon flickered. Beneath this prosperous facade, undercurrents were stirring. On the afternoon of the third day, when the crisp sound of a text message notified him, Lin Feng's tightly strung heartstrings finally relaxed for a moment as he saw the long string of numbers that had suddenly appeared in his bank account. 1,820,000. After deducting the intermediary fees and various taxes, this house, which carried the memories and past of his parents, ultimately became the first and heaviest chip on his survival chessboard in the apocalypse. The money had arrived. According to his memories from his past life, the stock price of Xingho mining would soon begin to rise and his window of opportunity was running out. He stood by the window of the hotel room looking out at the somewhat chaotic streets of the old city of H City, where pedestrians hurried by and vendors shouted their wares. The peaceful atmosphere of the bustling market, however, left him feeling a sense of alienation. This amount from selling the house seemed substantial, but it would be far from enough to maximize profits during the impending stock price surge over the next month and to support his massive stockpiling plan. He needed more capital, he needed leverage. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Lin Feng wasted no time picking up his phone and documents and headed straight to the largest bank in H City. The bank lobby was well air-conditioned, bright enough to see one's reflection. The lobby manager, dressed in a fitted professional suit that outlined her slender waist and straight legs, approached him with a standardized smile. "Good day, sir. What business would you like to conduct?" Her gaze quickly scanned Lin Feng's somewhat ordinary attire. Her smile remained unchanged, but a hint of professional scrutiny lurked in her eyes. "Loan." Lin Feng replied succinctly. "Personal credit loan. What is the maximum amount I can get? I need the funds as quickly as possible." The manager led him to the VIP room, served him tea and skillfully operated the computer. "Mr. Lin, based on your qualifications and collateral, we can provide you with a 1-year credit loan of up to 200,000 yuan with an annual interest rate of approximately 7.5. If you are in urgent need, we can expedite the process and the funds will be credited within 3 working days. 3 days. Too slow." Lin Feng frowned, his tone carrying an undeniable urgency. "I need to see the money by tomorrow. The interest rate can be higher, but the funds must be in my account by tomorrow." The manager's face revealed a troubled expression, leaning slightly forward, attempting to explain the complexity of the process. But Lin Feng was not interested in hearing any of that. Ultimately, under his firm demands and willingness to accept a higher interest rate, the bank compromised, promising to release the funds by the following afternoon. 200,000 in hand. But that was still not enough, far from enough. Exiting the bank, Lin Feng took a deep breath of the slightly polluted air, his gaze becoming deeper and more dangerous. He pulled out his phone, searching for a number he had learned about in his past life by chance, a loan shark. According to the information in his memory, he arrived at a mixed neighborhood on the outskirts of the city and walked into an ordinary-looking tobacco and liquor shop. Inside, the lighting was dim and filled with smoke. A bald man wearing a floral shirt with a thick gold chain around his neck and a robust physique was lounging with his legs crossed behind the counter, his muscular arms adorned with fierce tattoos. "Who are you looking for?" The bald man lifted his eyelids, his voice hoarse with a hint of streetwise bravado. "I was referred by Brother Hui. I need to borrow some money urgently." Lin Feng calmly stated a name, his tone steady, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. The bald man sized him up a few times, especially noting the calmness in his eyes, and then straightened his posture slightly. "How much do you want to borrow? What collateral do you have? You understand the rules, right?" 800,000. "I will use the 1,800,000 from the house sale as a credit endorsement, but there is no collateral." Lin Feng locked eyes with him. "The term is 4 months. The principal and interest will be repaid at maturity." 800,000. 4 months. No collateral. The bald man scoffed, standing up, his imposing frame exuding pressure. "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Do you know how much interest that amounts to in 4 months? You tell me," Lin Feng replied without changing his expression. 4% interest. Compound interest. After 4 months, the total amount including principal and interest will be 1,500,000. Not a single cent less. The consequences will be yours to bear. The bald man stared at Lin Feng, trying to see fear or hesitation on his face. 1,500,000. An almost doubling of interest in 4 months. This was practically robbery. Yet Lin Feng merely twitched his eyelid and nodded. "All right. Where's the contract? I want to get the money immediately." His readiness caught the bald man off guard for a moment, but then he grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoke. "Now that's refreshing. I like dealing with smart people like you." He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with considerable force. "Wait a moment, I'll prepare the contract in cash for you right away. But remember, kid, pay back on time and well, all be fine. If you dare to play tricks." He didn't finish, but the ferocity in his eyes said it all. Soon a heavy black briefcase containing 800,000 in cash was handed to Lin Feng. Carrying the suitcase filled with cash obtained at the cost of future risks, Lin Feng left the tobacco and liquor shop without looking back. Walking on the bustling street, the sunlight was a bit blinding. In one hand he held the impending bank loan of 200,000 and in the other the heavy cash of 800,000 from the loan shark. Adding the 1,800,000 from selling the house, the total funds he could access had reached an astonishing 2,800,000. This was a high-stakes gamble, betting everything he had, even incurring debts heavy enough to crush an ordinary person. But he knew that in the face of the approaching apocalypse these debts were nothing more than scraps of paper, and every penny of capital at this moment would expand in the frenzy of the financial market into the capital for his survival and revenge under the blood moon. Ali Biotech. It's time to ignite the fire. Lin Feng murmured to himself, clutching the briefcase filled with cash, blending into the bustling crowd, his back resolute yet solitary. The sunlight filtered through the thin gaps of the hotel curtains, casting a narrow beam of light on the floor. Lin Feng awoke from his restless sleep and immediately connected with the civilization matrix system in his mind. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Points gained 30. Continue signing in for 4 consecutive days, please maintain. After signing in, he immediately turned his attention to the daily task interface. Daily task: reserve readitoate energy. Task requirement: independently store 300 kilograms of food that can be consumed directly into the space warehouse. Task reward: space warehouse capacity of 300 cubic meters. 300 kilograms of readitoate food. Lin Feng murmured the task requirement to himself. This is much smaller than the previous ton-level tasks, but the requirement is higher as it must be food that can be consumed directly. This means that compressed biscuits, energy bars, vacuum pack meat products, canned goods, chocolates, and other high-calorie storable portable foods will become the top choices. He quickly got up, splashed his face with cold water in the cramped hotel bathroom, and looked at his slightly pale yet unusually sharp-eyed reflection in the mirror. Directly purchasing these supplies in bulk and frequently transporting them in and out of the hotel or his small rented room would definitely attract attention. In this era of relative order, any abnormality could lead to unnecessary trouble. He needed to cover a location capable of reasonably receiving and storing a large quantity of supplies without raising suspicion. An idea quickly formed: rent a warehouse. He immediately opened his phone's map and rental website, beginning his search. The goal was clear: a remote location, large enough, relatively inexpensive rent, and most importantly, good privacy. Soon he identified a large logistics park located on the outskirts of the city where H City meets S City. There were many warehouses built years ago, and due to planning changes and location reasons, many were either vacant or semi-abandoned. Without delay, Lin Feng took a taxi to the location. After more than an hour, he stood in front of a somewhat desolate warehouse area. Rusty iron gates, weathered walls, and weeds growing in the empty spaces, with only a few trucks coming and going. After contacting the management office of the park, he was greeted by a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit with a beer belly and thinning hair, who introduced himself as Manager Wang. Young man looking to rent a warehouse. Our place is spacious and affordable. Manager Wang enthusiastically handed over a cheap cigarette, which Lin Feng refused with a wave of his hand, but he didn't mind chuckling as his small eyes scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly assessing his financial strength. Show me the largest one, the most interior location, Lin Feng said directly. Manager Wang's eyes lit up and he quickly led the way. Sure. This way, it absolutely meets your requirements. They arrived at the deepest part of the park in front of a massive single-story warehouse. Opening the heavy roll-up door, a cloud of dust surged forth. The interior of the warehouse was extremely spacious, with a high ceiling, an estimated area of around 2,000 square meters, the floor made of rough cement, and a corner piled with some discarded wooden boards and garbage. What do you think? This area, this height, it can hold anything. It's just a bit remote. Previous tenants found transportation inconvenient. Manager Wang rubbed his hands, nervously introducing the shortcomings. Yet Lin Feng nodded in his heart. Remote, spacious, undisturbed, this is exactly what he needed. As for transportation inconvenience, he didn't need transportation at all. This will do, Lin Feng interrupted his introduction, his tone decisive. 1-year lease. What's the price? Manager Wang was taken aback by his straightforwardness, momentarily stunned, then quickly filled with joy, eagerly quoting a price: a monthly rent of 60,000. If paid annually, there can be a discount. Monthly rent is 60,000 with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months paid in advance. Lin Feng interrupted again, his tone brooking no argument. I require an initial payment of only 50,000 covering the first month's rent and part of the deposit, with the remaining amount to be settled by the end of the month. Moreover, during my rental period, no one is allowed to enter this warehouse without my permission. Manager Wang's face displayed a troubled expression, his fat fingers scratching his sparse hair. This, Mr. Lin, this is against the rules, paying only 50,000 in advance. If that won't work, then I'll find another place. Lin Feng pretended to leave. Wait. Mr. Lin, let's negotiate. Manager Wang hurriedly stopped him, a big smile on his face. Well, do it your way. Monthly rent of 60,000, initial payment of 50,000, and settle the rest by the end of the month. I guarantee that without your command not even a fly can enter. He patted his chest in assurance, his plump body shaking slightly with the motion. After signing a simple rental agreement, Lin Feng transferred 50,000 directly to the account provided by manager Wang through mobile banking. Looking at the transaction information displayed on his phone, manager Wang's wrinkles blossomed into a smile. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with more warmth than before, almost with a hint of flattery. Brother Lin, you're straightforward. I like making friends with people like you. Come on, let's celebrate today. Let me treat you to a nice place to relax. I know a newly opened foot massage parlor, the techniques and the staff there. Hee hee, you'll be satisfied for sure. He winked, wearing an expression that seemed to say, you know how it is, man. Lin Feng looked at his face glistening from indulgence and the plump arm attempting to encircle his shoulders, subtly stepping aside while maintaining a detached tone. No need, I have matters to attend to. I will come back at the end of the month. After saying this, he ignored manager Wang's somewhat awkward yet begrudgingly smiling face behind him and turned towards the vast empty warehouse he had just rented. The heavy roll-up door slowly descended behind him, shutting out the light and prying eyes from the outside. The interior of the warehouse was dim, with only a few rays of faint light streaming in through the high windows, illuminating the dust floating in the air. Lin Feng stood in the center of the empty warehouse as if placed in a vast secret kingdom that belonged solely to him. Here would be his perfect material transfer station and cover. He would purchase a large quantity of ready-to-eat food and seamlessly integrate it into that vast space of 3,100 cubic meters. After renting a warehouse as cover, Lin Feng immediately sprang into action. Using part of the cash obtained from loan sharks, he purchased a second-hand van. Although it was somewhat old, it had enough space to disguise his large-scale procurement. Driving this inconspicuous van, Lin Feng headed straight to the largest food wholesale market in H City. The market was bustling with people, and the mingling aromas of various goods created a scene of prosperity. His target was clear: ready-to-eat foods, specifically those approaching their expiration dates. Entering a relatively large comprehensive wholesale store, he was greeted by shelves brimming with an array of products. A middle-aged boss dressed in a polo shirt with a beer belly and slick-back hair immediately approached with a smile, his keen eyes scanning Lin Feng. Boss, what do you need? We have a wide variety and absolutely fair prices. He enthusiastically handed over his business card. Lin Feng did not take it, his gaze quickly swept across the shelves as he spoke directly, his voice low yet filled with undeniable authority. Compressed biscuits, instant noodles, spicy strips, chocolate, and those individually packaged snacks, 1 ton of each. I only want those nearing expiration. The closer to the expiration date, the better. The smile on the boss's face instantly froze, and he looked at Lin Feng as if he had heard something absurd, his eyes bulging in disbelief. 1 ton of each. And they all have to be near expiration. Young man, you're not joking, are you? He scrutinized Lin Feng, trying to find any sign of a prank on his face. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Feng's expression was emotionless, his eyes calm and unwavering. Do you have the goods? If not, I'll go to another place. We have them. Yes. The boss quickly came to his senses, his face instantly brightening with a smile even more radiant than chrysanthemums, his back bending slightly in deference. You truly have an eye for quality. Dealing with near-expiration foods has been a headache for us. You're really helping us out. As he led Lin Feng towards the warehouse area, he quickly pulled out a calculator and started punching in numbers, muttering, near-expiration foods prices are negotiable, very negotiable. And with such a large quantity. Here's the deal, I'll give you a big discount, the original price at 1/10. No. Just 50%. How does that sound? Looking at the mountains of products in the warehouse, all only a few months away from their expiration dates, Lin Feng felt satisfied. These critical items that were scorned in peacetime represented precious energy that could save lives in the apocalypse. 1/10. Lin Feng uttered 3 words. The boss' mouth twitched slightly, revealing a pained expression, but seeing Lin Feng's unyielding gaze and realizing he could clear out such a vast stock of near-expiration goods, he finally gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. Deal. I'll be your friend. Just as you said, 1/10. I'll arrange for people to load the goods right away. The immense joy made the boss glow with excitement as he shouted for the staff to hurry and move the goods, following Lin Feng closely, offering cigarettes and water, doing everything possible to please. At that moment, a tall, imposing man in a security uniform with muscles stretching the fabric tight patrolled by with 2 underlings. This man had a buzz-cut, a resolute face, and sharp eyes like an eagle, exuding a calm and powerful aura as he walked, in stark contrast to the other lazy security guards. Lin Feng's gaze met his for a fleeting moment and his heart stirred violently. This face. He had seen it before. Not in peacetime but in the apocalypse. Under the blood moon amidst the ruins, this man was once the leader of a major survivor faction known for his iron-fisted brutality. His surname seemed to be Lei. Yes, Lei Ba. In his past life there were rumors that Lei Ba had taken control of the boss and all the employees at his previous workplace during the early days of the apocalypse, keeping the boss who used to order him around like a dog while daily humiliating his beautiful wife in front of him. His methods were shockingly cruel. Could it be? Lin Feng discreetly turned to the still excited wholesale store owner, seemingly casually asking, "Boss, your security looks quite energetic. What's his name?" The boss, still immersed in the joy of clearing the stock, glanced at the security captain and replied with a hint of disdain and arrogance, "Oh, that's Lei Ba. He's strong though his temper is a bit foul, still he handles the place well." Lei Ba. So it really was him. Lin Feng's eyes swept again over the smiling obsequious boss and then to the stern-faced security captain Lei Ba, whose gaze held a hint of defiance and wildness. The bloody rumors from his past life surged into his mind. A trace of faint, almost imperceptible pity flickered in his eyes. This boss probably never dreamed that the person he currently looked down upon would soon drag him into a hell of despair. To warn him? No. The experiences of the apocalypse had left Lin Feng with the most basic human decency, and he would not actively bully the innocent, but any excess sympathy had long been extinguished. He was no savior and had no interest in changing the predetermined fates of everyone, especially those who brought ruin upon themselves. Hurry up and load the goods. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at the boss, his tone returning to its usual coldness. All right. Right away. The boss, oblivious to his tragic fate ahead, continued to command with a beaming smile. The cargo was soon loaded into the van. Lin Feng drove the van loaded with 5 tons of various instant foods towards the remote warehouse he had rented. There these supplies would be secretly integrated into his system space. Meanwhile the security captain named Lei Ba remained behind, an unassuming foreshadowing quietly staying in place. The wheels of fate, unbeknownst to anyone, slowly meshed together, emitting a chilling sound. Driving the fully loaded van back to the empty warehouse on the outskirts of the city, the heavy roll-up door descended again, completely isolating the outside world. Lin Feng stood in the center of the warehouse, resembling a solitary night watchman. With a thought, the mountain of instant food piled in the cargo area, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, spicy strips, chocolates, vanished instantly, neatly stacked in a vast corner of the system space of 3,100 cubic meters. Separated from the previous area of meat, grains and water, it formed a small instant food zone. Successfully stored 300 kilograms of directly consumable food. Task rewards have been issued. The storage capacity of the space warehouse increased by 300 cubic meters. The system's prompt sounded, further enhancing the spatial capacity. At that moment the originally gray personal attributes panel option suddenly lit up, emitting a faint glow. It was unlocked. Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart and immediately focused his intention to click on it. A simple yet incredibly intuitive interface appeared in his mind. Host Lin Feng: strength for the average value for a normal adult male is 10, agility 5, the average value for a normal adult male is 10, constitution 3, the average value for a normal adult male is 10, spirit 15, the average value for a normal adult male is 10, vitality 8, 5100, slightly malnourished body, overdrawn. Looking at these dismal attributes, especially the glaring constitution 3 and the prompt behind vitality, a hint of bitter self-mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. In his past life, to support Bai Jia's insatiable vanity, he lived frugally, working late nights for extra income, and his body had long been depleted. In this new life the foundation of this body was indeed lacking. No wonder he struggled so much during the early days of the apocalypse. I must quickly enhance my attributes. Lin Feng's gaze was determined. The system had indicated that he could strengthen himself by completing daily tasks and obtaining specific items from the later rewards store. This gave him a glimpse of hope. The vast space, initial supplies and clear direction allowed Lin Feng's tense heartstrings to relax slightly. A strong sense of hunger surged forth. Not just physically, but also a fleeting longing for a normal life. He decided to treat himself to this energy-deprived body. Leaving the warehouse, Lin Feng took a taxi directly to the most famous 5-star hotel in H City, the Imperial Culinary Hall. It was renowned for recreating ancient royal court cuisine and crafting top-notch Manchu Han imperial feast. Entering the splendid hall, a hostess in a cheapao with an alluring figure and beautiful features smiled as she guided him to a quiet private room. Lin Feng did not look at the menu directly, telling the sharply dressed male manager standing beside him, "Manchu Han imperial feast, 108 dishes, serve it now." The manager was taken aback for a moment, looking at Lin Feng, who was dining alone, and cautiously reminded, "Sir, the Manchu Han imperial feast has many dishes and a considerable amount you alone might. If I can't finish, that's my problem. Just bring it out." Lin Feng interrupted him, his tone calm yet undeniably firm. The manager said no more and bowed as he retreated. Soon beautifully crafted aromatic dishes flooded the massive rotating dining table. From exotic delicacies to exquisite pastries, a dazzling array of dishes filled the table, their aromas wafting enticingly. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. He ate not rudely, but his speed was astonishing and his movements steady, as if he were a bottomless pit methodically sending one delicious dish after another into his belly. The abundant energy and ultimate taste experience made him feel the beauty of a peaceful and prosperous world that he had long missed. The satisfaction brought by being full allowed his thoughts to wander. In the apocalypse would there be such delectable food? If only there were a top-notch private chef. As soon as this thought arose, it became uncontrollable. He pressed the service bell and the manager from earlier quickly walked in his face, showing professional respect. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Lin Feng wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and looked calmly at the manager. "Today's dishes are quite good. I would like to meet the chef to personally express my gratitude." The manager's face flickered with a hint of difficulty as he politely declined. "Sir, the kitchen is quite busy and our chef generally does not meet customers easily. Please forgive me." He clearly misunderstood Lin Feng's intentions, thinking he might want to poach the chef or had some special purpose. Lin Feng had anticipated this. He put down the napkin, leaned back slightly and revealed a hint of just the right amount of displeasure and discrimination. "Busy? I think it's more about feeling guilty. This dish, golden meat," he casually pointed to a dish on the table, "is half a moment undercooked and the sauce lacks the rich essence from the northeast. My ancestors were imperial chefs beyond the Great Wall. This little trick won't fool me. Call your chef out, I can offer her a few pointers." His half-truths combined with the earlier momentum of ordering the Manchu Han imperial feast in one breath made the manager somewhat dubious, and since the customer is king, especially someone of this caliber, he dared not offend easily. After hesitating for a moment, the manager finally nodded. "Please wait a moment." After a while, the door to the private room was pushed open. A figure dressed in a snow-white chef's uniform walked in. Under the chef's hat was a stunning oval face, fair skin, a delicate nose and full lips. Even the oversized chef's uniform couldn't conceal her tall and graceful figure with a full chest, slender waist and long straight legs. Her eyes, clear yet containing a hint of the focus and pride of a chef, seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. "Hello sir, I am the chef of the Imperial Culinary Hall, Su Wanqing." Her voice was crisp and pleasant like pearls dropping on a plate. "I heard that you have some advice regarding this dish, golden meat." Lin Feng looked at the female chef before him, who embodied both skill and beauty, and a flicker of barely noticeable light flashed in his eyes. Su Wanqing, a lovely name. He had found his candidate for a private chef in the apocalypse. Seeing Su Wanqing's gaze that carried a hint of scrutiny and defiance, Lin Feng mused that his plan to poach her would need to be adjusted and considered carefully. However, since he had found his target, he would never let go. Gazing at the poised and skilled female chef Su Wanqing, Lin Feng felt a stronger urge to recruit her. He no longer beat around the bush and stated directly, "Chef Su, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Lin Feng looked at her with sincerity, saying, "To be honest, I would like to invite you to be my private chef, and regarding compensation you may set your own terms." Su Wanqing was clearly taken aback for a moment, a hint of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face. She had not expected this young guest to be so straightforward. She slightly furrowed her attractive brows and politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am very happy working at the Imperial Kitchen and have no plans to change jobs for the time being." Her refusal was within Lin Feng's expectations. A chef at a 5-star national hotel with a promising future would naturally not be easily swayed by someone of unknown origin. Lin Feng did not press the matter further. Instead, he took out a simple business card that he had prepared in advance, which only had a phone number printed on it, and handed it to her. "No worries. This is my contact information." Lin Feng's tone was calm and assured. "If Chef Su ever changes her mind or encounters any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to give me a call. Believe me, what I can offer you is far more than just a high-paying job." His words carried profound meaning, imbued with a mysterious sense of foresight. Su Wanqing looked into his deep-set eyes, feeling an inexplicable stir within her. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her slender fair fingers to take the uniquely textured business card. "All right, I will consider it. Excuse me." Su Wanqing nodded slightly, maintaining her professional courtesy, and turned to leave the private room, her graceful figure wrapped in a white chef's uniform carrying a hint of her own pride. Lin Feng watched her leave without urgency. He knew that when the blood moon descended and order crumbled, the so-called career prospects and stability would turn to ashes. At that time, survival and strength would be the only truths. He had enough patience and power to wait for her to make the correct choice. After settling the bill, Lin Feng calmly walked out of the private room, crossing the plush carpeted corridor, arriving at the hotel's opulent lobby. However, just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of two familiar figures in a booth by the window out of the corner of his eye. It was Bai Jia and Zhang Hao. Bai Jia had clearly dressed up for the occasion today, wearing a new Chanel dress that accentuated her figure with a deep V neckline revealing her impressive cleavage and delicate collarbones, the hem barely covering her pert posterior, while her long fair legs were crossed, adorned with a pair of shining red-soled high heels. She wore exquisite makeup, making her resemble a peacock in full display. She was nestled in Zhang Hao's embrace, one hand wrapped around her waist while the other casually played with a car key, his face adorned with the characteristic roguish smile of a wealthy heir. At that moment Bai Jie also spotted Lin Feng emerging from the corridor. The smile on her face instantly froze, quickly transforming into disbelief mixed with a hint of offended anger. How could this poor wretch Lin Feng possibly appear in such a top-tier restaurant? Moreover, he came out from a private room that required a long reservation. Recalling Lin Feng's drastic change in attitude towards her over the past few days and the fact that they happened to bump into each other here today, an unnamed fury surged within her. She abruptly straightened up from Zhang Hao's embrace, stomping in her high heels thud 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 as she rushed in front of Lin Feng, her chest heaving with anger. Lin Feng! How could you be here? Bai Jie's voice was sharp, filled with accusation. Why haven't you answered my calls these past 2 days? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Do you know I've lost face because of you? Lin Feng stopped in his tracks, coldly staring at the face that once captivated him but now only filled him with disgust. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at Zhang Hao, who had followed behind. Do I need to report to you where I am? Lin Feng's voice was devoid of warmth. Are we that close? You. Bai Jie was choked by his words, her face turning red as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng's nose, her brightly painted nails nearly poking his face. Lin Feng. What kind of attitude is this? Have you forgotten how you used to grovel behind me like a dog? Now you dare to speak to me like this. At this moment Zhang Hao also walked over, wrapping an arm around Bai Jie's shoulders, looking down at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze, sneering. Oh, I thought who it was, turns out it's Lin Feng. What's wrong? Have you switched to being a security guard somewhere else? Or are you here to deliver takeout? This isn't a place for you. Finally Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhang Hao, his eyes as cold as the Siberian wind, causing an inexplicable tightening in Zhang Hao's chest. The matters between me and her are none of your business. Lin Feng's voice was low but held an invisible pressure. Also keep your woman in check, don't let her bark like a mad dog and disturb others dining. Who are you calling a mad dog? Bai Jie trembled with rage, her exquisite face contorting as she raised her hand to slap Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression sharpened and with lightning speed he grabbed her slender wrist, the force causing Bai Jie to cry out in pain. Let her go. You're asking for death. Zhang Hao shouted angrily and moved to step forward. Lin Feng abruptly released Bai Jie's hand, making her stagger and almost fall. He took a step forward, nearly face-to-face with Zhang Hao, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Zhang Hao, Bai Jie, enjoy your last good days. Soon you will be on your knees regretting everything that happened today. Lin Feng jerked his arm away from Bai Jie with considerable force, sending her stumbling backward into Zhang Hao's arms, leaving a vivid red ring around her wrist. Tears welled in her eyes, not just from the sting of pain but from the crushing weight of disbelief, humiliation and fury. How dared this man, once her groveling obedient lackey, lay hands on her? Lin Feng! You despicable wretch! You dare strike me! Bai Jie shrieked, drawing startled glances from diners across the grand hall. Zhang Hao steadied her, his face darkening like storm-laden clouds. Lin Feng's near-intrusive threat moments earlier and the unmasked glacial malice in his gaze sent an involuntary chill down Zhang Hao's spine, though it was swiftly drowned by a surging tide of outrage at being publicly challenged. When had Zhang Hao ever endured such indignity? Especially not from Lin Feng, a contemptible nobody in his eyes. Lin Feng! Kneel now and beg Bai Jie's forgiveness, or you won't walk out that door alive. Zhang Hao bellowed, his bravado brittle as he fumbled for his phone as if summoning reinforcements. At that moment rapid yet measured footsteps echoed through the hall. The impeccably dressed restaurant manager, who had greeted Lin Feng earlier, arrived swiftly, flanked by two broad-shouldered security officers. His professional composure never faltered as his sharp eyes swept the scene, instantly gauging its gravity. Ignoring the seething Zhang Hao and tear-streaked Bai Jie, he bowed slightly toward Lin Feng, who was already turning to leave, and addressed him with deferential respect. Mr. Lin, my deepest apologies for the interruption. Might I ask if you've encountered any difficulty? Is there anything we may assist with? This unexpected display left both Zhang Hao and Bai Jie utterly stunned. Bai Jie recovered first and seized the moment like a weapon. Pointing accusingly at the manager, she sneered at Lin Feng. Ha! Impressive, Lin Feng. To save face you even hired an actor. Mr. Lin. A penniless nobody like you dares be called Mr. Do you even know where you are? How utterly laughable. But Zhang Hao abruptly yanked her arm, his expression hardening further. In a low urgent whisper he snapped, shut up, he's no actor. Zhang Hao had dined at Yushan Fong several times, never splurging on its most exclusive offerings, yet familiar enough to recognize faces. He knew this manager was genuine, the head of the dining hall, and he also knew Yushan Fong's reputation, deeply connected, rigorously vetted, and certainly not a place where imposters could be casually inserted. Hearing Bai Jie's words, the manager's brow furrowed faintly, but his tone remained calm, polished and laced with quiet, unassailable authority as he turned to them. Madam, I must ask you to choose your words with greater care. Mr. Lin is a platinum-tier member of Yushan Fong, our most esteemed guest category. We do not permit any disturbance to our VIP patrons. Platinum-tier member. Bai Jia gasped, incredulity twisting her features. Him? Impossible. Have you mistaken someone else for him? How could he possibly qualify? She'd heard Zhang Hao mention it once, the platinum membership required astronomical annual spending plus stringent background verification, not mere wealth but status. If Lin Feng possessed such means, how could he have failed to afford a mere 38,000 yuan handbag just months ago? A faint knowing smile touched the manager's lips as he glanced at Lin Feng, who stood impassive and received silent assent before replying with unruffled poise. Mr. Lin has just reserved 100 tables of our premier Dragon and Phoenix auspicious banquet valued at over 6 million yuan, with a deposit of 600,000 already secured. That single reservation alone qualifies him for platinum membership. I trust this sufficiently attests to Mr. Lin's standing and capability. Boon, 100 tables. 6 million. Bai Jia froze mouth agape, her entire worldview shattering in that instant. Lin Feng, the man she summoned and dismissed at whim, her obsequious lapdog, had just casually ordered a 6 million yuan banquet. It defied all logic. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted sharply, shock and disbelief flooded his face. 6 million was no trivial sum even for him. To spend it so freely on a banquet. Unthinkable. And for Lin Feng. Utterly inconceivable. Lin Feng cast a cold, indifferent glance at the two petrified figures, as if observing two irrelevant gestures. Then with a slight nod to the manager he said coolly, please handle this. I wish no further disturbance from irrelevant parties. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will safeguard both your dining experience and your privacy. The manager bowed again, then signaled discreetly to the guards behind him. The two security officers stepped forward, polite yet unyielding, and extended a firm guiding gesture toward Zhang Hao and Bai Jia. Gentlemen, please refrain from disturbing other guests. Kindly return to your table or depart. All-around gazes pierced them like needles, laced with disdain, curiosity and the gleeful voyeurism of spectators at a spectacle. Bai Jia's cheeks burned, her earlier arrogance evaporated, leaving only mortification and a hollow, disoriented daze, as if reality itself had been rewritten. Zhang Hao's face turned ashen. He knew escalation would only deepen his humiliation. With one venomous glare at Lin Feng, as if devouring him whole, he dragged the dazed, shattered Bai Jia back to their table under the watchful escort of the guards and the silent, scathing scrutiny of the room, completely unable to touch their food. Lin Feng did not look back. Amidst the manager's reverent gaze he strode purposefully through the gilded, resplendent entrance of Yushan Feng. Stepping out of the imperial kitchen, the warm sunlight bathed his body, yet it could not dispel the chill in Lin Feng's eyes. The conflict with Bai Jia and Zhang Hao was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring only a momentary ripple before quickly sinking to the bottom. What lingered in his heart was the glaring attribute on the system panel, especially his physique of 3. In the apocalypse, no matter how exquisite the combat skills or how abundant the battle experience, without a strong physique to support it, one would merely be like a drifting leaf, easily broken. He must quickly address the shortcomings of this body. Without returning to the hotel, Lin Feng directly found the nearest well-rated high-end gym, strength and beauty fitness center on his phone map. Pushing open the heavy glass doors, a mix of cold air, faint sweat and disinfectant rushed toward him. In the spacious and bright area, various gym equipment emitted rhythmic clashing sounds and buzzing, filling the atmosphere with strength and vitality. A female trainer clad in a tight black tank top and athletic shorts with an alluring figure immediately approached him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a neat ponytail that revealed her smooth forehead and a bright, charming face. The tank top tightly wrapped around her ample and proud bosom, her slender yet powerful waist was exposed with defined abs clearly visible. Below the athletic shorts were a pair of straight long legs with smooth muscle lines exuding a healthy beauty. Hello sir, is this your first visit to our strength and beauty? Would you like to inquire about the classes or need a fitness assessment? The female trainer flashed a bright smile, her voice crisp as she scanned Lin Feng's body with a professional gaze, seemingly recognizing his somewhat thin frame and less than optimal complexion at a glance. I need a personal trainer to customize a muscle gain and overall fitness improvement training plan. Lin Feng stated his purpose, directly meeting her gaze calmly. The intensity can be high as my time is quite limited. A hint of interest flickered in the trainer's eyes as she extended her arm adorned with a sports wristband showcasing beautiful lines. My name is Xiaolan, the star personal trainer here. I am pleased to serve you. May I ask how to address you? Lin Feng, he replied, simply shaking her hand, feeling the warmth and strength. Mr. Lin, judging by your physique and condition, your foundation may be quite weak. We need to start with restorative training and basic strength. As Xiaolan spoke, she naturally led Lin Feng toward the assessment area, her steps lively, the curve of her pert backside accentuated by the tight shorts. After completing the basic fitness assessment, the data was indeed dismal. Xiaolan looked at the report, her attractive brows slightly furrowing but soon relaxing again as she revealed a captivating smile. It's okay, Mr. Lin, as long as we train scientifically and persist, you'll see changes soon. I will now create a preliminary daytime training plan for you. She led Lin Feng to a relatively quiet free weights area, beginning to demonstrate and explain the movements herself. Well, start with the most fundamental squat to activate the lower body and core. Xiaolan stood close behind Lin Feng, so near that he could even smell her faint fresh scent mingled with sweat. Keep your back straight, core engaged, yes, just like that. As she spoke, her warm palm naturally pressed against Lin Feng's lower back, gently pushing down to help him find the upright feeling. That touch bore the professionalism of a trainer, yet due to her overly alluring figure and the close distance, it subtly hinted at a teasing allure. As you squat down, push your hips back, imagine there's a chair behind you. Her voice whispered in Lin Feng's ear, warm and inviting. As Lin Feng squatted down, her other hand supported the outer side of his thigh, feeling the points of exertion. Feel the tension in your thighs and glutes, yes, hold that. Throughout the entire teaching process, Xiaolan seemed accustomed to this close physical contact to correct movements. Her hands occasionally pressed against his back, sometimes holding his arms and at times tapping his hips to remind him to squeeze. Each touch was brief yet professional, but combined with her bright smile and vibrant gaze, it inadvertently exuded a strong feminine charm, challenging the composure of her trainee. Lin Feng remained focused, completely immersed in the understanding of the movements and the soreness of his muscles. Having experienced 10 years in the apocalypse, witnessing too many life and death struggles driven by body instinct, Xiaolan's professional teasing in his eyes felt like a gentle breeze passing by, stirring not a single ripple. He executed each command with precision, feeling the long-lost pain and fulfillment of muscle fibers being torn and rebuilt. Very good. Mr. Lin, your comprehension and willpower are impressive. After one set, Xiaolan looked at Lin Feng, who was sweating, breathing heavily but still maintaining sharp eyes, and sincerely praised. This is the preliminary plan. Next we will proceed to bench press. For an entire afternoon, Lin Feng engaged in high-intensity foundational training under Xiaolan's instruction. Sweat soaked his workout clothes and his muscles ached, but he could clearly feel that the long stagnant physical attributes seemed to show a slight imperceptible loosening. When the training ended and Lin Feng emerged after a shower, Xiaolan handed him a bottle of sports drink, her smile radiant. Mr. Lin, you performed exceptionally today. Here is the training schedule. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Keep it up and you'll soon experience a transformation. She winked playfully. Lin Feng took the schedule, nodding. See you tomorrow. Stepping out of the gym, the afterglow of the sunset painted the sky in shades of orange. Lin Feng felt the fatigue and fulfillment emanating from his body, his gaze resolute. The journey to improve his physique had already begun. This was just the first step toward becoming a powerhouse in the apocalypse. And that fiery and passionate female trainer Xiaolan might just become a valuable addition to his team in the future. A reserve of strength. He pondered silently in his heart. Dragging his somewhat weary but fulfilled body after intense training, Lin Feng returned to the cheap motel. The narrow room, outdated facilities, and the faint musty smell in the air became especially unbearable in his perception. With nearly $1 million in cash and the funds from selling his house and bank loans, he had no need to continue living in such a place. More importantly, he needed a more spacious private space that met the needs of his upcoming actions. For instance, one that would allow a personal trainer like Xiaolan to come over without attracting unnecessary attention. Thinking of this, he directly picked up his simple luggage and went downstairs to the front desk. Behind the front desk sat a young female attendant in a uniform with heavy makeup, engrossed in her phone, her nails adorned with glitter. Hearing footsteps, she did not look up and lazily asked, checking out. No changing rooms, Lin Feng replied flatly, to your best presidential suite. The female attendant finally raised her head, scanning Lin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing him in ordinary sportswear, still smelling of sweat from his workout, staying in the cheapest single room, and now asking for a presidential suite. The corner of her mouth twisted slightly, revealing a hint of mocking smile. Sir, our presidential suite is $8,888 per night, no discounts. Are you sure you want to change? She emphasized the words 8888, and sure, her eyes clearly conveying skepticism. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with her and directly slapped the bank card containing loan funds on the counter, his voice low yet cold. Swipe the card, I want to stay for a week. The female attendant was taken aback by his actions and expression, feeling somewhat flustered yet more skeptical. She picked up the card and expertly operated the POS machine, entering the amount of 62,216 yuan. Input your PIN. Her tone still carried a hint of disbelief. Lin Feng quickly entered his PIN. With a beep, the POS machine began to print the receipt. The female attendant stared at the slowly emerging transaction receipt, her eyes widening in shock, the mocking expression on her face completely frozen. Then, like a Sichuan opera face-changing act, she swiftly switched to an incredibly enthusiastic and somewhat flattering smile, straightening her posture and leaning slightly forward, revealing what she thought was an alluring curve. Sir. Card swipe successful. Well, process your check-in right away. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. Our presidential suite is on the top floor, featuring panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, equipped with a private living room, study, dining room, and a massage bathtub with 24-hour butler service. It'll take you up right away. She quickly completed the check-in procedures, handing the room key and bank card back to Lin Feng, bending low, revealing even more of her ample neckline. Lin Feng expressionlessly accepted them as if he hadn't noticed her drastically changed attitude and deliberate display of assets, and walked straight toward the elevator. After checking into the spacious and luxurious presidential suite with an excellent view, Lin Feng had just finished showering and was dressed in a comfortable bathrobe when a request for a video call on his phone abruptly rang. He picked it up and saw the name Jianran by Jia flashing on the screen. A cold smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he pressed the answer button. The screen lit up, revealing Bai Jia's meticulously made-up face. She seemed to have just finished showering, her hair damp and cascading down, wearing a silk spaghetti strap nightgown with a deep neck design revealing a deep cleavage and a patch of smooth fair skin, the camera angle perfectly capturing both innocence and seduction. Lin Feng, her voice was deliberately soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Are you still mad at me? I was wrong today at the restaurant. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. I care too much about you. It hurt me to see you suddenly ignore me." She blinked, her big eyes coated with mascara, trying to create a look of pitiful innocence. Evidently the scene at the restaurant had impacted her greatly. She believed Lin Feng had suddenly come into wealth, his mentality swollen, and she no longer wanted to play the subservient role. This in turn ignited her competitive spirit and greed. She had been stringing along the previous poor guy, but now with this newly rich individual she needed to keep him firmly in her grasp. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, just wanting to casually brush her off and hang up, when suddenly another face squeezed into the frame. It was another girl, also adorned with exquisite makeup and stylishly dressed, boldly surveying the video background. When she saw the spacious and luxurious high-end hotel decor behind Lin Feng, her eyes instantly lit up. "Wow. Xiao Jie is this Lin Feng kid you always talk about? He really is handsome and charming." The girl sweetly smiled at the camera, casually introducing herself. "Lin Feng Gage, hello, I am Xiao Jie's best friend, just call me Lily." This Lily was dressed in a low-cut tight top, squeezing in next to Bai Jia, deliberately showcasing her impressive curves and deep cleavage, her eyes constantly scanning Lin Feng's face and the luxurious background filled with curiosity and greed. Bai Jia seemed somewhat displeased with her best friend's sudden appearance, but said nothing, only sweetly remarked, "Lin Feng, your place is so nice now. When will you invite me and Lily over for a visit? It's been a while since we had a good chat." Lily quickly chimed in, "Yes, Lin Feng Gage, our Xiao Jie has been talking about you every day." Lin Feng looked at the two women on the screen, each with ulterior motives, flaunting themselves like two clowns performing. He calmly replied, "I've been busy lately, no time." Then, without waiting for the other to say anything, he directly hung up the video call. Throwing his phone on the soft sofa, Lin Feng walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dazzling night scene of H City. Bai Jia's flirtation and Lily's covetous gaze were all expected by him. The buzzing of these flies would soon be completely swept away by the winds of the apocalypse. However, it's not bad to collect some interest before the apocalypse arrives. The presidential suite's living room is spacious enough. Lin Feng followed the plan devised by Xia Lan and completed a set of bodyweight training focusing on core strength and endurance. Sweat trickled down the contours of his muscles. Though exhausted, he felt a faint sense of growth emanating from deep within his body, which left him quite satisfied. After taking a cold shower to dispel his fatigue, he called for room service, and soon a lavish two-person steak meal was brought in by a neatly dressed waiter. Sitting at the dining table by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Feng sliced through the tender, juicy steak while opening his laptop, the soft glow of the screen illuminating his focused face. After returning in the afternoon, he had already diversified half of his available funds into the stock market through various channels, with a key focus on the most dazzling dark horse in his memory, Ali Biotechnology. At this moment, he carefully browsed the fluctuations in the stock market, especially the sectors related to survival in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a company named Interstellar Energy caught his attention. "This name seems familiar from my past life." After the apocalypse arrived, the traditional energy system collapsed rapidly, while this company rose swiftly from the ruins, leveraging a certain forward-looking small-scale distributed energy technology. It not only ensured the operation of its own stronghold but also formed a formidable mercenary organization centered around energy, exchanging it for supplies and armed protection. Interstellar Energy. It seems this is also a potential stock. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he wasted no time using his remaining available funds to purchase a significant amount of Interstellar Energy shares. Having secured another avenue for retreat, he relaxed against the comfortable chair and slowly finished his dinner. The waiter quietly cleared the table and exited. As night deepened, the city's neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of shadows on the expensive carpet through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Feng lay in bed, his hands behind his head, brow slightly furrowed. The funds are still insufficient. Even if Ali Biotechnology and Interstellar Energy stocks surged tenfold as expected, if not more, this amount of money would still be inadequate to build a shelter strong enough to withstand the early apocalypse and to stockpile sufficient resources for long-term consumption. Not to mention, he still needed to purchase weapons, medicines, and other regulated items, which are all significant expenditures. Lottery. Can't recall the numbers. Drugs. That's a death wish. Before the collapse of order, the state's iron fist is not to be taken lightly. Stealing. Robbing. Lin Feng swiftly dismissed these dangerous and unrealistic thoughts. Before the apocalypse officially descends, he must conceal himself under the guise of order to the greatest extent possible. Just as he was racking his brain for other ways to make money, a soft yet deliberately seductive knock came at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Who could it be at this late hour? Hotel service. He hadn't called for anything. Lin Feng cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. To his surprise, standing outside was Ma Lily, Bai Jia's friend. At this moment she was completely different from what he had seen in the video. She had clearly dressed up meticulously, her makeup exquisite and alluring, wearing a form-fitting black mini dress that accentuated her curvaceous shape perfectly. The hem of her skirt was so short it barely concealed her underwear, with enticing black stockings adorning her legs and high heels accentuating her stature. The low neckline clung tightly to her full bosom, creating a deep and enticing cleavage. She stood at the doorway with an air of seduction, her gaze dreamy, holding a small handbag in her hand. Lin Feng frowned, instinctively reluctant to engage with such trouble. He opened the door directly, his tone indifferent. Is there something you need? As soon as the door opened, before he could invite her in, Ma Lily slipped past him like a slippery eel, enveloped in a strong scent of perfume, moving as if she were returning to her own home. Brother Lin Feng, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at this late hour. She entered the room unapologetically, surveying the luxurious and spacious presidential suite, her eyes flashing with unmasked awe and greed. She then turned to Lin Feng, revealing a self-satisfied smile. I happened to be shopping nearby and thought I'd drop by since Xiao Jie mentioned you were staying here. Lin Feng watched her pretentious demeanor with disdain, ready to toss her out into the hallway, when a thought suddenly struck him. This Ma Lily is vain, materialistic, and utterly lacking in principles, and it seems her affection for Bai Jia is not genuine. Perhaps she could be utilized to add fuel to Bai Jia's already greedy and jealous heart, and to have her backstabbed by her closest girlfriend when she believes she is in control of everything. Surely that experience would be wonderful. With that thought, Lin Feng closed the door, his icy expression softening slightly, even donning a hint of a teasing smile that would make Ma Lily's heart race. Oh. Did Bai Jia send you? He walked over to the liquor cabinet, poured 2 glasses of red wine and casually asked. Seeing his change in attitude, Ma Lily was overjoyed, immediately sauntering closer, her fingertip accidentally brushing against Lin Feng's hand as she took the wine glass, her tone softening. How could it be? I just wanted to meet you, brother Lin Feng. Xiao Jie can be a bit willful at times, not knowing how to cherish things. I'm much more sensible than her. She tipped her head back and took a small sip of wine, leaving an ambiguous mark on the rim of the glass, her gaze enchanting as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swirled the glass of wine in his hand, the crimson liquid swirling within, reflecting his deep and cold gaze. In the luxurious presidential suite, the lights were deliberately dimmed by Lin Feng, leaving only a few soft yellow wall lamps, creating an ambiguous and hazy atmosphere. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the city's lights twinkled like falling stars, silently flickering. Ma Lily, seeing that Lin Feng did not immediately ask her to leave but instead poured more wine, felt a surge of joy in her heart and exerted herself even more to display her charm. She took the red wine glass handed to her by Lin Feng, her slender fingers accidentally brushing against his, then elegantly sipped the crimson liquid, staining her full lips, adding a touch more allure. Brother Lin Feng, you are truly the most magnanimous man I have ever seen. Ma Lily blinked with her heavily mascaraed eyes, leaning slightly forward, revealing a hint of the scenery beneath her low neckline, unlike some people who appear lofty on the surface but are actually quite disheveled behind the scenes. Lin Feng swirled his wine glass, leaning against the comfortable armrest of the sofa, appearing intrigued. Oh. Are you talking about Bai Jia? Exactly. Ma Lily, seeming to have found a kindred spirit, immediately opened up, her tone laced with undisguised disdain and a thrill of putting someone down while raising herself up. Brother Lin Feng, you've been terribly deceived by her. Do you really think she is the pure and innocent goddess? I'll tell you, just from what I know, she has had several abortions for different men. For a backup like you who treats her well and is willing to spend money on her, she has at least 7 or 8 stored in her phone. She just sees you all as ATMs. Lin Feng listened quietly, his gaze calm and undisturbed, as if he were hearing a story unrelated to himself. He had already seen through these matters before his death in his past life, and hearing them confirmed by someone else now felt ironic. Seeing that Lin Feng showed no aversion, Ma Lily became even more animated, even describing it with a touch of vivid detail. And last month when I went shopping with her in Zhanghao in the fitting room of a luxury store, those two couldn't help but get it on. I could hear the commotion outside, it was truly disgusting. And yet she still pretends to be pure in front of you. Pfft. As she spoke, she observed Lin Feng's expression, and seeing that he remained expressionless, she switched to a self-pitying tone, her gaze turning innocent. I'm different, brother Lin Feng. Although I love to play, I have always had self-respect. I am still a virgin to this day. Her cheeks flushed with 2 spots of red, unsure if it was the effect of the wine or feigned shyness. I just want to give my first time to a truly caring and worthy man. As she spoke, she seemed to be unable to handle her liquor, her body softened and she slid from the side of the sofa onto Lin Feng's lap. A strong scent of perfume and the warmth of a woman's body instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Her rounded hips clad in a black bodycon dress pressed tightly against Lin Feng's thigh while her soft ample upper body brushed against his chest, her fingers painted with red nail polish lightly traced circles on his chest, her gaze hazy, breathing sweetly. Brother Lin Feng. I feel that you are the one I have been waiting for. Lin Feng lowered his head, looking at the fiery, deliberately flattering body in his arms as a hint of barely perceptible cold mockery flickered in his eyes. A virgin. He didn't believe a word of it. However, he was not concerned. This woman had come to him of her own accord and provided plenty of material about Bai Jie. He didn't mind playing along with her and, by the way, preparing a surprise for Bai Jie. He did not push her away, instead he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slim waist, his fingertips feeling the warmth and elasticity of her skin beneath the velvet dress. His actions carried a kind of tacit consent, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Really? His low voice held a hint of hoarseness which in Ma Lily's ears sounded magnetically tempting. Ma Lily's heart fluttered, thinking that Lin Feng had taken the bait, and she actively offered her red lips, her entire body coiling around him like a water snake. Under the dim light, her clothes had unknowingly slipped onto the carpet. The soft sofa bore the additional weight, emitting faint creaking sounds. Outside, the city's neon lights continued to flicker coldly, watching the farce unfolding in this luxurious suite where everyone had ulterior motives. Lin Feng's movements exuded a calmness that suggested he was in control of everything, while Ma Lily did her utmost to accommodate him, emitting soft, delicate moans, attempting to bind this golden son-in-law in her eyes completely with her body. The air was thick with the scent of desire, truth, and lies intertwined like a meticulously staged drama, yet unbeknownst to anyone, when the curtain finally fell, who would be the actors and who the audience? The morning sunlight seeped through the heavy curtains of the presidential suite, casting a golden line onto the carpet. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, and as he attempted to move his body, he felt a distinct soreness at his waist. He furrowed his brows and glanced at the still sleeping Ma Lily beside him. She lay on her side, the silk blanket having slipped down to her waist, revealing the smooth, fair curve of her back and her rounded shoulders. Her long hair was scattered on the pillow, and her face bore a hint of the flush and fatigue from the previous night's indulgence. Lin Feng mused inwardly, this body. Its constitution is still too weak. Just this bit of exertion left him feeling uncomfortable. The high-intensity pursuits and battles in the apocalypse could hardly be sustained. He focused his mind as he did in his daily routine and first connected with the civilization matrix system in his mind. Sign in. Sign in successful. Points earned 35. Continue signing in for 5 days to maintain. After completing the sign-in, he immediately looked at the daily tasks. Daily task: reserve the source of life. Task requirement: independently store 3 tons of drinkable water into the space warehouse. Task reward: space warehouse capacity of 3,000 cubic meters. 3 tons of drinkable water. 3,000 cubic meters of space. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This task seemed large in quantity, but executing it was actually simpler and more straightforward than some previous tasks. Drinkable water: the simplest option was bottled mineral water, right? Chow haha mineral water. That's it. A large quantity will suffice and the brand is reasonably reliable. Lin Feng immediately set his target. He would go directly to the wholesale market to purchase in bulk, have it delivered to the warehouse, and then seamlessly store it in the space without anyone noticing. Perfect. He got out of bed and his gaze inadvertently swept over the messy bedsheets, where a striking crimson caught his eye. Lin Feng paused slightly, his expression complex. Originally he scoffed at Ma Lily's claim of being a virgin, but this evidence. He walked to the edge of the bed, leaned down, approaching the still-dazed Ma Lily, who had just been startled awake. Ma Lily opened her eyes and, seeing Lin Feng's face so close, instinctively revealed a charming smile, attempting to act coy. Lin Feng, good morning. But before she could finish her words, she met Lin Feng's cold, deep and emotionless gaze, as if he could see through all her thoughts. Her smile froze instantly and an inexplicable chill rose in her heart. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet each word was clear, carrying an undeniable warning. Ma Lily, as long as you stay obedient and do not betray me, I will ensure your future is free from worries about food and clothing, and you will even survive. However, if you dare to have any ulterior motives or play any tricks behind my back. He did not finish his sentence, but the cold, killing intent already made Ma Lily shiver, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. She had no doubt that if she truly angered this man before her, the outcome would be utterly tragic. No. I wouldn't dare. Lin Feng, I will definitely listen to you. I'll do whatever you ask. Ma Lily quickly pledged her loyalty, her voice trembling slightly, and all her previous little schemes evaporated in that moment. Lin Feng straightened up, coldly nodding. If you're tired, sleep a little longer. If you're hungry, call room service and charge it to my account. After saying that, he no longer cast a glance at Ma Lily and walked straight into the bathroom to wash up. After changing his clothes, Lin Feng left the presidential suite. He first contacted several large mineral water wholesalers and directly ordered a full 3 tons of Xiao Haha brand mineral water, requesting them to deliver it directly to the warehouse he rented on the outskirts of the city. Then he drove a second-hand truck to the warehouse and advanced to wait. When several small trucks loaded with mineral water arrived and the workers moved box after box, barrel after barrel of mineral water into the spacious warehouse, piling them into a small mountain, Lin Feng sent the workers away and closed the warehouse door. With a thought, the mountain of water before him instantly vanished, neatly stored in a corner of the already vast storage area of the system space. 310030006100 cubic meters. The space was once again significantly expanded. Ding! Daily task completed. Successfully stored 3 tons of drinkable water. Task reward has been issued. Space warehouse capacity increased by 300 cubic meters. After handling the water storage task, it was already noon. Lin Feng glanced at the time and called Ma Lily, who was still at the hotel, inviting her to have lunch at a nearby high-end restaurant. At the restaurant, Ma Lily had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a brand new Chanel suit evidently purchased from the hotel boutique when she called room service in the morning, naturally charging it to Lin Feng's card. Upon seeing Lin Feng, her face immediately broke into a sweet yet slightly ingratiating smile, her demeanor even more submissive than yesterday. Lin Feng remained non-committal, simply eating calmly. In the afternoon, he appeared punctually at the Strength and Beauty Fitness Center, continuing to undergo rigorous training under Xia Lan's guidance to refine his physique that desperately needed improvement. As sweat poured off him, he felt every inch of his muscles shouting for growth, while the plans for the apocalypse and revenge became increasingly clear in his mind. In the afternoon at the Strength and Beauty gym, the air was still filled with the sounds of power colliding and the vibrant energy of activity. Lin Feng was engaged in lower body strength training under the guidance of Xia Lan. Sweat had soaked through his workout tank, outlining the gradually defined contours of his muscles. Xia Lan wore a fuchsia sports bra and matching tight shorts today, perfectly accentuating her figure and showcasing her ample bust, slim and powerful waist and rounded hips. She exuded a heat mixed with the scent of sweat and a hint of feminine fragrance. Very good, mister. Lin, go a little deeper with the squat and feel the power of your glutes. Xia Lan stood slightly behind Lin Feng, her voice carrying a warm breath due to their close proximity. To correct Lin Feng's form, one hand firmly supported his waist while the other lightly pressed on the back of his tense thigh, helping him sense the correct point of power. Her warm, slightly sweaty skin, which was elastic to the touch, along with her full bosom rising and falling with her breath almost brushing against his arm, felt like little flames continuously igniting Lin Feng's nerves. Coupled with the rush of blood and energy from the exercise, he couldn't help but feel a surge of vitality. This young yet weak body reacted particularly strongly to such stimulation. After finishing a set of training, Lin Feng panted and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat. He glanced at the passionate and alluring coach before him, feeling a stir in his heart. The presidential suite was spacious, more private, and could save time commuting to the gym. He took a sip of water and casually asked Xia, "Coach, do you provide personal training services at home?" Xia Lan, who was recording data on her training board, abruptly lifted her head at his words, her bright eyes sparkling with surprise, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. "Yes, we do. Of course we provide it, Mr. Lin." She immediately stepped a few paces closer, bringing with her a waft of fragrance, her body almost touching Lin Feng's, tilting her head up and looking at him eagerly for home personal training. Regarding the fees, since it's a dedicated service with time costs, it's usually twice the price of gym classes. She carefully stated the price, observing Lin Feng's expression closely, fearful of scaring him away. Seeing Lin Feng's face remain unchanged as he quietly looked at her, Xia Lan bit her plump lower lip as if she had made a certain decision. Her voice lowered slightly, tinged with a hint of temptation and suggestion, as she added, "Of course, if Mr. Lin needs some additional personalized relaxation services like deep stretching after workouts or fascia release, then we can negotiate the fees separately." After speaking, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she awaited Lin Feng's response. In her view, capturing a client who could afford a presidential suite and was so generous would result in substantial income, whether from class fees or other earnings. Lin Feng looked at her suggestive gaze and her fiery physique, feeling enlightened. All he needed was a professional coach to guide him in scientifically improving his physical fitness. As for the other aspects, he wasn't interested for now, but he didn't reject the idea of a mutually beneficial arrangement. "Sure." Lin Feng nodded, his tone calm. "The cost is not an issue. Let's start tomorrow at 9 in the morning directly at the presidential suite of the Hilton next door." The Hilton Presidential Suite. Xia Lan couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes nearly sparkling with delight. She suppressed her excitement and quickly assured him, "No problem. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will be there on time tomorrow. I promise to provide you with the most professional and attentive service." She looked at Lin Feng's calm yet irresistibly attractive face, as well as his body that was gradually revealing its potential during training, feeling a rush of heat inside. This big business was something she had to firmly grasp. Lin Feng said no more and continued to immerse himself in the next set of training. Meanwhile, Xiaolan guided him with an even brighter smile, her gaze more focused, carrying a barely detectable excitement akin to a hunter locking onto its target. In the following days, Lin Feng's life fell into a highly efficient and regular rhythm like a clock wound tightly. Every morning he diligently signed in, steadily accumulating points. He never neglected his daily tasks. Various materials from fuel and medicines to assorted tools were continuously delivered to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city, and he silently absorbed them into his vast system space, which had expanded to nearly 10,000 cubic meters. In the mornings he typically trained physically under the guidance of Xiaolan in the presidential suite's living room. Xiaolan indeed arrived as promised, knocking on the door promptly at 9. It seemed she dressed carefully for this in-home service, each sports outfit more alluring than the last, and the physical contact during training became more frequent and intimate, aptly named as precise muscle group targeting. Lin Feng was well aware of her intentions, yet he took pleasure in enjoying this ambiguous thrill while improving his physique. He could clearly feel his strength and endurance steadily increasing. Although the attribute numbers on the system panel grew slowly, they were undeniably moving upward. As for Ma Lily, she was cleverly arranged to be present in the afternoons and evenings. He had given her a substantial secondary card, allowing her to shop and indulge in spa treatments, fully satisfying her vanity. Ma Lily was quite perceptive, spending Lin Feng's money lavishly and obeying him completely. Occasionally between the sheets she would reveal trivial information about Zhang Hao or others that she heard from Bai Jia. Lin Feng managed the schedules of the two women like a master of time management, ensuring their presence did not interfere with each other. Typically he spent his afternoons at the warehouse handling supplies or studying stock market trends. The stock prices of Xingho Mining and Interstellar Energy had begun to show signs of activation. Although the increase was not yet significant, Lin Feng knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The funds he invested were like lurking crocodiles, quietly waiting for the right moment to reap rewards. At night sometimes it was Ma Lily's clinginess, other times he was alone at the computer planning his future strategies. Thoughts of revenge burned within him like an everlasting flame, quietly simmering. Such fulfilling and busy days continued until the 10th day. In the morning Lin Feng completed his sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Points gained 60. After 10 consecutive days of sign-in, special reward issued, ability Energy Sensation Beginner. A peculiar warm current instantly surged into Lin Feng's mind, as if unlocking some invisible sense. He instinctively focused his mind and immediately sensed the faint energy fluctuations around him, the subtle life magnetic field beneath his mattress, the electromagnetic waves drifting in the air, and even the light energy contained in the sunlight outside. The entire world in his perception seemed veiled by a thin flowing veil of energy. Energy Sensation. Lin Feng's heart jolted. This was the first time the system rewarded a non-physical skill. He immediately began experimenting. He gazed at the water cup on the bedside table, able to feel the faint energy of the water molecules moving slowly. He looked at the wall, sensing the structural energy fields of the concrete and rebar. Even when glancing at Ma Lily sleeping beside him, he could vaguely perceive the life, heat, and spiritual fluctuations emanating from her body, albeit faintly. Different objects indeed have different energy fluctuations. Lin Feng pondered. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Jade. Could high-quality jade be sensed? I need to check out a jade shop. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be contained. He promptly got up, washed up briefly, and told the still sleeping Ma Lily, "I'm going out for business," before leaving the hotel. The largest antique jade market in H City was already bustling with people early in the morning, filled with a unique cultural atmosphere and the scent of money. Lin Feng walked into the most prominent and elegantly decorated jade shop, Suiyu Xian. Inside, the lighting was excellent, and various jade ornaments and items were displayed in glass showcases, from crystal clear glass types to richly colored emeralds, a dazzling array. A salesgirl in a cheapao approached with a smile. "Sir, what would you like to see?" "We just received a batch of high-quality ice jade." Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling that he would like to look around first. He walked calmly to a counter, his gaze landing on an ice jade bracelet while concentrating his mind to activate the ability of Energy Sensation. In an instant he saw it. The bracelet was surrounded by a faint cool energy field like rippling water, though weak it was pure and stable. Feeling intrigued, he then looked at a pricier full green jade guanine pendant beside it. This time the energy field he sensed was noticeably stronger, and its color was more vibrant, brimming with vitality. However, when he glanced at another showcase containing those cheap grayish and dry textured so-called jade, the energy fields he sensed were either extremely weak, nearly non-existent, or chaotic and unpleasing. It really works. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This ability could roughly judge the energy intensity and purity of jade. This meant he might be able to leverage this ability to score deals in the jade market. Or at least stockpile some high-quality jade in advance for potential future needs related to energy. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to stroll through Suiyu Xian like a truly discerning buyer, scanning each item while carefully sensing the energy fluctuations contained within each piece of jade with his ability. A silent treasure hunt quietly unfolded in this bustling jade market. After the preliminary validation of the energy sensing ability at the Tsueyu Pavilion, Lin Feng's heart burned with excitement. He did not linger and instead walked into a larger and more diverse antique shop nearby called Guiyangji. This place not only had jade but also various antiques such as porcelain, calligraphy paintings, wooden items and bronze wares. The dim lighting inside created an atmosphere filled with the essence of time. The display shelves were filled with various artifacts and a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the smell of old items lingered in the air. Lin Feng slowed his pace, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the items, but secretly he activated his ability to sense the energy fluctuations they emitted. Most items had weak and chaotic energy fields or were completely lifeless, clearly being either fakes or worthless old goods. Occasionally a few items had slightly stronger and stable energy fields, but their prices were ridiculously high. As he reached the porcelain section, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. It was a woman wearing a simple white dress, standing tall with a gentle and intellectual demeanor. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a long neck with soft yet clear lines on her profile. Even from the side, Lin Feng recognized her at a glance. It was Su Yueyao. In his past life, shortly after the apocalypse began, Lin Feng was severely injured by a mutated monster during a resource search and lay on the ruins barely alive. It was this Dr. Su, disregarding her own safety, who used her limited medicines and exquisite medical skills to pull him back from the brink of death. That was one of the rare moments of warmth and humanity he felt amidst the dark apocalypse. At this moment, Su Yueyao was carefully examining a blue and white porcelain vase, seemingly quite intrigued. A nearby shop owner sporting gold-rimmed glasses with a shrewd expression was enthusiastically promoting it. "Miss, you have a discerning eye. This is an authentic blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong era. Just look at the glaze and the artistry, it's definitely a collector's item. It's the perfect gift for an elder." Lin Feng quietly approached, concentrating to sense the energy of that porcelain vase. The energy fluctuations were very weak yet felt somewhat familiar. He was slightly taken aback, then recalled that the frequency and intensity of this energy fluctuation were nearly identical to that antique porcelain bowl he accidentally dropped on the carpet while dining in the presidential suite yesterday. Only this vase seemed to have better antiquing craftsmanship, making it appear more impressive. Seeing that Su Yueyao was about to be swayed by the shop owner and prepare to make a purchase, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward and gently held her wrist where she was grasping the vase. Her skin felt warm and smooth to the touch. Su Yueyao was startled and turned her head sharply. Lin Feng then clearly saw her face, fair skin, delicate and elegant features with eyes as clear as water, carrying the calmness unique to a doctor mixed with a hint of confusion and vigilance from being suddenly interrupted. "Who are you? What do you want?" She instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Lin Feng released his grip, revealing a gentle smile, yet his gaze subtly indicated the porcelain vase as he spoke softly. "Doctor, I apologize for the abruptness. This vase, it would be best if you took another careful look. The glaze on the base seems off, resembling modern high-quality replicas." Upon hearing this, the shop owner's expression darkened immediately. "Hey! What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. This is a treasured heirloom." Su Yueyao glanced at Lin Feng, then at the porcelain vase in her hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Although she was not very knowledgeable about antiques, her intuition told her that Lin Feng did not seem to be making a fuss for no reason. Moreover, he had just referred to her as doctor. "Do you know me?" Su Yueyao looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Lin Feng gazed into her clear, questioning eyes, and a scene flashed through his mind of her bandaging his wounds and feeding him water in his past life, stirring a complex warmth within him. He smiled and said, "Doctor, so you may not remember, but you once saved me. You are my benefactor. I can't let you suffer losses. I saved you." Su Yueyao was even more puzzled. She worked in a hospital and had treated many patients, yet she had no memory of Lin Feng at all. However, seeing Lin Feng's sincere expression, which did not seem fake, she tentatively believed that he might be a patient she had helped during an emergency or a charitable clinic. She put the vase back on the counter and told the shop owner, "I'll take another look," then turned to Lin Feng, her tone much softer. "Thank you for the reminder. However, I do want to buy a nice antique to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. He loves these." A hint of difficulty appeared on her face, clearly indicating that she was not skilled at selecting antiques. Lin Feng's heart stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to repay the kindness from his past life. Confident in his energy-sensing ability, he thought that while it might not be easy to find treasures in this antique market, helping Su Yueyao choose a truly valuable item with a stable and pure energy field should not be difficult. "If Dr. Su trusts me, I can help you with some advice," Lin Feng proactively proposed, his gaze sincere. Su Yueyao looked into Lin Feng's clear and determined eyes, hesitated for a moment, and recalling his timely reminder, finally nodded with a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring. "Then I'll trouble you." As Lin Feng focused his mind and employed his energy-sensing ability to search for an appropriate gift for Su Yueyao, a shrill yet familiar voice rang out from not far away. Well, if it isn't Lin Feng. So you've landed a wealthy benefactress. Dare to shop here now. Lin Feng frowned and turned his gaze. Sure enough, it was Zhang Hao and Bai Jie. Zhang Hao had his arm draped possessively around Bai Jie's waist, his face twisted with undisguised mockery. Bai Jie wore a form-fitting crimson dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection. Her makeup was immaculate, but her eyes fixed upon Lin Feng burned with venomous resentment and a strange self-satisfied glee, as if she had just uncovered some damning secret about him. She appraised Su Yueyao, simply dressed yet radiating gentle elegance, with a condescending glance. Though Su Yueyao's attire was unadorned, her innate scholarly grace unsettled Bai Jie inexplicably. Shrilly she chimed in, "Brother, how see? I told you so. He's clearly been taken under someone's patronage. No wonder he acted so arrogant before, daring even to hang up on me. Now he's found a new master pretending to be an expert appraising antiques. Do you even understand what you're looking at?" Su Yueyao, startled by the sudden barrage of slander, flushed faintly with indignation. As she opened her mouth to reply, Lin Feng gently patted her arm, a quiet gesture urging her to remain calm. Lin Feng paid no heed to the pair's barking insults. His energy sense had already locked onto an unassuming porcelain vase tucked away in the corner. Within it rested a landscape painting modestly mounted and slightly faded. On the surface its energy fluctuations were faint, consistent with a Republican-era imitation, but deep within the scroll's core pulsed a restrained yet profound aura, rich and mellow as aged wine. He strode forward and carefully removed the painting, unfurling it across the counter. Its composition followed classic Ming Dynasty landscape conventions, yet the brushwork felt slightly forced and the signature was indistinct. "Yueyao, what do you think of this piece?" Lin Feng asked Su Yueyao, deliberately using the intimate form of address. Though puzzled, she stepped forward obediently to examine it. Zhang Hao and Bai Jie crowded closer. One glance at the painting's lackluster condition and blurred inscription sent Zhang Hao into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, are you truly ignorant or just pretending? This dusty old thing doesn't even bear a legible signature, probably street market trash. You actually dare show this to a young lady?" Bai Jie folded her arms and sneered. "Exactly. Brother Hao's family owns dozens of paintings, each worth 100 times more than this. Miss Su, don't let him fool you, he knows absolutely nothing." At that moment the shop's senior master was drawn over. Adjusting his spectacles, he studied the painting closely, then ran his fingers over the paper before speaking cautiously. "Sir, madam, this piece appears, judging by its paper and ink, to be a Republican-era imitation, crafted in the style of Ming masters. The forger was a renowned expert of his time, Master Zhang. Though a copy, his work retains appreciable artistic merit. Our listed price is 200,000 yuan. Hearing even the master confirm it was a forgery valued at only 200,000, Zhang Hao and Bai Jie swelled with triumph as if their scorn had been vindicated. 200,000 for a fake? Lin Feng, you really know how to save money for others. Zhang Hao jeered. Even as a kept man, you're spectacularly incompetent, truly laughable. Bai Jie added her barb. Su Yueyao turned to Lin Feng, her eyes silently questioning. Though she trusted him, 200,000 was no trivial sum. Lin Feng simply nodded firmly and murmured, "Trust me, buy it." Su Yueyao gazed into his deep, unwavering eyes, recalling his timely warning, and made her decision. With a sharp inhale, she withdrew her bank card. "Very well, I'll take it." Seeing Su Yueyao actually hand over payment, Zhang Hao and Bai Jie's smirks deepened, already picturing Lin Feng's humiliating exposure. Once payment and delivery were complete, the painting officially belonged to Su Yueyao. At that instant, Lin Feng turned to the master craftsman. "Master, may I borrow your tools? I'd like to authenticate this piece on the spot." The master looked surprised, but retrieved professional mounting dismantling tools without hesitation. Under the crowd's baffled stares, Lin Feng accepted them and took a slow, steady breath. In his past life, amid the ruins of the apocalypse, he had dismantled countless intricate artifacts in search of clues or resources. Precision work was second nature to him. His movements were steady, exact. A fine blade traced delicately along the painting's edge. Tweezers lifted the fragile outer layer of rice paper with practiced care. His technique exuded a composure and mastery far beyond his years, so much so that even the master craftsman nodded inwardly in quiet admiration. As the Republican-era imitation gradually peeled away, another painting emerged beneath, revealed in full. Its hues were richer, more ancient and serene, its ink strokes bold and fluid, its rock texturing techniques rugged and assured, its trees vividly rendered with spirited dotting and washes. A majestic, vibrant quiescence surged forth from the canvas. In the lower corner, a crisp seal and inscription appeared: Tangyin of Wu Prefecture. This is. The master rushed forward, eyes wide as Bronze Bell's voice trembling. Tang Bo, whose authentic masterpiece? Impossible. A painting within a painting, the original beneath is Tang Bo, whose genuine work. The entire Gaia collection fell utterly silent, not even a pin drop could be heard. Zhang Hao and Bai Jie's mocking grins froze, slapped rigid by reality. Zhang Hao's mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged. Bai Jie stared disbelieving, first at the newly unveiled masterpiece, then at Lin Feng's unruffled expression. Her chest heaved violently, overwhelmed by jealousy shock and the suffocating shame of utter humiliation. Su Yueyao stood frozen, hand pressed to her lips, awestruck by the priceless treasure before her, and even more so by Lin Feng's serene, unflustered composure beside her, his eyes shimmering with quiet certainty. Lin Feng gently brushed away the final specks of dust from the painting, then regarded the ashen-faced Zhang Hao and Bai Jie with cool detachment. Now, tell me who is truly pretending to know what they do not. Within the Gaia collection, the atmosphere remained frozen. Everyone was left speechless by this dramatic turn of events. The genuine work of Tang Bohu. Its value is simply immeasurable. Su Yueyao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, glancing at the painting and then at Lin Feng, her chest gently rising and falling with excitement. The owner of the Guyun studio, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire with gray hair, was now flushed with excitement. He trembled as he stepped forward, nearly leaning over the long-lost true work of Tang Yin, his voice shaking with disbelief. Young brother. This is truly a masterpiece, an eye for brilliance. I am willing to offer 2 billion. No, 25 billion. Please, would you sell this painting to me? 25 billion. This figure struck Lin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. His pupils constricted and his breath quickened for a moment. 25 billion. It was enough for him to hoard a vast amount of resources and build a true doomsday fortress. Moreover, as he had thought after the apocalypse, whether these artworks could be preserved was uncertain. It would be better to convert them into tangible survival capital. He instinctively looked at Su Yueyao, his gaze filled with inquiry. Su Yueyao was also taken aback by this astronomical figure, taking a half step back, her fair cheeks flushed with a complex shade of red. She tightly clutched the recently completed transaction certificate in her hand, gazing at the painting that represented her filial piety towards her grandfather, her eyes filled with struggle. Finally, she took a deep breath and said to the owner of the Guyun studio, her voice still a bit shaky but exceptionally firm, "I'm sorry, old sir. This painting is a birthday gift I want to give to my grandfather. I won't sell it." Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this but quickly pushed it down. This was Su Yuyao's choice and he respected that. Moreover, his initial intention to help her was to repay the kindness from his past life. The owner's face immediately showed extreme disappointment, sighing repeatedly, yet he could not force her. Su Yueyao turned to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of apology. "Lin Feng, thank you. Really? Thank you so much. Without you I would not only suffer a loss but also miss out on this precious gift." She paused, seeming to have made up her mind. "I know money cannot measure your help, but I still want to express my gratitude. I will transfer you 500 million as a token of appreciation. Please make sure to accept it." 500 million. Although it paled in comparison to 25 billion, it was still a substantial sum. It would significantly alleviate Lin Feng's current financial pressure. Lin Feng looked at Su Yuyao's sincere yet slightly anxious eyes as if she was worried he would find it too little, nodded and did not hypocritically refuse. "All right, then I won't be polite. Thank you, Dr. Su." He knew that for a family like Su Yuyao's 500 million might not seem like much, but it represented her deep sincerity. Seeing him agree, Su Yueyao sighed in relief and revealed a light and charming smile. After she discussed with the owner of Guyun Studio about the subsequent authentication and proper preservation of the painting, she carefully took the invaluable artwork and left. Zhang Hao and Bai Jie had already turned pale and felt utterly humiliated when the true work of Tang Bohu appeared. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was on the painting, they sneaked away with their tails between their legs, not daring to utter a harsh word. Lin Feng was also preparing to leave, but the owner of Guyun Studio quietly grabbed the sleeve of his clothing. "Young brother, please wait." The owner lowered his voice, gestured for the staff to disperse and personally led Lin Feng to the quiet and elegant back hall of the shop. The back hall was decorated in an ancient style with a faint sandalwood fragrance wafting through the air. The owner invited Lin Feng to sit at a Wangwali wooden tea table and personally brewed a cup of tea, his face filled with admiration and eager smiles. "Young brother, my surname is Chen with the single name Pu. Today has truly opened my eyes. I am impressed, truly impressed." He exchanged pleasantries for a moment before getting to the point, rubbing his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. "To be honest, I have a few items in my shop that I have not been able to appraise. Some are clearly forgeries, but their age and provenance are unknown, others are unmarked, and I would like to ask you, young brother, to help me take a look and determine their origin. Of course, the remuneration will definitely satisfy you." Lin Feng initially wanted to refuse as his time was valuable. But when he glanced at the few paintings and calligraphy works that Boss Chen had the staff bring out, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His energy perception activated spontaneously. Among them, one unmarked landscape painting with its weathered and mottled appearance emitted an exceptionally strong, rich and vast energy fluctuation, far surpassing the true work of Tang Boho earlier. This must be an artifact from before the Tang dynasty or even earlier. Lin Feng's interest was immediately piqued. He nodded nonchalantly. "Boss Chen, you are being too polite. I can take a look." He first picked up the clearly marked forgeries and pretended to examine them closely using his energy perception combined with scattered knowledge of artworks from his past life to roughly judge their age and the objects they imitated, speaking with great authority, causing Boss Chen to nod repeatedly. When he saw one of the meticulous flower and bird paintings from the Qing dynasty that imitated the Ming dynasty, Lin Feng's energy perception again sensed a distinctly different, elegant and lively energy fluctuation within its mounting layers. "Boss Chen, this painting seems to have some significance," Lin Feng said, borrowing the tools again, and under Boss Chen's nervous and expectant gaze skillfully began to peel off the mounting. Moments later another hidden painting was revealed. Although it did not have the fame of Tang Bohu, it was the genuine work of a rare female painter from the Ming dynasty worth a considerable amount. Boss Chen stared in astonishment, completely in awe of Lin Feng's insight and skill. Finally Lin Feng picked up the ancient painting with the strongest energy fluctuation that had no signature. He focused his mind, pushing his energy perception to the limit as if he could see the breath of 1,000 years flowing through the scroll. At the same time he drew upon the various miscellaneous knowledge he had been forced to learn during his struggles in the ruins of his past life, combining it with the brushwork colors and silk fabric of the painting. Boss Chen, Lin Feng laid down the painting, his tone resolute. "This painting is not of the common style found in the Central Plains." Looking at the ancient and robust brushwork, the heavy and magnificent colors, especially the image and patterns of the flying celestial maiden. "If I am not mistaken, this should be a treasure from the Northern Wei period originating from the Dunhuang Mogao caves. It is likely a creation commissioned by a high monk or donor which has since been passed down." Northern Wei Mogao cave collections. Boss Chen suddenly stood up, his voice changing pitch, trembling hands caressing the ancient painting, tears streaming down his face. "Heavens! In my lifetime, to have encountered such a treasure, I have no regrets." After a long moment of excitement, he barely calmed down, looking at Lin Feng as if he were a divine being. Without saying a word, he took out his phone. "Young brother, a great favor requires no words of thanks. Please accept this token of my appreciation." Lin Feng quickly received a bank notification of 1 billion. "Young brother, I also wish to invite you to be a special advisor for our Guiyun studio with a share of the profits. In the future you can freely examine the items in the shop and we will split the earnings." Boss Chen eagerly extended the invitation. Lin Feng put away his phone, shaking his head. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I am used to living freely and dislike being constrained." He glanced over some jade and stone ornaments on the antique shelf in the back hall, pointing to two fist-sized pieces that emitted a pure gentle energy fluctuation, almost glowing with a milky white hue. "If Boss Chen feels too indebted, you can just give me those two pieces of jade to play with." Boss Chen at this moment was eager to fulfill Lin Feng's wishes. Even if he wanted to give away more expensive pieces, he would be willing. He quickly took the two pieces of white jade and respectfully handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jade in hand, feeling its warmth. The pure energy fluctuation invigorated his spirit. This jade might have unexpected uses during the apocalypse. After storing the jade, Lin Feng did not linger, politely declined Boss Chen's repeated requests and left the Guiyun studio. In one day he had received 6 billion plus two pieces of uniquely energetic jade. Walking on the bustling street with the sunlight shining on him, Lin Feng felt that his future hoarding endeavors could finally be set in motion. As for the good fortune with Su Yueyao and the connections from Guiyun Studio, they might also yield unexpected rewards in the future. The 600 million yuan surged like a torrent, instantly replenishing Lin Feng's parched pool of funds. He was not overwhelmed by this sudden wealth. Instead, he calmly planned the use of every penny with remarkable composure. First, he unhesitatingly allocated 300 million yuan through various dispersed accounts to reinvest in the stock market, significantly increasing his holdings in the increasingly prominent Ali Biological and Interstellar Energy. The snowball of capital needs to roll down the steepest slopes, and these two stocks were the best tracks he had chosen. The remaining 300 million yuan was reserved as a special reserve for the next large-scale procurement of materials. Food, water, medicines, energy, weapons. It seems necessary to go abroad. Construction materials. The list continuously expanded in his mind, with countless places demanding expenditure. Time flew swiftly amidst the busy stockpiling and training, and before long it was the 15th day. In the morning, before the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, Lin Feng completed his check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Points earned 100. You've checked in for 15 consecutive days. Please maintain this streak. Following that, the daily task interface refreshed with new content. Stage task: establish a secure outpost. Task requirement: establish or acquire a shelter that meets basic safety standards. Task reward: 5,000 cubic meters of space warehouse capacity. Unlock energy liquid which can enhance physical attributes. A shelter. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. It's finally here. The system began guiding him to establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world. Both purchasing and constructing were options, but Lin Feng already had an excellent choice in mind: the dilapidated community he rented in his previous life, the place where he had suffered disdain and was ultimately abandoned to die, where beneath that community lay a vast underground mall abandoned for many years due to mismanagement. That space was expansive, structurally sound up to civil defense standards, relatively concealed, and moreover, located at the center of the grievances he had faced in his past life. Establishing the shelter there felt like a fated cycle. He could closely appreciate the struggles and despair of those who had once harmed him in this apocalypse, which gave him a cold satisfaction even more intense than mere slaughter. Without hesitation he set off for that familiar yet strange community. As he gazed at the mottled buildings and chaotic environment, a chill spread through Lin Feng's heart. He directly approached the property management and community, expressing his intent to lease the entire underground mall. Hearing that someone wanted to rent that money-losing mess, the property manager was overjoyed and quickly signed a long-term lease at an astonishingly low price, fearing that Lin Feng would change his mind. The news spread like wildfire throughout the community. Those who usually ignored Lin Feng and even secretly mocked him for his previous poverty now donned hypocritical smiles and gathered around him.
"Oh, it's little Lin.
I heard you've struck it rich.
You've even rented the underground mall. Truly a promising young man."
A middle-aged woman with permed hair and a plump figure twisted her waist, her face adorned with exaggerated smiles. "Lin Feng, once you open the big supermarket you must take care of us old neighbors.
Give us some good discounts."
An old man wearing a tank top revealing his bony chest grinned with a mouthful of yellowed teeth.
Yes, little Lin, can you send us some shopping vouchers? Let us bask in the joy too."
A young mother holding a child chimed in, her eyes filled with calculation. Lin Feng looked at these familiar yet nauseating faces. In his past life, when he was trapped at home with no food or resources, he had desperately begged these people for a bit of food or medicine, only to be met with cold doors and malicious mockery. He sneered inwardly while on his face he wore a perfectly suited, somewhat nouveau riche smile, responding, "Aunt Wan, Uncle Li, Sister Zhang.
Everyone is too kind.
Rest assured we are all old neighbors. Now that I, Lin Feng, have prospered, I will definitely not forget any of you." He patted his chest, striking a heroic pose. "In 3 months, once my supermarket is renovated and opens, I will make sure to deliver substantial shopping vouchers to every household.
I guarantee everyone will shop happily and find great value." 3 months? Do we have to wait that long?
A hint of disappointment murmured through the crowd, but upon hearing Lin Feng's solemn promise their smiles returned and they began to flatter him in unison.
"Little Lin is so loyal. Then we will be waiting for your good news."
Lin Feng smiled as he dealt with each of them, but deep within his eyes lay an icy indifference.
3 months. The apocalypse will descend in just a few dozen days. By then those shopping vouchers will be nothing but a pile of waste paper.
And those who anticipated taking advantage would experience true hell outside this solid fortress transformed from the underground mall they had looked down upon. He turned towards the rusted iron door leading to the underground mall, as if walking into a kingdom of revenge that belonged solely to him. The renovation plan must commence immediately. He aimed to transform this place into one of the most secure nests at the onset of the apocalypse. The moment the lease contract was officially signed, a pleasant system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding.
Phase task completed. Successfully obtained the shelter. Task reward has been issued. Storage space of 5,000 cubic meters. Energy liquid unlocked. The vast space was expanded once again, reaching an astonishing 11,000 cubic meters. At the same time, a new purchasable item appeared in the system mall interface: Beginner Energy Liquid. Beginner Energy Liquid contains pure life energy, significantly improves physique and stimulates potential. Price 200 points. Lin Feng looked at the hundreds of points he had accumulated and unhesitatingly chose to purchase it. A bottle of liquid emanating a soft milky glow and cool to the touch appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. As the liquid went down his throat, it felt like a warm current instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Every cell seemed to rejoice, greedily absorbing this pure energy. He could clearly feel his muscle fibers becoming stronger, his bone density increasing, and his nerve responses seeming to quicken. The fatigue and hidden injuries from previous intense training were swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and power. He immediately brought up his personal attribute panel: host Lin Feng, strength 3531, agility 3833, constitution 3633, spirit 4833, vitality 300300, status energetic potential stimulated. All attributes broke through the 30 mark. Especially his constitution, which skyrocketed from a frail 3 points to 36 points. This transformative feeling made him involuntarily clench his fists, the joints cracking audibly as a wave of immense confidence surged within him. Not enough. But this is just the beginning. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. With his strength enhanced, the construction of the shelter must keep pace immediately. Without any delay, he immediately offered a lucrative reward and contacted several powerful construction teams willing to work around the clock to meet the deadline. In the abandoned empty underground mall that reeked of mildew, Lin Feng presented his meticulously drawn renovation blueprint to several foremen and a group of core engineers. He was generous, directly prepaying 30 of the project cost with only one demand: speed and quality. The drainage system must be rebuilt to the highest standards. I want it to withstand heavy rain and even flooding.
Lin Feng pointed at the blueprint, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The ventilation system must also efficiently filter and circulate indoor and outdoor air. He then pointed to the entrances in key structural areas. All external passages must be fitted with the highest specification explosion-proof steel doors and multiple anti-theft systems. Remember, this was once a civil air defense project and I wanted maintained even sturdier than before.
Finally, he emphasized energy. The diesel generator set should be the maximum power and the oil tank must be large enough.
Simultaneously install large-scale wind turbines and solar panels on the roof and suitable surrounding areas.
I want this place to achieve energy self-sufficiency, at least for basic survival. The foreman looked at the blueprint with demands far exceeding the standards of ordinary supermarkets.
Though puzzled, all their doubts were swallowed in the face of the enormous sum Lin Feng had thrown down, and they assured him repeatedly, "Boss Lin, rest assured. We will definitely complete it to your requirements within 2 months, ensuring quality and quantity." In order to supervise the progress of the project and to keep Ma Lily away, avoiding her from disrupting his and Xiao Lan's training, Lin Feng brought her to the construction site, pointing at the busy construction scene, saying to her, "Lily, this will be one of our foundations in the future. You are meticulous, help me supervise here, ensuring they work according to my requirements.
Report any issues to me at any time."
He paused, noticing Ma Lily's suddenly brightened eyes, and added, "You are the mistress here, don't hesitate to assert yourself when necessary." Upon hearing the title mistress, Ma Lily's heart blossomed with joy, feeling her status had been confirmed. She immediately puffed out her ample chest, lifted her exquisitely made-up face, striking a pose of a lady of the house, sweetly saying, "Brother Lin Feng, you can rest assured.
I will definitely keep a close watch here. Whoever dares to slack off, I will be the first to refuse."
Thus in the following days, Ma Lily spent every day on the construction site, dressed in expensive dresses and high heels, directing the workers while enjoying the awe and a hint of flattery as they referred to her as mistress. That afternoon, as Ma Lily stood with her hands on her hips bossing around a worker who was moving materials a bit slowly, a figure she loathed appeared at the entrance of the underground mall.
It was Bai Jie.
She had evidently heard the news of Lin Feng renting this place and had come specifically. Today she wore a white lace dress, still looking pure and charming, but the jealousy and resentment in her eyes were hard to conceal. Upon seeing Ma Lily, who was dressed exquisitely and arrogantly directing the workers, she was first taken aback, then a surge of uncontrollable rage shot to her head.
"Ma Lily! What are you doing here?"
Bai Jie yelled sharply, stomping over in her high heels. Ma Lily was startled to see Bai Jie, but recalling her identity as mistress, she immediately straightened her back, crossed her arms accentuating her ample bosom, and revealed a victorious smirk. "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's Bai Jie. Why can't I be here? Brother Lin Feng entrusted this place to me to manage. I am now the mistress here."
"What about you? What are you doing on our territory?" "Mistress. Pa.
You shameless whore." Bai Jie trembled with anger, pointing at Ma Lily, cursing, "You must have used some despicable means to seduce Lin Feng.
Someone like you is worthy. Me despicable?
At least it's better than some people being a whore and still wanting to set up a monument."
Ma Lily retorted without backing down. "Brother Lin Feng likes me now.
He buys me bags, lets me use his card, and even entrusted such a large asset to me.
What about you? He probably doesn't even glance at you. You're talking nonsense.
Lin Feng is just mad at me.
He used to love me so much."
Bai Jie heard it, the core turned pale and excitedly tried to rush forward to tear Ma Lily apart. However, Ma Lily nimbly stepped back, signaling to a nearby foreman.
The foreman immediately brought 2 burly workers to block Bai Jie.
"Miss Bai, this is private property, please leave and do not disturb our construction," the foreman said politely but firmly. Watching Bai Jie being blocked, almost fainting with rage yet helpless, and then looking at Ma Lily, who appeared triumphant and assumed the role of the lady of the house, Lin Feng stood in a shadowy corner not far away, coldly observing this farce he had orchestrated.
Dog bites dog, both with fur.
Lin Feng stood in the shadows, coldly appreciating the intense drama unfolding between Bai Jie and Ma Lily. Watching Bai Jie flee the underground mall like a defeated hen amidst the workers' unceremonious shouts of "Please leave," her face pale, hair disheveled, and steps unsteady, her retreat was filled with shame and resentment. In contrast, Ma Lily, like a peacock that had just defended its territory with resounding success, proudly lifted her chin, flaunting her ample bosom wrapped in a tight-fitting dress, her slender waist twisting as she disdainfully huffed in the direction Bai Jie had left, continuing to gesticulate towards the workers, reveling in her boss lady authority. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc, making no move to comfort or reprimand either party. To him this was merely an anticipated little interlude, a trivial entertainment before the apocalypse descended.
He did not linger on the noisy construction site and quietly turned to leave.
The underground portion of the shelter was already undergoing rapid renovations, but he still required a more visible, comfortable residence with a certain degree of independence and defensive potential. His gaze had long been fixed on the villa at the back of the community, built against the mountain overlooking a large part of the community and the distant city.
The villa was situated at the top of a small hillside offering an excellent view complete with a spacious courtyard, high walls for privacy. At the onset of the apocalypse, this place could serve as a ground base, forming a strategic position with the underground shelter. Lin Feng directly contacted the real estate manager responsible for selling the villa. The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit looking somewhat shrewd. Upon receiving Lin Feng's call, he hurried to the villa entrance as quickly as possible. "Mr. Lin, you truly have an eye for quality. This Yunding villa is the crown jewel of our community, be it location, view or construction quality, it is top-notch." The manager enthusiastically introduced, pulling out a key to unlock the heavy, intricately designed iron door. The interior of the villa was luxuriously decorated, spacious with massive floor-to-ceiling windows framing lush mountain views and the distant silhouette of the city. Lin Feng inspected the villa inside and out, feeling quite satisfied. "What's the price?" he inquired directly. The manager quoted a figure. "Mr. Lin, this villa is priced at 200 million. 200 million is not an unbearable sum for Lin Feng, who had just received 600 million. However, he was keenly aware of the importance of cash flow, especially at a time when large-scale stockpiling of resources was necessary. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the section of the underground mall that was undergoing renovations, formulating a plan in his mind. "The price is acceptable." Lin Feng spoke, and just as a look of joy appeared on the manager's face, he continued, "However, most of my funds are currently invested in the renovation project of the underground mall, so the cash flow is a bit tight." The manager's smile faltered slightly. Lin Feng continued, "How about this? I can use the operational and usage rights of the underground mall, which I have already leased and am renovating, as collateral for the next 20 years, providing a 30 down payment, which is 60 million. As for the remaining amount, we can sign an installment payment agreement to pay monthly with interest calculated at the highest commercial loan rate." He looked at the manager, his tone calm yet filled with an undeniable confidence. "You should be aware of the investment and future potential of the underground mall. As collateral, it holds considerable weight. Moreover, my willingness to pay 60 million in one go also demonstrates sufficient sincerity." The manager's face showed signs of hesitation and struggle. A one-time full payment and an installment payment plan represented completely different pressures on his performance and cash return. Yet the 60 million down payment proposed by Lin Feng was indeed no small amount. Furthermore, considering the extensive renovations to the underground mall, its future value was indeed hard to estimate. Looking into Lin Feng's profound and determined eyes and recalling his recent series of bold moves leasing the underground mall, large-scale renovations, and the rumors of his sudden wealth circulating in the community, the manager finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Mr. Lin, you truly know how to do business. All right. Well, proceed as you suggested. A down payment of 60 million and the remaining amount will be paid in installments. I'll return to prepare the contract right away. Pleasure doing business." Lin Feng extended his hand, shaking firmly with the manager. After sending the manager off, Lin Feng stood alone on the terrace of the villa's top floor, the mountain breeze brushing against him, bringing a hint of coolness. Beneath his feet was the busy underground shelter undergoing renovations, while in the distance lay a city on the brink of chaos and despair. His substantial investment in acquiring this villa through installments was not just for living, it was also for strategic positioning. This would be an important pivot for him in the early stages of the apocalypse. Funds, resources, shelter, power, everything was advancing steadily according to his plan. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. Time was drawing ever closer. After securing the Yunding villa, Lin Feng immediately contacted the head of the highly efficient construction company he had worked with before bringing him to the villa site. Standing in the spacious and luxurious living room, Lin Feng pointed at the surrounding walls and ceilings, solemnly stating his requirements that far exceeded standard home decoration. "This villa needs to be reinforced and transformed according to the highest level of civil defense standards. All load-bearing walls and exterior walls must be thickened and reinforced with the thickest rebar and the highest grade concrete. All windows should be replaced with bulletproof glass and equipped with built-in alloy grills. The roof also needs special reinforcement." He looked sharply at the foreman. "My requirement is that this house must withstand the direct explosion of low-yield bombs and attacks from conventional weapons. The construction period is also 2 months to be completed in sync with the underground mall." The foreman gasped, looking at the young employer before him, feeling that he was about to create a war fortress. But thinking of the other party's willingness to pay, he swallowed his doubts and patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Boss Lin. We have handled similar special projects and will definitely build it into a fortress for you." After arranging the villa's renovation matters, Lin Feng returned to the presidential suite. During the afternoon's physical training time, Xiaolan arrived on time. Today she wore a fluorescent green sports tank top and matching tight shorts that showcased her perfectly sculpted figure. Her ample bosom almost burst from the confines of her tank top, while her clearly defined waist and perky rounded peach-shaped hips formed a breathtaking silhouette, and her long powerful legs radiated a healthy beauty. However, while guiding Lin Feng through a set of high-intensity explosive strength training, Xiaolan's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Lin Feng's rate of progress was astonishing. His strength, endurance and agility had all seen a qualitative leap compared to just a few days ago. The weighted squats that used to require her assistance could now be easily completed by Lin Feng, and standard sets, the combat moves that were slightly awkward and lacking energy before, now flowed with remarkable intensity and precision, leaving her astonished. Sweat trickled down his increasingly defined muscles, and the focused, powerful expression on his face combined with his deepening gaze emitted a strong masculine charm that made Xiaolan, who was guiding him closely, feel her heart race and her cheeks flush. Mr. Lin, your progress is simply too astonishing. During a break between sets, Xiaolan couldn't help but exclaim as her hand, while casually passing him a towel, accidentally brushed against Lin Feng's firm arm, feeling the scorching heat and solid texture sending a thrill through her heart. Lin Feng took the towel to wipe off his sweat, looking at Xiaolan's charming face that had flushed from the workout and intense guidance, as well as her eyes that sparkled with admiration and desire, and he naturally understood what it implied. It might be because I've been keeping up with my nutrition and my training has been systematic. Lin Feng smiled faintly without elaborating further. After the training ended, Xiaolan did not immediately say goodbye as she usually did. She made an excuse to help Lin Feng with deeper fascia relaxation, her hands gliding over his well-defined back and arms, the pressure becoming increasingly ambiguous, her body almost completely pressed against him, radiating an alluring aura. Lin Feng. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness and temptation as her red lips drew close to his ear, her warm breath whispering, "What do you think of me?" Feeling the astonishing elasticity and heat radiating from behind him, along with the unmistakable hints he was not a mere bystander, Xiaolan, with her appearance, figure and the current passion, was enough to stir a man's desires. He half-turned, wrapping his arm around her waist, which was delicate yet full of strength, pulling her closer. "What do you think?" His deep voice carried a hint of playfulness. Xiaolan let out a soft moan, willingly falling into his embrace, tilting her head to actively offer her red lips. After a passionate deep exchange, the suite was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Xiaolan content and with flushed cheeks curled up in Lin Feng's arms, drifting into a deep sleep. Lin Feng, however, was wide awake, leaning against the headboard, lighting a postcoital cigarette, his gaze clear and calm amidst the swirling smoke. The enhancement of strength, the construction of the shelter and the stockpiling of resources were all progressing steadily. But there was still a critical shortfall that needed to be addressed swiftly: weapons, along with a large quantity of prescription drugs, antibiotics and medical equipment. These items were strictly regulated in the country. With the slightest misstep, one could find themselves in dire straits before the apocalypse even arrived. "I must go abroad." Lin Feng extinguished the cigarette, but already having made up his mind. "Let's go to the United States." He contemplated. The situation there was relatively complex, with loopholes in border management, and the rampant circulation of light weapons made it easier to acquire arms. At the same time, it would also allow him to procure large quantities of strictly regulated medicines and medical equipment through special channels. With a clear plan in mind, Lin Feng immediately began to outline his itinerary and procurement list. Time was of the essence. He needed to set off quickly and secure this crucial hard currency before the apocalypse struck. This would become another vital trump card for him in surviving and controlling the fates of others in the coming apocalypse. When Lin Feng mentioned the urgent need to head to the Great Mao Kingdom for important business, Xiaolan's face instantly changed from warmth to coldness. She abruptly sat up in bed, the silk blanket slipping down, revealing her smooth shoulder and graceful back curve, her originally charming face now filled with grievance and anger, her voice sharp. "Lin Feng. What do you mean? You want to use me up and then run away, right? I knew it, not a single good man among you." She grabbed a pillow and threw it at Lin Feng, her chest heaving with agitation, her eyes slightly reddening, appearing quite sincere. Lin Feng easily caught the pillow, amused by her demeanor, though his face displayed a helpless expression as he explained, "Where are your thoughts wandering to? I genuinely have matters to attend to in the Great Mao Kingdom. With such a significant investment in the underground market and villa, we need to introduce some special equipment and rare goods that are hard to obtain domestically to make a grand success and attract high-end clients. This is crucial for our future business." He deliberately emphasized the word "our." Xiaolan looked at him with skepticism, her anger somewhat diminished but still pouting. "Really? Not avoiding me?" "Of course not." Lin Feng sat by the bed, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, feeling the smoothness and warmth of her skin. "Why not come with me? Think of it as a business trip and a little fun on the side." Xiaolan's eyes brightened but then dimmed again as she mumbled, "What would I do? I don't understand your business." Suddenly she seemed to recall something, lifting her head with a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "Right. Lin Feng, I was a martial arts major in college and participated in an international student martial arts exchange competition. I'd been to the Great Mao Kingdom. I even made a few local friends there and were on good terms. Perhaps I could help you." "Oh." Lin Feng was genuinely surprised and intrigued. "This time you have connections. Tell me about them." Seeing Lin Feng's interest, Xiaolan perked up, leaning against him as if seeking praise. "One of them is named Ivan Ivanovich, a very straightforward guy. His family seems quite influential. Once while drunk he told me that his brother is a major figure in the North Caucasus with quite a wild reputation. It seems there's nothing his brother can't obtain. A major figure in the North Caucasus. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This was simply a match made in heaven. He had been worried about how to find a reliable and powerful supplier of arms and contraband in the Great Mao Kingdom. Xiaolan's connection was worth its weight in gold. A suitable surprise appeared on his face as he hugged Xiaolan tightly. Great. Lan, you have truly helped me tremendously this time. Let's go. Let's book the tickets right away. Seeing how much Lin Feng valued the information she provided, Xiaolan was instantly overjoyed, her previous little grievances evaporating as she immediately got up, twisting her slender waist and perky hips, happily preparing her luggage. A few days later, Lin Feng and Xiaolan set foot on the land of the Great Mao Kingdom. The air here carried a hint of sharpness and ruggedness, and the architectural style was vastly different from that of their homeland. Following the contact information provided by Xiaolan, they met Ivan Ivanovich in a stylish bar that seemed to have an unusual background. Ivan was a typical Slavic giant, nearly 2 meters tall, robust as a brown bear, sporting a thick beard and wearing a tight black t-shirt that barely contained his bulging muscles. Upon seeing Xiaolan, he opened his large hand, letting out a booming laugh, and gave her an enthusiastic bear hug. Xia! My Eastern Rose. Long time no see. His Great Mao accent was thick and his gaze then turned to Lin Feng with scrutiny. And this is? Ivan, this is my boyfriend Lin Feng. Xiaolan introduced in fluent Great Mao, her tone filled with pride. He's here to connect with your brother for a big business deal. Ivan raised his rugged eyebrows and extended his hair-covered hand to shake Lin Feng's, exerting a firm grip, seemingly testing him. Lin Feng remained unflustered as the same stable and powerful force passed through his hand, causing a flicker of surprise in Ivan's eyes. Lin. Xia's boyfriend is my friend. Ivan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, grinning widely to reveal his slightly yellowed smoke-stained teeth. However, my brother Alexei Ivanovich doesn't do just any business. What do you want? Lin Feng did not beat around the bush, staring directly into Ivan's eyes, speaking in the slightly stiff but clear Great Mao he had practiced. Ivan, I need weapons, a large quantity of weapons, from handguns to automatic rifles, even more powerful stuff. Also antibiotics, surgical instruments, anesthetics, all the medicines and equipment needed on the battlefield. The quantity is large. Upon hearing this, Ivan's smile faded slightly, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly assessing his background and sincerity. After a moment he nodded and took out his phone. Direct enough. I like it, he said while dialing. My brother Alexei is in the Caucasus. People call him the Wolf of the Caucasus. As long as your rubles or dollars are sufficient, he can indeed procure anything you want, even tanks, if you can get them transported. Wait for my call. Watching Ivan step aside to speak in hushed tones, Lin Feng knew that the goal of his trip was now within reach. The Wolf of the Caucasus. Excellent, what he needed was precisely this kind of beast that roamed beyond the rules. Hearing Ivan mention US dollars, Lin Feng shook his head, his tone calm yet firm. Ivan, I do not have US dollars, only renminbi. But I can settle in renminbi at a 10% markup based on the market price. Ivan's thick brows knitted together, clearly more accustomed to the hard currency of US dollars. Yet watching Lin Feng's unwavering gaze and the slightly anxious and expectant look from Xiaolan beside him, he pondered the potential immense profit from this deal. Stroking his stubbled chin, he finally nodded. All right, my friend. Renminbi will do. After all, you are Xia's boyfriend. He clapped Lin Feng's shoulder with great force, still intimidatingly strong. My brother is willing to meet you. In 2 days at the same place, he'll take you to see him. In the following 2 days, Lin Feng kept himself busy. Through Ivan's connections, he quickly rented a huge and secluded warehouse in an industrial area far from the city center and close to the freight railway, using cash as a temporary location for receiving goods. 2 days later, under Ivan's guidance, Lin Feng and Xiaolan encountered the legendary Caucasian wolf Alexei Ivanovich in a heavily guarded private club. Alexei was even more robust than Ivan, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit that could not conceal the explosive sense of power beneath. He had a pair of gray-blue eyes resembling those of a Siberian wolf, sharp and cold, filled with an oppressive aura of authority. Seated on a wide leather sofa, he resembled a beast perched upon a throne. A mere glance at Lin Feng sent a shiver through Xiaolan, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to Lin Feng, her ample bosom brushing against his arm. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed, meeting Alexei's gaze with calmness. He directly explained his intentions and the list of required supplies in fluent Russian, once again emphasizing payment in renminbi and the 10% markup. Alexei listened quietly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp. Young man, you have quite an appetite. Money is not an issue. But I need to know that you are not trying to attract the attention of the Federal Security Service. Lin Feng had anticipated this question and was well prepared with a fabricated story about an overseas private security company, his eyes sincere and logic clear. Meanwhile he subtly signaled Xiaolan, who immediately assisted with her alluring smile infused with Eastern charm and fluent Russian, helping to ease the atmosphere. Alexei's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Feng and Xiaolan, and eventually he seemed to accept Lin Feng's explanation, or rather the 10% profit. He nodded slightly. The items on the list will be ready within 3 days and delivered to your designated warehouse. Payment upon delivery. Deal. Lin Feng extended his hand. Alexei also reached out his large calloused scarred hand and they shook firmly. 3 days later, late at night. Outside the secluded warehouse rented by Lin Feng, several unmarked heavy trucks quietly rolled in. Under the watchful eyes of Ivan and several stoic portly men, a large number of wooden crates were swiftly unloaded, filling half the warehouse. Lin Feng personally inspected the goods, opening several crates to reveal shiny new A-74M assault rifles exuding the smell of gun oil, cases of ammunition, RPG-7 rocket launchers, and even several PM general-purpose machine guns. In another area, various precious medical supplies specified by Lin Feng were piled high, including antibiotics, anesthetics, surgical instruments, sutures, and disinfectants. Lin Feng was ecstatic inside yet maintained his calm demeanor. According to the agreement, he handed several large suitcases filled with renminbi to Ivan. After counting, Ivan spoke a few words into his earpiece, then grinned at Lin Feng. Pleasure doing business, friend. I hope to work with you again next time. Once the transaction was complete, Ivan and his associates quickly departed, leaving behind a mountain of arms and medicines in the warehouse. Lin Feng did not leave immediately. After confirming that no one was watching, he walked to the center of the warehouse and took a deep breath. Concentrate. In an instant, all the wooden boxes and crates in the warehouse, along with the weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies inside, vanished without a trace, as if devoured by an invisible giant mouth, all absorbed into the vast space warehouse of the system, properly categorized and stored. Having completed all this, Lin Feng curled his lips into a cold smile. The next morning, Lin Feng rushed into the local police station wearing a face of panic and anger, using broken Russian and body language to report that the warehouse he rented had been robbed last night. Inside were precision mechanical parts and high-end medical consumables worth billions of rubles, all vanished without a trace. When the police arrived at the scene and saw the empty warehouse with not a single hair left behind, they exchanged glances and could only file a report, but this was destined to be a case without a head. At this moment, Lin Feng had already wrapped his arms around a still shaken Xiaolan, who was tightly nestled against him, boarding a flight back home. Xiaolan, dressed in a fitted cashmere sweater and a body-hugging skirt, showcased her fiery figure. Leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, she felt the reassuring aura and strength emanating from him, her eyes filled with dependence. The plane wove through the clouds. Lin Feng held Xiaolan close, closing his eyes to rest, but his mind was busy calculating. This batch of arms and medicines would be irreplaceable hard currency and a lifeline in the early days of the apocalypse. Although he knew that as the apocalypse progressed with the emergence of mutated beings and stronger enemies, the effectiveness of conventional weapons would greatly diminish. During the initial chaotic period of blood moons, possessing overwhelming firepower meant having the authority of order and survival. At least in the early stages, it will be enough for me to establish my foothold and settle some old scores. Lin Feng chuckled coldly in his heart, instinctively tightening his arms, causing Xiaolan to emit a tempting whimper. He opened his eyes, gazing at the rapidly passing sea of clouds outside the window, his eyes sharp as a blade. The time to go home had arrived. The stage for the apocalypse was nearly set. And he would be the most terrifying director and protagonist in this bloody feast. After returning from the Great Mao Kingdom with a full load, Lin Feng's pace of life seemed to slow down, yet it became more fulfilling. The renovation projects for the villa and underground mall progressed day and night with the backing of capital. He only needed to occasionally hear reports from Ma Lily and the foreman through phone or video calls. The real focus shifted to the preparations for the final sprint. Daily systematic check-ins were unwavering and points steadily accumulated. The material requirements for the daily tasks were bizarrely varied, from special steel to rare chemical materials. Lin Feng managed them all with his substantial funds and vast storage space, steadily advancing towards a volume of 20,000 cubic meters. During the day, he spent most of his time in the living room of the presidential suite, engaging in high-intensity physical training and combat skill learning with Xiaolan. Xiaolan, being a professional, imparted practical martial arts techniques, grappling skills, and the essence of close-quarters combat to Lin Feng without reservation. Sweat soaked the expensive carpet, their bodies intertwined, and the sound of their breath echoed in the spacious living room. Dressed in a tight sports tank top, Xiaolan's ample bosom rose and fell with the intense movements, and her shapely hips, wrapped in form-fitting pants, created an enticing curve. She was astonished to discover that Lin Feng's learning ability and physical prowess were simply inhuman. Many complex techniques he often grasped at once, with strikes so powerful that she struggled to counter. His robust physique and abundant energy left her heart racing even as she instructed him. That afternoon, after finishing a round of close-quarters grappling practice, Xiaolan found herself pinned beneath Lin Feng, their breaths mingling, and a hint of ambiguity sparked between their gazes. Xiaolan's cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy, just about to say something when suddenly click. The door lock of the suite sounded, and Ma Lily, dressed in a brand new Chanel outfit and carrying shopping bags, cheerfully pushed the door open. Brother Lin Feng. I'm back. Look at what I bought. Her voice abruptly halted and her smile instantly froze. She stared wide-eyed at the carpet where Lin Feng and Xiaolan were almost piled together, especially at Xiaolan's nearly half-naked sizzling figure and Lin Feng's dominating posture over her. An uncontrollable surge of anger and jealousy rushed to her head. She threw down her shopping bag's designer items and clothes scattered across the floor, her chest heaving violently as she pointed at Xiaolan and shouted, "Who is she?" "Brother Lin Feng. How could she be here?" Xiaolan was also startled by this sudden change, instinctively wanting to push Lin Feng away and get up. However, Lin Feng maintained his suppressive posture, merely turning his head slightly to look at the trembling Ma Lily, his expression devoid of any embarrassment, instead carrying a hint of playful amusement. "Lily, you're back. This is Xiaolan, my personal trainer." His tone was as calm as if introducing a piece of furniture. "Does a personal trainer need to teach in bed?" Ma Lily's voice carried a sobbing tone, her eyes reddening instantly. She had thought she was the unique mistress, only to discover that Lin Feng had such a woman by his side with a figure and looks that rivaled hers and an athletic wildness she lacked. Seeing her aggrieved yet hesitant to truly confront the situation, unwilling to part with the lavish life Lin Feng provided, he understood. He slowly got up, also pulling Xiaolan up with him. He offered no explanation or comfort, instead stepping in front of Ma Lily, grasping her smooth chin and forcing her to look up at him, his gaze deep and carrying a hint of irresistible dominance. "Lily, Xiaolan. From now on you are both my women. Do you understand?" His words were direct and domineering, leaving no room for negotiation. Ma Lily was stunned and Xiaolan widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. The two women exchanged glances, seeing a complex array of emotions in each other's eyes: jealousy, reluctance, but more so a compromise in the face of overwhelming power and material security, even a faint thrill at being possessed by such a dominant man. Watching the two women remain silent yet not vehemently oppose him, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He said no more, directly extending his arms, one for each, pulling Ma Lily and Xiaolan into his embrace simultaneously. In the luxurious presidential suite, the springtime was boundless. After a long while, the storm subsided. Ma Lily lay limply on the disordered large bed like a puddle of mud, her body drenched in sweet sweat, her gaze dazed with a hint of incredulous fear as she gasped, her voice trembling, "Brother Lin Feng. Did you take something? You can't take it recklessly. It's bad for your health." Next to her, Xiaolan also felt utterly soft, sensing the lingering, thrilling aftershocks within her body as she gazed at Lin Feng's still vigorous muscular form filled with explosive energy, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. She recalled that when she first assessed Lin Feng's physique, it was quite average. How long had it been? How could he be this strong? It was simply beyond human physiological limits. Lin Feng gazed at the two alluring bodies beside him, listening to Ma Lily's concerned yet perhaps more worried cries about whether he could satisfy them in the future, and Xiaolan's incredulous gaze. A wave of indescribable satisfaction and desire for control surged within him. Of course he hadn't taken anything. All of this was thanks to that bottle of beginner energy liquid and the relentless training day after day, pushing his overall attributes to nearly the 80 mark without him realizing it. This was almost 8 times the peak value of an ordinary human. The natural result was an all-around transcendence, including endurance and strength in certain aspects. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Feng smiled faintly, brushing aside Ma Lily's sweat-drenched hair, then patting Xiaolan's smooth back. "You both will get used to it." He leaned against the headboard, embracing one on each side, savoring the wonderful taste of power. With the apocalypse approaching, he not only possessed the capital for survival but also enjoyed the dividends of strength in advance. 2 months slipped by in the midst of intense preparation, training, and seductive maneuvering. When the construction team leader handed 2 heavy sets of keys to Lin Feng, one for the mountaintop villa and the other for the underground fortress, and respectfully declared that the project was fully completed and passed inspection, Lin Feng knew that the final phase of preparation had come to an end. He brought Ma Lily and Xiaolan to the mountaintop Yunding villa first. From the outside, the originally luxurious villa appeared largely unchanged except for the taller walls and the heavier gate. However, as soon as they stepped inside, a solid and cold aura rushed toward them. The walls were noticeably thickened, producing a dull solid sound when tapped. The windows, which looked like bright floor-to-ceiling panes from the inside, were one-way bulletproof glass from the outside, and hidden alloy bars could fall down at any moment. All the doors had been replaced with heavy bank vault-grade blast doors. "My goodness. Brother Lin Feng, this is not a home, it's simply a fortress." Ma Lily, dressed in a tight-fitting skirt and high heels, gasped in surprise, covering her small mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, feeling both shocked and a sense of security in such a safe environment. She instinctively leaned closer to Lin Feng, her ample bosom lightly brushing against his arm. Xiaolan, on the other hand, wore a sports tank top and yoga pants, showcasing her fit and curvaceous figure. She focused on the details, pushing against the wall with force, then checking the window's closing mechanism, her eyes sparkling with professionalism and wonder. "Lin Feng, the renovation standards here are extraordinarily high. It could likely withstand a strong impact. Here I feel completely secure." Lin Feng smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. He led the two women down to the fully renovated underground mall. The originally empty and dim underground space had undergone a complete transformation. At the entrance were three thick blast doors set in an interlocking manner, and the internal ventilation system operated silently, bringing in fresh air. The space was rationally divided into living areas, storage areas, and energy zones, featuring a massive diesel generator set, battery packs, a control system connecting to external wind and solar power, a water treatment area, and a section equipped with basic medical facilities. The walls and ceilings had been specially reinforced with metallic support structures glinting coldly everywhere. This place is so large and so solid. Ma Lily, looking at the environment resembling an underground military base, excitedly dashed around, the sound of her high heels echoing on the polished floor. Xiaolan was particularly interested in the training area, equipped with various professional fitness equipment, including a standard boxing ring, her eyes sparkling. This place is amazing. Training will be so much more convenient here. After the tour, Lin Feng waved his hand. Let's go to the furniture and appliance stores. Fill this place and the villa to the brim. The following days turned into a shopping spree for the two women. Lin Feng handled the payments while they made the selections. Xiaolan displayed her pragmatic and long-term thinking. She added more professional strength equipment, aerobic devices, and combat gear to the training area. In the living area, she selected a large quantity of comfortable and durable loungewear, high-quality bedding, as well as a massive freezer and food processing station. She even thoughtfully prepared various emergency lights, multifunctional tools, ropes, fire blankets, and other survival items. Lin Feng, look at this multifunctional fitness bench. It can adjust to many angles for working out different parts. And these pure cotton towels and bedding are highly absorbent, skin-friendly, and comfortable for long-term use. These compressed biscuits and military rations may not taste great, but they have a long shelf life and can be very useful in critical moments. As she selected items, she explained earnestly to Lin Feng. Her focused expression and the taut curves of her waist and hips revealed when she bent down to pick items made Lin Feng secretly nod in approval. Meanwhile, Ma Lily fully embraced her hedonistic and trend-seeking nature. She equipped the entertainment area with the latest large-screen TV, top-notch audio equipment, various gaming consoles, and piles of game discs. She meticulously arranged a warm and cozy bedroom, selecting soft carpets, luxurious chandeliers, and a heap of plush toys. She even brought in a professional coffee machine along with an assortment of snacks and drinks, cramming the bar to overflowing. Brother Lin Feng, this game is so much fun. We can play together in the future. This lazy sofa is incredibly comfortable. It's the best for lying down and watching movies. Look at this starry sky projector. It can be so romantic when turned on at night. She linked her arm through Lin Feng's, introducing her trophies in a coy voice, occasionally nudging Lin Feng with her impressive curves as if seeking praise. Watching the formerly cold and solid fortress gradually transform into a space that was both sturdy and filled with the warmth of life and relaxation under the contrasting styles of the two women, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Indeed, having a woman by your side can lead to many details you might overlook on your own. He observed Xiaolan seriously inspecting the generator's spare parts and glanced at Ma Lily, who was eagerly tweaking the gaming equipment, realizing for the first time that bringing them along in the apocalypse might not just be for desire but could also add a splash of color to the long dark times. In the last month, the countdown loomed like the sword of Damocles above his head. Lin Feng unhesitatingly liquidated all his funds in the stock market as well as his remaining capital. A massive influx of capital surged into his account, which he then frantically converted into a variety of survival supplies. This procurement was nothing short of comprehensive and meticulously detailed. From the most basic staples like rice flour, oil, canned goods, dehydrated vegetables, and condiments to various types of batteries, generator fuel, lubricants, and spare parts, from seasonal clothing, shoes, and socks, bedding to daily consumables like toilet paper, toothpaste, and shampoo, from various types of screwdrivers and wrenches to large cutting machines and welding equipment. Lin Feng seemed to have purchased everything imaginable. He even contacted several well-known restaurants in the city, booking a vast quantity of prepared dishes under the pretext of large corporate events that required staggered pickup, spending lavishly. From traditional Chinese banquets and diverse cuisines to Western dishes such as steaks, pizzas, and pasta, as well as convenient fast food like hamburgers and fried chicken, he even included hundreds of self-heating hot pots and various hot pot base ingredients. These meals were carefully packed and transported in refrigerated trucks to the storage area of the underground mall. During the day, trucks came and went incessantly, and the workers were temporary laborers hired at high wages by Lin Feng, unaware of the underlying situation, busily transporting countless supplies into the underground mall, piling them up like mountains. As night fell, Lin Feng would enter alone, his thoughts sweeping across the space, drawing all the supplies, including those that needed refrigeration, into the vast area that had expanded to tens of thousands of cubic meters, categorizing and arranging them neatly. Such large-scale and high-frequency deliveries naturally attracted the attention of the neighbors in the community. Watching the continuous stream of trucks and the dazzling array of goods being moved into the underground mall they had originally looked down upon, some people began to stir restlessly. On that day, several middle-aged women and old men who loved to gossip and take advantage blocked the entrance of the underground mall just in time to encounter Lin Feng and Ma Lily, who were out inspecting. "Hey Lin, what are you up to again? So many good things being moved inside." An Ad Wang with curly hair and a plump figure fixed her gaze on the boxes of imported fruits just brought in by the workers, nearly drooling. Exactly, Lin Feng, we've been neighbors for a long time, you can't possibly eat or use all this stuff, why not share some with us to taste? Yeah, you see, who knows when your mall will open. If things are left too long they'll spoil. Lin Feng remained expressionless, too indifferent to waste words on them. However, Ma Lily instantly entered combat mode. Dressed in a Chanel tweed suit and holding a pricey handbag, her makeup flawless, Ma Lily stepped forward, crossing her arms to accentuate her impressive curves, her eyebrows arched and her cherry lips spat out words as sharp as knives. Oh dear uncles and aunts, your words are quite casual. The things that my brother Lin Feng bought with his money, why should we share them with you? Are you his father or mother? Without waiting for a rebuttal, she continued, firing like a machine gun, spoiling if left too long. Worrying about food we don't need. We enjoy it. Is it wrong to buy and look at it happily? If you have the capability, why don't you go buy it yourselves? Blocking us here, what thick skin you have. Her words were incisive, her presence overwhelming, combined with the pressure of her designer outfit causing the neighbors to choke up, reddening their faces and unable to utter a word. You. How can this little girl speak like that? Exactly, you have no manners at all. Ma Lily scoffed, what manners should I discuss with people like you? Step aside quickly, don't block us from doing business. Saying this, she affectionately linked arms with Lin Feng, strutting like a proud peacock, guiding Lin Feng past the neighbors who now looked pale. Just as they entered the mall, another annoying voice rang out. Hell, Lin Feng, you really know how to stir things up. Zhang Hao appeared from another entrance, draped over by Jia, his face openly mocking. Bai Jia nestled against Zhang Hao, dressed in a revealing slip dress, her gaze towards Lin Feng and Ma Lily filled with jealousy and disdain. Zhang Hao scanned the underground space, which although filled with goods still seemed a bit barren and oppressive, mocking, you spent so much money just to create this shabby place. It's stuffy and dark with no windows, like an underground coffin. Who would come to buy things here? I see your money is going down the drain. Bai Jia chimed in sarcastically, exactly how Gu is right. Lin Feng, have you been fooled? Or are you just not thinking clearly? The ventilation here is definitely poor, it must be uncomfortable to stay for long. Lin Feng paused, casting a cold glance at them as if looking at two buzzing flies. He did not retort nor grow angry, simply curling his lips in a meaningful and icy smile. How could they know that this seemingly oppressive and poorly ventilated underground space had a ventilation system that far exceeded the highest standards, with multiple layers of filtration and even capable of defending against biochemical contamination? They certainly did not know that the still-to-be-activated drainage system was more than sufficient to handle extreme storms and floods. Even if the entire community were submerged, this place would remain an unassailable Noah's Ark. My affairs do not require your concern. Lin Feng casually tossed out a sentence and no longer paid them any attention, continuing to inspect his fortress with Ma Lily. Zhang Hao and Bai Jia were left without satisfaction, watching Lin Feng's complete disregard for them and the provocative gaze from Ma Lily. They could only spit in frustration and leave in defeat. Standing in the center of the mall, Lin Feng looked up at the reinforced dome, his gaze sharp. All the ridicule, doubt and greed would soon be crushed into dust by the harsh reality. And he would coldly observe all of this unfold from within this meticulously crafted fortress. The end of days was entering its final countdown. In the final 10 days, the air seemed to thicken with a sense of impending storm. Lin Feng had already hoarded the majority of supplies, and the space warehouse was filled with a variety of items enough to sustain a small town for several years. Yet in his heart there remained a crucial piece missing, a top-tier combat force capable of standing alone during the early and even mid-stages of the apocalypse, someone loyal and reliable. His target was Leng Hong, known in his past life as the Iceblade Queen. She had once been the ace of a mysterious special forces unit and was later hired as a personal bodyguard by a powerful company executive due to her astonishing skills. After the apocalypse struck, she quickly became the indispensable top enforcer of that power, utilizing her exceptional combat prowess and unwavering loyalty to her boss, cold and efficient like a sharpened blade. What Lin Feng valued was not only her martial prowess but also her unwavering loyalty, which once given would last until death. Such a person was more precious than any resource in the apocalypse. After nearly half a month of spending money and leveraging connections to gather information, Lin Feng finally arranged to meet Leng Hong through a secret intermediary at a high-end private cafe. The afternoon sun filtered through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows on the dark table. Lin Feng arrived early, ordered a cup of black coffee and waited quietly. As the appointed time arrived, a figure appeared punctually at the cafe entrance. She wore a sharply tailored black suit devoid of unnecessary embellishments, perfectly accentuating her tall, fit and curvaceous figure. Beneath her blazer was a crisp white shirt, the collar tightly buttoned, exuding an air of meticulousness. Her long straight legs were clad in understated black low-heeled shoes, her steps steady and soundless. She sat down across from Lin Feng with a clean and efficient movement. Only then did Lin Feng see that her face, while not stunning, possessed distinct features with an aura of strength and coldness that ordinary women lacked. Her skin was a healthy wheat color and her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over Lin Feng with a scrutinizing and vigilant intensity as if she could see through all pretenses. With her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, not a single strand was out of place, and she emanated a powerful aura that warned others to keep their distance, like steel tempered through countless trials. Mr. Lin. Her voice was not loud, bearing a hint of hoarseness, yet remarkably clear, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Miss Ling Hong, a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng set down his coffee cup, meeting her gaze with calmness. My intentions should have been conveyed by the intermediary. I need you to work for me. Lung Hong's lips seemed to twitch slightly, perhaps in a cold smile. Working for my current boss or working for you makes little difference to me. The crux lies in what price you are willing to pay and the rules I must adhere to. She leaned slightly forward, her sharp eyes fixed on Lin Feng as she stated her conditions, emphatically leaving no room for doubt. First, I need a safe and comfortable place to live, not a temporary residence. Second, my 2 younger sisters are currently in high school. I need you to bring them here and arrange for them to enter the best school, ensuring they receive the best education and can finish high school and even university without worries. Third, my parents are in my hometown and are getting old. I need you to provide support to ensure they live without worry and have reliable medical care. Lastly, and most importantly, her gaze suddenly turned incredibly sharp, carrying the iron will and persistence of a soldier, I will not engage in any illegal or immoral activities for you. This is my bottom line. These 4 conditions, especially the last one, were well known in her past life. It was precisely this bottom line that earned her respect from many during the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Feng listened without any expression of surprise on his face, instead revealing a hint of appreciation. What he needed was a loyal blade, not a mindless dog. I accept all your conditions, Lin Feng stated decisively without hesitation. For housing, I can provide a standalone villa on the mountaintop, ensuring absolute safety and comfort. As for your sisters, I will immediately arrange for someone to handle their transfer to the best international high school in the city, and I will cover all expenses. Regarding your parents, I will set up a special fund to ensure they live without worries in their later years, enjoying top-notch medical care. He paused, looking candidly at Long Hong. As for your bottom line of legality, I can assure you that you will not need to cross that line while you are with me. What I require from you is your loyalty and your abilities to deal with the special situations that may arise in the future. Long Hong listened carefully to every word Lin Feng said, observing every subtle change in his expression. She sensed that the young man before her was not speaking empty words. The certainty in his tone and the hinted immense energy hinted that he might indeed possess the capability to fulfill all his promises. Moreover, he seemed to have anticipated her bottom line of legality and expressed respect for it. A long silence ensued. Lang Hong's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her coffee cup, her mind evidently engaged in intense deliberation. Working for her current boss came with generous pay, but ultimately she was still a bodyguard, and the well-being of her sisters and parents was her greatest concern. Lin Feng's offer presented a complete resolution to her worries, seemingly leading to a cleaner future. Finally, she raised her head, her sharpness softening, replaced by a resolute determination. She extended her right hand, a hand defined by prominent joints marked with fine scars yet remarkably steady. Boss. Lung Hong, at your service. Lin Feng extended his hand, shaking hers firmly. The moment their hands met, he felt a chill and hardness infused with explosive power. Welcome aboard, Lung Hong. Lin Feng revealed a sincere smile. The Iceblade Queen was now in his grasp. The apocalypse was about to arrive. The 100th day. When Lin Feng awoke in the soft king-sized bed of the presidential suite, he need not check the date. An inexplicable premonition had already informed him that today was the day. As he had done for the past 99 days, he first communicated with the civilization matrix system in his mind. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Points gained 500. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 consecutive days of sign-in. Hidden achievement unlocked, unyielding spirit. Immediately after, the daily task interface refreshed, revealing a task that made Lin Feng's pupils constrict. Final task: establish the foundation of hope. Task requirements: establish a sustainable ecological soilless cultivation farm. Task reward: space warehouse upgraded to infinite space, unlocking special item primordial spirit fruit in the marketplace. Primordial spirit fruit. Even with Lin Feng's reborn mentality, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Infinite space meant he would no longer worry about storing resources and could truly hoard everything without restraint. And the primordial spirit fruit, just by the name one could tell it was no ordinary item, likely the key to enhancing power or even awakening abilities in the apocalypse. Finally. This moment has arrived. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. With no other matters today, he decided to complete this final task immediately. He called upon Ma Lily Xiaolan and the newly joined seemingly invisible guardian Long Hong. Ma Lily wore a pink princess dress today, looking adorable and bouncing as she linked arms with Lin Feng. Xiaolan was dressed in a sleek sports outfit accentuating her curvy figure, her eyes filled with curiosity about Lin Feng's decision, while Long Hong as always was in a meticulously tailored black suit, her expression stern, moving silently, her sharp gaze habitually scanning the surroundings like the most loyal sentinel. The four of them arrived at the underground market, which was already fortified like an impregnable fortress. Lin Feng walked straight towards a designated open area approximately 300 square meters in size. "Right here, build an ecological soilless cultivation farm," Lin Feng issued the command. The workers, already prepared, immediately began to act. They brought in specially designed multi-layer cultivation racks, nutrient solution circulation systems, artificial grow lights, temperature and humidity controllers, and various seeds that Lin Feng had stockpiled in advance. Ma Lily curiously watched the busy workers, fascinated by the shiny tubes and pipes. Xiaolan was more focused on the principles, asking the technicians about light and nutrient ratios, while Long Hong stood quietly at the entrance like a guardian, ensuring no disturbances. Lin Feng personally participated in the installation and debugging of the critical components. As the final nutrient solution circulation system emitted a faint humming sound and the pale green nutrient liquid began to flow slowly through the transparent pipes, the top grow lights emitted a warm glow resembling sunlight, and the entire farm seemed to be infused with life. Ding! Final task completed. Successfully established an ecological soilless cultivation farm. Task rewards have been issued. Space warehouse upgraded to infinite space. Unlocking special item primordial spirit fruit. At the moment the system prompt echoed in his mind, Lin Feng felt as if his consciousness instantaneously merged into an endless void. The previously several tens of thousands of cubic meters of spatial barriers vanished, replaced by a mysterious feeling of the larger the heart, the larger the space. True infinite space. At the same time, 3 seeds emitting faint chaotic glows the size of Longan with surfaces covered in mysterious patterns appeared in a corner of the space. Suppressing the immediate urge to study the spirit fruit seeds, Lin Feng arranged for the technicians to maintain the farm before leading the 3 women back to the villa. In the afternoon he continued his unwavering physical training with Xiaolan. In the well-equipped training room of the villa, sweat poured down, muscles tensed. Xiaolan was astonished to find that Lin Feng's condition today seemed particularly different, as if flames were burning deep in his eyes, every movement carrying an uncontainable sense of power akin to that before a volcanic eruption. The training concluded by evening. The once clear sky had been completely covered by heavy lead gray clouds, the light rapidly dimming, and the air was suffused with a stifling heat and humidity. Suddenly a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed closely by a deafening thunder. Boom! After the thunder, large raindrops began to fall, pattering against the reinforced windows and roof of the villa, soon merging into a curtain of rain, blurring the vision. The torrential rain had arrived as predicted. Lin Feng pushed open the window of the training room and a gust of cold wind carrying the scent of earth and moisture rushed in. He stood by the window, allowing the icy raindrops blown by the wind to hit his face, watching the city outside enveloped in the downpour, gradually descending into chaos and darkness. Ma Lily, frightened by the thunder, let out a scream and rushed over to tightly hug Lin Feng's waist from behind, burying her face in his sturdy back. Xiaolan also approached the window, observing the sudden violent weather, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lang Hong stood like a statue in the shadows of the room, her gaze vigilantly fixed on the outside. Lin Feng paid no heed to the reactions of the women behind him, his gaze pierced through the curtain of rain as if he could see the blood-red moon quietly appearing behind the clouds. A cold, cruel smile curved at the corners of his mouth, imbued with endless anticipation. Finally. It's here. The torrential rain showed no signs of letting up, pouring relentlessly for a full 7 days. The sky seemed to have been pierced dark and gloomy as rain cascaded like an unending waterfall. The city streets transformed into murky rivers with standing water generally exceeding 30 centimeters in depth, while low-lying areas were completely submerged and vehicles floated in the water like toys. The drainage system was overwhelmed and the entire city was nearly paralyzed. The television and online news were filled with unsettling reports. Across the sea, the Sakura Federation suffered from its aging water management infrastructure, leading to multiple dam breaches under such extreme weather, causing catastrophic floods. Official rescue efforts were slow and ineffective, and in some regions horrifying incidents of looting and rioting had begun, with order rapidly collapsing. Meanwhile, the Huaxian nation demonstrated remarkable organizational ability and cohesion. The official emergency response mechanism was in full operation, and the people's soldiers braved the rain and floods, navigating rescue boats to every corner in need, disciplined and efficient. Although the disaster was severe, under strong control, social order remained generally stable with no large-scale chaos yet. However, feelings of panic continue to spread. The most direct manifestation was the rush at major supermarkets and shopping malls, where daily necessities, especially food and drinking water, saw visible price increases and shelves were emptied at an alarming rate. In the WeChat group of Lin Feng's residential community, chaos had already erupted. Heaven, how long is this rain going to last? We're running out of rice at home. The supermarket is packed, I can't even get in, and the prices are outrageous. Lin Feng Shaolin. Didn't you finish your underground market a while ago? You must have stocked up plenty of goods, right? Open up for business quickly. We're all neighbors, please help us. Yes, yes. Linfeng, hurry up and open the door, we're all waiting to buy things. Brother Linfeng, saving people is like saving a fire. The prices are negotiable. Messages tagging Linfeng flooded the screen, the tone shifting from initial negotiation to growing urgency, even carrying a hint of moral coercion. In a villa atop the mountain, Linfeng lounged on a genuine leather sofa while Ma Lily curled up beside him like a kitten, feeding him grapes with her delicate fingers. Xiaolan was doing soothing yoga in the adjacent fitness area, her fitted yoga attire accentuating her perfect-shaped figure. Lung Hong stood by the window with the best view, like a cold statue, silently observing the world shrouded in torrential rain. Linfeng picked up his phone, gazing at the familiar yet strange avatars and anxious words in the group, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his lips. He typed a leisurely response, "Dear neighbors, it's not that I am unwilling to open the door. It's just that the rain is too heavy. As everyone knows, the terrain of our underground market is quite low, although we have waterproofed it. The standing water outside is too deep and there is already serious seepage." Attached is a photo taken from inside showing some water deliberately splashed near the entrance, making it look damp. Many goods inside have been soaked and the electrical circuits are affected. Opening now not only makes it impossible to operate but also poses safety risks. For everyone's safety, I sincerely apologize. Once the rain stops and the water recedes, we will repair it promptly and reopen. As the message was sent, the group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into more complaints and disappointment. Ha! Seepage. How could that happen? It's over, what are we going to do now? Linfeng, are you just unwilling to sell to us? What a pathetic excuse. Some questioned, but that photo of the seepage seemed somewhat convincing. More people fell into deeper anxiety. Ma Lily leaned over to look at the phone screen, pouting her full red lips, uttering disdainful words. "Humph, a bunch of ingrates. They mocked Brother Linfeng before and now they're coming to us for help." Xiaolan also paused her movements, wiped her sweat and walked to the sofa. Her curves radiated the heat of post-exercise, looking at Linfeng with a hint of understanding in her eyes. "You anticipated this situation, didn't you?" Linfeng did not answer, merely holding Ma Lily tighter, his gaze once again directed outside the window. The torrential rain poured down, striking the world and washing away the essence of humanity. This was merely the beginning. The true despair and chaos lay ahead. And he, already well prepared in this solid fortress, was ready to watch everything with cold indifference and strike a fatal blow to certain individuals at any moment. His underground market remained untouched by the rain, with supplies piled up like mountains and ample energy. However, he would never open that door of survival for these indifferent neighbors from his past life. The torrential rain outside continued unabated, showing no signs of letting up. Instead, the wind began to rise, wailing like the cries of ghosts, heralding an even fiercer storm on the horizon. Linfeng gazed at the overcast sky, knowing the time had come. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed Su Wangqing's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, the background noise somewhat chaotic with the distinct sounds of activity from the kitchen. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Su Wangqing's voice remained clear, yet it bore a hint of undeniable fatigue and tension. Clearly, the Yushan Pavilion was also affected by the rain and the scarcity of supplies. "Chef Su, I apologize for the intrusion once more." Linfeng's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "You should be well aware of the current situation. I will ask you one last time, are you willing to come here and be my personal chef? I assure you that you and those you care about will receive the safest refuge and ample provisions." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Su Wangqing's apologetic yet still stubborn voice came through. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely appreciate your invitation once again. However, the Yushan Pavilion has shown me great kindness and President Wang has treated me well. At this time I cannot abandon this place and leave alone." "I'm sorry." Linfeng had anticipated her response. Gratitude often binds many in chains, especially when order still holds. "Gratitude." Linfeng chuckled lightly, the sound chilling against the storm outside. "Chef Su, I admire your loyalty. How about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Su Wangqing was taken aback. "Exactly." Linfeng moved to the window, watching the trees being torn by the gale. "According to the information I have this afternoon, Typhoon Poseidon will make landfall in our city with wind speeds expected to exceed level 16. By then, many buildings, especially structures like the Yushan Pavilion that have not been specially reinforced, are likely to suffer severe damage or even collapse." He paused, his tone becoming profound. "Let's wager on this typhoon. If after the typhoon the Yushan Pavilion is damaged and unable to operate normally, or if President Wang can no longer ensure your safety, then you will accept the bet and come here immediately. If the Yushan Pavilion and President Wang remain unharmed, I will no longer disturb you and you may stay there." "How about that?" Su Wangqing gasped. "On the other end, level 16 typhoon." She instinctively looked out at the dreadful weather, her heart racing. Lin Feng's tone was too assured, as if stating an established fact. "Alright, I'll take your bet." Su Wanqing bit her lip and agreed. She did not believe things could turn that dire. It felt more like a test of her resolve. "Great, keep your phone on," Lin Feng said, then hung up. He set down the satellite phone, turning his gaze toward the figure that had stood like a shadow in the corner of the living room. Long Hong. Today she wore a black combat suit that allowed for easy movement. Though tightly fitted, it still revealed the astonishing power contained within her delicate frame, with a full and perky bust and a slender yet strong waist. "Long Hong," Lin Feng spoke. "Boss." Lang Hong stepped forward immediately, her posture straight and her gaze sharp. "You need to leave right away and bring your parents and 2 younger sisters to this villa." Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable tone of command. "The weather is about to change, a real change. This place will be one of the safest havens in the future." Upon hearing this, a noticeable ripple of emotion crossed Long Hong's stern face for the first time. She was momentarily taken aback, and then her sharp eyes suddenly sparkled with disbelief and a hint of uncontainable excitement. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to proactively offer to shelter her family at such a time. This meant that the boss truly regarded her as a core member and considered her greatest concerns. "Yes, boss. Thank you, boss." Long Hong's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Without any hesitation and with no time to change out of her combat suit, she deeply bowed to Lin Feng and then, like a flash of black lightning, sprinted out of the villa, her figure quickly disappearing into the heavy rain. Her movements were swift and efficient. A few hours later, a modified high-performance off-road vehicle burst through the rain and drove back to the villa. Lung Hong emerged from the vehicle with her parents and 2 younger sisters, who were still dressed in their school uniforms, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and curiosity. Her parents were typical unassuming elderly folk, their faces etched with anxiety. The 2 younger sisters were youthful and beautiful, inheriting their sister's excellent genes, yet at this moment they appeared somewhat bewildered by the adverse weather and the abrupt relocation. Lin Feng instructed Ma Lili and Xiaolan to assist in properly settling Lung Hong's family in the spacious and comfortable guest rooms on the ground floor of the villa, providing them with hot meals and clean clothes. Watching her family being settled, the tension that had gripped Lung Hong began to ease. She approached Lin Feng once more. This time her gaze reflected not only the loyalty and reverence from before, but also a profound sense of gratitude and determination. "Boss, my life, Lung Hong, will belong to you from now on." Her voice was low yet heavy with significance. Lin Feng nodded, saying nothing further. At this moment most of the personnel were gathered in the villa. The fortress was sturdy, the supplies were abundant, and the combat strength was united. Outside, the storm raged on, and Typhoon Poseidon approached with the ferocity to destroy all. The true prelude to the apocalypse was about to sound. The Typhoon Poseidon, true to its name, unleashed a divine fury as it struck this coastal city Hoarding. By the afternoon, the sky had plunged into complete darkness, as if night had come early. The howling wind transformed from a mere whimper into a deafening roar. The torrential rain swept up by the gale no longer fell vertically but became icy blades of water, slashing horizontally and mercilessly striking everything in its path. Standing before the reinforced villa window, even through the thick bulletproof glass, one could feel the heart-pounding vibrations and the thunderous roars. Boom! In the distance, an old residential building's billboard groaned under the strain of the wind before being torn away entirely, tumbling through the air like a massive metal kite, its fragments scattering everywhere. Crash! Closer in, the towering trees in the neighborhood, having grown for decades, were ruthlessly battered by the wind, their sturdy branches snapping like matchsticks, some even uprooted, entirely crashing down onto nearby houses and vehicles. Unreinforced windows shattered one after another under the pressure of the wind and the impact of flying debris, sending shards of glass pouring inward like hail. The streets were already deserted as waves of water were whipped up by the furious wind. Cars parked by the roadside were flipped and collided like toys, their alarms ringing out only to be quickly drowned by the sounds of the wind. A thick streetlight pole emitted a painful metallic screech before suddenly snapping from its base, crashing down like a giant spear, accompanied by sizzling electric sparks. The entire city seemed to be undergoing a cataclysmic baptism, the traces of civilization appearing so fragile in the face of nature's wrath. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the rain curtain and the distance, landing on the imperial dining hall where he had once savored a lavish banquet. The hall, in pursuit of an antique aesthetic, was constructed with a plethora of wooden structures and retro decorations. In the face of this destructive force, these exquisite wooden materials became fatal weaknesses. Creak! Boom! The heavy wooden eaves were forcefully lifted and torn apart by the wind, with the tiles flying like cannonballs towards the street. The beautifully carved window frames twisted and shattered under the wind's pressure. The main structure groaned in agony, with some areas beginning to tilt and collapse. Once a symbol of exquisite cuisine and luxury, it had suddenly been reduced to a scene of devastation. By a cruel twist of fate, or perhaps due to Lin Feng's foresight, General Manager Wang of the Imperial Dining Hall, worried about the situation inside, dared to drive towards the hotel at the peak of the typhoon's fury. At an intersection not far from the dining hall, the streetlight pole torn down by the wind struck the roof of his car without deviation. By the time the rescue personnel arrived with great difficulty, the vehicle was severely deformed and General Manager Wang had already lost all vital signs. After the typhoon, the scene was one of utter devastation. The city appeared as though it had been trampled by a giant beast, with broken walls, flowing water and cries for help echoing everywhere. Su Wanqing stood before the ruins of the imperial dining hall, her expensive chef's uniform stained with mud and dust, her once neatly tied long hair now disheveled with a few strands sticking to her pale colorless cheeks. As she gazed at the devastation before her, listening to the confirmation of General Manager Wang's unfortunate demise, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away, her delicate body swaying slightly, nearly losing her balance. Her once focused and clear eyes, filled with determination for cooking, were now brimming with disbelief, sorrow, and a sense of bewilderment at her shattered dreams. A wager was made. And lost. With General Manager Wang gone and the imperial dining hall destroyed, the kindness and platform she had held onto were utterly obliterated in the face of this natural disaster. She recalled Lin Feng's resolute tone, the seemingly absurd wager, and his final words, "Keep the phone lines open." A chill crawled up her spine. It was as if that man had foreseen everything. Shaking, she took out her phone, the screen shattered but still functional. She found that number and dialed. The call was quickly connected and Lin Feng's calm voice came through, as if all the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. "Chef Su, it seems I have one." Su Wanqing closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the air filled with dampness and the scent of destruction. When she opened them again, though sadness remained, there was also a hint of resolute acceptance. "Yes, you won. Mr. Lin, please tell me the address. I accept my loss." The remnants of Typhoon Poseidon had not yet completely dissipated. The sky remained gloomy, with drizzle falling intermittently, although the winds had significantly calmed, allowing vehicles to pass with difficulty. The city lay in ruins and the rescue and cleanup efforts were slowly unfolding. However, standing on the terrace of the villa's top floor, Lin Feng felt an unusual chill rapidly gathering in the air, his gaze as cold and hard as iron. He knew that this brief calm was merely a prelude to a more brutal disaster. Less than 12 hours after the typhoon, a terrifying global temperature drop was imminent, and the true era of extreme cold would instantaneously freeze this land already ravaged by disaster. He had to seize the last opportunity. He immediately took out his satellite phone and dialed a number. It was a custom modification factory for special vehicles that he had contacted through special channels months ago. "It's me, Lin Feng. The goods I ordered earlier now immediately, all of them, need to be delivered to my designated address, the underground garage of the mountaintop villa." His tone was unequivocal, carrying a sense of urgency. A respectful response came from the other end of the line. "Understood, Mr. Lin. The vehicles are already prepared and we will set off immediately." A few hours later, a deep and powerful engine roar struggled to penetrate the heavy damp air after the rain, capturing the attention of residents, clearing mud and debris from in front of their homes or staring blankly at the ruins. A convoy composed of heavy-duty trailers and specialized transport vehicles slowly entered the community, heading straight towards the mountaintop villa. When these behemoths stopped at the unusually wide and sturdy entrance of the villa's underground garage, the onlookers erupted in gasps and discussions. The first to be unloaded were 3 exceptional off-road vehicles that resembled steel beasts. The vehicles were clearly reinforced with high chassis, broad tires featuring aggressive treads, windows tinted to near opacity, and equipped with powerful spotlights and luggage racks on the roof, exuding an aura of ruggedness, solidity, and indestructibility. Next were 5 sleek high-tech snowmobiles. They boasted wide tracks and unique sled-style front forks, clearly designed for icy environments, lightweight yet swift. Finally, there was a specialized mobile home that resembled a moving fortress. The vehicle was impressively long, also reinforced, equipped with large fuel water tanks, external solar panels, and satellite communication antennas, resembling a self-sufficient miniature mobile base. These expensive, powerful special vehicles formed a stark and glaring contrast against the surrounding dilapidated environment. The crowd of onlookers erupted in a flurry of conversation. "My God! What kind of vehicles are these? They look so impressive. How much do they cost? Lin Feng must have struck it rich. Bah! What are you showing off for? In such chaotic times, driving these vehicles out is just asking for trouble," sneered a middle-aged man, his face contorted with jealousy. "Exactly. With that money, it would be better to share it with everyone and buy some food and necessities." "Such heartlessness towards the poor," echoed a woman with crossed arms, her eyes filled with envy and animosity. "Let's see how long he can flaunt it." Various jeers, envy, and even malicious curses were openly directed at him. Ma Lily was just at the garage entrance directing the vehicles, and upon hearing these comments, her brows furrowed in fury, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically. Just as she was about to retort, Lin Feng, who had appeared behind her without her noticing, gently held her back. Lin Feng did not even glance at the murmuring neighbors. His calm gaze scanned the vehicles that would play a crucial role in the impending extreme cold and apocalypse, much like a general reviewing his soldiers. No need to pay attention to them, he said lightly to Ma Lily before turning and stepping into the garage. Unlike those neighbors who only knew how to gossip, Lin Feng noticed that among the crowd some people's expressions grew even more serious and anxious upon seeing these vehicles. They hurriedly left, either rushing to the little supermarket that had long been cleared out or returning home to gather their belongings, clearly realizing the deeper crisis and making a last futile attempt to stock up. But it was already too late. Lin Feng watched as the last snowmobile was securely parked in the spacious underground garage, forming a small specialized convoy alongside the off-road vehicle and the mobile home. He personally pressed the heavy alloy doors closure button for the garage. Boom! The muffled sound cut off the external clamor, jealousy, and confusion. Inside the warm villa, Xiaolan was checking the generator and heating system. Long Hong was vigilantly inspecting all entrances. Ma Lily sat angrily on the sofa while Su Wanqing, who had just arrived, looked somewhat shy and bewildered as she surveyed this home, which was so different from her previous understanding. Lin Feng walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the increasingly overcast and chilling sky outside. Outside the sturdy alloy gate of the villa on the mountain top, a crowd of people had gathered. In addition to the gossiping neighbors from before, there were now several property staff members in wet security uniforms, their faces filled with embarrassment. In the bitter wind and rain following the typhoon, they shivered, their faces a mix of anxiety, anger, and a sense of entitlement. Lin Feng, open the door. We know you're inside. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who often prided himself as a member of the community committee, pounded on the cold metal gate, his palms turning red. Exactly. Your house is so big and sturdy, what's wrong with taking in a few old, weak, ill, and disabled people? Do you have no sense of public morality? A woman with curly hair chimed in sharply, holding a small boy who was coughing incessantly, her gaze darting toward the villa. Lin boss, please. My elderly parents can't move well and our house is leaking, we can't stay there. Just let us in to avoid the rain and we'll leave once it stops. A muscular man in a tank top, who seemed helpless at that moment, also pleaded, what are you security guards doing? Quickly let him open the door. We're all neighbors, are you just going to watch us die? Some began to direct their anger at the inept security guards standing by. Inside the villa it was warm as spring. Ma Lily watched the agitated crowd outside through the doorbell monitor, her small face flushed with anger as she clicked her high heels on the floor. How can these people be so shameless? How did they treat us before? Now they have the audacity to come and morally shame us. Xiaolan, dressed in tight homeware that accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly disgusted by the scene. Lang Hong stood like a ghost in the shadows of the foyer, her hand already resting on the bulging position at her waist, her gaze icy as she stared at the screen. At Lin Feng's command, she would eliminate any threat without hesitation. Su Wanqing was just settling in when she saw the commotion outside and nervously rubbed her fingers. She was still wearing the chef's outfit that had mud stains, making her stand out starkly from the villa's luxurious surroundings. Lin Feng walked expressionlessly to the control panel of the visible doorbell, picking up the microphone connected to the external speaker. He did not open the door, nor did he even appear at the entrance. His cold, emotionless voice clearly transmitted through the speaker to every ear outside, instantly overpowering their clamoring. This is not a shelter and I have no obligation to take in anyone. A single sentence silenced the crowd outside for a moment, only to erupt into louder dissatisfaction and curses. Lin Feng, you cold-blooded beast. Are you even human? Is being wealthy that impressive? Lin Feng ignored the noise, continuing in a tone that was chillingly calm as a last piece of advice, considering we are neighbors. His voice carried a strange penetrating power that caused many to instinctively stop their curses. Right now, immediately go to the nearest operating mall or supermarket, purchase all the food, drinking water and medicine you can, especially warm clothing and blankets. Buy as much as you can and spend all your money. The crowd was taken aback, some showing puzzled expressions. Don't ask why. If you want to survive, just do it. Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned stern. A cold wave is coming, faster and colder than you can imagine. When that happens, the outside will be hell. You won't even be able to get out the door. After saying this, he abruptly shut off the speaker, no longer paying attention to any reactions from outside. The crowd outside fell into a brief silence. What does he mean? A cold wave? Is he trying to scare us? The typhoon just passed. Where would a cold wave come from? What a ruse. If you don't want to help, just say so. Some people reacted, feeling deceived, spitting at the big gate, while feeling helpless they could only disperse with regret. However, a few others, looking at Lin Feng's fortress-like villa, recalled his previously prophetic behaviors and their hearts sank heavily. Go quickly to the mall. A middle-aged woman who had remained calm until now suddenly grabbed her husband, who was still dazed, and ran pale-faced toward the exit of the community. Yes. Better safe than sorry. Another young man also reacted and followed her out. These few people almost sprinted toward the nearest large mall. However, when they burst into the mall gasping for breath, the scene before them felt like falling into an ice pit.
The food area once filled with shelves was now completely bare with only scattered packaging and collapsed shelves left. The drinking water area had also been stripped clean. Even the shelves of instant noodles and biscuits looked as if locusts had passed through, leaving only a few remnants. The crowd that had rushed in earlier had long since dispersed, leaving only a chaotic scene and a few similarly late customers with faces showing despair. Is there nothing left? All gone. The middle-aged woman felt her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the floor, her face drained of color. A bone-deep chill more penetrating than the impending physical cold instantly swept over them. Lin Feng's warning was real. And they had missed the last opportunity. Inside the villa, Lin Feng coldly watched the despairing faces captured by the drone's live feed, along with those neighbors outside still cursing or oblivious to the approaching danger. As evening fell, the villa was ablaze with light, warm as spring, creating a stark contrast with the chaos and the rising chill of the outside world. In the spacious living room, soothing music echoed. Xiaolan wore a tight fluorescent pink yoga outfit showcasing her voluptuous figure as she led Lin Feng and Ma Lily through some stretching and core training exercises. Lin Feng was clad only in a pair of athletic shorts, his exposed upper body revealing well-defined muscles that exuded strength, with sweat causing his bronzed skin to glisten under the lights. Ma Lily donned a cute sports skirt. Though her movements were slightly out of sync, she still made an effort to twist her slender waist and pert bottom, occasionally casting affectionate glances at Lin Feng. In the open kitchen, Su Wanqing had changed into a set of clean and comfortable cotton clothes, tying on an apron as she focused on preparing the ingredients. Her movements were deft, her knife skills precise, occasionally tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her profile appearing particularly gentle in the warm light. The enticing aroma of food began to waft through the air, a long-lost scent reminiscent of the warmth of peaceful times. Meanwhile, Long Hong stood like the most loyal guard in her sleek black combat uniform, standing tall by the floor-to-ceiling window with the best view. Her gaze swept across the dark scenery outside like a hawk, missing not a single hint of movement. Her full chest subtly rose and fell with her steady breathing outlining a powerful curve beneath her combat attire. Suddenly, the usually cold and silent Lung Hong let out a very low, surprised gasp. This small commotion stood out amidst the soothing music and the sounds of cooking. Xiaolan stopped her demonstration. Lin Feng and Ma Lily turned to look as well, and even Su Wanqing in the kitchen instinctively paused her work, wiping her hands and gazing over in curiosity. Lung Hong leaned slightly forward, her sharp eyes fixed on the pitch-black night sky outside. "What's wrong, Lung Hong?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice, sensing something amiss. Lung Hong did not turn back, her voice grave. "Boss, look outside." Everyone immediately gathered at the window. At first they only heard the sound of dense crackling impacts against the reinforced windows and roof, the noise deep and powerful. Then, illuminated by the strong lights on the outer walls of the villa, they clearly saw irregular chunks of ice the size of adult fists or even larger hurtling down from the dark sky at an alarming speed. Bang! Bang! Crash! Hailstones relentlessly pounded the ground roofs and the debris of abandoned vehicles, producing deafening impact and shattering sounds. A window of a previously damaged house was directly pierced by the massive hail. A car parked outdoors had its roof caved in, the alarm blaring shriekily before being quickly drowned out by the sound of the hail. This was no ordinary hailstorm, but a merciless and indiscriminate assault from the sky. "Oh my! Is this hail?" Ma Lily's face turned pale with fright as she instinctively clutched Lin Feng's arm, her full chest pressed tightly against him, her body trembling slightly. Xiaolan also gasped, her weltoned body instinctively tensing, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Even the usually calm Long Hong felt her grip on her weapon tighten unconsciously, her knuckles turning slightly white. Only Lin Feng remained calm, gazing out at the terrifying scene that resembled the end of the world, his eyes deep and unfathomable, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He gently pushed Ma Lily aside, stepping to the window to stand shoulder to shoulder with Leng Hong, watching the rampaging hail, and with a tone almost like a sigh he softly said, "It's here. The extreme cold is approaching. I wonder how long these people can hold out this time." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the four women beside him. At this moment, Xiaolan, Ma Lily, Su Wanqing and even Lung Hong all abruptly shifted their gazes from the terrifying scene outside to Lin Feng's excessively calm profile. His words were too strange. This time, the extreme cold is coming. It was as if he already knew everything that was about to unfold. Recalling his previous preparations, almost obsessive in fortifying their stronghold, stockpiling massive supplies, recruiting them, and even accurately predicting the typhoon and the current hail. 4 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of lurking fear focused on Lin Feng. What does he know? Who exactly is he? The frenzied hail fell swiftly and departed just as fast. After the last few scattered ice pellets struck the ground with a dull thud, the world descended into an eerie silence. Yet this silence did not last long. A more subtle yet denser rustling sound began to replace the previous violent crashes.
Illuminated by the resilient floodlights on the outer walls of the villa, the crowd witnessed flurries of enormous snowflakes as large as goose feathers silently and densely descending from the pitch-black night sky.
Snow.
Not the romantic light snow of winter, but a blizzard that carried the momentum to consume everything in its path.
The snowflakes landed on the still unmelted hail, on the waterlogged road, on the remnants of walls, and on every exposed surface. Almost visibly, the once chaotic and muddy ground was swiftly cloaked in a layer of pure white. This whiteness reflected a cold, piercing light under the glow, beautiful yet imbued with a chilling deadness. It's snowing. But it's only just autumn.
Ma Lily clung to the window, watching the rapidly whitening scene outside, her rosy lips forming an O shape, her face filled with disbelief. Wearing a thin home dress, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, as if already feeling the eerie chill seeping through the thick glass.
Xiaolan also furrowed her brows tightly. Having trained for years, she was sensitive to temperature changes and could clearly sense the indoor temperature steadily and resolutely dropping.
Su Wanqing, tying her apron, walked out of the kitchen. Gazing at the heavy snow outside, she forgot to put down the spatula in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of unease. Leng Hong still stood by the window, but her usually steady hands, accustomed to holding a gun, felt slightly cold at her fingertips.
The weather was too abnormal.
Only Lin Feng remained calm and unruffled, as if the outside was merely experiencing an ordinary winter snowfall. He turned and walked towards the villa's smart control center, simultaneously instructing Leng Hong, activate the highest level of heating system, set the oil boiler and electric auxiliary heat to maximum. Moreover, light up the fireplaces in the living room and several main bedrooms with the smokeless, eco-friendly charcoal I prepared. His commands were clear and composed.
Yes, boss. Leng Hong immediately accepted the order without any hesitation, turning to execute it.
Her tall and agile figure moved swiftly in the living room, her actions clean and efficient. Soon a low rumbling hum emanated from the basement as the villa's heating system began to operate at full capacity. At the same time, the massive real fireplace in the living room erupted with warm, bright orange flames, dispelling the encroaching chill in the air, bathing the entire space in warmth and comfort. Brother Lin Feng, how did you know it was going to snow and prepared so many heating supplies in advance? Ma Lily couldn't help but sidle up to Lin Feng, linking her arm with his, her exquisitely made-up face tilted upward, curiosity mixed with a hint of admiration in her gaze. The faint scent of her perfume combined with the warmth from her recent exercise wafted into Lin Feng's nostrils.
Xiaolan and Su Wanqing also cast inquisitive glances.
This level of preparation was simply too thorough to evoke unease. Lin Feng, feeling the warmth from the fireplace, glanced over the three women's faces filled with questions and spoke in a calm yet undeniably certain tone. The temperature will drop rapidly beyond your imagination.
This snow is just the beginning.
He paused, his gaze shifting to Leng Hong, who had just finished operating the heating system and was silently returning. Leng Hong met his gaze, and for a moment a subtle hesitation flickered across her cold face. Her lips moved but ultimately remained silent. However, Lin Feng seemed to see through her thoughts, directly stating, I have also installed independent heating devices in the guest rooms on the first floor. Although they cannot compare to the comfort of our main activity area on the second floor, maintaining a pleasant temperature of over 10 degrees is no problem. Your family lives there, they won't suffer from the cold. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Leng Hong's cold eyes, a complex feeling of being trusted and cared for. She straightened her back, facing Lin Feng, and solemnly and clearly uttered two words, thank you. This thank you felt heavier than any previous times. Outside, the heavy snow still silently blanketed the entire world, burying all noise, pain and despair beneath the pure white. The temperature was plummeting at a terrifying rate, and it wouldn't be long before this white blanket turned into a shroud of death. Inside the villa, the fireplace crackled, warmth filled the air and the aroma of food wafted. 5 individuals, each with their own fates, temporarily isolated from the external cold and danger thanks to Lin Feng's foresight and meticulous preparations. Yet the doubts regarding Lin Feng's secrets in the hearts of the 4 women continued to accumulate like the snow outside, growing thicker and thicker. What else does he know? How long will this sudden extreme cold last? Overnight, the world was completely frozen. As the first rays of dawn struggled to penetrate the heavy snow clouds illuminating this silvery, desolate world, the thermometer displayed a horrifying -70°C. Inside the villa, even with the heating system running at full capacity, a chilling air capable of freezing one's soul could still be felt near the windows. Lin Feng and the others, dressed in thick warm clothing, gathered by the fireplace in the living room, watching the outside scene through reinforced windows and high-definition monitors.
The sight was akin to hell.
The streets were covered with thick snow and some oddly posed ice sculptures were glaringly apparent. These were people who had failed to return home or had nowhere to go. Some, due to extreme hypothermia, experienced absurd thermal hallucinations, stripping off all their clothing before freezing to death, their naked bodies lying in the snowskin exhibiting a bizarre shade of pink, maintaining a posture of struggle before being instantly frozen solid. Others curled up in a ball, trying to preserve the last bit of body heat, only to become cold, lifeless sculptures. Vehicles were buried beneath the snow, only vague outlines visible. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause, leaving only a deathly silence and cold. On the television, the anchor of the official news channel, dressed in a heavy down jacket, reported in the most composed tone possible from what was evidently a makeshift equally cold studio. "We urge all citizens to stay indoors and refrain from going outside. The official emergency heating system has been activated and warmth will be transmitted through the pipelines to each household as soon as possible. Please remain confident and do not panic. We will surely get through this rare extreme weather together." Yet this reassuring news stood in stark contrast to the harsh reality outside. Heating. In the extreme low temperature of -70 degrees, even a standard heating system would struggle to maintain itself, let alone deliver warmth to thousands of homes. Lin Feng switched the signal and connected to an external short video platform via satellite network. The images were even more chaotic and bloody. On the streets of the Sakura Federation, rioters wrapped in stolen heavy clothing smashed open stores to loot the few remaining supplies, clashing fiercely with military police trying to maintain order, gunfire sporadically ringing out across the snowy expanse. In a city of the United States, National Guard tanks rolled over snow-covered streets, but different flags had begun to rise in some neighborhoods, evidently signaling the emergence of local armed factions. In Gallia, the foggy city and the half-island, similar scenes unfolded continuously as order collapsed at an unprecedented speed, catalyzed by the extreme cold. Meanwhile, the community WeChat group was once again flooded with messages, this time filled with despair, panic, and hysteria. "Help! The wind has broken the windows at home. It's as cold as an ice cellar. The child is not going to make it. When is the official heating coming? My radiators are all ice cold. Lin Feng, open the door. Let us into your underground mall to escape the cold. Are you going to just watch us freeze to death?" "Yeah. Lin Feng, it must be warm there. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Lin, do you still have any humanity left? Everyone, let's go to his door. If he doesn't open up, we'll break it down." More and more people joined in condemning Lin Feng as if he were the root cause of all this and opening his fortress was their only path to survival. Ma Lily looked at the vicious curses and moral coercion on her phone screen, trembling with anger, her ample chest heaving violently. How could they do this? Xiaolan also looked displeased, her fists clenched tightly, her well-trained arm muscles tensing. Su Wanqing showed a look of compassion, but looking at Lin Feng's cold profile, she hesitated to speak. Lang Hong had already placed a hand on her weapon, her gaze sharp as a knife, ready to respond to any potential assault. Lin Feng expressionlessly read through the messages. He felt no ripple in his heart at these reactions he had long anticipated. He picked up his phone and amidst the clamor of the group calmly replied to a message, his tone eerily tranquil. "The underground garage of the community is spacious and structurally intact. It can serve as a temporary refuge from the wind and cold. Also, aren't there many kind-hearted neighbors in the group? If anyone has a kind heart and their windows are intact, it would be wise to take in those families with broken windows to weather this crisis together." After sending this message, he directly silenced his phone and tossed it aside. This message was like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, instantly sparking an even more intense reaction. Some erupted in furious accusations against Lin Feng, calling him cold-blooded and hypocritical, pointing out that the underground garage was equally cold and lacked food. Yet there were others, as if awakened by his words or driven to desperation, who truly began to drag their families through the lethal cold, stumbling toward the community's underground garage in search of a glimmer of survival. And more were silent. Those whose homes were still intact and had some provisions watched their neighbors pleading desperately, in the group falling into a difficult silence. Acceptance. In a world where survival was uncertain, kindness was often the first thing to be frozen to death. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the commotion in the group. He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of strong liquor, the amber liquid gently swaying under the light of the fireplace. He took a sip, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, bringing a touch of warmth. The third day of the cold wave has arrived. Despair, like the frigid temperature outside, continues to spread and deepen. The promised heating from the authorities barely lasted 2 days before it completely ceased. No matter how much people turned the valves to the maximum, all they could feel was a bone-chilling cold. The internet and WeChat groups have turned into outlets of anger. Frauds. All of them are frauds. Where is the promised heating? Have all the people from the heating company died? They were so eager to collect money. My elderly family member can barely hold on. You useless bastards. XX Heating Group, come out and give us an explanation. The air was filled with an avalanche of curses and questions, as if the people demanded the heating company's staff to be dragged out and devoured to quell their rage. At the height of the outrage, an account bearing the profile picture of an employee from the XX Heating Group quietly posted a photo in a local group without any accompanying words. The background of the photo was a massive broken municipal heating pipeline. The inner walls of the pipe were covered with thick, menacing icicles resembling the fangs of a monster. Deep within the pipe, a figure clad in a heavy blue uniform and wearing a safety helmet was frozen in a pose of climbing forward for repairs, becoming an ice sculpture seamlessly merged with the icy pipeline. In his hand, he tightly gripped a maintenance tool. This photo silently narrated the cruel truth under extreme cold and the life cost paid by the maintenance personnel. The account that posted the photo was promptly kicked out of the group by the administrator and the photo was quickly submerged and deleted. Yet its brief existence was enough for some to see. However, this bloody truth did not awaken much sympathy or understanding. What a pity. They deserved to die. Who told them they couldn't fix it? Exactly, taking money without doing the job. Dying is just karma. Stop posting these gloomy things. What we need now is heating. Food. More curses followed, and that photo earned at the cost of life was like a small stone thrown into an icy sea, failing to create even a ripple before being completely swallowed by greater malice and despair. In the warm study of a villa, Lin Feng watched all of this through a tablet, a cold and mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? This is humanity. He set down the tablet and said to Xiaolan and Su Wanqing, who were sitting on the sofa beside him and had seen the same information, in the face of survival, truth and the sacrifices of others are worth nothing. Xiaolan pressed her lips tightly together, her weltoned body tensing slightly with anger. Though her personality was fiery, she still held a sense of right and wrong deep within. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, had a pale face, her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. At this moment, the focus of the WeChat group began to shift. After the initial anger, the more essential need for food began to surface. Does anyone have extra rice? I'll pay double. I'm looking to buy anything edible. Canned food, instant noodles are fine. The price is negotiable. I'll trade a gold necklace for a pack of biscuits. Is anyone willing to trade? I'm willing to pay a high price for baby formula. The child is crying from hunger. Purchase requests began to appear sporadically, with prices rising higher and higher. Currency was rapidly losing its original value in the face of extreme cold and hunger, and bartering and high-priced purchases became the norm. Amidst this chaos, Bai Jie's account began to frantically Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know you must have food. For the sake of our past friendship, could you sell me a little? I'm begging you. Lin Feng, how go? Zhang Hao can't hold on much longer, please help us. Lin Feng. Reply. You can't be so heartless. Ma Lily was nestled on the soft carpet in the living room, holding the latest game controller and wearing a fluffy pink pajamas that made her petite figure even cuter. Seeing Bai Jie constantly Lin Feng, she immediately raised her eyebrows in anger, grabbing her phone and quickly tapping on the screen with her slender fingers, her ample chest heaving with rage. Bai Jie, do you have no shame? You used to treat Lin Feng as your lackey, and now you suddenly remember your friendship. Bai Jie, what does Zhang Hao's predicament have to do with us? Let him fend for himself. Bai Jie, stop Lin Feng. It's disgusting to look at. Get as far away as you can. Ma Lily's words were sharp and merciless, engaging in a virtual battle with Bai Jie, leaving her speechless, only able to issue powerless curses and complaints. Lin Feng did not participate, he didn't even bother to look. The lives and deaths of Bai Jie and Zhang Hao were far beyond his concern. He walked to the wine cabinet, gazing at the myriad of fine wines inside, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls and see the frozen world outside rapidly sliding towards the abyss. Hunger is the most terrifying plague of the apocalypse. And this plague has only just begun to spread. In the days of the cold wave, within the sturdy fortress of the villa, a stark contrast to the despair of the outside world was formed, a nearly luxurious monotony and tranquility. Every day without fail, Lin Feng's first task was to check in with the system. Points accumulated slowly yet steadily. Although their great use was temporarily unknown, he believed they would prove valuable in the future system store. Upon completing the check-in, he would spend some time carefully browsing the vast interface of the system store in his mind. Currently, the most unlocked items were various types of energy liquids, ranging from the basic beginner energy liquid to more advanced intermediate physical enhancement liquid and neural reaction catalyst, each with differing effects and rising prices. In addition to these, there was the mysterious primordial spirit fruit series. Besides the initially unlocked seeds, the store displayed icons of mature spirit fruits marked with various attributes such as scarlet flame fruit and ice heart lotus, but the long string of daunting point prices and the gray lock status indicated that they were still out of reach at this stage. Mornings typically consisted of a fixed physical training schedule, and in the well-equipped training room, sweat and heat filled the air. Lin Feng, bare-chested, showcased muscles beneath his bronze skin with increasingly defined and perfect lines brimming with explosive strength. Xiaolan, serving as the coach, wore a tight sports tank top and shorts, her voluptuous figure on full display as she demonstrated movements frequently resulting in unavoidable intimate contact with Lin Feng, causing her otherwise cold face to flush with a hint of red. Ma Lily often found various excuses to linger in the training room, sometimes stretching in alluring yoga attire, flaunting her slender waist and long legs. At other times she simply sat nearby, propping her chin on her hand, using a coy voice to cheer Lin Feng on, her eyes filled with unabashed possessiveness. The undercurrents of rivalry and jealousy between the two women added a fair amount of interest to the otherwise monotonous training. As for the nights, they often turned into a more intense time of exercise. Lin Feng's robust physique allowed him to handle it all with ease as Ma Lily's seductive entanglements and Xiaolan's wild passion alternated soft moans and heavy breaths resonating within the soundproof bedroom, creating a perverse sanctuary in the apocalypse.
In contrast, Su Wanqing's presence offered a rare touch of warmth amidst the icy apocalypse.
She always quietly stayed in the kitchen wearing a clean apron, utilizing the vast array of top-quality ingredients Lin Feng had stockpiled to craft stunning dishes in various styles. From exquisite French cuisine to authentic Sichuan dishes, from nourishing soups to clever dim sum, her skilled hands could satisfy everyone's cravings, even eliciting a fleeting moment of subtle satisfaction on the usually aloof face of Lung Hong while tasting her culinary creations.
The biggest entertainment activity was perhaps sitting by the fireplace watching the drama unfold in the community WeChat group on the tablet.
Observing the range from initial cries for help and curses to later high-priced purchases and bartering, and finally to the emergence of some unsightly trading information.
The process of humanity's decline unfolded before them like a cruel reality show.
On the fourth day of the cold wave, a message stirred up huge ripples in the group like a stone thrown into still water. Official supplies have been distributed. The army has arrived.
In the community center square. Really? That's great. There's hope. Everyone hurry to claim it. If you go late, there won't be any left.
Countless desperate people grasped what felt like the last lifeline, wrapping themselves in all the warm clothing they could find, braving the freezing temperatures to surge towards the community center square. Lin Feng also observed the scene from afar through a high-powered telescope. A few army green trucks struggled to halt in the snow, with soldiers clad in thick military uniforms maintaining order while distributing packages that appeared relatively small to the long lines of residents shivering in the cold. Hope seemed to reignite at that moment.
However, Lin Feng's gaze remained cold, even carrying a hint of pity. A drop in the bucket.
He murmured to himself. This brief supply distribution was merely a delay of death, unable to alter the final outcome.
Moreover, the concentrated distribution of supplies might itself become the spark for a new round of chaos.
He put down the telescope, no longer paying attention to the clamorous outside world. Within the fortress, warmth, food safety, and even the troubles of rivalry formed a stark contrast to the hellish reality outside, where people struggled to survive for a small package of supplies akin to a paradise versus an abyss. He knew that this false hope would not last long.
The true darkness was still ahead.
The distribution of official supplies was like injecting a dose of adrenaline into a dying patient, allowing those on the brink of despair in the community to catch their breath for a moment. However, this breath did not transform into gratitude. Instead, it bred more resentment and a twisted sense of confidence. In the WeChat group, those who had previously begged and cursed the heating company now turned their ire more sharply towards Lin Feng, labeling him as the heartless rich and the one who stands by while others suffer.
Lin Feng, did you see?
The officials haven't abandoned us.
Unlike certain cold-blooded beings who hoard food while watching their neighbors starve. Exactly. What's so great about having a little money?
Just wait until the world gets better, then we'll see how arrogant you are. Lin Feng, if you open the door and let us take some things, we might still think well of you, otherwise you'll regret it.
Coward. You dare to act but not to take responsibility.
Various obscene insults and threats flooded the screen as if Lin Feng were the source of all their suffering. In the warm living room of the villa, the flames of the fireplace danced. Ma Lily, dressed in a silk nightgown, lazily lounged on the sofa, her curves prominently displayed. She looked at her phone screen, her cheeks puffed in anger, her slender fingers itching to stab through the screen. These people are truly insane. They forget their own names after getting a little something.
Xiaolan had just finished her shower, drying her damp short hair with a towel.
The fitted tank top accentuated her athletic figure. She glanced at her phone and snorted coldly, it's just impotent rage.
Su Wanqing was arranging flowers, and upon hearing this she let out a gentle sigh.
Lung Hong, as usual, stood in the best vantage point, her expression impassive, as if the tumult of the group had nothing to do with her. Lin Feng held the hot tea that Su Wanqing had just brewed, sipping it leisurely while observing the boiling malice in the group, his face showing no signs of disturbance.
He even found it somewhat boring.
Amid another wave of insults directed at him, he moved his fingers and sent out 2 messages. I suggest you take your supplies and eat them slowly to make them last.
Don't finish them all at once. When the time comes, you won't be able to call for help. Also, just a reminder, conserve your phone battery, it must be low by now.
His 2 messages were completely a detached reminder coming from a higher perspective. However, to those who had been momentarily intoxicated by their gain and held deep biases against him, this was undoubtedly a vicious curse and mockery. Lin Feng, who the hell are you cursing?
A dog can't spit out ivory.
We enjoy finishing everything at once, it's none of your business.
Showing off that your home has electricity. What are you bragging about? Is your phone's battery our concern? You should manage yourself first. More fierce sarcasm and insults crashed down like hail.
Some even began to shout, where's the group owner?
Kick out Lin Feng, that troublemaker. Just looking at him is irritating. Right.
Kick him out. We do not welcome such cold-blooded beings in our group. At this time, the group owner, a woman in her 50s named Wang Dima, who had once secretly slipped half a compressed biscuit through the door crack to Lin Feng when he was starving, stepped in. She had Lin Feng, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and persuasion. Lin Feng, Shaolin, let's keep things quiet. Everyone is feeling bad right now, so don't add fuel to the fire, it won't be good for you either. Looking at Wang Dima's avatar, Lin Feng's mind flashed back to that half-piece of life-saving biscuit and the old woman's kind yet helpless face from his past life. For the only person in this group who had ever shown him kindness, he reserved a different attitude. He did not refute nor did he explain, he simply sent back a simple smile emoji. Then he sent a separate message, ing ping and Fu and Wang, if you encounter any troubles you can't solve, feel free to come to me. After sending this message, Lin Feng directly set the WeChat group to do not disturb and tossed the tablet aside. The outside world remained frozen and the chill of human hearts was even colder than the temperature. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dead white world outside. The brief prosperity brought by the supply distribution would soon fade, and deeper despair and chaos were quietly brewing beneath the snow. The supplies distributed by the authorities were like a drop of water in the desert, merely prolonging the inevitable demise of the parched and dying populace, utterly incapable of quenching their thirst. Those small parcels were quickly consumed in the face of extreme cold and hunger. Initially, people held a glimmer of hope, waiting for the next batch of supplies to arrive. However, days passed, and no military green trucks appeared in the snow. Hope shattered like fragile soap bubbles one after another in the face of harsh reality. The atmosphere in the WeChat group shifted from the brief clamor at the receipt of supplies to a deeper despair and anxiety. Complaints and grievances became the dominant theme once more, mixed this time with a greater fear for the future. Why haven't the supplies arrived yet? Didn't they say there would be a continuous supply? We're almost out of rice at home, what are we going to do? Has the government given up on us? If I had known, I would have taken more back then. Meanwhile, a more pressing issue began to emerge. The power supply had become extremely unstable. The intermittent electricity left families relying on electric heaters for warmth in even greater difficulties. Phone batteries also became a precious resource, forcing many to turn off their phones to conserve power, leading to a notable decline in the group's activity. Each blinking message brought a sense of urgency akin to an impending apocalypse. Amid the increasingly thick atmosphere of despair, Bai Jie's obsession with Lin Feng reached a peak. She could neither comprehend nor accept that the man who once obeyed her every whim like a devoted follower could now comfortably reside in a warm fortress, enjoying food and safety, indifferent to her desperate pleas. She began to try various ways to approach Lin Feng's villa. Sometimes during the day, braving the biting cold, she would wear a thin yet carefully tailored down jacket that accentuated her curves with a meticulously chosen dress underneath, tears glistening on her face as she ran to the villa's entrance, crying out to the surveillance camera, "Lin Feng, let me in. I know I was wrong, I was the one at fault. It's so cold outside, I can't take it anymore. Lin Feng, for the sake of our past, please have pity on me. I am willing to do anything for you." Sometimes in the dead of night, she would send messages to Lin Feng from her nearly dead phone, her tone shifting from pleading to seductive. "Lin Feng, as long as you let me in, I am yours, you can do whatever you want with me. Lin Feng, I can serve you better than that scheming Ma Lily, you'll see." Yet whether she played the pitiful card or resorted to seduction, the only response she received was the cold silence of the heavy alloy door and Lin Feng's emotionless rejection through the access system. "No. Get lost." After several attempts, the last remnants of Bai Jie's fantasy of moving Lin Feng with their old feelings completely shattered, replaced by a venomous hatred and jealousy that grew like a poisonous snake. She gazed at the villa standing majestically among the snow and ice, its lights bright and warm, imagining the comforts, food, and the scene of Lin Feng possibly being embraced on both sides, in stark contrast to her own plight of hunger and cold. A bone-deep hatred threatened to consume her. "Lin Feng. Just wait. If I can't have it, neither shall you." She curled up in her cold, drafty room, her teeth chattering, her once beautiful face twisted with resentment, her eyes glinting with malicious intent. "If you won't let me live, I will ensure you cannot hide safely inside." She attributed all her failures and misfortunes to Lin Feng's cold-heartedness and cruelty, conveniently forgetting her own past betrayals and humiliations. A seed of hatred was deeply planted in her heart, awaiting the moment to sprout and bring forth a toxic revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Feng inside the villa remained utterly indifferent to Bai Jie's grudges. Night fell and the frigid, deathly silence of the world brought no peace, only a new terror that usurped it. In the dead of night, shrill screams and violent crashes pierced the icy stillness like phantoms' wails, echoing hauntingly between the residential towers. The cries brimmed with terror, despair, and savage fury, enough to freeze the blood. "Ah! Don't take it. That's our last scrap of food." Bang! Crash! "Help me! Someone, anyone, save me!" Inside the villa, even with superior soundproofing, the muffled commotion sent Ma Lily trembling into Lin Feng's arms. She wore a seductive silk slip dress, her shapely body quivered faintly, her full bosom pressed tightly against his chest. Xiaolan emerged from the training room clad in a form-fitting sports bra and shorts. Her delicate brows knotted in concentration as she listened intently to the disturbance outside, her honed physique instinctively shifting into defensive readiness. Even Su Wanqing, normally unflappable, set aside her book and gazed uneasily out the window at the impenetrable blackness of the night. Lan Hong moved like a startled leopard, instantly materializing before the surveillance console. Her sharp gaze swept across every camera feed, one hand resting firmly on the weapon at her waist. "It has begun," Lin Feng said, his voice calm and unruffled, as if he had foreseen it all. He gently eased Ma Lily away and stepped before the monitors, watching indistinct human silhouettes flicker across the grainy frost-blurred footage, distant glimmers of fire shimmering through the deep cold. Fear spread like plague among the survivors. By dawn, panic had flooded the WeChat group, hushed frantic speculation rippling through the messages. Whose home was robbed last night? It was terrifying. Looks like Old Lee from Building 3 beaten badly and every last bit of his stores looted. Is this world even fit to live in anymore? Has the government abandoned us? Who knows whose door those bandits will kick down next? This crushing insecurity forced some families, those whose supplies were exhausted or whose homes offered scant defense, to make agonizing choices. After hushed deliberation, several households gathered their kin, wrapped themselves in every scrap of warmth they could find, and relocated to the relatively enclosed, but bitterly cold, underground parking garage, clinging desperately to the fragile illusion of safety born of numbers and concealment. Yet something far more chilling was unfolding. The tone of discourse was shifting imperceptibly but irrevocably. "Damn it, we'll die waiting quietly. If they can steal, why can't we?" "Exactly. Starve or freeze, we're doomed either way. I heard the family in Building 5 stockpiled quite a lot. Let's do it. Better to fight than fade away." In the crucible of despair and dread, moral boundaries began to erode, and malevolence like venomous weeds took root in the human heart. Robbery, a word once unthinkable in civilized society, had become for some the sole path to survival. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's villa grew markedly livelier. Not only by Jie but neighbors' eyes wild with desperation now gathered by day around the villa's perimeter, battering its reinforced ally gate and walls with stones and clubs, the hollow clangs reverberating sharply as they hurled vile curses. "Lin Feng, come out. Hand over your food or we'll burn your house down. We know you're in there. Stop hiding like a coward." Ma Lily stamped furiously in the living room, her lithe figure flushed with rage. "These people are insane. Nothing but brigands." Xiao Lan's gaze turned glacial as she looked to Lin Feng. "Shall I go out?" Lin Feng raised a hand, cutting her off. He stood behind the one-way glass, observing coldly the frenzied futile assaults of those outside, trapped beasts shrieking into the void. Their faces were twisted by cold and fury, their eyes burned with raw greed and madness. "No need," Lin Feng said softly. "Let them rage." Far from anger, a cruel anticipatory curve lifted the corner of his mouth. He was waiting for the final straw to break the camel's back, waiting for the last vestiges of civilization and reason within humanity to be utterly devoured by hunger and cold. When plunder and slaughter became routine, when the law of the jungle, might makes right, reigned unchallenged, then, and only then, would he unleash his power without restraint, settling every debt in full. The power outage became the last straw that broke many people's psychological defenses. Without lights, any possible means of communication and entertainment vanished, and even the last glimmer of hope for warmth through electricity was completely extinguished. The darkness amplified the fear and the cold eroded reason. A portion of those who still had strength and hope made a difficult and risky decision to migrate southward. They bundled up in all the clothing they could find, dragging their weakened bodies through the deadly chill of -30 degrees, stepping cautiously onto the vast snowfield in search of the so-called warm sanctuary established by the authorities, rumored to have energy and food. But everyone knew that on this perilous journey through a frozen expanse fraught with danger, many people perished from the cold by the roadside. The food they carried, the clothes they wore, became trophies for the living. Meanwhile, more people with nowhere to go or unwilling to take risks under the catalyzation of darkness and despair completely shed the trappings of civilization. Looting and destruction, which began as a stealthy activity during the night, started to become semi-public. In the struggle for a bit of food or a piece of fabric to keep warm, or even just for a relatively sheltered corner, bloody conflicts could erupt among former neighbors. Screams, curses and cries echoed between the dark buildings, trampling the bottom line of humanity. Amidst this chaos and darkness, an organized evil force began to quietly thrive and grow. The leader was named Zhao Hu, the very bald burly man who had lent money at high interest to Lin Feng in his previous life. He had originally brought a group of idle lackeys with him, and after the apocalypse struck, he quickly established a foothold in the chaos through his ruthless nature and brute strength. After the power outage, Zhao Hu's ambition and ferocity were completely unleashed. He was no longer satisfied with petty thefts and began to systematically loot the possessions of families within the community. He kicked open the doors of those households with weak defenses or known supplies, accompanied by a few henchmen armed with pipes and machetes, and emptied the remaining food, warm clothing and even slightly valuable items. Any resistance met with fists and kicks, and there were even fatalities. "Brother Hu, this house seems to still have some rice. Damn, it's hidden pretty deep." Move it out. Old man, hand over your stuff while you still can or suffer the consequences. Zhao Hu's coarse and arrogant voice had become a nightmare for many in the community. With the looted supplies he not only sustained himself and his subordinates but also attracted some desperate outlaws to join him, his power swelling like a snowball. At this moment in the basement of a relatively intact villa they had occupied, Zhao Hu was gathered around a bonfire lit with stolen furniture to keep warm along with a few core subordinates. The flickering firelight illuminated his scarred brutish bald head, making it appear particularly menacing. He took a swig of stolen liquor, the muscles of his robust arms bulging. One subordinate leaned in fawningly, saying, "Brother Hu, the resources that could be scraped from the community are almost all gone. The only one left is the house on the hill." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed and ferocity flickered in Zhao Hu's eyes. He had long had his sights set on Lin Feng's villa, which was as secure as a fortress. Previously he had held back due to the villa's formidable appearance and because there were easier targets to raid. Now with his wings fully grown and no rivals left in the community, his gaze was firmly locked onto the final and largest piece of meat. That kid Lin Feng. Zhao Hu licked his thick lips, revealing his yellowed smoke-stained teeth. Damn it, I knew something was off about him back then. Suddenly so wealthy, and he turned that shabby underground market and the villa on the hill into a fortress. It must be stuffed with food and supplies. Another subordinate hesitated, saying, "Brother Hu, that kid's place is like a fortress. The door can't be broken down, it won't be easy to handle." "What's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Hu slammed his thigh, shaking the bonfire. "No matter how hard the turtle shell, there's a way to pry it open. How few people can he have inside? With so many of us brothers we can't even break down a door." His eyes sparkled with madness and calculation. "Go call all the brothers and prepare those gas welding guns and crowbars we found earlier. Damn it, I don't believe we can't gnaw through this hard bone." The wolf had raised its head, its fangs aimed at the last fortress on the hill. A battle for survival resources was about to erupt. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Feng, through the covert monitoring points and drone reconnaissance set up by Lung Hong, had already grasped Zhao Hu's movements clearly. He was not only calm but revealed a hint of bloodthirsty anticipation. "Finally. I have waited for a worthy prey to arrive." He wiped the A-74M assault rifle which he had obtained from a big country, its surface gleaming with oil while his eyes were as cold as a blade. In the basement of the occupied villa, smoke swirled, mingling with the stench of sweat and cheap alcohol. Zhao Hu, bare-chested, revealed a robust torso covered in tattoos and scars, and he took a hefty swig of white liquor, slamming the bottle down on the table. "Listen up. First thing tomorrow morning we're going to take down that bastard Lin Feng's lair." He scanned the surrounding group of gaunt, hungry-looking subordinates, their eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger. "Anyone who dares to back down, I'll cut them down myself." At that moment a small wiry man with flickering eyes squeezed forward. It was Li Wei, who used to make a living by unlocking doors in the neighborhood. Rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, he said, Brother Hu. That Lin Feng's door is probably no ordinary door. I used to do this, let me give it a try. I guarantee I can get it open for you." He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. I just ask that after getting in, Brother Hu can share some of the food and supplies with me." Zhao Hu squinted his fierce eyes, sizing up Li Wei for a few moments, then slapped him hard on the shoulder, almost knocking him over. "Good. Li Wei, you've got some use. Just get the door open and it'll be your merit. You won't miss out on your rewards." "Thank you, Brother Hu. Thank you, Brother Hu." Li Wei nodded and bowed as if he could already see the piles of supplies stacked up in the villa. The next day the sky was overcast and the cold wind whipped with snowflakes cutting like knives. Zhao Hu, leading a group of more than 20 subordinates armed with various weapons, marched grandly to the villa of Lin Feng. The group was tattered and shivering in the harsh cold, yet the greed and ferocity in their eyes sustained them. Li Wei was pushed to the front of the heavy gleaming steel door that shimmered with a metallic coldness. When he touched the icy smooth surface that bore no signs of a regular keyhole, his heart sank. This was no ordinary stainless steel. The texture, the craftsmanship. He suppressed the shock in his heart and took out a carefully preserved set of lockpicking tools, starting to search for possible entry points on the smooth door. However, hours passed, and after trying various methods, the door remained unmoved, not even a scratch left behind. At first, fine beads of sweat formed on Li Wei's forehead due to tension and effort, quickly freezing into white ice crystals and the frigid temperatures clinging to his eyebrows and hair. His fingers had long since frozen stiff and purple, nearly losing all sensation, and he could barely hold the tools. Behind him, Zhao Hu and the others were equally freezing. They stomped their feet continuously, the white breath they exhaled instantly turning to frost, their curses sounding weak against the biting wind. "Li Wei, are you even capable of doing this? Hurry up. I'm about to turn into a popsicle. Why is this damn door so stubborn?" Zhao Hu's face grew increasingly grim. He felt like he had been played, leading a group out in the freezing weather to futilely face an iron lump. Inside the living room, the fireplace burned with a fierce flame, dispelling all chill. Lin Feng lounged in comfortable leisure wear, lazily reclining on a leather sofa. Beside him Ma Lily wore a velvet robe, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and subtly curving silhouette. She seemed somewhat nervous, pressing closely against Lin Feng, her slender fingers offering a glistening grape to his lips. Xiaolan was dressed in form-fitting workout attire, accentuating her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Though she feigned calmness, her glances at the surveillance screen betrayed a hint of unease. Even Su Wanqing set aside her work, sitting nearby with a gentle expression tinged with worry. Only Ling Hong remained standing like a statue in the shadow of the entrance, arms crossed, her body poised beneath the combat uniform, her sharp gaze fixed on the screen as if ready to spring into action at any moment.
Brother Lin Feng, there are so many of them. They won't really break in, will they? Ma Lily's voice trembled slightly. Xiaolan couldn't help but chime in, Lin Feng, should we prepare something in advance?
Lin Feng merely smiled slightly, picking up the glass of red wine Su Wanqing had just poured, gently swirling the crimson liquid, his gaze directed at the enormous surveillance screen on the wall. The screen vividly displayed the scene of Zhao Hu and his group, utterly embarrassed and floundering like clowns outside the door.
Break in.
Lin Feng scoffed, downing the wine in one gulp with them. He picked a bright strawberry from the fruit platter and offered it to the still somewhat nervous Su Wanqing. Wanqing, try this, it's very sweet.
No need to worry, just enjoy the show.
He then turned to Ma Lily and Xiaolan, his tone exuding a calm confidence as if he controlled everything. Just think of it as watching a reality show and see how ugly human nature can become in the face of despair and greed.
Under his calm demeanor, the three women gradually relaxed.
Ma Lily even began to comment on the comical expressions of those freezing outside, while Xiaolan straightened up, her earlier anxiety now replaced by a hint of cold mockery. Watching the group of Zhao Hu outside the door struggling like frozen flies on the surveillance screen, Lin Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. He glanced at the three women beside him, each with different expressions, and suddenly laughed. Isn't it boring just to watch?
Would you like to see something more interesting?
Ma Lily, the green tea girl who always craved chaos, immediately perked up at his words. She excitedly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, her soft and ample bosom pressed tightly against his arm, and cheerfully said yes, yes. Lin Feng, go make them perform quickly. Xiaolan and Su Wanqing also cast curious glances. Even the usually aloof Lin Hong slightly turned her head. Without further ado, Lin Feng raised his wrist and swiftly manipulated the seemingly ordinary bracelet a few times. Outside the villa, Li Wei, who was almost frozen and despairing in front of the special steel door, suddenly stiffened as if struck by an invisible hammer, his body shaking violently while emitting a strange sound of ha-ha, and the lock-picking tool in his hand clattered to the ground. Zhao Hu, who was already filled with frustration from the cold and the inability to break in, saw Li Wei's condition and thought he was just putting on an act, and immediately became furious.
Damn it! Waste!
You dare to play tricks on me! Zhao Hu cursed and raised his heavy military boot, kicking fiercely at Li Wei's waist. However, the moment his foot made contact with Li Wei's body, a powerful electric current surged through him instantly.
Ugh, ah!
Zhao Hu let out a piercing scream, his robust body shaking uncontrollably like Li Wei, his hair standing on end and his facial muscles contorting.
Tiger brother! Electricity! There's electricity! They got electrocuted! Get back!
The nearby lackeys were frightened out of their wits, retreating repeatedly while staring in horror at Zhao Hu and Li Wei, who were convulsing on the ground as if the villa's door was a lightning monster ready to devour them. Inside the villa, Ma Lily watched the two on the surveillance screen in their comical plight, laughing so hard that she shook her bosom, swaying along.
Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head.
Su Wanqing covered her mouth, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes, but more so a fear of Lin Feng's methods. Lin Feng operated the bracelet again and cut off the power. Outside the door, Zhao Hu and Li Wei collapsed in the snow like puddles of mud, their bodies emitting faint wisps of smoke foaming at the mouth, and it took them a long time to catch their breath, their eyes filled with fear as they looked towards the villa's door.
At this moment, a faint mechanical sound echoed.
A massive special steel wall slowly rose outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the villa's living room, revealing the transparent bulletproof glass behind it. Lin Feng leisurely walked to the window, looking at the disheveled crowd outside through the indestructible glass. Lung Hong moved silently like a ghost to Lin Feng's side, one hand resting on her bulging gun holster at her waist, her icy gaze locked onto Zhao Hu outside. Zhao Hu struggled to get up, seeing Lin Feng behind the glass, and the warm, bright heavenly scene inside his eyes suddenly erupted with extreme greed and resentment. Ignoring the strange electric shock from before, he pointed at the window and shouted at his lackeys, "The window!
Smash the window! Break it open for me!"
A group of lackeys, driven nearly mad by hunger and cold, charged at the bulletproof glass with steel pipes, machetes, and even stones picked up from the ground, smashing wildly.
Bang! Bang! Clatter!
The sound of intense impacts rang out, yet the glass remained unmoved, not even leaving a trace, only a few barely visible fine scratches on its surface. Originally a bit afraid and hiding behind Lin Feng, Ma Lily and the equally tense Xiaolan grew bolder upon witnessing this scene. They also walked to the window, looking down with mockery and superiority at the group of frenzied attackers outside. The crowd outside, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the two stunning beauties, Ma Lily charming and enchanting and Xiaolan hot and fit, stared wide-eyed, almost drooling. Zhao Hu even felt invigorated, shouting hoarsely, "Brothers! Give it your all! Whoever breaks this window first gets to have fun with these two girls inside." With such a tempting reward, a pack of hungry wolves charged at the window like mad dogs, using various tools in turn, but it remained futile, leaving only more insignificant scratches on the glass. Inside, Lin Feng and the others watched for a while, finding it rather dull. "Boring, let's go back," Lin Feng yawned, wrapping his arms around Ma Lily and Xiaolan's slim waists, turning to head back upstairs. The noisy sounds of smashing and shouting outside were truly annoying. Lin Feng walked to the window on the second floor, which also had the protective special steel wall raised, and casually took out a box of nearly expired instant noodles from his space, tossing it down like he was giving alms to beggars. The box landed in the snow with a dull thud. Lin Feng looked down at the dumbfounded Zhao Hu and the others, his voice clearly reaching their ears. "Zhao Hu, this box of noodles is a repayment for that loan you gave me before. Now that we're even, you can take your people and roll out." With that, he no longer glanced below, closing the window. Downstairs, the starving crowd was initially taken aback, then like hyenas smelling blood they pounced on the box of instant noodles, fighting over it in a frenzy, even getting into a scuffle. Zhao Hu watched as his subordinates fought over a mere box of near-expired instant noodles, then looked up at the immovable villa that loomed like a mountain, his face turning ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. He knew that it was impossible to succeed today. His brothers were cold and exhausted, their morale deflated. "We're leaving." Zhao Hu squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth, casting a resentful final glance at the villa, leading his subordinates, who had snatched some leftovers yet still felt unsatisfied, awkwardly disappearing into the snowstorm. But he knew deep down this matter was far from over. Lin Feng's villa was something he had set his sights on. Zhao Hu returned to their stronghold, leading a group of defeated soldiers, his face covered in grime. The box of expired instant noodles, which felt like a charity, not only failed to quell their anger but struck Zhao Hu's face like a resounding slap, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. "Damn it! Lin Feng! I won't let this go." Zhao Hu kicked over a broken wooden board that served as a table, his chest heaving violently, his face contorted with rage. He refused to give up on the treasure that was so close at hand. "Brother Hu, that villa is too sinister, the doors and windows won't budge and there's electricity," one of his subordinates said, trembling with fear. "If the hard way won't work, well, find another." Zhao Hu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Doesn't he have an underground mall? Surely it can't be as tough as a turtle's shell." He immediately dispatched his men to search the abandoned frozen vehicles in the community. Soon several subordinates returned, dragging a few gasoline barrels pulled from car tanks now solidified into a gelatinous state. Though this substance couldn't drive vehicles, it could barely burn for warmth and could be used to create simple Molotov cocktails. "Brother Hu, we found some gasoline." "Good." Zhao Hu grinned savagely. "Go gather more people. Bring weapons, this time we're raiding his underground mall." "I refuse to believe it's that tough." Soon a larger and better equipped team, armed with several Molotov cocktails and breaching tools under Zhao Hu's leadership, boldly marched towards the entrance of the underground mall. Inside the villa, Lin Feng was leisurely enjoying the afternoon tea meticulously prepared by Su Wancheng. Ma Lily, dressed in a cute plush home outfit, hung on his arm like a koala, rubbing her impressive bosom against him. Xiaolan was stretching beside them, her fitted outfit accentuating her perfect waist and hip curves. Cold Rainbow's voice came from the surveillance station, clear and concise. "Boss Xiao, who has taken people to the entrance of the underground mall." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng not only did not feel nervous but instead revealed a playful smile. He set down his teacup and said to the 3 women beside him, "Let's go, I'll take you to see a good show. Let's see how these fools crash and bleed." Ma Lily immediately jumped up in excitement. "Yes, yes. Let's go watch the show." Xiaolan and Su Wancheng also displayed curious expressions. Lin Feng led them through a hidden passage in the villa, directly entering the underground mall's control room, which was equally warm and spring-like. The control room was filled with screens clearly displaying the entrances of the underground mall and the external situation. On the screens, Zhao Hu and his group were gathered in front of the heavy metallic door of the mall, which glimmered coldly. Zhao Hu was waving his arms, directing his subordinates. "Smash it. Use crowbars. Use axes. Break this damn door down for me. Gasoline. Pour the gasoline on it and burn it." A group of subordinates shouted as they swung various tools at the door, creating sparks and a deafening noise, yet the door remained unscathed, not even a dent appearing. Someone splashed the gelatinous gasoline on the door and lit it. Flames surged but quickly extinguished due to the extreme cold and lack of combustible materials, leaving only unsightly char marks on the door, unable to inflict any real damage. In the control room, Ma Lily watched the futile frenzy of the group on the screen, laughing uncontrollably, her body shaking with mirth. Xiaolan crossed her arms, a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Su Wancheng gently shook her head, seemingly saddened by the ignorance of these people. Cold Rainbow remained expressionless, silently recording the number and equipment of the attackers. Lin Feng walked up to the control panel, activated the microphone connected to the external broadcast, cleared his throat and spoke in a tone laced with mockery and pity. Hey Zhao, who are you performing acrobatics at my door with your little monkeys? The ticket isn't cheap, you know. His voice was transmitted through hidden speakers, clearly reaching Zhao Hu and his men, who were wildly smashing away, startling them into momentary stillness. Zhao Hu abruptly looked up, scanning the surroundings, but unable to locate the source of the voice, his face turning ashen with anger. Lin Feng, stop pretending to be mysterious. If you have the guts, come out. Come out. Lin Feng snorted derisively. You guys who can't even bite through the door are worthy of making me come out. He paused, his tone growing even more flippant. I say, Zhao Hu, you're not much of a leader. Here you are with your brothers drinking the northwest wind in this freezing cold and even fighting over a box of expired noodles I gave you. How about this? Call me grandpa and I'll reward you with a few packs of biscuits. Ha 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 ha. In the control room, Ma Lily was laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up, her ample bosom rising and falling with her laughter. Outside, Zhao Hu and his subordinates were infuriated by this humiliation, their anger boiling as they impotently raged at the door and the air curses echoing endlessly. Lin Feng. Just you wait. I will definitely drag you out and tear you to shreds. Smash. Keep smashing for me. However, no matter how frenzied they became, the heavy steel door remained immovable, as if silently mocking their stupidity and helplessness. Lin Feng watched for a while, finding it dull, and turned off the microphone. Boring, let's go back. Let them have their fun. He embraced the still laughing Ma Lily and, along with the reluctant Xiaolan and the complex-faced Su Wanqing, returned to the warm living room of the villa. Leaving Zhao Hu and the others in the icy wilderness venting their desperate and futile anger against the indestructible fortress. The consecutive defeats, like buckets of cold water, extinguished much of the fire in people's hearts, and for the first time cracks appeared in Zhao Hu's reputation. Having crashed into Lin Feng's fortress twice in succession, Zhao Hu and his subordinates were left bloodied, as if struck by two heavy blows that severely impacted their already fragile nerves, worn thin by hunger and cold. In the cold, damp basement of their hideout, the atmosphere was even more frozen than the weather outside. No one spoke, only heavy breaths and suppressed coughs filled the air. The instant noodles they had previously snatched were long gone, even the seasoning packets licked clean, and the warmth in their stomachs was quickly replaced by a deeper hunger and chill. Zhao Hu's expression was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. Leaning against the cold wall with his thick arms crossed over his chest, his muscles bulged, yet they could not dispel the suffocating frustration and a hint of helplessness he was unwilling to admit. He glanced over his underlings, who were slumped and emaciated, and saw not the ferocity they once had, but rather an unmasked weariness, doubt, and even a flicker of resentment. Brother Hu. A skinny subordinate resembling a scrawny monkey rubbed his frostbitten hands and cautiously spoke. That Lin Feng's place. It feels very strange, the door seems to be welded shut and there's electricity. Should we try a different approach? Different approach. Zhao Hu suddenly glared at him, his ferocity on full display, scaring the scrawny monkey into retracting his neck. I refuse to believe he can hide in there for a lifetime. Once I find a way, I'll skin him alive. However, his fierce words did not provoke the usual agreement. Another man, his face marked by frostbite, mumbled, Brother Hu, the brothers are cold and hungry. If we keep dragging this out, we won't need him to act, we'll collapse ourselves. Exactly, that underground market is impenetrable and we've almost cleared out everything that can be robbed in this neighborhood. Complaints spread like a subtle virus among the crowd. Zhao Hu sharply felt that his authority built on violence and plunder was quietly weakening. He grew even more agitated but could not refute this harsh reality. At that moment, the old wooden door of the basement was gently pushed open, revealing a woman in bulky clothing with a dirty face peeking in. It was Bai Jie. Her once beautiful face now looked haggard, yet her eyes held a mad desperation and a desire to please. Who? Brother Hu. Bai Jie's voice was a bit hoarse. She forced out a smile she thought was charming, but it appeared particularly twisted due to the cold and malnutrition. I know a secret about that bastard Lin Feng. He has a backup vent in that underground market. It's very small, located behind the back mountain covered by snow. Her words sparked like a flash in the darkness, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Zhao Hu abruptly stood up, his massive frame exuding an air of oppression. What did you say? A vent. Where is it? Hurry up and tell me. Bai Jie was startled by his demeanor and quickly replied, I can't remember the exact location, but it definitely exists. I heard him mention it once. If we find that vent, who knows? We might be able to get in. The reason she revealed this information to Zhao Hu was partly out of a deep-seated hatred for Lin Feng, wishing for his immediate demise. On the other hand, she also wanted to use Zhao Hu to carve out a path for herself, even if it meant just obtaining a bit of food. Greed and a ruthless fire reignited in Zhao Hu's eyes. A vent. This was undoubtedly a potential weakness in the seemingly impregnable fortress. Good. Bai Jie, you've done well. Zhao Hu waved his hand grandly. Once I take down Lin Feng's lair, you will not be lacking in benefits. Brothers, did you hear that? There's always a way out. Follow me to the back mountain. Even if we have to shovel away the snow, we will find that vent. The subordinates who glimpsed a flicker of hope amidst despair were once again stirred up and began to pick up their crude tools, preparing to follow Zhao Hu to the back mountain to test their luck. Inside the villa, Lin Feng had just finished his evening activities with Xiaolan and Ma Lily. Ma Lily curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten, her smooth back exposed to the air covered in ambiguous red marks. Xiaolan slipped into a bathrobe and went to wash up in the bathroom, her curvaceous figure flickering in and out of sight under the lights. Lin Feng leaned against the headboard preparing to check the system interface when suddenly a sharp alarm rang in his mind. Warning! Abnormal energy fluctuations and life forms detected around the shelter perimeter. Almost simultaneously, Lang Hong's cold voice came through the intercom carrying a hint of seriousness. Boss, the drones have detected a large number of Zhaohu's gang members carrying tools moving towards the back mountain with unusual behavior. Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. A vent. How could they know? He immediately thought of one person, Bai Jia. Only this woman, who had a slight understanding of his past and turned to hatred out of love, could possibly leak such details. Ha! Lin Feng let out a cold sneer. Truly. Seeking their own demise. What's wrong, brother Lin Feng? Ma Lily, rubbing her sleepy eyes, asked in a delicate voice. Xiaolan also emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her damp hair sticking to her cheeks, radiating the fragrance and blush of a post-bath glow, looking at Lin Feng with confusion. It's nothing, Lin Feng replied calmly but with a chilling undertone. A few rats have found the wrong hole thinking they can squeeze in here. As he put on his clothes, he commanded through the intercom, Lang Hong, activate the passive defense grid in the back mountain area, give them a surprise. Furthermore, prepare the weapons we might need to clean up some trash. He looked out at the pitch-black back mountain, illuminated only by the snow's glow, his eyes as cold as the iciest ice. The night was as dark as ink, and the accumulated snow on the back mountain glimmered with a cold blue light under the dim moonlight. The howling wind whipped up the snowflakes, emitting a wailing sound like that of a ghost. Zhao Hu trudged through the knee-deep snow with over 20 subordinates, each wielding shovels and pry bars, resembling a pack of hungry wolves foraging in the snowy wilderness. Bai Jia was also bundled in a stolen, ill-fitting heavy coat, following at the back of the group, her lips turning purple from the cold, her body shivering uncontrollably, yet her eyes sparkled with a sickly excitement and anticipation. It seemed she could already envision Lin Feng's warm stronghold being breached, picturing him begging at her feet. Make sure to search carefully. Zhao Hu's hoarse voice sounded slightly distorted in the wind and snow as he waved his arms like a restless caged beast. The continuous failures and the subtle wavering of his subordinates filled him with high hopes for this operation, to the point where it could be said he was betting everything on it. His subordinates spread out, digging and prodding randomly in the thick snow with their tools. The extreme cold greatly exhausted their strength, and soon many began to gasp for breath, their movements becoming sluggish. Brother, who this? The snow is too thick, we can't see anything. Yeah, brother, who is that woman reliable? Complaints began to surface again. Shut up. Zhao Hu shouted furiously. Just keep searching. Whoever finds the vent first, the woman inside, will be his to choose. The dual temptation of a woman and food temporarily suppressed the fatigue and doubts of these desperate men, who continued to search vigorously in the snow. At that moment, a small subordinate seemed to kick something hard, squatting down to clear the snow with his hands, revealing a hole about the size of a basin covered with a metal grate. The grate was covered in frost, but one could vaguely see the deep passage inside. Brother Hu. Found it. Right here. The thin man shouted excitedly. Everyone instantly gathered around, and Zhao Hu's face lit up with wild joy. He pushed through the crowd, looking at the vent with greedy eyes. Ha ha. Heaven is helping me. Quickly. Pry open the grate. In the control room of the villa, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Feng was already dressed in a black special forces outfit that accentuated his strong physique. Xiaolan and Ma Lily also changed into warm clothing suitable for movement, standing behind him with expressions of anxiety and unease. Su Wanqing was instructed to stay in the safe inner room. Lang Hong was fully armed like a poised mother leopard, checking the automatic rifle in her hands. On the giant screen, the infrared image near the back mountain vent was clearly displayed. Seeing Zhao Hu and others find the location and begin to pry the grate, Ma Lily gasped in fright, grabbing Lin Feng's arm. Xiaolan instinctively tightened her fists. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, showing no signs of fluctuation. He raised his arm with the wristband and said in a deep voice, activate defense level 1. The moment the order was given, the two subordinates who were prying the grate suddenly felt a strong sense of paralysis from the pry bars. There's electricity. The two men screamed as if struck by a heavy hammer, suddenly flying back and falling into the snow, their bodies convulsing violently. The pry bars slipped from their hands, landing in the snow with a sizzling sound, emitting wisps of blue smoke. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Damn it! Is there electricity again? Zhao Hu was both shocked and furious looking at his twitching subordinates on the ground, and the seemingly cursed vent of chill ran up his spine. What are you afraid of? It's probably just a scare tactic. Zhao Hu forced himself to calm down, picked up another pry bar from the ground and cursed as he approached the grate to jab at it fiercely. However, the moment the tip of the pry bar touched the grate, a dazzling blue arc of electricity suddenly shot out from the grate like a venomous snake, swiftly spreading along the wooden pry bar to Zhao Hu's arm. Ah! Zhao Hu let out an even more miserable scream than the previous two. His whole body jolted off the ground from the shock, crashing heavily onto the snow, smoke rising from his body, his hair standing on end, frothing at the mouth, and the pry bar in his hand had already turned charred black. Brother Hu! Quick save, Brother Hu! His subordinates instantly went into chaos, some wanting to pull Zhao Hu away but fearing the electricity they could only surround him in a panic. Bai Jia watched Zhao Hu's pitiful condition, her earlier excitement instantly replaced by fear. She screamed and instinctively ran back. In the control room, Ma Lily couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Zhao Hu jumping up from the shock on the screen. Her previous tension completely dissipated. Deserved it. Let this bunch of bad guys get electrocuted. Xiaolan also breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Lin Feng becoming increasingly complex. How many more hidden abilities did this man have? Lin Feng showed no expression on his face, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He spoke into the microphone, his cold voice echoing through the hidden speakers, clearly resounding in the wind and snow of the back mountain. It seems you all enjoy playing with electricity. This is just the beginning. If you dare to approach my territory again next time, it won't be as simple as just paralysis. His voice was like the whisper of death, accompanied by the two subordinates still twitching on the ground and a group of terrified thugs, creating an incredibly terrifying scene on this icy night. The Zhao Hu subordinates, who had fortunately not been electrocuted, no longer cared about the vent or the woman in food, frantically hoisting the unconscious Zhao Hu and the other two like lost dogs, scrambling away from the back mountain, disappearing into the dark snowstorm. The first proactive defense without bloodshed had completely shattered the invaders' courage. Lin Feng turned off the microphone and said to Long Hong, increase vigilance. Also raise the defense level of the back mountain to level 2, allowing the use of non-lethal deterrent weapons. Understood. Long Hong replied succinctly. Lin Feng turned and looked out at the still raging wind and snow, his gaze deep. He knew that although Zhao Hu had retreated this time, the seeds of hatred had already been sown and future conflicts would only become more intense. However, he did not care. In the apocalypse, boredom was inevitable. It was better to toy with the little mice. The series of defeats, especially the bizarre electric shocks from the back mountain, doused Zhao Hu's pretentious bravado like a bucket of cold water, igniting a more venomous and frenzied flame deep within his heart. When brute force failed, he resorted to the most despicable and cruel methods, attempting to psychologically shatter Lin Feng. In the days that followed, the community descended into a veritable hell on earth. Robberies and rapes occurred almost daily under the glaring light of day, the screams and wails becoming the background music of this frozen wasteland. The final piece of humanity's modesty was completely torn away, and the jungle law of the survival of the fittest was laid bare before every survivor. Zhao Hu and his core subordinates maintained their twisted rule through violence and fear, indulging in the pathological pleasure of controlling the lives and deaths of others. Even more outrageous was their conscious decision to secretly transport the bodies of those who had been raped and murdered, or those who were tortured for resisting, to the entrance of Lin Feng's villa and the underground mall under the cover of night. One body, two bodies. The frozen stiff corpses were discarded in various contorted and agonized positions on the pristine snow, the dark red blood staining the white surface like a hellish painting. They attempted to use this extreme method to assault Lin Feng and his allies' psychological defenses, instilling fear and disgust, even fantasizing that Lin Feng would succumb to the horror and come out to clear the scene or break down mentally. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was oppressive. Even with thick walls and advanced air filtration systems, when Ma Lily saw the female corpse positioned in a pleading posture at the door, her face twisted in agony on the monitor, she couldn't help but scream and rushed into Lin Feng's arms, her delicate body trembling violently, her face pale. Today she was dressed in an expensive cashmere dress, yet she felt a chill all over. Xiaolan bit her lip tightly, her well-exercised chest heaving with anger. She punched the wall beside her, producing a dull thud. These beasts. Scum! Even the usually gentle Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel a tumult in her stomach upon seeing the scene on the screen. She covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Lang Hong remained expressionless, but the hand resting on her weapon turned slightly white from the force. Her gaze was so cold it could freeze the air. Lin Feng's face was terrifyingly dark. Though he had experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, Zhao Hu's deliberate provocation and trampling of humanity's bottom line still filled him with a visceral disgust and overwhelming killing intent. This had transcended the realm of survival competition. It was pure evil. How? How could they do this? Ma Lily said with a choked voice, tears welling in her eyes. They are testing our limits and venting their impotent rage. Lin Feng's voice was icy, laced with a suppressed fury. Do they think this will break us? He walked to the control panel, his gaze sweeping over the glaring corpses on the screen. There was no fear in his eyes, only a frozen killing intent.
Since they enjoy sending gifts, we shall assist them in disposing of them.
He manipulated the control interface, activating one of the hidden defensive devices around the villa and the underground mall, a high-pressure flamethrower. The hidden shooting holes above and around the villa's entrance quietly opened and thick, long flamethrower tubes protruded.
Boom!
A blazing flame akin to a dragon's breath erupted violently, instantly engulfing the corpses at the door. The extreme heat caused the snow to melt and vaporize rapidly, producing a hissing sound. The corpses burned fiercely in the flames, fat crackling and popping. An indescribable stench of charred flesh wafted even through the filtration system, and soon those corpses were reduced to charcoal in the raging fire, ultimately becoming a shapeless pile of ashes mingling with the melted snow and losing all semblance of their original forms. This sudden divine-like flame not only cleanly and efficiently disposed of the refuse at the door, but the raging fire and high temperature also clearly conveyed to all who were secretly watching. Some lackeys who had been coerced or tempted by Zhao Hu to monitor and transport the bodies saw the scene from a distance and were terrified, their legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground.
Fire! Flamethrower! What the hell? What else does he have in there? This is no place for humans. It's the devil's lair.
Fear spread in their hearts like a plague. Following Zhao Hu might allow them to survive temporarily, but facing Lin Feng's seemingly endless and unimaginably brutal defensive measures and cold-blooded counterattacks, they began to seriously contemplate whether it was truly worth it to continue opposing such a being. Would their own fate be worse than those burned to ashes? After hearing the news, Zhao Hu was enraged but also felt a wave of helplessness. He realized that facing Lin Feng was like a mouse chasing a turtle with no way to strike, only to be repeatedly thwarted, even intimidating his own subordinates. The continuous defeats in Lin Feng's unfathomable schemes had plunged the atmosphere within Zhao Hu's gang to a freezing point.
Resources dwindled and fear and dissatisfaction fermented in silence.
Lin Feng felt that it was time for this boring farce to come to an end. That morning, as the survivors struggled with the cold and hunger, the familiar yet chilling broadcast echoed clearly over the silent neighborhood. Once again, still Lin Feng's calm and unwavering voice imbued with undeniable power. Everyone listen.
Zhao Hu's life is worth a box of ham sausages. Whoever brings me his head will receive an immediate reward.
The content of the broadcast was succinct, yet it was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the hearts of all who heard it.
A box of ham sausages.
In times of peace it might not be worth much, but in this frigid apocalypse where food was more precious than gold, it was undoubtedly a fortune that could drive people mad, even to the point of selling their souls. The survivors were first shocked that Lin Feng still had enough power to use the broadcast, and then countless gazes, both overt and covert, descended upon the villa where Zhao Hu's gang was holed up like hungry wolves. The fear they originally felt towards Zhao Hu began to waver and crumble in the face of survival instincts and immense temptation. The underlings of Zhao Hu were stirred by turbulent waves of emotion. They exchanged glances, seeing the flickering greed, struggle, and a hint of ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Following Zhao Hu was a path fraught with danger, coupled with the monstrous opponent Lin Feng, and now a much easier and more rewarding shortcut lay before them. Zhao Hu remained oblivious. At this moment he was in the most comfortable room at the base, the original master bedroom. Continuous mental strain and feelings of defeat made him desperate for release. Bai Jie, disheveled and in disarray, knelt on the messy bed, her once meticulously cared for hair now dry and scattered, her originally fair skin roughened by malnutrition and cold. Zhao Hu's hairy muscular arms tightly encircled her waist, his face marked by flesh bore a savage expression of release and a hint of obsession. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and a sense of despair. Bai Jie's gaze was hollow, but deep within that emptiness burned a twisted flame of hatred directed at both Lin Feng and Zhao Hu. In the moment Zhao Hu let his guard down, a flash of resoluteness surged in Bai Jie's eyes. The hand she had kept hidden tightly clenched at her side shot out like lightning. In her hand was a cold, sharpened kitchen knife obtained from who knows where.
A flash of cold light.
Ugh! All of Zhao Hu's actions and sounds came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking down to see a slender red line appearing on the side of his thick neck. A severe sense of suffocation and the chill of death instantly seized him. He wanted to roar to strangle that wretched woman, but he could not make any sound, his strength ebbing away like a receding tide. Bai Jie forcefully pushed away his slumped, heavy body, staggering off the bed. Looking at Zhao Hu, who was convulsing and rapidly losing life on the bed, her face bore no expression, only a cold and numb satisfaction of vengeance. She hastily put on her clothes, not even bothering to wipe the warm liquid that splattered on her face, her gaze fixed on Zhao Hu's massive body that no longer moved. She did not do this solely for the box of ham sausages, at least not entirely. She sought revenge against Lin Feng's heartlessness, as well as retribution for the humiliation and pain that Zhao Hu had inflicted upon her. Now she had personally severed one of the roots of her suffering. Soon after, the news of Zhao Hu's death and the details of his murder by Bai Jie spread like wildfire among survivors and underlings, embellished and exaggerated.
Panic, shock, and a strange thrill permeated the air.
As Bai Jie dragged a small suitcase containing Zhao Hu's large processed head walking alone towards Lin Feng's villa, all the hidden gazes along the way were filled with complex and inscrutable meanings. The kiss of a viper often delivers a fatal blow when the prey is most relaxed. Lin Feng did not even need to lift a finger. With just a word of bounty, he borrowed a knife to kill, completely dismantling the most threatening hostile force against him. Bai Jie dragged the heavy luggage behind her, stumbling toward the cold steel door of the villa. The biting wind whipped her disheveled hair, and her thin clothing offered no protection against the cold. She trembled uncontrollably, but her eyes were fixed on the surveillance camera above the door, burning with a mix of madness, anticipation, and a hint of weakness. She placed the suitcase on the snow and forcefully opened the lid, revealing a frozen head wrapped in tattered cloth, the hideous visage of Zhao Hu. The terrifying sight formed a bizarre contrast with Bai Jie's pale and stubborn face. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, did you see this? Bai Jie tilted her head back, screaming hoarsely at the camera, her voice sharp and distorted by the cold and excitement. I killed Zhao Hu. I brought his head. According to our agreement, give me the sausages. And, let me in. Her chest heaved violently, the once graceful curves barely visible under the oversized tattered winter coat, looking utterly disheveled. She imagined the door opening, warm air rushing toward her, Lin Feng perhaps looking at her with new eyes, finally allowing her to enter the safe haven she had longed for. However, all she received in return was a deathly silence. Moments later, a smaller alloy window beside the door slid open with a click. A box of sausages wrapped in transparent plastic and emblazoned with bright logos was carelessly tossed out, landing in the snow with a dull thud. Nothing else was offered. The door remained tightly shut, unmoving. Bai Jie was stunned. She stared at the box of sausages, glaringly bright against the snow, then looked up at the cold door. The anticipation on her face froze instantly, shattering like broken glass, transforming into disbelief, anger, and hysteria. Is this it? Just a box of sausages? Bai Jie screamed, fiercely kicking the box of food as if it were her mortal enemy. Lin Feng. What do you mean? I killed Zhao Hu. I helped you eliminate a serious threat. You send me off with this? Open the door. Let me in. You promised. Her voice echoed in the empty snowfield, filled with despair and resentment. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold, emotionless voice slowly emanated from the speaker on the door, clearly reaching Bai Jie's ears and those of everyone secretly listening. The broadcast was very clear: Zhao Hu's life is worth a box of sausages. The reward I have already given. His tone was flat, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. As for letting you in. Lin Feng's voice carried an unmistakable hint of mockery. When did I ever promise? Do you think you are worthy? You? Bai Jie nearly choked on his words, her face turning from white to green, shaking even more violently, whether from anger or cold she could not tell. Lin Feng. You liar. Cold-blooded animal. I did so much for you. How could you? Lin Feng interrupted her, his voice suddenly cold like the frigid wind outside. You were only driven by your own petty grievances and greed. Stop being so self-important, take your reward and get lost. The word "get lost" was like a final judgment, shattering all of Bai Jie's fantasies. She stood dazed in the snow, looking at the door that would never open for her, then at the box of sausages beneath her feet, a symbol of humiliation. Reflecting on her mad act of killing Zhao Hu, a chilling coldness and hatred more piercing than the cold itself completely engulfed her. She suddenly lifted the box of sausages, as if holding onto her shattered dignity and future, using her last ounce of strength to curse at the Villa Lin Feng. May you have a terrible death. I curse you. I won't let you go even as a ghost. The curses gradually faded in the wind and snow. Bai Jie shot one last venomous glare at the villa, clutching the box of sausages, dragging her weary, nearly frozen body, stumbling step by step, trembling, leaving without looking back from the community that had made her lose everything, disappearing into the vast snowstorm, lost to the world. Inside the Villa, Lin Feng watched Bai Jie's disappearing figure on the monitor, his expression showing no signs of emotion. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. At this moment in his previous life, Bai Jie should still have been entangled with Zhang Hao, although equally tragic, she had not yet reached the point of personally committing murder. Was it the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth that hastened her downfall and destruction? Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Let her struggle for survival in this cruel apocalypse with endless resentment and despair, tasting a pain more profound than death that would be the best reward for her. Time seemed to freeze in the extreme cold, yet it also felt as if it were hastening its passage. Lin Feng's diligent daily check-in had accumulated a considerable amount of system points. He was like a patient miser, often browsing the interface of the system's marketplace in his mind. The mysterious series of origin spirit fruits had unlocked more illustrations, such as the red flame fruit, ice heart, lotus, and thunder fruit, each description of efficacy making Lin Feng's heart race. However, the long string of jaw-dropping point prices and the still gray unlocked status felt like a cold splash of water, reminding him that the timing was not yet ripe. It seems that it's not just a matter of points, there appears to be some specific conditions to meet, or perhaps the time has not yet come. Lin Feng pondered to himself, suppressing his impatience. Recently unlocked items in the marketplace left him somewhat astonished and incredulous. They were not the high-tech weapons he had envisioned like Gauss rifles or plasma cannons, but rather a row of cold weapons exuding an ancient and chilling aura. Zhangba Snake Spear 1000 points. Description: the spear blade is like a snake transforming fiercely. Bright silver gun 1000 points. Description: the gun emerges like a dragon exuding righteous spirit. Dragon Riding Spear 1000 points. Description: charge into battle relentless and fearless. Qinglong Yenyue Dao 2000 points. Description: the knife's force is heavy, unmatched by tyrants. Fong Tianhua Ji 2000 points. Description: the spear technique is ever-changing, shocking even ghosts and deities. There were more icons still shrouded in mist yet to be unlocked. Cold weapons. Lin Feng stroked his chin, a hint of amusement and deep thought in his gaze. To give me these in the era of hot weapons. What exactly was the system plotting? Could it be that in the late stages of the apocalypse these cold weapons would possess unexpected power? Or perhaps they need to be used in conjunction with a certain type of energy. He momentarily suppressed the urge to exchange for these weapons, recognizing that points were precious and needed to be spent wisely. His gaze shifted towards the energy liquids in the marketplace that he had already used and that had brought him immense benefits. Energy liquids can significantly enhance my physique. I wonder if they would be equally effective for Xiaolan, Malili and the others. This thought took root in his heart. If feasible, the self-preservation abilities of those around him would make a qualitative leap, especially in the face of potentially more dangerous situations in the future. However, this required caution. Safety had to be ensured. Life within the fortress was not entirely harmonious. In the guest room on the first floor, the atmosphere was growing increasingly heavy. Cold Rainbow's parents, once simple and contented elders, were on the verge of mental collapse after experiencing the panic of the early apocalypse, the forced relocations, and the vague awareness of the outside world's horrors. Most of the time they simply sat in silence in their room, their eyes vacant, filled with despair and fear for the future. Cold Rainbow watched this with pain in her heart, unsure how to comfort them, and could only silently fulfill her own responsibilities. Cold Rainbow's twin sisters Cold Snow and Cold Frost had just turned 18, the age of youthful exuberance. Before the apocalypse they were beloved high school students full of dreams for the future. Now, however, they were trapped in this confined space. Although safe in wealth, the prolonged isolation and monotony made their youthful hearts restless. They often took advantage of the moments when Cold Rainbow was on patrol to sneak to the staircase, eagerly gazing up at the second floor. They could hear the occasional sounds of music from upstairs, Malili's cheerful cries while playing video games, and even the faint shouts during Xiaolan's training. "Sister, let's go up and play for a while, just for a bit." Cold Snow tugged at Cold Rainbow's arm, pleading in a soft voice. She had inherited her sister's excellent genes, and her figure had begun to develop, making even simple thermal clothing unable to hide her youthful curves, her face radiating with the energy of youth and curiosity about the unknown. "Yes, sister, it's so stuffy downstairs. We promise not to cause any trouble." Cold Frost chimed in, her personality more reserved, but the desire in her eyes was equally evident. Cold Rainbow looked at the eager faces of her two younger sisters, feeling a pang of bitterness and difficulty in her heart. She was well aware of Lin Feng's rules and understood that her family's ability to find refuge here was a tremendous blessing, and that they could not have any inappropriate thoughts. She could only harden her heart and put on a stern face. "No. The boss prefers peace and quiet. You two stay downstairs obediently and do not disturb him." Watching her sisters lower their heads in disappointment, pouting unwillingly as they returned to the guest room, Cold Rainbow silently clenched her fists. She was grateful for Lin Feng's shelter, but she also felt the invisible barrier between her family and the core area of the fortress. This subtle tension surged quietly like an undercurrent beneath the warm and peaceful surface. Although Lin Feng spent most of his time on the second floor, he was not entirely oblivious to the situation downstairs. He vaguely sensed Cold Rainbow's parents' despondency and the cautious longing of those two girls. Lin Feng stood by the railing on the second floor, his gaze calmly sweeping over the living room on the first floor. Lang Hong's parents remained like two lifeless statues curled up on the corner sofa, their vacant eyes staring at the flickering flames in the fireplace, yet feeling not a shred of warmth. Lang Shui and Lang Shuang meanwhile idly fiddled with a few old dolls, occasionally glancing up at the second floor, their youthful and beautiful faces filled with longing and curiosity about the outside world and Lin Feng's life. Lin Feng's brow slightly furrowed. He understood well that even the strongest defenses of a fortress could be undermined from within. Lang Hong was an indispensable force for him, but if her family remained in such a state of oppression and despair for too long, it would inevitably affect her mindset and could become an unstable factor at a critical moment in the future. This was not what he wanted to see. He turned around and walked towards Xiaolan, who was engaged in core training in the gym. Xiaolan wore a form-fitting fluorescent green sports tank top and shorts, her sweat accentuating her fit and voluptuous figure, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath while her defined waist was clear to see. Ma Lily on the other hand wore a silk camisole dress lazily sprawled on the yoga mat beside her, the hem barely concealing her perky derriere, her long and fair legs crossed as she played with her phone. Starting today, Lin Feng's voice interrupted them. Lin Hong's family can move about on the second floor. Xiaolan and Ma Lily were momentarily stunned. Ma Lily pouted, first sounding a bit spoiled and dissatisfied. Huh? Why, brother Lin Feng? Isn't it nice downstairs? She didn't quite like having outsiders disturb her in Lin Feng's two-person world, though Xiaolan typically joined them. Xiaolan wiped her sweat, straightened her back, her impressive curves more pronounced, and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Feng's gaze swept over their overly cool attire and he said calmly, there's no reason. Also, you two pay attention to your attire, don't be too casual. His tone left no room for discussion. Ma Lily pouted somewhat reluctantly but still replied with an O. Xiaolan nodded, indicating her understanding. Lin Feng then found Su Wanqing, who was busy in the kitchen. Su Wanqing wore a simple apron, her figure graceful, focused on preparing ingredients, her profile illuminated by the light appeared gentle and captivating. Wanqing, Lin Feng said, when you have time teach Lin Hong's mother how to cook so she has something to do to distract her attention. Su Wanqing raised her head, a glimmer of understanding flashed in her clear eyes and she gently nodded, okay Mr. Lin, I will. After arranging these, Lin Feng called Lin Hong to the study. Lin Hong was still dressed in a sleek black combat suit, her posture upright, a serious expression on her cold and beautiful face. When she heard Lin Feng announce that her family could go up to the second floor, a spark of incredulous joy and a hint of barely perceptible emotion suddenly erupted in her usually sharp and calm eyes. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to take such an initiative. Thank you, boss. Lin Hong's voice carried a note of suppressed excitement as she deeply bowed to Lin Feng. This decision was undoubtedly a ray of hope amidst the darkness for her and her family. No need to thank me, Lin Feng waved his hand, his tone still calm. The stability of the fortress requires everyone. Your parents' state is not a solution in the long run. He paused before continuing, I plan to go out for a while to find a doctor. A psychologist and a surgeon are both very important. He thought of Su Yueyo, who had saved him in his past life, wondering if he could still find her in this desolate world. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong stepped forward without any hesitation, standing tall, her tone resolute as she said, boss, I'm going with you. Protecting your safety is my duty. Lin Feng looked at Lin Hong's undeniable gaze and taut body, which held immense explosive potential beneath her combat suit, and the words he intended to refuse caught in his throat. He indeed needed a reliable guard, and Lin Hong was undoubtedly the best choice. All right, Lin Feng nodded, get ready, we leave tomorrow. Yes. A sharp light flashed in Lin Hong's eyes like a sword about to be drawn. The heavy steel door slowly rose, revealing the special off-road vehicle inside the underground garage, resembling a slumbering giant beast. The body was covered with a thick layer of cold-resistant coating and the tires were wide with fierce treads exuding a sense of power. Lin Feng unlocked the car with a remote key, the door emitting a soft click sound. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The interior was warm as spring, the advanced temperature control system already activated. Lin Hong followed and sat in the passenger seat, still wearing her sleek black combat uniform that tightly wrapped her tall and athletic figure, though the fullness of her curves and the slender strength of her waist were still faintly visible. As she made contact with the soft warm seat and noticed the various indicator lights illuminating on the dashboard, particularly the fuel gauge showing ample fuel, a hint of unmasked surprise flickered across her cold face once again. In the frigid cold of dozens of degrees below zero, the fuel of ordinary vehicles had long since solidified into a gelatinous state, yet this vehicle seemed completely unaffected. Lin Feng seemed to catch her bewilderment, skillfully starting the engine while casually explaining special antifreeze fuel and an engine preheating system, just a little trick. The engine emitted a low and powerful roar echoing in the enclosed garage like the breath of a waking beast. Lin Hong said nothing, merely fastening her seatbelt and placing her automatic rifle within reach. Yet her awe and curiosity towards Lin Feng deepened. This man seemed to have an uncanny grasp of this catastrophic apocalypse, having made comprehensive preparations for everything in advance. How many secrets was he still hiding? The garage door opened completely, revealing the white, desolate world outside. Lin Feng shifted gears and gently pressed the accelerator, causing the steel beast to roar as it charged out of the garage, crushing through the thick snow toward the city center hospital in his memories. The deep and powerful roar of the off-road vehicle sounded jarringly out of place in the silent ruins dominated by ice and death. The sound spread throughout the entire community. Survivors who had been struggling and fighting over scraps of food or a sheltered corner among the dilapidated buildings instinctively halted their actions as if the pause button had been pressed. They looked up in astonishment, some peeking out from behind shattered windows, following the sound with their gaze. When they saw the special off-road vehicle speeding across the snowy expanse like a black lightning bolt, distinctly different from everything else, a myriad of complex emotions surged within them. It's the sound of a car. There's a vehicle that can still run. It's Lin Feng. It's his car. Surprise, disbelief, and
agreed that spread like wildfires. On the second floor of a relatively intact villa, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and fierce eyes coldly observed the direction in which the off-road vehicle had disappeared.
Surrounding him were a few equally fierce companions.
They were previously a small leader in his confidants under Zhao Hu, and after Zhao Hu's death they had merged some remnants and became a newly rising force in the community. Big Beard Wang Mang squinted at the off-road vehicle that was becoming a black dot, his rough fingers stroking the handle of a machete, his voice hoarse and cold. Did you see that? A special vehicle and fuel. Damn, Lin Feng, this bastard truly has a rich background. If we could seize that vehicle, wouldn't we be able to leave this hellhole and head to the southern refuge? A tall thin man next to him swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. Of course we should seize the car. Wang Mang's lips curled into a cruel arc, but more importantly, he paused, his gaze becoming sharper and greedier, as if piercing through the distance to see the impregnable villa. Lin Feng, this turtle finally dares to stick his head out. As long as we catch him, aren't we afraid we can't break open the door of his turtle shell? All the food, women, warmth inside will all be ours. His words were like the whispers of a devil, making the breaths of those around him grow heavier, their eyes nearly overflowing with greed and ferocity. Yes. Capture Lin Feng. Seize his car and take down his lair. The off-road vehicle roared through the frozen city like a steel beast breaking free from its shackles, emitting a deafening roar in the dead silence. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive as he gripped the steering wheel, pressing the gas pedal almost to the floor, the vehicle soaring at an astonishing speed down the streets blanketed in thick snow littered with abandoned cars and debris. Bang! Clatter! The off-road vehicle crashed through the obstructing abandoned car without hesitation, the heavy chassis grinding over the collapsed billboards and frozen trash, producing a sound of metal distortion and shattering that was painfully grating. Snow and debris flew everywhere. In the passenger seat, Leng Hong initially tensed, slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible unease crossing her typically calm observing eyes. Instinctively she reached for the overhead handrail, her slender fingers calloused but delicate, turning slightly pale from the pressure. To her, such reckless driving seemed likely to damage even a special vehicle. However, after several violent impacts, she was astonished to find that the car's body suffered no noticeable dents aside from accumulating more snow and grime. The dull thud of the collisions resembled striking solid metal. In that instant she understood that the vehicle's body was likely crafted from the same unknown special steel as the villa's gate. She turned her head to observe Lin Feng's stern profile and his focused gaze on the road ahead, her shock deepening. The depths of this boss were unfathomable. The roar of the engine and the thunderous crashes echoed in this deathly world where even the wind sounded monotonous, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake stirring ripples. In a half-collapsed residential building, several survivors wrapped in heavy filthy cotton clothes huddled around a feeble fire made from broken furniture. Hearing the distant rumble drawing near, they looked up in terror, catching sight of the off-road vehicle charging through like a black demon. What the hell is that? A car. It's a car. A car that can still run. Damn. How much fuel must that have? One man, his face marked by frostbite, quickly shifted from shock to overwhelming greed, licking his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. If only. If we could get that car. But an older man beside him immediately cut him off, fear evident in his voice. Don't be foolish. Look at that vehicle. It smashed through so many obstacles without a scratch. The people inside must be tough to deal with. Yet the seed of greed had already been planted as the man stared at the direction where the off-road vehicle had disappeared, his eyes flickering with unspoken calculations. At an intersection, several heads suddenly popped out from behind an abandoned bus. Armed with makeshift spears and machetes, they were clearly preparing to ambush the passing prey. Upon seeing the speeding steel beast, they immediately recoiled in fear. Boss. What do we do now? The man referred to as the boss, marked by a scarred face, peered through the shattered window of the bus, his gaze locked onto the off-road vehicle filled with jealousy and ferocity. Damn it, it's really a tough nut to crack. Make a note of its direction. Wait for it to come back. Figure out a way to set up some roadblocks. I don't believe it can keep going. At the top of a mall that barely maintained its structure, a man dressed in a tattered military coat and with keen eyes was observing the city through a dilapidated telescope. The appearance of the off-road vehicle caught his attention. He carefully monitored the vehicle's trajectory and its formidable capability to ignore obstacles, his brow furrowing. The direction of H City's first hospital. Is it going to the hospital at such a time? To find medicine. Or looking for someone, he muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the window frame. This vehicle is both an opportunity and a huge trouble. Along the way, similar scenes unfolded in different corners. The roar of the steel beast, like a meteor streaking through the desperate night sky, attracted all eyes hidden among the ruins and shadows. Surprise, fear, jealousy, but more prominently was the greed surging in like sharks catching a whiff of blood.
This vehicle, representing mobile resources for survival and formidable power in the potential prey within, had become the most enticing target in the eyes of countless starving beasts. Lin Feng was fully aware of all this but remained unconcerned. He understood the rules of the apocalypse better than anyone. The first hospital of H City, a colossal white structure that once embodied hope for life, now stood silently amidst the ruins, covered in ice and snow, resembling a lifeless giant beast. Most of the windows were shattered, gaping open and allowing the wind and snow to rush in. Lin Feng steadily parked the specialized off-road vehicle before the dilapidated main entrance of the hospital, half buried in snow. He turned off the engine, scanned the surroundings to ensure temporary safety, and said to Lung Hong, "Get out." Lung Hong swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt, grabbed her weapon and exited the vehicle, first standing guard. However, as she made her way around the front of the vehicle, habitually surveying the environment, she suddenly noticed out of the corner of her eye that the off-road vehicle behind her was gone. In the blink of an eye, that massive iron beast had vanished into thin air. All that remained were the tracks it had left in the snow and the abruptly stopped tire marks. Lung Hong's heart raced, and for the first time a clear look of shock appeared on her cold, beautiful face. Instinctively she tightened her grip on the rifle, her sharp gaze quickly sweeping the area, yet she found nothing. How could such a large vehicle possibly vanish in an instant? She looked towards Lin Feng, who had just exited the car, nonchalantly adjusting his gear as if the disappearance of the vehicle was the most ordinary thing. Recalling the mysterious appearance of supplies at the villa earlier and the seemingly endless energy, Lung Hong forcibly suppressed the tumult within her heart, swallowing all her questions back down. The boss' secret was not for her to investigate, she merely needed to fulfill her responsibilities. "Let's go," Lin Feng said lightly, retrieving two powerful flashlights from his space, handing one to Lung Hong before stepping onto the thinly iced steps leading up to the hospital. Lung Hong immediately gathered her focus, following closely with her rifle, maintaining a standard tactical alert posture as she walked alongside Lin Feng into the deep dark main entrance of the hospital. Not long after they entered the hospital, a group of about 7 or 8 people dressed in bulky and tattered clothing, armed with clubs and machetes, stealthily approached the hospital entrance, following the clear tire tracks on the ground. "Damn it, how come the tracks just stop here?" A short man wearing a tattered felt hat cursed while scratching his head as he looked at the abruptly ending tire marks. "Where's the vehicle? Such a big car, can it fly away?" Another man with scars on his face kicked at the snow, looking frustrated. "It must have gone into the hospital. Come on, let's go in and find it. I'll make sure to squeeze that driver dry." The leader, a one-eyed man, spat on the ground and said viciously, ushering his men into the hospital. Inside the hospital it was even more eerie and cold than outside. The emergency lights had long since gone out, and only the beam of the flashlight swept through the darkness, illuminating the chaos of overturned stretcher carts, scattered medical records, dried and darkened bloodstains, and some bodies that had either not been transported in time or were abandoned, frozen stiff in various postures of despair. A complex and strange odor permeated the air. The strong scent of disinfectant had long been overlaid by a mixture of blood, decaying corpses, and a pungent smell reminiscent of some kind of chemical reagent. With her keen sense of smell honed through special training, Lung Hong was particularly sensitive to this abnormal odor. Her elegant nose wrinkled slightly, her grip on the gun tightened, and she whispered, "Boss, something smells off, be careful." However, Lin Feng seemed oblivious to it, or perhaps he had anticipated it. His expression showed no change as his sharp gaze swept over the signs of various departments, his target clear. "Stick close to me. We will prioritize searching the surgery, neurology, pharmacy, and medical equipment storage." As Lin Feng spoke, he pushed open a half-closed door labeled surgery outpatient. Inside was equally chaotic. But he paid it no mind as the flashlight beam swept over the shelves and cabinets. Whenever he spotted intact surgical instruments, suture packs, anesthetics, antibiotics, or any medicines he deemed useful, he would merely reach out and those items would instantly disappear, absorbed into his infinite space. His movements were efficient and precise, as if he were conducting a search that had been rehearsed countless times. While Lung Hong remained vigilant, watching the corridor and the movements of the rooms, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Feng's almost magical method of collecting supplies. Each time an item vanished into thin air, her understanding of this mysterious boss deepened, further solidifying her resolve to stand firmly by his side. The two cleared their way through, starting from the first floor and gradually advancing upward. Lin Feng and Lung Hong silently ascended the cold staircase to the 4th floor. Unlike the deathly silence of the other floors, a flickering orange glow was barely visible at the end of the 4th floor corridor, accompanied by faint sounds of conversation. The two exchanged a glance and lightened their footsteps, approaching the room marked National Medical Hall 303 like leopards in the dark night. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack they could see a small campfire burning inside, fueled seemingly by dismantled wooden furniture and alcohol-soaked cloth, emitting a strange mixed odor. The firelight illuminated 3 figures huddled beside the fire. Sitting against the wall was an old doctor with white hair and a gaunt face wrapped in a stained white coat. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath so faint it was almost imperceptible, and his chest only rose and fell slightly as if he might draw his last breath at any moment. This was the Lin doctor they had spoken of. Surrounding him were two young female doctors. One had a neat bob haircut and wore black-framed glasses, her expression displaying a stubborn defiance even in this dire situation. Her name was Chen Jing. The other had somewhat disheveled long hair, a delicate face, but her complexion was pale and her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Her name was Sun Xiaoyu. Chen Jing poked at the campfire with a small stick, her voice low, and horsed the supplies from the storage room and vending machine. Will last at most another 2 days. Teacher Lin. Probably won't survive tonight. She looked at the fading Lin doctor, her eyes reddening. Sun Xiaoyu hugged her knees, her body trembling slightly, her voice tinged with tears. In this hellhole there isn't a single familiar face. What are we going to do? Chen Jing shook her head bitterly. What good would it do if we did know someone? Didn't you see that group that broke in a few days ago? They stole anything in sight and attacked anyone they encountered. Those few little nurses who didn't manage to hide. Her voice choked off here, but the implication was clear. Sun Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, timidly lowering her voice. Sister Chen, do you think Teacher Lin might have caught something unclean when he went to the morgue on the first basement level to look for medicine last time? Otherwise, how else could it be? Xiaoyu. Chen Jing immediately interrupted her tone carrying a hint of sternness. We are doctors. How can we believe in such things? Teacher Lin is just old, plus the low temperature, anxiety and malnutrition have taken a toll on his body. Just then a soft creak sounded as the ajar door was fully pushed open. Lin Feng and Lang Hong's figures appeared in the doorway, their tall silhouettes blocking the cold wind entering the corridor and instantly silencing all sounds within the room. Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu, like startled rabbits, abruptly looked up, their faces drained of color. Chen Jing instinctively grabbed a broken chair leg beside her, using it as a makeshift weapon, placing it in front of the Lin doctor. Though her hand trembled slightly, her gaze was filled with vigilance and a hint of desperate ferocity. Sun Xiaoyu gasped in fright, shrinking back tightly against the wall. Lang Hong immediately stepped in front of Lin Feng, the muzzle of her automatic rifle slightly lowered. Though she didn't aim directly, the cold metallic sheen and the fierce killing intent radiating from her were enough to instill fear in anyone. Her body, clad in combat gear, stood tall and fit like a blade drawn from its sheath. Lin Feng's gaze calmly swept across the room, passing over the two panicked young female doctors before finally resting on the frail old man. He ignored the weapon in Chen Jing's hands and Sun Xiaoyu's fear, speaking directly, his voice resonating clearly in the silent room. It seems you need assistance. The sudden appearance of Lin Feng and Lang Hong was like two boulders thrown into still water, instantly solidifying the already desperate atmosphere within the National Medical Hall. Chen Jing suppressed the fear surging within her, her fingers gripping the rough chair leg, turning pale from the force. She straightened her spine, which had grown somewhat frail from long-term malnutrition, and held the unconscious Dr. Lin even tighter, her voice trembling slightly as she questioned, Who are you? What do you want? Sun Xiaoyu trembled all over, her delicate face devoid of color. Instinctively she shrank back until her back was pressed against the cold wall, as if that could provide her with a shred of pitiful safety. Her gaze darted anxiously between Lin Feng and Lang Hong. When she clearly saw the cold ghostly glint of the automatic rifle in Lang Hong's hand and the bulge of the holster at Lin Feng's waist through the beam of his flashlight, her pupils constricted and she could no longer contain her inner terror, letting out a sharp and short scream. Ah! Guns! They have guns! This scream echoed loudly in the empty, silent hospital, piercing the stillness like a stone thrown into darkness, instantly stirring ripples. In the lobby on the first floor, the group of thugs who had stealthily entered following the tire tracks were startled by this sudden scream. What the hell? What was that sound? Upstairs. It seems to be coming from upstairs. 7 or 8 people immediately reacted like frightened mice, quickly backing against the walls or covers, tightly gripping their knives and clubs, anxiously gazing toward the dark stairway. The one-eyed leader listened intently for a few seconds, his face revealing doubt and ferocity. Damn it, didn't we sweep through the hospital earlier? How can there still be someone? Didn't we already capture those few pretty nurses and lock them up in the dungeon? A thin man nearby licked his cracked lips, a glimmer of greed and lewdness flashing in his eyes. Boss, maybe it's a fish that slipped through the net. It sounds like it's a young woman. The one-eyed leader's eyes flashed with fierce light. Without hesitation he growled, fuck it. Let's go take a look. If it's a woman, take her back. If it's the driver, we can grab both the person and the goods. Let's go. The group immediately left the first floor, cautiously moving toward the stairway like hyenas. Within the National Medical Hall on the 3rd floor, Sun Xiaoyu's scream caused Chen Jing's heart to sink to the bottom. She hadn't anticipated that Xiaoyu would suddenly lose control, which undoubtedly exposed their location. In the instant Sun Xiaoyu screamed, Lang Hong's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. She made no unnecessary movements, her arm holding the gun tense slightly, the muzzle raised at a more advantageous angle for quick response. Her aura became even more dangerous, resembling a poised leopard coldly scanning the doorway and outside, guarding against potential threats that might be drawn in. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his expression showed no signs of surprise. Ignoring Sun Xiaoyu's terror and Chen Jing's heightened vigilance, he took 2 steps forward, closing the distance. His tall figure cast a long shadow in the flickering firelight, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. Lang Hong moved in sync, always maintaining the best position for cover and shooting behind him.
Let's have an introduction.
Lin Feng's voice remained flat yet carried an undeniable coldness, as if assessing the value of goods.
I only want useful people. Useless ones have no right to survive.
His gaze like a cold searchlight swept over the trembling Sun Xiaoyu, then landed on the seemingly composed Chen Jing before finally glancing at the barely conscious Dr.
Lin.
Under the relentless pressure of this naked survival rule, Chen Jing bit her lip, knowing that concealing the truth was meaningless and could instead invite disaster.
She took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. My name is Chen Jing and I am a disciple of Dr.
Lin, majoring in traditional Chinese medicine. She pointed to the old man behind her, then indicated Sun Xiaoyu huddled in the corner. Her name is Sun Xiaoyu. She just graduated and is an intern doctor studying orthopedics. She deliberately emphasized traditional Chinese medicine and orthopedics, hoping to increase their chances of being needed. Sun Xiaoyu also seemed to realize this was a matter of life and death. Though still trembling, she nodded vigorously, confirming that what Chen Jing said was true. Lin Feng listened but remained non-committal. Just then, faint sounds of chaotic footsteps and hushed conversations came from downstairs, approaching upward.
Lang Hong's eyes sharpened and she whispered, "Boss, someone is coming up."
Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc as he looked at Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu. "It seems your guests are not just us.
Now make a choice."
The chaotic sound of footsteps accompanied by coarse curses echoed like a death knell, rapidly approaching the 3rd floor along the staircase. The group of thugs clearly lacked patience and basic tactical skills, relying on their numbers to charge up.
Damn it, they must be up there. That scream just now came from here. Bang.
The door of room 302 across from 303 was violently kicked open, revealing an empty interior.
This way. 303.
The footsteps halted at the door of 303. The one-eyed leader signaled, and a burly man with a face full of scars grinned savagely, taking a step back before raising his foot and kicking the already ajar wooden door of 303 with great force.
Crash.
The wooden door swung open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. The scene inside and outside the door froze in that instant.
Inside, flames danced.
Lang Hong was like an emotionless killing machine, already aiming her gun at the doorway, her long and powerful legs slightly apart to steady her stance, her combat uniform outlining her taut waist and hips. Lin Feng stood slightly to the side, his handgun also steadily pointed toward the door, his gaze as cold as frost. Outside the door were 7 or 8 thugs who froze in place at the sudden sight of the gun, their grinning faces turning into sheer terror. The machetes and clubs in their hands seemed ridiculous at that moment.
Time appeared to slow for a second. Fire.
Lin Feng's voice was calm and unaffected, as if he were discussing a trivial matter.
Tat. 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 Bang. 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 Lang Hong's automatic rifle was the first to unleash a deadly tongue of fire, delivering short and precise bursts.
Lin Feng's handgun roared simultaneously with a muffled thunder. The hot shell casings clinked as they fell onto the cold ground. The burly man at the front bore the brunt, his chest exploding in a spray of blood flowers, his facial flesh contorting in agony, disbelief filling his eyes as his massive body toppled back like a felled tree. The one-eyed leader reacted slightly faster, letting out a shriek as he tried to dodge to the side, but a bullet had already accurately drilled into his brow, creating an even larger cavity at the back of his head, splattering his companion behind him with red and white.
Ah! There's a gun. Run! Help!
The corridor was instantly filled with screams, terrified shouts, and the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. The bullets were like the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping lives. Some tried to turn and flee but were blocked by their confused comrades behind them, bullets piercing through their backs. Others collapsed in fear, helplessly waving their clubs only to be struck down by bullets twitching as they fell. In just a few short seconds the gunfire ceased. The corridor was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. The 7 or 8 thugs who had been so fierce just moments ago now lay lifeless in pools of blood devoid of breath.
Blood gushed out, quickly congealing into dark red ice on the cold ground.
Inside room 303, Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu were already terrified out of their wits. At the moment the gunfire erupted, Sun Xiaoyu let out a scream that was even higher in pitch, nearly tearing her throat, covering her ears tightly with her hands curling up in the corner like a frightened rabbit, trembling violently, her delicate face pale as paper, tears flowing uncontrollably.
Chen Jing, while somewhat calmer than Sun Xiaoyu, was not much better off. The leg of the chair she held had long since fallen to the ground, her body stiff, her lips quivering as she watched the 2 figures at the door like gods of death and the hellish scene in the corridor, her stomach churning violently as she nearly vomited. Though she was a doctor and had seen life and death, she had never witnessed such close, cold, and efficient slaughter.
Lin Feng holstered his handgun, turned and coldly regarded the 2 women who were nearly at the brink of collapse.
He did not rush them nor offer comfort, merely standing there like an ice sculpture, allowing them to process this extreme fear. After a long while, the stench of blood in the corridor seemed to lighten somewhat. Sun Xiaoyu's screams turned into suppressed intermittent sobs, and Chen Jing finally managed to regain a bit of strength. She leaned against the wall, trembling as she stood up, her legs still weak. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with a lingering fear and a resigned despair, her voice hoarse as she said, "We will go with you. Let us gather our things first. You must need a doctor, right?" She tried to grasp this last straw of hope. Lin Feng shook his head, his tone still indifferent. "No need to gather anything." He swept his gaze across the traditional Chinese medicine hall, from the antique medicine cabinets, acupuncture mannequins, to the scattered herbs, silver needles, and medical books. With a thought. In an instant, everything Lin Feng deemed useful in the traditional Chinese medicine hall, from drawers filled with various herbs, sets of acupuncture needles, mortar and pestle, even the heavy purple clay medicine grinder and the medical texts on the shelves, vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. Even the fire burning on the ground suddenly extinguished, leaving only ashes and cold air. The entire room, apart from the few of them and the few tables and chairs that could not be moved, became utterly empty. Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu stared blankly at this miraculous scene, their minds going blank, momentarily forgetting their fear. This was completely beyond their comprehension. "I have taken away all the useful things from the hospital," Lin Feng said lightly, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task, "except for the morgue in this place." He looked at the still unconscious Dr. Lin. "Take him, let's go." The specialized off-road vehicle, like a black phantom, crushed over the ground, recently stained with blood and rapidly frozen, driving onto the returning icy road. Inside the car, Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu, still war pale faces huddled tightly together, as if they had yet to recover from the shock of the gunfire and mysterious looting. Dr. Lin was placed in the back seat, still unconscious. Lang Hong sat in the passenger seat, her vigilant gaze scanning the collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles along the street through the dark-tinted window. Her posture was upright, her body in combat attire maintained attention, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. As the vehicle approached a relatively narrow intersection, several abandoned buses and cars, deliberately pushed sideways, appeared ahead as a barricade blocking most of the road, leaving only a narrow gap for small vehicles to pass through, yet sharp metal fragments and frozen debris scattered around the gap. "Boss, there's a roadblock." Lang Hong's voice was cold, her hand already resting on the automatic rifle, her body slightly leaned forward as if assessing whether to get out and clear the path. Lin Feng didn't even slow down, merely casting a faint glance at the rough obstacle, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. "Hold on tight." Without hitting the brakes, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. V-room. The engine roared violently, the immense thrust pressed everyone inside the vehicle tightly against their seats. The off-road vehicle charged towards the seemingly solid barricade like an enraged rhinoceros, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Boom. Clang. Crack. The sound of a violent collision was deafening. The abandoned vehicles blocking the road were easily smashed aside, crushed and deformed like toys. Metal shards and snow flew everywhere, striking the specialized steel body of the off-road vehicle, producing a crackling sound, yet leaving not a single scratch. The off-road vehicle surged through the barricade with overwhelming force, carving a path as its speed barely diminished, continuing to race forward. Just as the vehicle burst through the roadblock, dozens of figures suddenly sprang from the collapsed shops and alleys on either side of the street. They wielded makeshift Molotov cocktails made from bottles and rags, their tops ablaze with flickering flames. "Smash them. Don't let them get away. Burn them." Amidst the curses, 7 or 8 Molotov cocktails whistled through the air towards the off-road vehicle. Bang. Crash. The Molotov cocktails struck the roof, windows and body of the vehicle, instantly exploding. The gel-like gasoline splattered everywhere, igniting upon contact with fire, and in an instant the entire off-road vehicle seemed to be enveloped in a moving inferno. However, this seemingly terrifying flame was merely a tickle to the specialized off-road vehicle. Its super-strong insulation and fireproof coating prevented the high temperature from penetrating inside, while the bulletproof glass remained unscathed. The occupants of the vehicle didn't even feel a noticeable change in temperature. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the blazing scene in the rearview mirror, merely applying pressure to the accelerator again, the engine emitting a deeper, more powerful roar, as if mocking and ridiculing the clowns behind him. The burning off-road vehicle, like a war chariot returning from hell, tore through the fiery curtain, speeding away, leaving behind 2 darkened tire tracks on the snow and a group of stunned ambushers. Damn! What the hell kind of vehicle is that? It can't even be burned. Chase! Get after them, someone shouted unwillingly. At that moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a worn leather jacket stepped out from the crowd, spitting on the ground with an ugly expression as he watched the direction the off-road vehicle had vanished. "Chase it! Do you think we can catch up? Besides, Big Brother Zhang Hao didn't tell us to forcefully take it, just to keep an eye on it and act if there's an opportunity." A thin man beside him leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Huang, what do we do now?" "Just let them go." Huang Mao irritably raked his hair. "What else can we do?
Let's go back and report to Big Brother Zhang. I heard the boss recently took a new lover, seems like she used to be some school beauty and they're in the midst of it, don't touch his bad side. Explain the situation clearly so the boss can decide. Big Brother Zhang how? The others seemed to fear the name, no longer shouting to chase. Huang Mao cast one last glance at the direction the off-road vehicle had disappeared, eyes glinting coldly. Driving a vehicle like that and armed. Damn, looks like we've encountered a tough opponent. They quickly vanished into the ruins on either side of the street like a receding tide, leaving behind the wrecked barricade and a field of burning debris, proof of what had just occurred. Inside the vehicle, when Lin Feng heard Lang Hong softly repeat the name Zhang Hao, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glimmer flashing by. Zhang Hao. I didn't expect you to start gathering forces too. And now you're targeting me. Very well, old grudges and new enmities can be settled together. The burning off-road vehicle streaked across the snowy expanse like a meteor, leaving the ambushers in chaos far behind. Inside the car, apart from the low roar of the engine, only the muffled sobs of Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu and the faint breaths of old Dr. Lin could be heard. Lang Hong peered through the window smeared with soot and melting snow, cautiously observing the rearview mirror. Only after confirming there were no pursuers did she slightly relax her tense shoulders. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng's stern profile and whispered, "Boss, those people just mentioned Zhang Hao." Lin Feng merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, his gaze still focused on the road ahead, as if that name had long been within his expectations, stirring not the slightest ripple. In both this life and the next, Zhang Hao was merely a name that would eventually be crossed off his list of vengeance. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to reveal themselves, it saved him the trouble of searching. Upon hearing the name Zhang Hao, Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu were puzzled, but seeing Lin Feng and Lang Hong's indifferent attitude somewhat alleviated their fear, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and trepidation about the future. The specially designed off-road vehicle sped along, disregarding any obstacles, and soon they spotted the familiar villa towering like a mountain amidst the wind and snow. As the heavy steel garage door slowly rose, warm light and dry air rushed in, nearly bringing Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu to tears. Compared to the cold, cruel and death-filled world outside, this place felt like paradise. The garage door closed slowly behind them, completely isolating them from the cold and danger. Hearing the commotion, the people inside the villa came out to greet them. Ma Lily, dressed in a soft pink coral fleece pajamas that accentuated her petite yet curvaceous figure, flitted towards Lin Feng like a joyful butterfly. However, upon seeing the two unfamiliar disheveled women behind Lin Feng, her steps halted, a hint of vigilance and barely noticeable jealousy flashing across her charming face, her full red lips pouting slightly. Xiaolan, clad in a sports tank top and fitted pants that showcased her fiery athletic physique, crossed her arms and scrutinized Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu, finally resting her gaze on the old Dr. Lin, who was carefully supported by Lang Hong, her sharp brows raising slightly. Su Wanqing, tying on a clean apron, emerged from the kitchen, her gentle face filled with concern. Long Shui and Lang Shuang curiously peered down from the staircase, watching the newcomers. "Brother Lin Feng, who are they?" Ma Lily clung to Lin Feng's arm, her voice laced with a playful inquiry, her chest brushing against his arm unintentionally. Lin Feng calmly withdrew his arm, speaking in a flat tone, "New doctors. Chen Jing, traditional Chinese medicine, Sun Xiaoyu, orthopedics. This is old Dr. Lin, who needs urgent treatment. Look after him. Su Wanqing, prepare a clean guest room for old Dr. Lin." He then addressed Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu, "You will also stay in the guest room on the first floor for now. Lang Hong, take them to settle in and bring them some clean clothes and food." "Yes, boss." Lang Hong promptly replied, her movements crisp and efficient. Though clad in combat gear, her actions in supporting the elderly were exceptionally steady and attentive. Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu looked at the warm, well-equipped villa before them and then at the various women with striking appearances and qualities, as well as the two youthful and radiant girls, filled with shock and a sense of unreality. The life here, compared to their previous struggles on the brink of hell, was a stark contrast. "Thank you." Chen Jing held onto the still-dazed Sun Xiaoyu and awkwardly bowed to Lin Feng and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing smiled gently, "There's no need to be polite, follow me." She led Lang Hong and the two female doctors towards the guest room. Ma Lily watched their retreating figures, still feeling uneasy. She leaned closer to Lin Feng, her breath soft. "Brother Lin Feng, is it alright to have three outsiders come all at once?" Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance, his eyes deep. "Focus on what you need to do." His tone, though flat, carried an undeniable authority. Ma Lily immediately fell silent, pouting slightly in grievance, but dared not say anything further. Xiaolan approached Lin Feng, looking in the direction of the guest room, and said softly, "That old Dr. Lin doesn't seem to be in good condition." Lin Feng nodded, "I know. That's why we need doctors." His gaze swept across the cozy interior of the villa, yet his eyes were sharp as a blade. The fortress needs continuous improvement, and medical care is a vital part of it. As for the troubles outside. He paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. They will come knocking on their own. Dr. Lin was placed in a warm and tidy guest room on the first floor. Su Wanqing, Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu worked together, using the medical equipment stored in the villa to conduct preliminary examinations and care for him. The elderly man was primarily frail due to his advanced age compounded by extreme cold hunger and mental anguish. His vital signs were extremely weak and he could only rely on nutritional fluids and warmth to sustain him for the time being. As night deepened, the villa was brightly lit, forming a stark contrast with the frozen silent world outside. In the study, Lin Feng gazed at the bottle in his hand, which emitted a soft milky white glow, the beginner energy liquid. This was something he exchanged using points from the system store, and he had personally verified its powerful effects. A thought lingered in his mind: could he allow those around him to use it as well? The first person that came to mind was Lung Hong. As his core combat force and loyal protector, it was crucial to enhance her strength. Moreover, Lang Hong had a steadfast will and her physical attributes already far surpassed those of ordinary people, making her the best candidate for testing. He called Lang Hong to the study. She was still in her neat combat uniform, standing tall, her cold and beautiful face carrying its usual seriousness. Only when she looked at Lin Feng did a hint of barely noticeable respect flash in her eyes. Boss Lang Hong stood firm, her voice icy. Lin Feng extended the energy liquid towards her, its transparent bottle containing the milky liquid that flowed slowly as if it possessed life. This is a special enhancement agent that can significantly improve physical attributes. I have verified its effects, but whether it poses any risks for outsiders remains unknown. He looked calmly at Lang Hong and asked, "Are you willing to give it a try?" Lang Hong's gaze fell on the small bottle and she hesitated not in the slightest. She extended her calloused yet steady hand and took the energy liquid. For her, Lin Feng's orders were unquestionable and the opportunity he provided was a blessing. "I am willing," she declared firmly, unwavering. She trusted that Lin Feng would not harm her, and she yearned for greater strength to fulfill her duties better. Lin Feng nodded. "Consume it here, I will watch." Lung Hong pulled the bottle's cork and a faint, indescribable fresh scent wafted into the air. She tilted her head back and drank the liquid in one gulp. Initially cool, as it went down her throat, it soon transformed into a warm current, rapidly spreading through her limbs and bones. Lung Hong couldn't help but emit a soft grunt, her body swaying slightly. She could distinctly feel every muscle and bone rejoicing in pleasure, greedily absorbing this pure energy. An unprecedented sense of power and lightness surged within her, even her five senses seemed to sharpen. She closed her eyes, carefully experiencing the tumultuous changes within her body. A faint blush appeared on her cold face due to the energy surge, and her already explosive physique seemed even more solid and streamlined beneath her tight combat suit. Minutes later, the warm current gradually subsided. Lang Hong suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. She instinctively clenched her fist, feeling the power within that far exceeded her previous capabilities, her face filled with shock and joy. "Boss, this." She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude and a more resolute loyalty. This transformative change deepened her understanding of Lin Feng's mystery and strength. "How does it feel?" Lin Feng asked. "Excellent. Strength, speed, perception. All greatly enhanced." Lung Hong's voice was tinged with suppressed excitement. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the energy liquid was equally effective for others, which was undoubtedly good news. Just then there was a gentle knock on the study door. "Come in." Entering was Chen Jing. She had changed into clean clothes provided by Su Wanqing. Although slightly loose, they could not conceal her inherent grace and stubbornness as an educated woman. A look of worry mingled with determination was etched on her face. "Mr." Lin Chenjing took a deep breath, her gaze sincerely meeting Lin Feng's. "Teacher Lin's condition has stabilized for now, but it is still very serious. It seems that conventional methods may not suffice to restore him. I want to know, do you have any more special ways here?" Her intuition told her that this man, who could make cars disappear into thin air and possessed such a robust fortress and formidable power, might hold knowledge or resources that transcended conventional medicine. To save her teacher, she was willing to pay any price, even if it meant using herself in exchange. Lin Feng looked at the determined glint in Chen Jing's eyes, instantly understanding her intentions. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, not answering directly but instead countering with a question. "You wish to use yourself to trade for the chance to save him?" Chen Jing bit her lip and nodded vigorously. "Yes. As long as you can save Teacher Lin, I am willing to do anything." She straightened her back, though slender, exuding a sense of unwavering determination. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. Chen Jing's loyalty and spirit of sacrifice were within his expectations. He admired such qualities but also needed to provide some guidance. "Remember your words today." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried heavy weight. "Your loyalty will be the only foundation for you and your teacher to stand firm here. As for the method to save him..." He paused and glanced at Lung Hong, whose aura had evidently become stronger beside him. "Perhaps it is not without hope." The night was deep and the wind and snow outside the villa continued to howl like the weeping of lost souls. Inside the villa, however, it was warm and tranquil, as if it were the only place of serenity in the eye of the storm. Lin Feng sat behind his desk, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the surface. Chen Jing's determination and the noticeable changes in Lung Hong after consuming the energy liquid provided him with a clearer outline for the next steps of his plan. The replenishment of medical resources and the enhancement of core members' strengths were progressing steadily. Yet external threats lingered like hungry wolves hidden beneath the snowy veil never far away. He recalled the blurry images transmitted back by the drone showing the ambushers retreating and disappearing into the ruins of an industrial area south of the city. Zhang Hao. It seems you have found a decent hideout. Long Hong Lin Feng spoke. Boss. Lang Hong stepped forward immediately. After consuming the energy liquid, her aura became more subdued, yet her gaze sharpened like tempered cold iron. The tight combat suit outlined her flowing and explosive muscle lines. Starting tomorrow, you and Xiaolan will take turns to strengthen surveillance and alertness around the villa, especially towards the industrial area to the south. The drone has limited battery life and requires human support. Understood, Long Hong replied succinctly. Just then the door to the study was gently pushed open a crack and Ma Lily peeked in. She had changed into a nearly transparent black lace nightgown, her ample bosom barely concealed by the neckline, her slender waist and barely a handful the hem of her nightgown short enough to cover her pert backside while revealing two straight pale legs. A seductive languid smile graced her face, yet her eyes glimmered with hooks. Brother Lin Feng, are you still busy this late? You should rest. Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with deliberate temptation. Upon seeing Long Hong standing beside him, a fleeting flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes but was quickly masked by her sugary smile. Lin Feng raised his gaze and gave her a faint glance, not responding to her hint. Instead he asked, Lily, I remember you mentioned before that Bai Jia and Zhang Hao were together and that Zhang Hao had an uncle in the south of the city who owned a factory. Ma Lily was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Lin Feng to suddenly ask this. She tilted her head and thought, trying to put on a cute expression, I think so. I heard that wretch boast about it, saying it was Yongxin Machinery Factory. Yes, that's the name. They said his uncle is quite wealthy and the factory is pretty large. Yongxin Machinery Factory. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This roughly matched the area his drone had scouted. Zhang Hao was indeed entrenched there. Got it. Lin Feng nodded, no longer asking further. Seeing Lin Feng's attention return to serious matters, Ma Lily felt somewhat unwilling. She swayed her waist and approached the desk, almost pressing her ample bosom against Lin Feng's arm. Brother Lin Feng, let's not bother with those annoying people. We go out. Lin Feng's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable chill. Ma Lily's smile instantly froze. A mix of grievance and a hint of anger surged in her heart. Yet she dared not defy Lin Feng, only stamping her foot in frustration, letting out a soft huff and reluctantly swaying her hips as she left the study. Lang Hong remained expressionless throughout, as if she had seen nothing. Lin Feng gazed in the direction Ma Lily had departed, his eyes deep and contemplative. He was well aware of Ma Lily's little thoughts and vanity. In the apocalypse such a personality could pose a risk, but for now it remained within a controllable range. As long as she did not cross the line, he didn't mind providing her with a place to stay. His thoughts returned to Zhang Hao. Occupying the machinery factory, wielding a certain amount of power and even proactively sending people to ambush him. It seemed it was time to take the initiative to pay a visit to this old friend. However, before that some preparations were necessary. He looked at the unlocked cold weapon icons in the system shop, especially the Azure Dragon Crescent blade that required 2,000 points. Perhaps it was time to exchange for one and let certain people experience what true fear felt like again. He closed his eyes and began to plan his next actions. The fortress defenses needed strengthening, the internal personnel required consolidation and enhancement, and external threats needed elimination. Myriad tasks lay ahead, yet each step was under his control. Outside the window, the wind and snow intensified. In the early morning, the villa was filled with the aroma of Su Wanqing cooking breakfast, forming a stark contrast with the lifeless, snowy world outside. After a night of rest, Chen Jing and Sun Xiaoyu looked somewhat better, but their brows were still etched with the lingering shock of survival and concern for the old Dr. Lin. Lin Feng called Xiaolan, Long Hong and Chen Jing to the study. Ma Lily pouted, wanting to follow, but was stopped by Lin Feng's glance, leaving her to sulkily drag Sun Xiaoyu to the game room to pass the time. Inside the study, Xiaolan wore a tight-fitting sports outfit that accentuated her figure, outlining her full breasts and strong legs as she curiously observed Lin Feng. Long Hong remained in her meticulous combat uniform, her posture upright and her aura more profound than yesterday. Chen Jing, dressed simply, appeared somewhat pale, yet her gaze was resolute. Without any preamble, Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of basic energy liquid, the milky white glow swirling within the bottles capturing everyone's attention. This is a potion that can enhance physical fitness, Lin Feng said, looking at Xiaolan and Chen Jing. The effects are significant, but initial use may cause discomfort and carries unknown risks. He pointed at Lang Hong. Lang Hong has already taken it and you can feel the effects for yourselves. Xiaolan's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled. As a fitness coach, she had an instinctive desire to improve her physical abilities. She sensed that today's Lang Hong seemed somewhat different, though she couldn't quite articulate why, but that repressed sharpness startled her. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, proudly puffing out her chest. I want to try. I long to become stronger, not only to protect myself but perhaps to get closer to this mysterious man. Lin Feng handed her a bottle of energy liquid. Xiaolan took a deep breath and mimicked Lang Hong by tilting her head back to drink. Soon a flush spread across her face, her body trembled slightly and the muscle lines under her tight outfit seemed to become more defined, a surge of greater strength flowing within her, prompting her to involuntarily let out a contented sigh. Lin Feng's gaze finally landed on Chen Jing. What is your choice? He asked calmly. Chen Jing looked at Xiaolan's transformation, then glanced at the deep-breathing Lang Hong and thought of her almost lifeless teacher. She tightly grasped the hem of her clothing, her knuckles turning white. She knew this might be the only hope to save her teacher and also her leverage within this group. Risks. In the apocalypse, simply surviving is a risk. She raised her head, her eyes showing no sign of retreat, only a determination akin to burning bridges. I will take it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to save Teacher Lin, I am willing to bear any risks. Lin Feng handed her the last bottle of energy liquid. Chen Jing's hand trembled slightly, but she steadied it, closed her eyes and resolutely poured the liquid down her throat. A warm current instantly enveloped her body, dispelling the lingering hunger and fatigue from the past few days, restoring some color to her pale cheeks and grounding her previously unsteady steps. She felt the changes in her body with delight, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude. I feel great. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chen Jing's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Feng nodded, but his expression remained serious. Power means responsibility. The strength I give you is to hope you can become the pillars of the fortress, not a burden. His gaze swept over the three women. Lang Hong continue to be responsible for defense and reconnaissance. Xiaolan, your training plan needs adjustment. Quickly adapt to and master the additional strength while also training the internal personnel's physical fitness. Chen Jing, your primary task is to use your enhanced energy and perception to cooperate with Su Wanqing, find ways to stabilize the old Dr. Lin's condition and organize the medical supplies and knowledge we brought back. Yes, boss, Mr. Lin. The three women responded in unison, their eyes filled with new motivation and goals. Chen Jing stepped forward, deeply bowing to Lin Feng, her voice choked yet incredibly firm. Mr. Lin, I can never repay your life-saving grace. I, Chen Jing, hereby vow that as long as you do not abandon me, I will do my utmost with my medical skills in this life to protect this fortress and repay your kindness. Looking at the unwavering loyalty and determination in her eyes, Lin Feng knew this investment was worth it. He waved his hand, allowing them to get back to their tasks. The study returned to silence as Lin Feng walked to the window, gazing at the vast white world outside. The internal power was being integrated and enhanced. It was soon time to meet that old friend hiding in the machinery factory. With a thought, the system's marketplace interface unfolded in his mind, and his gaze fell upon the icon of the Qinglong Yenyue blade, which required 2,000 points and exuded an ancient, imposing aura. It was time for certain long-dormant weapons to shine once more. The atmosphere within the villa quietly shifted due to the changes brought by the energy liquid. Lang Hong's aura grew increasingly fierce, while Xiaolan's figure became more voluptuous and striking. Even the previously delicate Chen Jing now bore a hint of heroism in her brows, moving with a steady grace. This visible enhancement was like a stone cast into a lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. The one most restless among them was Ma Lily. She gazed at Xiaolan's nearly bursting athletic top and her more rounded, uplifted curves, comparing them to her own still enchanting yet slightly frail figure. A wave of uncontrollable jealousy gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She watched as Chen Jing busily moved about, her complexion rosy and her eyes bright, while she herself could only idly play games or help Su Wanqing with trivial tasks in the kitchen, a sense of panic at being marginalized rising within her. That evening, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa by the fireplace, reviewing the list of medical supplies organized by Chen Jing. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Lily approached him like a lazy cat. Today she wore an almost transparent silk camisole dress, the hem barely covering her thighs, revealing two long, fair and straight legs. Her soft body pressed closely against Lin Feng, her proud bosom intentionally brushing against his arm as she spoke gently. Brother Lin Feng, look at Sister Lan and Sister Jing. After drinking your amazing potion, they have become so formidable and beautiful. Her voice was sweet and sticky, imbued with deep envy and a hint of suggestion, her alluring eyes eagerly gazing at Lin Feng, delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. I want some too, please. Don't you think I need to become a bit more robust to better serve you? She deliberately pushed out her chest, fully revealing her ample figure, her eyes filled with desire. Lin Feng set down his tablet and calmly gazed at her. Lin Feng saw through Ma Lily's thoughts. Her jealousy, her insecurity, and the utilitarian heart hidden beneath her coquetry were all clearly visible. He reached out a hand, gently brushing aside the fingers Ma Lily was toying with on his chest, his tone revealing no hint of anger or joy. That energy liquid is not easy to produce and the quantity is limited. It's already gone. Ma Lily's smile froze instantly, a flash of disappointment and disbelief crossing her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her expression, making an even greater effort to act cute.
Ah. Brother Lin Feng, you're so amazing, you can definitely find more, right? Promise me that when you find some next time you'll give it to me first, okay? She shook Lin Feng's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness.
Lin Feng regarded her unyielding persistence with a cold smile in his heart. What he needed were loyal and reliable partners, not a vase who only knows how to take and could waver at any moment for personal gain.
Ma Lily's loyalty was always a point he needed to assess. I will keep an eye out, Lin Feng replied non-committally, his tone indifferent. If there are new discoveries, I will consider it. He did not make any promises.
Ma Lily wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Lin Feng's deep and calm gaze, which seemed to see through all her little thoughts, the words caught in her throat. She reluctantly released her grip, pouting her red lips, her face filled with grievances and reluctance twisting her slender waist and perky hips. She walked away, glancing back 3 times, her eyes seemingly accusing Lin Feng of favoritism. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, his gaze betraying no emotion. He naturally still had energy liquid and enough points to exchange for more, but he would not give it away easily. Before Ma Lily proved she was worthy of this investment, she could only wait. In this apocalyptic world, trust and resources must be earned through action and loyalty. He picked up the tablet again, but his gaze drifted to the pitch-black night outside the window. For several consecutive days, Lang Hong meticulously conducted reconnaissance on the Yongxin machinery factory in the southern part of the city, utilizing the precious drone flight time. She moved like the most patient of hunters, maneuvering the drone through the howling wind and snow, weaving between the factory's dilapidated steel structures, relaying the captured footage back to the control room of the villa in real time. Inside the control room, Lin Feng, Xiaolan and Chen Jing, who had just adapted to her newly acquired powers, gathered in front of the screen. Ma Lily curiously leaned in beside them, dressed in cute plush slippers and a nightgown, but her gaze was predominantly focused on Lin Feng. The image on the screen was slightly shaky yet clear enough. One could see that the main workshop of the machinery factory had been reinforced with its windows sealed shut, leaving only a few shooting holes. There were personnel moving within the factory with a rough estimate of at least 30 individuals. They were dressed in bulky clothing, but one could vaguely see long strip-like objects at their waists or slung on their backs, likely firearms.
Boss, look here. Lang Hong maneuvered the drone into a dive, zooming in on an inconspicuous corner at the side of the factory.
There were several dark green wooden boxes stacked there with faint blurry spray-painted markings that seemed to indicate some sort of numbering. The style of the boxes resembled. They are standard weapon crates. Lang Hong's cold voice carried a note of certainty. Based on their appearance, they likely came from the abandoned Public Security Bureau or nearby outposts. They most likely raided the nearby public security strongholds to acquire this batch of weapons. The scene switched again, capturing 2 individuals patrolling at the factory entrance with old standard rifles slung over their shoulders.
Although their maintenance status was uncertain, they were indeed firearms. Upon seeing this, Xiaolan couldn't help but gasp. She clenched her fist, feeling the new power within her, yet facing dozens of enemies armed with firearms, this power seemed somewhat insufficient. Her well-trained chest rose and fell slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Chen Jing's expression also changed, for although she was a doctor, she understood what firearms meant in a post-apocalyptic world. She instinctively glanced at Lin Feng. Ma Lily, more frightened, turned pale and subconsciously leaned closer to Lin Feng as if seeking solace in his presence. Lang Hong retracted the drone and turned to face Lin Feng. Clad in a fitted black combat suit that highlighted her athletic and powerful curves, her cold and beautiful face bore a serious expression. Boss, the situation is not optimistic.
Lang Hong's voice remained as calm as ever, though her analysis was exceptionally sharp.
The enemy outnumbers us several times and possesses standard firearms, holding absolute firepower advantage.
While we have the advantage of terrain and equipment, engaging directly, especially in an offensive manner, carries extremely high risks and could lead to unnecessary casualties. I believe that at this stage it would be wiser to hold our fortress, utilizing our defensive advantages to wear down the enemy or to seek other methods to divide and undermine them. Her suggestion was grounded in the most rational tactical analysis, filled with the caution of a special forces operative. The control room fell silent for a moment, with only the faint hum of the equipment running. Xiaolan and Chen Jing looked to Lin Feng, waiting for his decision.
Ma Lily, even more anxious, clutched the hem of Lin Feng's clothing.
Everyone felt that Lang Hong's analysis was reasonable. A direct assault was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the now darkened screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the control panel. His eyes were deep, as though he were peering through the screen to see Zhang Hao's smug expression within the machinery factory.
Many people. Many guns.
Lin Feng's lips slowly curled into a cold and cruel arc. He raised his eyes, looking at the serious-faced Lang Hong, then sweeping past the worried expressions of Xiaolan and Chen Jing, finally gently brushing aside Ma Lily's hand that clutched his clothing. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable certainty and a heart-pounding fervor. Many people, many guns.
Just perfect.
Lin Feng offered no further explanation as he led Lang Hong to a corner of the underground warehouse that had never been opened before. Under Lang Hong's puzzled gaze, he seemingly nonchalantly pressed a few spots on the cold wall and a hidden hydraulic door slid open silently, revealing an even more secret space behind it. As Lang Hong's eyes fell into the secret warehouse, even her rigorously trained and usually calm demeanor could not help but gasp in shock, her typically cold face displaying an unprecedented astonishment. Inside there were no mountains of food or daily necessities, but rather rows of dark green weapon boxes and equipment racks arranged neatly. Lin Feng stepped forward, casually opened several boxes, unveiling night vision goggles, heavy bulletproof vests, Kevlar helmets, a 74mm assault rifles, SV-98 sniper rifles, Makarov pistols, GSH-18 pistols, stun grenades, flashbangs, RGD-5 grenades, GP-25 pump-action grenade launchers, and even 2 RPOA Schmel individual thermobaric rocket launchers. Nearby, several boxes contained miniature thermal imaging devices and portable communication equipment. These pieces of equipment gleamed with a polished sheen, well-maintained, reflecting a chilling metallic luster under the warehouse's cold white lights, exuding a strong scent of gunpowder and oil. What kind of private collection is this? This is clearly a standard equipment cache for a special forces unit from the Great Bear Nation. Its firepower and professionalism far exceed the outdated goods Zhang Hao and his gang scavenged from the Public Security Bureau. Lang Hong felt her breath momentarily catch in her throat. She suddenly turned to Lin Feng, her sharp eyes filled with disbelief, her voice trembling slightly without her even realizing it. Boss, what exactly did you do before the apocalypse? She could not fathom how an ordinary person could acquire such a scale and level of military equipment, especially standard weapons from the Great Bear Nation. Lin Feng casually picked up an A74M, expertly checking the action, his movements as fluid as breathing. He looked up at the astonished Lang Hong, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Me. Before the apocalypse, I was just a small office worker, occasionally delivering takeout. Lang Hong was utterly speechless. A small office worker. Delivering takeout. This was even more absurd than hearing about the onset of the apocalypse. She looked at Lin Feng's tranquil face and for the first time felt the heavy fog surrounding this boss was suffocating. But after the shock, an unprecedented confidence and fighting spirit ignited within her heart like a blazing fire. She quickly walked up to the equipment rack, caressing the cold body of an SV-98 sniper rifle with affection, and weighed the heavy thermobaric rocket launcher. With these weapons at hand, combined with her and the boss, especially the boss' unfathomable strength, Lang Hong suddenly turned around, straightening her body filled with explosive potential beneath her combat suit, her eyes radiating sharp light. The previous gravity and worry completely swept away, replaced by absolute confidence and cold killing intent. Boss, with these weapons the two of us are more than capable of taking down Zhang Hao's stronghold. Lin Feng watched her suddenly transformed momentum, nodding in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Choose the equipment you are skilled with and familiarize yourself with its performance. Tonight we will have a pre-battle adjustment. Lin Feng slung the A74M over his shoulder, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Tomorrow let Zhang Hao and his rabble witness what true war looks like. The night was as dark as ink and the wind and snow seemed to be more intense than usual, providing perfect cover for the impending ambush. In the underground garage, Lang Hong was fully armed. She wore a heavy bulletproof vest from Demao country, accentuating her tall and athletic figure. Beneath her Kevlar helmet, her stunning face was painted with dark camouflage, revealing only her sharp eyes that glimmered with a faint light under the low-light night vision goggles. She expertly checked the SV-98 sniper rifle in her hands, then holstered her GSH-18 pistol in her thigh holster. Her tactical belt was laden with magazine, stun grenades, and a multifunctional combat knife. She resembled a fully unsheathed blade imbued with the chill of the night, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Lin Feng's gear was relatively simple yet equally refined. He chose an A74M equipped with a grenade launcher as his main weapon. In addition to his pistol and ammunition at his waist, he had an inconspicuous small bag that contained a mini drone and a thermal imaging device. The two exchanged a glance, understanding without words, and climbed into the off-road vehicle that resembled a black phantom. The engine roared low once again, tearing through the silence of the snowy night. The off-road vehicle shot forward like an arrow, rushing into the wind and snow towards the industrial area in the southern part of the city. About 2 kilometers from the Yongxin machinery factory, Lin Feng stopped the vehicle. The two exited the vehicle and concealed it, blending into the shadows like a stealthy leopard, and began to move on foot. The snow was deep, each step producing a crunching sound, but it was hardly noticeable beneath the howling wind. They moved in a staggered formation, with Lin Feng in front and Lang Hong taking up the rear for vigilance, their actions swift and silent, demonstrating exceptional tactical proficiency. Upon reaching a vantage point about 500 meters from the factory wall atop a half-collapsed office building, Lin Feng gestured and the two crawled down. Lin Feng took out the palm-sized mini drone from his bag. It was entirely black with its rotors nearly silent. Lin Feng activated it using the controller on his wrist. The drone flew towards the machinery factory like a bat in the night, transmitting real-time footage back to the small screen of the controller.
Lang Hong set up her sniper rifle using the high-powered scope to carefully observe the factory's defenses based on the footage relayed by the drone. The factory's main gate was reinforced with sandbags and abandoned vehicles with sentries positioned nearby. 2 armed guards were huddled together stamping their feet to keep warm. Barbed wire was strung along the walls and it seemed that a rudimentary alarm system was connected at key points. 4 patrolmen guarded the entrance of the main factory, 2 in pairs alternating their rounds. A lookout post was faintly visible atop the factory. At the entrance of a modified warehouse on the side, someone was transporting wooden crates seemingly containing fuel or food. There were also scattered personnel moving between different buildings. Through a gap in an incompletely closed warehouse door, the drone captured images of stacked boxes of canned goods, bottled water and some supplies covered with tarps that resembled flour. In a nearby small warehouse, improvised Molotov cocktails and barrels of gasoline were neatly stacked along with some knives. The interior of the main factory was divided into different areas and it was visible that some people were gathered around a fire with an estimated number between 35 to 40. Just as the drone cautiously approached a damaged vent of the main factory attempting to probe the internal situation, it captured 2 familiar figures in a relatively secluded corner, seemingly in the former manager's office. It was Zhang Hao and Bai Jie. Zhang Hao wore an ill-fitting fur coat, his face bearing a proud and arrogant expression, even more sullen than before the apocalypse. Bai Jie, though dressed in thick clothing, still deliberately accentuated her waist. Her face was heavily made up in a way that was incongruous with the environment, yet could not hide the deep-seated weariness and resentment etched in her features. The 2 were whispering conspiratorially. The drone quietly lowered its altitude, using the sound of the wind as cover to capture snippets of their conversation. Bai Jie spoke with hatred and urgency. "How go, we can't wait any longer. That bastard Lin Feng must die. He definitely has more good stuff. That vehicle, those weapons. As long as we take him down, everything will be ours." Zhang Hao squinted, stroking his chin. "What's the rush? That tortoise shell is tough to crack. But since he dares to show his face, he shouldn't think about retreating. Huang Mao said their vehicle is tough and they have guns. We need a foolproof plan." Bai Jie's eyes flashed with malice. "I know the general layout of his villa. We could." Her voice dropped lower, nearly inaudible. "Or lure him out. Doesn't he need to find a doctor? We could pretend." The latter part of her voice was drowned out by a sudden gust of wind. But even these fragments were enough. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. It was indeed them. That venomous woman Bai Jie was still inciting Zhang Hao against him. He quietly withdrew the drone. "Boss, the situation is clear," Lang Hong said softly, her gaze behind the sniper scope filled with a chilling, killing intent. "The defensive works are crude and the personnel are undisciplined. The core target is in the manager's office. Bai Jie is there too." Lin Feng put away the drone, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very good. Hunt, commence." On the rooftop of an abandoned office building, the cold wind howled fiercely. Lang Hong lay like a frozen sculpture, crouched in the sniper position, her SV-98 sniper rifle equipped with a long suppressor, the muzzle steadily aimed at the sentry at the entrance of the mechanical plant. The sound of Lang Hong's voice came through the miniature earpiece, calm and devoid of any emotion. "Wind direction northwest, wind speed 5 meters per second, adjust to half-density position." Through the high-powered scope, she clearly locked onto the guard on the right side of the entrance, who was casually lighting a cigarette, completely unaware of the danger. "Eliminate." Lin Feng's voice was succinct. Puff. A faint gunshot, almost swallowed by the wind and snow. The guard on duty jerked back, a tiny red dot appearing on his forehead, his body slumping down lifelessly. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, Lang Hong's rifle moved slightly, locking onto the guard on the left side, who had heard the noise and just raised his head. Puff. The second guard also fell in response. "Clear at the entrance," Lang Hong reported. "Advance," Lin Feng commanded. 2 shadows glided down from the rooftop like phantoms, swiftly approaching the entrance of the mechanical plant under the cover of the ruins and the night. Lang Hong was responsible for long-range vigilance and precise elimination of spotted sentries, while Lin Feng held an A-74M, preparing to provide fire support with a grenade launcher. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, cutting through the outer defenses with the precision of a scalpel. The patrolling personnel on the walls and the scattered sentries by the factory side fell silently, one after another, victims of Lang Hong's sniper skills that could only be described as artistry. However, just as they were clearing the side of the main factory and preparing to breach the core area, an unforeseen incident occurred. A thug hiding in the shadows of the warehouse and secretly drinking seemed to have heard something and drunkenly poked his head out. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, raising his gun and firing. Bang! Bang! The A-74M let out crisp gunshots, particularly jarring in the silent night. But since Lin Feng's marksmanship was not as precise as Lang Hong's, both shots hit the boxes beside the thug, sending sparks flying. Ah! Enemy attack! Someone's broken in! The thug, terrified, scrambled toward the factory, screaming at the top of his lungs as he ran.
Our position is exposed. Damn it. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, his eyes instantly turning fierce. Since the ambush had failed, it was time for a strong assault. Without hesitation, he unloaded the RPOA Schmill individual cloud explosion rocket launcher from his shoulder, half kneeling on the ground, the long launch tube aimed at the warehouse stacked high with supplies especially filled with homemade incendiary bottles. Boom! A deafening explosion. The rocket trailed a blazing tail like a fire dragon emerging from its lair, instantly crashing through the thin walls of the warehouse. Boom boom. Even larger explosions followed. The mountains of gelled gasoline bottles inside the warehouse were ignited in an instant, transforming into an overwhelming sea of fire. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating half of the factory area as if it were daytime. The scorching shockwaves mixed with shattered debris flew everywhere. Help! It's on fire! Run! The sudden violent explosions and the towering inferno completely shattered the psychological defenses of this disorganized crowd. They had no idea how many enemies had arrived. All they saw was the terrifying explosion and fierce flames, thinking they were under siege by regular troops. They immediately screamed and fled like headless flies, completely losing their will to resist. In the factory manager's office, Zhang Hao was embracing a sexy, beautiful woman who was the campus flower before the apocalypse, discussing how to scheme against Lin Feng with Bai Jia. The sudden explosion and chaos made him jump up. What happened? Where's the gunfire? Where's the explosion? Zhang Hao shouted in shock and anger. A subordinate rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face smeared with soot and terror. Brother Hao. It's bad. Someone's broken in. The firepower is too fierce. The warehouse. The warehouse has exploded. How many people? How many are the enemy? Zhang Hao seized his subordinate by the collar and roared. I don't know. There are gunshots everywhere and rocket launchers too. Brothers are dead and wounded, it's all chaos. The subordinate stammered in fear. Zhang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. Unknown enemies, overwhelming firepower and disordered subordinates. Only a dead end remained. Damn it. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Zhang Hao decisively shouted, not caring for those still struggling in the sea of flames. He grabbed the terrified campus flower and yelled at Bai Jia, what are you still dawdling for? Want to die? Go. Bai Jia flashed a moment of panic, but more was the deep resentment and unwillingness toward Lin Feng. She gritted her teeth and hurried to follow Zhang Hao, hastily escaping through the back door of the factory under the protection of a group of core subordinates, quickly disappearing into the darkness and snow outside the factory. The entire mechanical plant Stronghold fell into flames and chaos under Lin Feng's errant rocket. What appeared to be a solid force crumbled into dust in an instant under overwhelming firepower and precise strikes. Lin Feng and Lang Hong stood in the shadows, illuminated by the fire, watching the remaining enemies flee in the direction in which Zhang Hao disappeared. Should we pursue? Boss Lang Hong put away her sniper rifle and asked. Lin Feng looked at the towering flames, shaking his head. Don't chase the desperate, the terrain is unfamiliar. The objective has been achieved. He coldly gazed in the direction Zhang Hao fled. This time consider yourself fortunate. But our account is far from settled. The blazing flames illuminated the mechanical factory as if it were broad daylight, the accumulated snow quickly melting under the intense heat, while further out it congealed into ice, forming a muddy and charred death zone. The cries and the sounds of collapsing buildings from the aftermath of explosions were incessant. The surviving thugs scurried like rats whose nest had been destroyed, fleeing in panic between the flames and shadows, having long lost any will to resist. Lun Hong crouched behind a broken wall, the muzzle of her SV-98 sniper rifle subtly adjusting as she tracked the figures of several small-time leaders escaping towards the factory's back door. Her breathing was steady, her gaze sharp as an eagle. She was confident that with a single command from Lin Feng she could take at least 2 or 3 lives before they vanished into the darkness. Boss, the target is retreating, requesting permission to pursue. Lang Hong's voice came through the earpiece, calm yet tinged with a tautness typical of a hunter. She was clad in heavy body armor, yet the curves of her lithe and powerful form were still evident, like a mother leopard poised to pounce. Lin Feng stood not far behind her, the roaring flames casting flickering shadows across his stern face. He glanced at the direction where Zhang Hao and the others had disappeared in disarray, a cold and playful smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth as if watching a drama reaching its climax. No need. Lin Feng's voice was flat yet carried a detached indifference that suggested he controlled everything. If the prey dies now, wouldn't that be too boring? He paused, his gaze sweeping across the inferno he had personally created, a faint glimmer of cruel delight flickering deep within his eyes, one that even he had not yet recognized. Lin Feng smirked inwardly. Zhang Hao, Bai Jia. Allowing you to die so easily would be too lenient. The pain and despair you inflicted upon me in my past life I will have you repay 100-fold. Like a cat with its prey, I will crush your hopes time and again, draining every last ounce of strength from you amidst fear and struggle that is true vengeance. Now continue to flee on the stage I have set for you. Perform your disgraceful act to your heart's content. Let them grow a little more first. Lin Feng retracted his gaze, his tone returning to its usual indifference. The fatter the prey, the more satisfying the kill will be. Hearing this, Lang Hong felt a hint of confusion. In her view, the enemy should be utterly eradicated, yet she was absolutely obedient to Lin Feng's orders. She swiftly put away her sniper rifle, stood up, and her tall figure cast a long shadow in the firelight. Understood. Clean up the battlefield and collect usable supplies. Lin Feng issued new instructions. The two disregarded the fleeing remnants, beginning their search amidst the chaotic ruins. The fire was mainly concentrated in the warehouse area and some factory buildings, while other places remained relatively intact. They focused their search on the warehouses that had not been completely burned down and several suspected storage rooms. As expected, they found a number of useful items. In several relatively intact oil barrels and specially designed containers, they discovered a large amount of gel-like gasoline extracted or collected from vehicle fuel tanks, which was crucial for making Molotov cocktails and heating. In a reinforced underground storage room, they found a small mountain of anthracite coal, evidently an important energy reserve for Zhang Hao's gang. Additionally, they found some unopened canned goods, bottled water, and some scattered decent quality warm clothing. With a thought, Lin Feng stored these supplies along with the ammunition consumed during the previous battle into the infinite space. This assault not only dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Hao's forces but also yielded substantial rewards, especially in fuel and coal, greatly replenishing the energy reserves of the fortress. Looking at the newly added supplies in his space, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, it's time to return, Lin Feng said, turning back towards the direction they came. Lum Hong followed closely, turning back for one last glance at the still burning ruins and the darkness where Zhang Hao and the others had vanished. The two figures, like before, silently merged into the wind and snow of the night, leaving behind only the flames that painted the sky red. The rugged off-road vehicle resembled a triumphant black beast carrying the smell of gunpowder and cold air as it crushed through the thick snow in the neighborhood, coming to a steady halt before the heavy fortified steel gate of the villa. The deep rumble of the engine echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, his expression impassive as he gazed ahead. Lang Hong sat in the passenger seat, her vigilant gaze sweeping across the seemingly tranquil ruins, her fingers lightly resting on the trigger guard. Just as the garage door began to slowly rise, revealing the warm-lit passage behind, an unexpected change occurred the moment the off-road vehicle was about to enter. Charge! The door is open. Hurry! Block them! From behind the snow piles on either side of the villa and near the broken flower bed, several shadowy figures suddenly surged forth. They rushed forward like hyenas, sensing blood racing frantically towards the garage door, which was about to close. It was clear that these individuals had been lying in wait, just waiting for this very moment. Armed with clubs, machetes, and even carrying heavy jacks, their faces displayed a reckless frenzy and greed their target clear rush into the villa before the door could fully close. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, his eyes showing no hint of surprise. He did not accelerate but instead lightly tapped the brakes, bringing the off-road vehicle to a stop right at the entrance. Virum, the heavy fortified steel gate, showed no signs of halting its descent due to the sudden intruders continuing to fall steadily and inexorably at its predetermined speed. Quick! Get inside. If we squeeze in, we'll win. The 5 or 6 individuals at the front, driven by sheer determination and speed, barely managed to roll and crawl into the garage just before the door slammed shut. Their faces instantly lit up with ecstatic joy, as if they could already see mountains of food and warmth piled inside. However, those following behind were not so fortunate. The heavy door fell mercilessly like a guillotine. Ah! My leg! Help! The door is crushing me! 2 men who were slightly slower in their movements had only half their bodies inside when the descending doorframe viciously pinned them at the waist and thighs. The terrifying sensation of being crushed came instantly, and they let out heart-wrenching screams, their ecstatic expressions instantly replaced by excruciating pain and fear. One burly man attempted to use his shoulder to prop up the jack stuck in the door, roaring as he shoved the jack into the gap, trying to prevent the door from closing. However, the jack capable of lifting a car was like a toy made of paper in front of this fortified steel door. Creak! The grating sound of twisting metal filled the air. The jack, made of fine steel, instantly bent and deformed under the immense pressure from the doorframe, and the ground then was brutally crushed and shattered like a fragile twig. Shattered parts flew in all directions. The burly man's arm, along with the jack he relied on to exert his strength, was firmly pinned by the door, the sound of bones fracturing clearly audible. He let out a howl that resembled nothing human, as if nailed to the ground, unable to move his body, convulsing violently. Ah! Let me out! Pull me out! Brother Liang, help! The door! The door is moving! Ah! The few who were pinned down let out desperate howls, futilely struggling, yet they could not budge this deathly door that weighed several tons by even a fraction. Blood gushed from their deformed limbs, quickly spreading across the cold ground, a horrifying sight. The screams and wails from outside the garage faintly echoed within the well-insulated villa, soon swallowed by the sound of wind and snow. Inside the garage, Lin Feng slowly pushed open the car door and stepped out, his cold gaze sweeping over the intruders akin to observing a few pitiful creatures that had stumbled into a trap.
Welcome to my fortress. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a suffocating chill. However, the admission fee here is quite steep. The garage door slammed shut behind them, sealing off the shrieks and blizzard outside. A wave of warm, dry air, laced with the aroma of cooked food and the subtle scent of a woman, washed over the half-dozen thugs who had barely forced their way in, instantly plunging them into dazed disorientation. They greedily inhaled this long-lost heavenly air, only for their gaze to lock transfixed upon the scene beyond the garage doorway leading into the living room. Xiaolan had arrived at the sound clad in a form-fitting black sports bra and yoga pants that accentuated her near-perfect, powerfully sculpted figure. Her full, proud bosom, her slender, taut waist, her firm, rounded hips, and her pair of straight, statuesque legs all radiated a vibrant, untamed vitality. Arms crossed before her chest, she gazed coldly upon the intruders, not with fear but with a flicker of eager, battle-ready anticipation. Ma Lily wore a silk slip dress with thin straps, its hem ended just above her thighs, revealing broad swaths of pale, flawless skin and two smooth, elegant legs. She appeared startled, cowering behind Xiaolan like a frightened fawn, but her timid posture, coupled with her voluptuous heaving chest, only inflamed the men's most primal urges. Su Wanqing peered out from the kitchen, still wearing her apron, her gentle, delicate face etched with quiet concern. Her serene aura stood in stark contrast to Xiaolan's fiery intensity and Ma Lily's coquettish charm, yet it was no less captivating. What were these thugs, who had never known true refinement, to make of such extraordinary beauty? Especially in this apocalyptic wasteland where women were often the first to be brutalized and consumed as scarce resources. Their throats constricted, parched, and choked as they could only manage horse-labored gulps, each swallow echoing like a hollow drumbeat, while lust and lewdness burned so fiercely in their eyes they seemed ready to ignite. Welcome to my fortress. Lin Feng's voice cut through the air, icy and sharp as midwinter wind, yanking them violently from their fevered fantasies back into grim reality. But admission here comes at a steep price. The thugs jolted awake. At their head stood a burly man with a jagged scar across his face and eyes like sharpened flint. Lin Feng recognized him instantly. Wang Mang. In his past life, Wang Mang had been the neighborhood's chief bully, a tyrant who'd repeatedly led gangs to seize Lin Feng's painstakingly gathered supplies, beating him to the brink of death. Later he'd slaughtered Grandma Wan, the very woman who once gave Lin Feng half a biscuit. Wang Mang scanned the scene. Only Lin Feng and one woman stood before him. Lang Hong had just stepped down from the passenger seat, partially obscured by the vehicle's body. Then his gaze swept over the three exquisite women behind them, and his confidence swelled, reckless and absolute. He bared his teeth in a snarl, brandishing his cleaver. Lin Feng. Shut your damn mouth. Hand over all your food and supplies now. And... His lecherous stare raked over Xiaolan and Ma Lily, lingering with predatory hunger. Let these girls entertain my brothers. Satisfy us well enough, and maybe, just maybe, I'll spare your wretched dog life. His henchmen erupted into crude, leering laughter, waving their weapons as though victory were already theirs. Lin Feng merely tilted his lips upward in a smile of withering, contemptuous mockery, as if he'd just heard the most absurd jest imaginable. At that moment Lang Hong emerged fully from behind the car, still fully armored, gripping her sleek, menacing S-74M assault rifle, its black muzzle trained unflinchingly on Wang Mang and his men, her eyes beneath the visor glacial and lethal. Wang Mang and his thugs froze, then burst into louder, derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. A replica gun. Trying to scare us. Damn, it looks almost real. But this thing. It's just for show, makes a bang and nothing more. Little miss, you think a toy rifle can intimidate Brother Mang? Do you think this is some movie set? One thug sauntered forward with a smirk. Wang Mang scoffed. Lin Feng, this is your grand defense. A broken replica. Let's see if your little toy can even pierce my hide. With that fury flashed across his face, he lunged forward, cleaver raised high, leading the charge straight at Lin Feng. His henchmen roared in savage unison, surging after him. Lang Hong did not blink, not a muscle trembled in her expression. Her index finger pressed steadily, deliberately against the trigger. BRRT. BRRT. Short, crisp bursts cracked through the enclosed garage. Glowing brass casings clattered onto the concrete floor like falling hail. The two thugs at the vanguard crumpled instantly, bloody blossoms erupting across their chests, their cruel grins frozen in disbelief as they collapsed backward, lifeless. Wang Mang reacted with lightning speed. Gunfire meant disaster. He instinctively twisted to evade, but too late. Bang. Bang. Two rounds struck with surgical precision. One shattered his right kneecap, the other shattered the wrist gripping his cleaver. Arg. Wang Mang screamed like a slaughtered hog. His cleaver clanged to the ground. Off balance, he crashed down hard, writhing in agony, clutching his pulverized knee and wrist as crimson bloomed rapidly across the floor beneath him. The remaining two thugs stood petrified, frozen in place, staring first at the corpses sprawled before them, then at Wang Mang's writhing, shrieking form, then finally at Lang Hong's rifle, still smoking faintly, radiating raw, unyielding death. Their trousers darkened instantly, knees buckling, they dropped to the floor in abject surrender.
Don't kill me. We're sorry. Please spare us. The garage reeked of cordite and coppery blood. The warm air turned glacial in an instant. Xiaolan lowered her crossed arms. Ma Lily peeked out from behind her mouth, slightly agape at the carnage before her. Su Wanqing pressed a hand to her lips, her eyes shimmering, not with pity alone but with awe at the decisive ruthless efficiency of Lin Feng and Leng Hong. Lin Feng walked slowly toward Wang Mang, who groaned in agony on the floor, and looked down upon him, his gaze colder than ancient ice, deeper than the abyss. Without another glance, Lin Feng spoke calmly to Leng Hong, "Clean it up. Blood debts demand blood repayment." The stench of blood in the garage had yet to dissipate completely as Leng Hong deftly dragged the still-warm corpses one by one, discarding them like trash through the slightly ajar garage door. The bodies landed on the cold snow, producing a dull thud as they were swiftly covered by falling snowflakes. When it was Wang Mang's turn, lying on the ground like a dead dog, his face was pale from blood loss and excruciating pain, but as he saw himself being dragged towards the door, sheer terror and despair erupted in his eyes. "Lin Feng! You beast! Kill me! If you dare, give me a quick death!" Wang Mang shouted with the last of his strength, the agony of his severed limbs pale in comparison to the torment of waiting for death. Lin Feng maintained a blank expression, even too lazy to glance at him again. Leng Hong ruthlessly dragged him to the doorway and kicked him out. Wang Mang rolled a few times in the snow, the biting cold and sharp pain eliciting more piercing howls from him, but his cries were soon drowned out by the howling wind and the sound of the villa's door slamming shut. Inside the villa, warmth reclaimed its dominance, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat delicate. Ma Lily patted her heaving chest, nervously approaching Lin Feng, and said softly, "Brother Lin Feng, you finally returned. You have no idea, during the half-day you were gone those people outside went completely insane." Xiaolan also walked over, having changed into a dry sports outfit that accentuated her athletic figure. She interjected, "There were several waves of people. Some attempted to force their way in and were shocked badly. Moreover, there were a few old ladies who ran to the door wailing and claiming their children were starving at home, begging us to open the door and give them something to eat. They even tried to deceive Leng Hong's parents, saying they were old neighbors, hoping to get them to open the door for a chat." Su Wanqing gently wiped her hands, which had become damp from anxiety, her gentle face showing signs of fear. "Fortunately, Mr. Lin, you had the foresight. Only you can open this door. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Listening to the women chattering about the events, Lin Feng showed no surprise, merely smiling faintly as if everything had been anticipated. However, standing to the side, Leng Hong displayed a clear sense of embarrassment and a hint of barely perceptible shame on her otherwise icy face for the first time. She pressed her lips tightly together, her tall figure slightly stiff. The thought that her parents almost caused a disaster due to their compassion left her feeling utterly humiliated. Taking a step forward, she deeply bowed her head towards Lin Feng, her voice heavy with unprecedented gravity. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't handle it well and almost..." Lin Feng interrupted her. His gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of understanding. "There is no need to apologize." Lin Feng's tone softened. "I expected this to happen. Although the apocalypse is brutal, the elderly still retain the humanity and kindness of the peaceful era. This is not their fault." He paused, looking at Leng Hong, his expression deepening. This was after all a test for them. It seems they still need time to adapt to this new world. Lin Feng's words made Leng Hong's heart tremble, feeling both gratitude for her boss' tolerance and a deeper understanding of the responsibility on her shoulders. She must help her family quickly recognize reality and fully integrate into the survival rules of this fortress. Leng Hong, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Prepare yourself, you will accompany me on another outing." "Yes." Leng Hong immediately straightened her posture without any hesitation, the previous embarrassment instantly replaced by absolute obedience. "Boss, where are we going?" Lin Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, looking towards a certain direction in the community, his tone carrying a complex hint that was hard to articulate. "To pick someone up. Someone who once gave me half a biscuit." Lin Feng's words left Xiaolan, Ma Lily and Su Wanqing stunned, exchanging glances. Ma Lily blinked, her beautifully made-up eyes, her face full of confusion, murmuring, "Brother Lin Feng is so powerful now, would he still lack half a biscuit?" She couldn't imagine Lin Feng begging for food in a low voice. Xiaolan furrowed her brows, her weltoned body leaning against the wall, arms crossed accentuating her curvaceous figure, her eyes filled with doubt. Su Wanqing gently shook her head, feeling that Lin Feng had too many secrets and it was better not to think about it. Leng Hong asked no further questions for her. Lin Feng's orders were everything. She quickly checked her gear, put her helmet back on and held her assault rifle, regaining her cold and lethal combat posture, her agile body like a taut bow ready to unleash a deadly strike. "Boss, I'm ready." Lin Feng nodded and the two pushed open the heavy steel door again, stepping into the frozen world outside. The wind and snow continued, but it was somewhat lighter than before. The two walked in single file, Lin Feng in front, Leng Hong trailing behind on guard, steadily traversing the desolate neighborhood road. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of hidden watchers. Behind shattered or frost-covered windows, countless hungry, greedy and fearful eyes fixated on them, especially on the assault rifle in Lung Hong's hands, which radiated a sense of death and their finely crafted gear.
They are out again. Damn, that woman has a real gun. Where are they going? If we could rob them.
Whispers and malicious plots flowed in the shadows, but no one dared to step forward. The few corpses that had quickly frozen stiff at the villa's entrance and Wang Mang's heart-wrenching wails were still fresh in memory. Lin Feng paid no attention to it. All his target was clear Aunt Wang's home. However, when he reached the old residential building where Aunt Wang lived, his heart sank. The unit door was ajar askew and the lock had long been broken. The hallway was a mess littered with rummaged garbage and debris.
Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold as he quickened his pace up to the third floor.
Aunt Wang's door was even more heartbreaking, the wooden panel violently chopped with several large holes barely hanging on the frame with cold wind whistling in.
Boss! Long Hong exclaimed softly, gun in hand, rushing inside first.
The beam of her tactical flashlight quickly swept across the living room where the furniture was toppled. All cabinets had their drawers pulled open, empty inside, and the ground bore dried bloodstains and signs of struggle. Lin Feng's heart rose to his throat as he abruptly pushed open the bedroom door. In the corner of the bedroom, Aunt Wang was curled up, wrapped in several layers of thin, tattered blankets, yet still shivering from the cold. Her grizzled hair was a mess, her face marked with bruises and frostbite, her eyes cloudy, filled with fear and despair. In front of her, a small broken iron basin burned with a faint flame seemingly made from the legs of a dismantled wooden chair, emitting a choking smoke. Hearing the noise, Aunt Wang raised her head in terror, and upon seeing Lin Feng, her cloudy eyes first flashed with a glimmer of joy as if seeing a lifeline, but it was quickly replaced by deeper fear. She instinctively shrank back, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Seeing Aunt Wang in such a dire state, especially the bruises on her face, an uncontrollable anger and killing intent surged in Lin Feng's eyes. But he forcibly suppressed it, quickly stepping in front of Aunt Wang, squatting down and speaking as gently as possible. Aunt Wang, don't be afraid, it's me, Lin Feng. I'm here to take you away. Aunt Wang stared blankly at him, seemingly not registering it. Lin Feng looked at her frostbitten lips and frail body, no longer hesitating, decisively saying, come with me, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Aunt Wang finally came to her senses. She looked at Lin Feng, then glanced at Lung Hong behind him, fully armed and resembling a female warrior. Tears welled in her eyes, but she shook her head repeatedly, her voice weak and hoarse. No.
It's fine, Shaolin. Aunt Wang appreciates your kindness.
I'm just an old bone, I won't live much longer. You have it hard too, supplies are scarce, I can't drag you down.
She was still thinking of others.
Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart. In his past life, when Aunt Wang secretly gave him that half-piece of life-saving compressed biscuit, she had the same expression. He no longer said more directly, turning around facing away from Aunt Wang, and solemnly said, Aunt Wang, stop talking, get on my back.
No, Shaolin. Aunt Wang continued to decline.
But Lin Feng insisted, carefully yet firmly lifting the old woman onto his back. Aunt Wang was very light, so light it was heartbreaking. Lung Hong, lead the way. Lin Feng's voice returned to its usual coldness.
Yes.
Lung Hong held her gun in front, vigilantly scanning the hallway and outside the windows. Lin Feng, carrying Aunt Wang, strode towards the exit. This time he would never let the regrets of his past life repeat. He would repay the kindness of that half-biscuit with the rest of his life. Lin Feng, carrying the light and delicate Aunt Wang, had just stepped out of the corridor when a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed toward him. Aunt Wang shivered on his back, unsure if it was due to the cold or fear. Lung Hong stood like the most vigilant sentinel, gun in hand, the beam of her tactical flashlight cutting through the dim snow curtain like a sword. Her lithe figure maintained its graceful lines beneath the heavy bulletproof vest, each step steady and filled with power. Just as the two descended the stairs, a crossbow bolt fell right in front of them. A man, perhaps driven mad by hunger, mistook Lin Feng carrying someone for supplies. Seeing only Lang Hong, a lone woman guarding with a gun, he raised a crude crossbow, aiming at her.
Watch out!
Lin Feng exclaimed in a low voice. Almost simultaneously as the second crossbow bolt whistled through the air, Lung Hong seemed to have eyes on her back, swiftly sidestepping. The bolt zipped past her shoulder guard, embedding itself deeply into the snow behind her. Lang Hong's gaze turned icy. Without needing to aim, she relied on her instincts and the sound to gauge the direction, raising her a 74mm to fire. A short, precise burst. A scream of agony echoed from a second-floor window as the man clutched his wounded shoulder and fell backward, the crossbow bolt clattering to the ground. As they passed the community square, 4 or 5 people suddenly burst out from a snow-covered 7-seater SUV nearby. Armed with iron rods and machetes, they had clearly been lying in wait, hoping to catch them off guard.
Leave the people and the things.
The leader shouted fiercely. Lung Hong reacted like lightning, already kneeling on one knee, aiming her gun as the others charged.
Dog day. Dog day.
The gun's muzzle spewed deadly flames. The 2 men at the front fell as if struck by a heavy hammer. The remaining assailants, terrified, turned to flee, but Lung Hong gave them no chance. With several precise shots she took them all down and the snow blood quickly staining the white ground. Just before reaching the last building in front of the villa, a woman wrapped up like a ball and appearing mentally unstable suddenly sprang out from the roadside waving a rusty pair of scissors and mumbling incoherently as she lunged at Aunt Wang on Lin Feng's back. Lan Hong frowned slightly, feeling hesitant about such a target. But Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, his empty right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing the woman's wrist that held the scissors and applying a slight force. The sound of shattered bones was unmistakable. The woman let out a piercing scream as the scissors fell to the ground. Lin Feng casually pushed her into a snowbank and ignored her. He couldn't be bothered to waste bullets on someone who had already lost their sanity. Each attack was effortlessly neutralized by Lan Hong with absolute military superiority and ruthless efficiency. The gunfire echoed through the silent community, intimidating all the greedy eyes lurking in the shadows, deterring anyone from daring to show themselves. The two returned to the villa's entrance without incident. The heavy steel door opened once again, warm air spilling out as if it were the boundary between two worlds. Back in the villa, Lin Feng carefully placed Aunt Wang on the soft sofa in the living room. Su Wanqing immediately brought hot water while Ma Lily curiously leaned in to take a look. As the light illuminated Aunt Wang's face and the exposed skin, everyone could see the bruises on her face and the abrasions on her arms, clearly indicating she had been beaten during the robbery. Lin Feng gazed at Aunt Wang's weary and pained expression, a trace of barely perceptible guilt flickering through his heart. If he had come to pick her up sooner, perhaps she wouldn't have had to suffer these hardships. Chen Jing, Lin Feng called out. Chen Jing immediately ran out of her room, already dressed in a clean white coat. Though young, her gaze was steady. Upon seeing Aunt Wang's injuries, she promptly approached to examine her closely. Mr. Lin, it's mainly superficial injuries and frostbite along with shock and malnutrition. She needs rest and medical treatment. Chen Jing quickly assessed. Use the best medicine and ensure Aunt Wang recovers as soon as possible, Lin Feng instructed. You can rest assured. Chen Jing nodded solemnly, starting to skillfully clean Aunt Wang's wounds and apply medicine. Lin Feng then said to Su Wanqing, arrange for Aunt Wang to stay in the guest room next to Lang Hong's parents. It's better for the elderly to be close by so they can look after each other. Su Wanqing gently replied, all right, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng watched as Chen Jing and Su Wanqing carefully helped Aunt Wang up, then glanced at Lang Hong's parents who had come out from the room, their faces still showing confusion and fear, and a plan formed in his mind. He deliberately arranged for Aunt Wang to be next to Lang Hong's parents, not only to provide them with company but also hoped that Aunt Wang could personally tell Lang Hong's parents about the grim reality of the outside world, the robberies, killings and cannibalism. Only by making them fully aware of the cruel reality and shattering their last illusions about the old era could they truly adapt to the survival rules of this fortress, no longer endangering themselves with unnecessary kindness. This was the fastest and most effective method. After arranging for Aunt Wang as he watched her being carefully supported into the guest room by Chen Jing and Su Wanqing, Lin Feng's eyes returned to a calm stillness. He turned around, not heading back to the warm living room but instead walked straight towards the control room in the underground garage. Inside the control room, Lang Hong was cleaning and maintaining her weapon. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, she immediately stood up, saying, "Boss." Lin Feng waved his hand and approached the control panel connected to several concealed speakers outside the villa. He picked up the microphone, made some adjustments, and a cold voice transmitted through the lines, clearly resonating in every corner of the silent community to those still alive in the community. Listen. This abrupt voice caused all the survivors huddled in cold corners clinging to life to suddenly raise their heads and perk up their ears. Just now, on my way to pick someone up, I was attacked by 3 waves of ignorant creatures. Lin Feng's voice held no emotion, as if he were stating a fact unrelated to himself. I am quite displeased right now. Now I am issuing a task. Find those who attacked me just now or locate their accomplices. As long as you can present proof that you dealt them a heavy blow in front of me or use any piece of their clothing as evidence. Reward 2 buckets of instant noodles and 1 liter of hot water. Or half a kilogram of dried chili peppers. The task starts now. With that, the broadcast abruptly ended. The entire community fell into a peculiar silence, as if even the sound of the wind and snow had temporarily ceased. But this silence lasted for less than 3 seconds. Soon it was as if a splash of cold water had been thrown into boiling oil. The entire community erupted. Instant noodles. Hot water. And chili. My God. 2 buckets of instant noodles. That's enough to last several days. Hot water. Hot water. How long has it been since I last drank hot water? Chili. With chili I can ward off the cold. Go for it. The people who had originally been numb, huddled and unwilling to move due to the extreme cold suddenly had their eyes ablaze with a wolf-like hunger. The rewards Lin Feng had offered, trivial in peacetime, were now a life-saving elixir, an irresistible temptation. After a brief moment of shock and ecstasy, it was followed by a frenzied search and hunt. Those who had participated in the attack or were related to the attackers instantly became the targets of everyone's wrath.
It's him.
I saw him with a stick just now.
And those few.
They were together.
Don't let them run away.
The instant noodles are ours. The cries of wailing and howling echoed throughout the community. For those 2 buckets of instant noodles, 1 liter of hot water, or half a kilogram of chili peppers, neighbors who might have shown some restraint in normal times completely shed their facades. People surged out from their hiding places like hyenas, catching the scent of blood, pouncing on the attackers and their accomplices who were already scared out of their wits and trying to hide. Fists flying, feet kicking, and sticks being swung, they spared no effort, even resorting to lethal force, to seize any clothing from the attackers as proof. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, curses, and the new conflicts erupting over the spoils intertwined, composing a chaotic and brutal symphony of human nature in the apocalypse. Some small groups that had originally been relatively united instantly fell apart in the face of such overwhelming temptation, beginning to turn on each other for the sake of those scarce resources. The villa had excellent soundproofing, but the faint sounds of chaos that filtered through still made Xiaolan, Ma Lili, and others in the living room exchange glances, all able to imagine the chaotic and bloody scene outside. Ma Lili patted her heaving chest, feeling somewhat scared. Lin Feng's trick is too ruthless. Xiaolan crossed her arms, her ample bosom pushed up even more prominently, her expression complex, but it's very effective.
From now on, I doubt anyone will dare to easily target us again.
Lang Hong stood behind Lin Feng, watching the crowd on the monitor crazily tearing at each other for a few resources, her gaze icy, devoid of any sympathy. This is the law of the apocalypse, the boss has merely applied it to the extreme. Lin Feng put down the microphone, looking expressionlessly out at the community that had plunged into a frenzied hell because of his words. Lin Feng's instant noodle bounty was like a colossal stone cast into a pit of despair, stirring not ripples but a frenzied whirlpool that devoured everything. Within less than a day, bizarre and eerie scenes unfolded before the cold steel door of the villa. Some clutched bloodied, tattered cotton hats or gloves, others carried frozen stiff pant legs or sleeves ripped from their garments, and some directly dragged incomplete, already stiff corpses as if hauling prey, eagerly gazing at the surveillance camera on the door, their faces a mix of fear, appeasement, and a hint of desire for reward. Lin Feng watched all of this coldly through the monitor, his words always followed by actions. The small window beside the steel door, used for passing items, occasionally opened, tossing out 2 buckets of instant noodles packaged in plastic bags and a thermos filled with hot water, or a small package wrapped in oil paper containing hot peppers, a luxury in the apocalypse. Each time the window opened, it sparked a brief commotion and intensified greedy gazes. Yet no one dared to snatch anything. The fresh corpses before the door, charred from attempts to breach it, served as the best warning. Days later, the community fell back into a strange calm.
The potential threat significantly diminished amid mutual slaughter and internal strife, and the few survivors thoroughly understood that the villa was an untouchable taboo.
Lin Feng, accompanied by Ma Lili, Xiaolan, Lang Hong, and Chen Jing, who volunteered to join, arrived at the transformed open area of the underground mall, now a temporary shooting range and training ground. The gunplay issues exposed in the last attack drove Lin Feng to resolve to improve his accuracy.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunfire echoed through the range. Lin Feng, holding an S-74M, focused intently, repeatedly pulling the trigger, adjusting his breath and posture while shells clattered down at his feet.
Though progress was slow, he showed no signs of discouragement. Lang Hong transformed into a strict instructor, teaching everyone combat and self-defense techniques.
Use your waist for power. Stabilize your legs. Lang Hong's voice was cold as she personally demonstrated a grappling move, her close-fitting combat attire accentuating every muscle's power in her swift, electrifying movements, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. Xiaolan, with a solid foundation, learned the quickest. She wore a tight sports tank top, sweat soaking through the fabric, outlining her increasingly voluptuous curves, each motion infused with a wild power. Chen Jing, though slightly weaker in strength, focused intently, mastering the techniques meticulously. What surprised everyone was the twin sisters Long Shui and Long Shuang. Perhaps inheriting their sister's excellent genes, they displayed an astonishing talent for firearms and combat, adapting quickly with agile and precise movements brimming with youthful vitality and potential. Watching the rapid progress of these sisters, Ma Lili, who had previously been a bit lazy relying on her charm to get by, suddenly felt a surge of intense crisis. She gazed at Lang Shui and Lang Shuang's increasingly fit figures and their admiring looks towards Lin Feng, then touched her own arms, which, though alluring, lacked a sense of strength. A fierce determination welled up within her. Poof! Ma Lili bit down on her plump lower lip, no longer slacking off, and began training with all her might. Wearing a sexy sports bra and short, sweat trickled down her fair skin in enticing curves. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, her dedicated attitude caught Lang Hong's attention.
High-intensity training consumed enormous energy.
In the evening, Lin Feng deliberately retrieved various top-tier ingredients from the infinite space: glistening caviar, large Australian lobsters, beautifully marbled Australian wagyu beef, succulent Liberian black pork, and uniquely flavored Tibetan yak meat, among others. When Su Wanqing skillfully transformed these rare ingredients into mouth-watering dishes arranged elegantly on the long dining table, everyone was left in astonishment. An enticing aroma filled the villa. Even the lethargic Wang Dama and Lang Hong's parents showed some life. Oh my, is this lobster? I haven't had beef in ages. Boss, this is too extravagant.
Chen Jing said somewhat uneasily. Lin Feng sat at the head of the table watching the group gathered around, tired yet bright-eyed, and smiled gently. Training is hard, this is what you deserve.
Eat well to become stronger. After several days of lavish feasts and top-tier ingredients, even the astute Lang Hong, well aware of Lin Feng's profound background, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease.
During a training break that day, she approached Lin Feng, who was busy cleaning his firearm while Ma Lily had stepped away for a drink. Still clad in her crisp combat uniform, her stature was tall and elegant, and a rare hint of hesitation graced her otherwise cool and beautiful face. Boss, is the recent consumption of food
a bit excessive?
Though the supply of resources was abundant, the end of the world was uncertain. Should they exercise some moderation? Before Lin Feng could respond, Ma Lily, having just returned from drinking water, overheard her words and immediately wiggled her slender waist over, speaking sweetly. Sister Lang Hong, you worry too much. Since brother Lin Feng dares to eat this way, he surely has his reasons.
Right, brother Lin Feng.
As she spoke, she deliberately brushed her ample chest against Lin Feng's arm, seeking his support. Lin Feng shot her a glance, ignoring her flirtation, and instead set his gun down, standing up. Follow me. He led the somewhat puzzled Lang Hong, the curious Ma Lily, along with the attracted Xiao Lan, Chen Jing, and Su Wanqing, and even the curious sisters Leng Shui and Lang Shuang through the internal passageway, once again entering the mysterious underground mall. However, this time Lin Feng did not head towards the warehouse area or the training ground, but towards a previously sealed-off area deeper within the mall. As the heavy soundproof door slowly slid open, the scene inside unfolded before everyone, leaving them all stunned and gasping in disbelief.
Before them was not the imagined dark and abandoned mall space, but an immense brightly lit underground ecological farm.
As far as the eye could see, this farm occupied an expansive space spanning 3 underground levels covering nearly 1,000 square meters. Above them were LED light strips simulating natural light spectra, casting a soft glow resembling a small artificial sun. Rows of dwarf fruit trees were neatly arranged, their branches adorned with green or slightly reddened fruits reminiscent of apples and citrus varieties. In several well-tended vegetable plots, various leafy greens and root crops grew, with a few weeds present, but overall they looked quite healthy. An area was enclosed with a fence where a few chickens and ducks leisurely wandered, pecking at seeds and insects on the ground, beside which was a small water circulation system with a hand-dug creek gently flowing, providing water and humidity for the entire ecological farm. The air was moist and fresh, infused with the fragrance of soil and plants, creating a stark contrast to the icy dead world outside, resembling a paradise amid hell.
My goodness.
This is... Xiaolan's mouth fell open momentarily, forgetting to puff out her impressive chest, completely shocked by the scene before her.
A farm. There's such a large farm underground.
Chen Jing adjusted her glasses. As a doctor, she understood better the implications of a sustainable food source and vitamin replenishment, the value of which was immeasurable. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes filled with delight. As a chef, the sight of these fresh ingredients excited her more than any exotic delicacy.
Ma Lily leaped up in excitement. Wow. Brother Lin Feng. Is this ecological system you mentioned? You are amazing. This place is simply a paradise. Lang Shui and Lang Shuang curiously looked around, fascinated by everything here.
Lang Hong's shock was even greater. She gazed at the vibrant space and finally understood why Lin Feng had been so extravagant. But at the same time, she also noticed that due to months of neglect, the vegetable plots had more weeds than usual. The fruit trees' branches were a bit unruly and the livestock area needed cleaning. A thought suddenly arose in her mind. She stepped forward, looking at Lin Feng, her stern face carrying a hint of hope and seriousness. Boss, this farm is crucial. If you can trust them, could you
let my parents and Aunt Wang take care of it?
She explained they are older and unable to do heavy physical labor, but managing the fields and feeding the chickens and ducks would be just right for them. It would give them something to do, help ease their minds, and allow them to find value in living. Lin Feng looked at this farm hastily established to fulfill a system task and nearly forgotten thereafter, and thought of the several elderly individuals on the first floor who appeared listless. His heart stirred. He had planned to find an opportunity for the elderly to have some purpose, and Lang Hong's suggestion was perfectly aligned. Sure, Lin Feng nodded. From now on, this farm will be managed by the 3 elderly people.
I will provide the necessary tools and seeds. Lang Hong's eyes flashed with gratitude. Thank you, boss.
Soon the 3 elderly individuals were brought to this underground paradise. When Lang Hong's parents and Aunt Wang saw this brightly lit, vibrant farm, they could hardly believe their eyes.
The dullness in their eyes rekindled with light, a spark of excitement from being needed and valued.
Aunt Wang even trembled as she approached the vegetable plot, crouched down and carefully stroked the leaves of a young vegetable, tears silently falling. The land
can still grow things. Wonderful, truly wonderful.
From that day forth, the 3 elderly individuals seemed to have found a new lease on life. They busied themselves daily in the farm, weeding, watering, feeding the chickens, and tidying the fruit trees. Though it was hard work, their faces bore long-lost smiles and vitality.
This underground farm not only provided a sustainable food source for the fortress but also became a soothing oasis for these weathered souls. After several weeks of intense training and adequate nutritional intake, everyone's strength had significantly improved. Lin Feng's marksmanship, though not as extraordinary as Lang Hong's, had reached a level of precision and practicality. Xiaolan, with her solid foundation, had seamlessly integrated her newfound strength into her combat skills, with each move bursting with explosive power. Her fiery figure had become even more toned and impressive due to her training. Lang Hong, like a finely honed blade, exuded an increasingly restrained and profound aura. That morning Lin Feng called everyone to the living room. He glanced over the various women before him, each exuding their own charm yet all radiating vitality, and spoke in a deep voice. Although our supplies are abundant, energy, especially sustainable energy, remains a shortcoming. Moreover, we know nothing about the cause of the apocalypse or what changes will occur after the blood moon. We cannot just sit idly by. He paused and continued, I have decided to take Lang Hong and Xiaolan out on an expedition. We will search for more energy resources, especially fuel and solar panel components, and also attempt to investigate clues about the onset of the apocalypse in hopes of making some discoveries. Upon hearing that only Lang Hong and Xiaolan would accompany him, Ma Lily immediately protested. Today she was wearing a form-fitting knitted dress that showcased her curves, and she ran over to Lin Feng in her high heels, wrapping her arms around his and shaking it as she leaned against him with her soft fullness, pleading in a sweet voice, Brother Lin Feng, please take me with you. I am quite capable now and won't hold you back. It's so dangerous out there, having one more person means more strength. She blinked her big watery eyes, trying to achieve her goal through her charm. Lin Feng looked at her enchanting demeanor and found it somewhat amusing, but his attitude remained resolute. He gently patted Ma Lily's hand, signaling her to let go, then leaned closer to her ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Lily, I need someone I can trust to guard the house. And Wang and Lang Hong's parents need looking after. Su Wanqing is in charge of logistics. Chen Jing needs to keep an eye on old Dr. Lin, and Leng Shui and Leng Shuang are still young. I can only feel at ease if I leave this home in your hands. His voice was low and filled with trust, his warm breath brushing against Ma Lily's sensitive ear. Ma Lily's initially wronged expression instantly froze, and a wave of immense emotion and joy from being trusted surged through her like a warm current. She never imagined that in Lin Feng's heart she bore such an important responsibility of guarding the house. She abruptly lifted her head, her alluring eyes misting over with tears, and in her excitement forgetting the others around, she stood on her tiptoes and fiercely pressed her enticingly glossed lips against Lin Feng's. Mum. This kiss, filled with irresistible passion and deep attachment, lingered reluctant to part. Ma Lily's soft body pressed closely against Lin Feng as if she wanted to meld herself into him. Xiaolan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow with a hint of playful amusement, while Lang Hong turned away, expressionlessly checking her gear. Su Wanqing and Chen Jing both lowered their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Leng Shui and Leng Shuang's faces turned bright red from the scene. Lin Feng was caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, feeling her softness against his lips and the fragrance lingering at his nose. He couldn't help but feel a heat rising within him. He helplessly pushed away the reluctant Ma Lily, looking at her shimmering eyes and seductive gaze, and forced a smile, saying, Stop it. If you keep this up, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will delay the important matters. Upon hearing this, Ma Lily's cheeks flushed with two rosy clouds, and instead of feeling shy she seemed to gain confidence, giving Lin Feng a playful glare. Then, like a cat that had successfully sneaked a treat, she joyfully sashayed away, her slender waist and curvy hips swaying. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the fire within him, and turned to look at the ready Lang Hong and Xiaolan. Lang Hong was still clad in standard combat gear, standing tall like a pine tree. Xiaolan chose a set of relatively lightweight yet protective tactical clothing which accentuated her athletic figure, exuding a sense of power. Let's go. At Lin Feng's command, the three of them stepped into the uniquely armored off-road vehicle that resembled a black fortress. The engine roared and the garage door slowly lifted, revealing the still frozen world outside. The specially modified off-road vehicle roared forward like a steel beast, ignoring the abandoned cars and small roadblocks strewn about, directly crushing them underfoot, leaving chaos in its wake. According to Lin Feng's memory, the first large gas station was not far ahead. However, just as they turned a corner and caught sight of the familiar redroofed building of the gas station, the road ahead was completely blocked by a large barricade made up of several buses and heavy trucks. It's a trap. Lang Hong's voice turned icy in an instant, her gun-bearing hand tightening slightly, her sharp gaze scanning the ruins on both sides of the barricade through the car window. Xiaolan immediately entered a combat stance, her chest rising and falling slightly from deep breaths, her eyes alert. Almost as the vehicle came to a stop, several figures suddenly leaped out from behind the barricade and the ruins on both sides. They wielded clubs and machetes, and 4 or 5 of them brandished old hunting rifles and a standard assault rifle. Leading them was a burly man with a full beard and fierce eyes. Listen, everyone in the vehicle. Leave the car and supplies behind and we will spare your lives. The bearded man shouted hoarsely, waving his machete as his armed subordinates aimed their weapons at the off-road vehicle. Lang Hong furrowed her brows tightly and whispered, Boss, they have firearms, the number is unclear and the risk of a strong assault is too great. Yet Lin Feng looked at the ragtag group outside with a smirk of eagerness at the corner of his mouth. Just right, let's test the results of our special training on them.
No way. Lung Hong immediately objected, it's too risky.
Lin Feng ignored her protest and asked, if I open the door to draw their attention, how many armed ones can you take out first? Lung Hong quickly glanced and, relying on her sharpshooter's precision, replied, 3, at most 4.
That's enough.
Lin Feng nodded. Xiaolan takes 1 and he'll take 1.
Focus on eliminating the armed threats first. Boss.
Lung Hong wanted to dissuade him, but Lin Feng had already forcefully pushed open the heavy car door. The moment the car door opened, a series of soft gunshots rang out from within the vehicle, almost blending into a single line. Like the most precise killing machine, Lang Hong instantly locked onto 4 gunmen within the brief view provided by the car door's gap, and the bullets accurately pierced their foreheads or hearts. Almost simultaneously, Xiaolan also leaned out her handgun, letting out a crisp report.
Bang!
Another thug holding a hunting rifle fell to the ground. Lin Feng's movements were equally swift. The instant Lung Hong fired, he sprang out like a cheetah, flames erupting from his handgun.
Bang!
The last thug holding a standard assault rifle exploded in a spray of blood from his chest, collapsing in disbelief. In a flash, the 6 armed threats were instantaneously eliminated. All of this happened so quickly that the remaining thugs hadn't reacted before seeing their strongest firepower reduced to corpses.
Damn it! Let's fight them.
The bearded man, shocked and furious, waved his machete and charged forward. The thugs armed with cold weapons behind him also yelled and followed. Lin Feng, Lung Hong and Xiaolan quickly exited the vehicle, using its body as cover. Just as they got out, 2 thugs who had been lurking in the shadows behind the vehicle thought they found an opportunity and, grinning, swung their knives at the seemingly weakest Xiaolan from behind. However, they underestimated Xiaolan's reaction speed, strengthened by energy liquid and rigorous training, and even more so, they underestimated Lung Hong's vigilance.
Xiaolan heard the wind and deftly sidestepped the slash, while Lung Hong didn't even turn around. Relying on her keen hearing and peripheral vision, she fired 2 impeccably accurate shots. Puff! Puff!
The 2 assailants suddenly had blood holes appear in their foreheads, collapsing to the ground with expressions of shock. In the blink of an eye, the ambushing team of over 10 had been reduced to just 7 or 8 thugs armed with cold weapons, led by the bearded man, staring in awe at the 3 killing gods before them, unable to advance or retreat, their legs shaking with fear. Lin Feng leisurely holstered his handgun, looking at the terrified rabble before him, and commanded in a cold tone, "Don't move, squat down, cover your heads and sing conquer. Otherwise you'll receive a greeting from my bullets." Xiaolan reacted swiftly, stepping forward to swiftly pick up the hunting rifles and assault rifles on the ground, checking them before slinging them over her back. The bearded man and his subordinates were dumbfounded.
Who the hell is robbing whom?
Staring at the dark, still smoking muzzles of their guns and the warm corpses of their companions on the ground, the bearded man's mouth twitched a few times before he ultimately bowed his head in humiliation, being the first to squat down, holding his head and lamenting in his ragged voice, "Just like this I'm conquered." The other thugs, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit, squatting in a row, holding their heads and singing the off-key conquer, making the scene quite absurd. Lung Hong held her gun in a watchful stance, observing this bizarre scene. Her cold, beautiful face still showed no expression, but she couldn't help but quietly say to Lin Feng, "Boss, please don't take such risks next time." Lin Feng smiled but did not explain. He waited for the group to sing a few lines before raising his hand to signal them to stop. He looked at the pale, trembling thugs, his eyes flashing with a calculating glimmer.
"Now I'm giving you a chance to live."
Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of playfulness. "You take turns coming up to engage in hand-to-hand combat with me and her." He pointed at Xiaolan. He paused, his tone turning grim. "If you win, you can leave with your belongings. If you lose..." He cast a glance at the corpses on the ground, the implications clear.
"Of course, you can also choose to die right now."
Hearing this, the bearded man and the others were initially taken aback, then expressions of disbelief and a hint of madness at finding a way out appeared on their faces. Fight against these 2 seemingly delicate individuals. Especially Xiaolan with her hot figure, but after all, she is a woman.
Winning means they can live.
They seemed to see hope for survival. Lang Hong then understood Lin Feng's intentions. He wanted to use these desperate criminals as sparring partners for her in Xiaolan's combat training.
Although dangerous, it was indeed the fastest way to enhance combat abilities.
She said nothing more, only steadied her gun hand and sharpened her gaze, ensuring that any unexpected incidents would be eliminated at the first opportunity. Lin Feng's words rang like a royal decree, rekindling a twisted glimmer of hope in the eyes of the desperate rioters. Fighting these 2 who appeared easy to bully was still preferable to being shot dead on the spot. The first to leap forward was a gaunt man with shifty, lecherous eyes. His gaze locked onto Xiaolan's figure, tightly encased in tactical gear, her voluptuous curves accentuated by every breath, especially the gentle rise and fall of her full chest. He swallowed hard and twisted his lips into a vile, lascivious grin. "Heh, little miss, I'll play with you myself. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." Clearly the lecherous man fancied himself poised to seize an easy advantage.
Xiaolan's expression hardened. She handed the retrieved rifle to Lang Hong beside her, then rotated her wrists and ankles, her form taut and coiled within the sleek tactical suit, every muscle line defined, primed for explosive action. Enough talk. With a shrill guttural cry, the gaunt man lunged forward, arms flung wide, aiming to grapple Xiaolan with brute force. Xiaolan neither flinched nor retreated. The instant he closed in, she pivoted sharply at the waist and her right leg snapped out like a steel whip, a devastating low sweep that struck the outer knee joint of his supporting leg with lethal precision. Crack! A sickening snap of bone echoed sharp enough to make teeth ache. Ah! The gaunt man shrieked in agony, clutching his grotesquely twisted leg as he collapsed and writhed on the ground. Xiaolan didn't even glance his way. She retracted her leg, stood tall, breathing steady, as if she'd merely brushed away a speck of dust. She flicked her ponytail and fixed the remaining rioters, now pale-faced, with a feral defiant smirk. Too weak. Next, I'll take on two. Lin Feng raised his pistol, face impassive. Bang! The gunshot cracked, the gaunt man's skull burst open and he died instantly. The visceral shock of bloodshed made the remaining rioters flinch in unison. Their gaze upon Xiaolan no longer held contempt or lust, only raw, paralyzing fear. Under the looming threat of death, two more were shoved forward by their comrades, a bald hulking thug and a compact wiry man with a crew cut. They exchanged a single glance, eyes flashing with grim resolve and silent understanding. They knew solitary combat was suicide. Against this woman, coordination was their only chance. Go! With a thunderous bellow, the bald brute charged Heaton like a raging bull, his massive palm-sized hands lunging straight for Xiaolan's shoulders, seeking to immobilize her. Meanwhile, the crewcut man darted like a phantom to her flank and rear, gripping a sharpened screwdriver and driving it viciously toward her kidney. A textbook pincer maneuver, frontal suppression, lateral ambush. Xiaolan's pupils contracted, she felt the pressure mount. She arched backward, narrowly evading the bald thug's grasp while simultaneously raising her left arm to block, snap. Deflecting the screwdriver with a sharp impact. A searing pain flared along her forearm, the blade had drawn blood. Yet her reflexes were lightning fast. Using the recoil from the block, she spun like a lithe jungle cat and drove her right elbow, wreathed in ferocious momentum, straight into the crewcut man's temple. The crewcut man hadn't anticipated such blistering counterattack amid dual assault. Desperately, he raised his arm to intercept. Thump! A heavy muffled thud reverberated. Agony and numbness exploded up his arm, the sheer force hurled him staggering backward. Seeing his comrade falter, the bald thug roared and surged forward again, fist cocked, aimed squarely at Xiaolan's face. Unflustered, Xiaolan seized his wrist in a flawless joint lock, pressed close to his body and drove her knee hard as a sledgehammer into his abdomen. Ugh! The bald thug groaned, bile surging in his throat, his movements freezing mid-motion. At that instant, the crewcut man, ignoring his own pain, lunged once more, the screwdriver aimed like a stiletto at Xiaolan's exposed spine. Should that strike land, the consequences would be catastrophic. Xiaolan reacted as though her back bore eyes. Just in time, she shoved the bald thug sideways and behind her. Thwip! The crewcut man, unable to halt his lunge, buried the screwdriver deep into his comrade's back. Ah! The bald thug screamed, a cry of utter disbelief. Xiaolan seized the opening, one precise blurring handchop landed squarely on the crewcut man's carotid artery. His eyes rolled back, he crumpled unconscious to the ground. Xiaolan exhaled faintly, breath slightly ragged, sweat glistening at her temples. Blood seeped from the wound on her arm, staining her tactical suit crimson. Though victorious in this Ani against Wo duel, she bore its cost, feeling for the first time the unforgiving weight and brutality of real combat. Lin Feng observed the wound on Xiaolan's arm, his gaze turning icy, but he did not intervene. Such sacrifice was the unavoidable price of growth. He raised his pistol, aiming steadily at the bald thug, still screaming in shock from his comrade's accidental strike, and at the unconscious crewcut man. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. 2 lives ended, not in vengeance but in cold final reckoning. The remaining rioters, including the bearded ringleader, stood frozen, faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. At last they understood these two, a man and a woman, were beyond their reach. That so-called opportunity had never been hope at all, merely a countdown to prolonged inevitable death. Looking at the 3 new corpses on the ground and the glaring bloodstains on Xiaolan's arm, the remaining thugs, including the bearded leader, had their psychological defenses completely shattered. Spare me. Great man, please spare me. The bearded man was the first to collapse onto the cold, snowy ground, banging his head on the frozen earth, producing dull thuds. The others hurriedly knelt down, banging their heads like pounding garlic, tears streaming down their faces. We were blind. We shouldn't have provoked such great men. The bearded man's voice trembled with a sob. Desperate to save his life, he hurriedly threw out what he thought was his greatest bargaining chip. I am with the Sioux group. Yes. The Sioux group. I can recommend a few to join our group. With your abilities you will definitely be valued. The mention of the Sioux group made Lin Feng's previously indifferent gaze sharpen slightly.
Even in the apocalypse, what group could still exist? But he quickly realized that the audacity to mention such a name at this moment was no trivial matter. A hint of just the right kind of interest appeared on his face as he stepped forward, looking down at the kneeling bearded man. The Sioux group. Which Sioux group? Is it the Sioux Consortium, one of the top 500 on Blue Star before the apocalypse? Do they still exist after the apocalypse? Can it still be called a group? His tone was laced with suspicion and inquiry. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed interested, the bearded man seized the opportunity, hurriedly explaining, it's that Sioux Consortium. They prepared for the apocalypse long in advance and have a secret base. Their influence is substantial now. I am the captain of the 13th squad of the Sioux group's outer circle. Our group has more than 20 squads like ours, totaling around 500 people. During the day we go out to gather supplies and return to the base at night to hand over the supplies for unified distribution. To increase his persuasiveness, he continued to reveal the base is heavily defended with ample supplies and even has its own power generation system and plantation. It's much better than struggling alone outside. As long as I recommend you, you will definitely get in. With over 20 squads and nearly 500 people. Unified command returning to the base during the day and night. Plus they have a power generation system and a plantation. Lin Feng exchanged a quick glance with Lang Hong behind him, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. If what this bearded man said was true, then this Sioux group was undoubtedly a well-organized and powerful survivor force, far more threatening than Zhang Hao's rabble. Such a force was nearby, yet they were completely unaware. This was undoubtedly an extremely important piece of information, but it also came with immense potential danger. They absolutely could not allow the thugs to leak what they had seen today, especially the presence of beautiful women like Long Hong and Xiaolan, who were also a form of resource in the apocalypse, along with this specialized off-road vehicle. The hint of interest on Lin Feng's face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. He stopped speaking and exchanged glances with Long Hong and Xiaolan, who had just bandaged her arm. The three moved in perfect synchrony. Just as the bearded man was still chattering on about how great the Sioux group was, Lin Feng casually waved his hand and the massive heavy specialized off-road vehicle vanished before the kneeling men, as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. All that remained were the tire tracks left behind. This miraculous scene rendered the pleas of the bearded man and others abruptly silent, their eyes wide, mouths agape, their minds blank, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. However, before they could recover from this extreme shock, bang. 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 The crisp and cold gunfire rang out in succession. Long Hong and Xiaolan fired almost simultaneously. The bullets accurately struck the foreheads or hearts of the kneeling thugs. The bearded man's face was still frozen in a look of disbelief, but he suddenly had a blood hole appear on his forehead, his body leaning back, the light of life rapidly fading from his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the remaining thugs had all turned into corpses, collapsing in the snow, blood gushing out, staining the pristine white snow a chaotic red. The wind and snow continued, leaving only Lin Feng, Long Hong and Xiaolan at the scene, along with the numerous corpses and the heavy smell of blood. The Sioux group. Lin Feng murmured, repeating the name with a deep gaze. This unexpected information disrupted his original plans. A force with hundreds of people well organized posed a threat, and the potential resources and intelligence they might contain had to be taken seriously. Let's clean up and head to the gas station. Lin Feng collected his thoughts, his tone returning to calm. The potential threat must be eliminated, but the established goal could not be abandoned. The news from the Sioux group weighed heavily on his heart. The conspicuous custom off-road vehicle was no longer a guarantee of safety, rather it might become a beacon exposing their position. We can't drive anymore, we're too conspicuous, Lin Feng decisively stated. We'll proceed on foot, staying alert. The three abandoned the off-road vehicle, moving stealthily like agile snow leopards through the dilapidated streets and ruins. The wind and snow obscured their tracks to some extent, but it also brought a greater chill. As they moved forward, Lang Hong lowered her voice, her cool tone somewhat muffled by the wind and snow, but her message was clear. Boss, the Sioux group is immensely powerful. Relying solely on the three of us, if a conflict arises in the future, we will be at a significant disadvantage. I believe we need to start forming our own power. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the dark windows lining the street, and he nodded thoughtfully. Yes, we must prepare for the future. But we must be selective. Core members must be absolutely trustworthy. He thought of the people in the villa and the standards for those they might recruit in the future. Xiaolan followed closely beside him, her arm lightly bandaged, not affecting her movement. Hearing their conversation, she couldn't help but murmur while vigilantly observing their surroundings, forming a power. The villa is so small. Although the underground mall has 3 additional levels, it wouldn't fit 500 people even after renovation, right? Are we going to expand outward? She imagined the scene of hundreds of people cramped together and felt that it was less comfortable than their current situation. Lin Feng did not respond, merely noting the idea of expansion in his mind. The group moved cautiously and finally arrived at the gas station from his memory.
However, the sight before them was disappointing. The gas pump had been destroyed, the oil tank's valve was wide open, and it was already empty. The convenience store had been thoroughly looted, leaving only some scattered packaging and collapsed shelves. Clearly this place had been visited multiple times by other survivors. What a wasted trip, Xiaolan said with a hint of frustration as she kicked an empty oil barrel at her feet. As expected, Lin Feng replied calmly. Large gas stations were prime targets for early survivors. Let's head back and think it over. Returning on foot was clearly not feasible, it would take too long and increase risks. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, confirming there were no onlookers before he summoned two sleek camouflaged snowmobiles from the infinite space. Wow! Snowmobiles. Xiaolan's eyes lit up, she had been wanting to try one. She quickly walked over to one of the snowmobiles, patted the back seat and flashed a charming smile at Lin Feng, adjusting her impressive figure under her tactical suit. Lin Feng, can I ride with you? To save fuel. Lin Feng shot her a glance and unhesitatingly refused no. Leng Hong's shooting skills are the best, she needs to stay alert and can't be distracted by driving. Xiaolan pouted and turned to Leng Hong, saying, then Sister Leng Hong, I'll take you. My driving skills are pretty good. Lin Feng interrupted again, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your driving skills? Forget it, I'm worried you'll injure my chief sniper. We'll each ride one, keeping our distance and remaining vigilant. Xiaolan watched as Lin Feng mounted one of the snowmobiles, then glanced at Leng Hong, who sat expressionlessly on the other snowmobile. Did she not understand Lin Feng's intentions? She stomped her foot in frustration, her ample bosom rising and falling with the motion as she quietly muttered, humph. He clearly just wants to take advantage of Sister Leng Hong, prioritizing beauty over friendship. Despite her reluctance, she knew Lin Feng's arrangement was the most reasonable. She could only sulkily mount the remaining snowmobile and put on her helmet. V-room. The snowmobiles roared to life, and under Lin Feng's lead they sped across the snowy plains like two arrows released from a bow, leaving long trails in their wake as they raced towards the residential area. As they approached the residential area, Lin Feng signaled for the three to dismount the snowmobiles. Lin Feng stored the snowmobiles back into the space. The three did not directly return to the villa but deliberately circled around a few times, confirming there was no tail following them before, under the cover of the ruins in night, they quietly returned to the heavy steel door of the villa. The door slid open silently, warm light and familiar scents pouring out. The three quickly slipped inside and the door closed again, completely isolating them from the wind and snow outside and any potential dangers. The door slid shut silently, sealing them off from the harsh winds and potential dangers outside. A sleepless night. Lin Feng leaned back in the chair of his study, the outside world still a perpetual gray and white. Memories of his past life flickered like shattered film, filled with bloodshed, struggle and betrayal, yet devoid of the experience needed to establish order and unite hearts. He excelled at survival and killing but felt somewhat at a loss when it came to building a stable force. The existence of the Su family group loomed over him like a sword suspended above, forcing him to find answers quickly. The next morning he summoned all the core members of the villa to the spacious living room. The crackling flames in the fireplace dispelled the chill and illuminated the varied expressions on everyone's faces. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Leng Hong stood tall like a spear, her cold and beautiful face betraying no emotion. Xiaolan, dressed in snug loungewear that accentuated her athletic figure, lounged lazily on the sofa, yet her eyes held a sharpness that could not be concealed. Ma Lily was meticulously dressed in a cute plush pajamas, sitting beside Lin Feng and blinking her curious eyes. Su Wanqing, wearing an apron, had just come out of the kitchen, her hands still glistening with water droplets. Old Dr. Lin, supported by Qin Jing, sat beside them, still weak but with a glimmer of spirit. Aunt Wang and Lang Hong's parents sat in the corner, their expressions somewhat reserved but their eyes showed concern. The Long Shuan and Lang Shuang sisters quietly sat on the other side, obediently listening. Yesterday we went out and received an important message. Lin Feng cut to the chase, briefly explaining the situation of the Su family group. There is a well-organized force of nearly 500 people right near us. To cope with the uncertainties of the future, we need to start building our own force. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to brainstorm and see what feasible methods we can come up with. With that, a brief silence fell over the living room. Aunt Wang was the first to speak, rubbing her calloused hands, embodying the simple thoughts of the older generation. Shaolin, can't we unite all the survivors in our community? Strength in numbers, right? Before she could finish, Xiaolan shook her head, sitting up straight, her ample chest swaying slightly with the movement. And that's not feasible. You've seen those people in the community, they are like loose sand, ready to turn on each other over a few instant noodles. Moreover, many of them harbor jealousy and hatred towards us. Unite them. It would be a miracle if they don't stab us in the back. Ma Lily chimed in, exactly, those people are very bad. They even want to steal our things. Aunt Wang sighed and fell silent. Chen Jing adjusted her glasses and cautiously said, perhaps we could try to find some individuals with professional skills. Like doctors or engineers.
This suggestion had its merits, but in this apocalyptic world finding specific talents was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and loyalty was not guaranteed. Lang Hong succinctly stated quality over quantity in soldiers. What we need are absolutely loyal and obedient warriors. Her thoughts aligned with Lin Feng's, but where would they find suitable candidates? Everyone began to voice various ideas, but each was promptly dismissed. Either the feasibility was low, the risks too great, or they did not conform to Lin Feng's core requirement of better to have none than to have many of poor quality. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat heavy. At that moment the old Dr. Lin, who had been silently resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His voice, though weak, carried a steady calm born of experience of seeking the young, malleable and easily controlled. Why not take a look at the university town? His words surprised everyone. Old Dr. Lin continued slowly, the university town is where young people gather. They have good physical strength, strong learning abilities, and their worldviews are not yet completely solidified, making them more amenable to new orders and ideas. Furthermore, communal living provides them with a basic sense of discipline. In this apocalypse they are among the groups most eager for order and protection. University town. Young university students. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. This was indeed a highly promising direction. The university student cohort is like uncut jade. With the right approach they can be cultivated into loyal and reliable backbone forces. He pondered, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest as his mind began to sketch out a preliminary plan. At that moment Su Wanqing, who had been quietly listening, softly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Lin Feng, I have always had a question. That ability of yours to make things disappear and reappear. She carefully chose her words to avoid directly saying superpower other than for storage. Can it be used elsewhere? For example, in offense or defense? Her words struck like lightning, instantly illuminating a corner of Lin Feng's mind that had long been neglected. Spatial superpower. He had always treated the system space as an infinitely large warehouse, using it for storage and retrieval, which was incredibly convenient. Yet he had never deeply considered whether this ability to manipulate space itself contained more powerful forces. Could it tear apart space for attacks? Could it create spatial barriers for defense? Or even enable short-distance spatial movement? Su Wanqing's unintentional remark seemed to open a whole new door for him. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. He looked at Su Wanqing, his face breaking into a truly excited and curious smile. Wanqing, you are right. This ability of mine perhaps is far more than just a simple warehouse. The previous night the master bedroom of the villa was filled with the warmth of spring, yet hidden undercurrents flowed beneath the surface. Ma Lily clung to Lin Feng like an octopus, exerting all her charm. Wearing nearly transparent black lace lingerie, she undeniably showcased her petite yet astonishingly proportionate figure. Her slender waist could be encircled with a single hand, her perky hips swayed under Lin Feng's grasp, and her ample bosom pressed tightly against him as if she desired to completely merge into his very being. The moans escaping from her cherry lips were both delicate and seductive, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible pouting and possessiveness. Lin Feng, Gidge, you must take me along tomorrow, she pleaded softly, and Lin Feng's her watery big eyes filled with an obstinate expression of, if you don't agree I won't let you sleep. Lin Feng was helpless against her entanglement, understanding that her actions were born from jealousy and a sense of crisis after being excluded the previous day due to his association with Lang Hong and Xiaolan. That night Ma Lily was especially passionate and clingy, as if she intended to drain him of all his energy. Until the dawn broke, Ma Lily lay languidly in Lin Feng's embrace like a flower that had drunk its fill of rain and too utterly satisfied, and soft, her lips curling into a lazy smile of triumph. Lin Feng looked at her sleeping profile, feeling a slight soreness in his waist, and inwardly scoffed. This woman is truly terrifying when it comes to jealousy. Luckily I have consumed energy liquids multiple times and my physique far exceeds that of ordinary people. Plus with my recent intense training, otherwise I would have been completely drained by this little enchantress last night. The next morning Ma Lily indeed did not cause a fuss about going along. Instead she leaned lazily against the door in a sexy camisole, throwing a flirtatious glance at the well-prepared Lin Feng, saying, Lin Feng, Gidge, come back early, I'm waiting for you at home. Her demeanor resembled that of a true mistress. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, setting off once again with Xiaolan, who wore a knowing smile, and Lang Hong, who remained expressionless. Like the previous day they cautiously avoided the main road and exited the community via a small path. After confirming their safety, Lin Feng took out the snowmobile once more. Old rules, I will team up with Lang Hong and Xiaolan, you'll take a separate vehicle to monitor the flank, Lin Feng said as he mounted the snowmobile, addressing Xiaolan. Xiaolan was dressed in a fitted white ski suit today, unable to conceal her fiery curves. She pouted slightly, seemingly accustomed to Lin Feng's arrangements, swiftly donned her helmet and hopped onto another snowmobile. V-room. The snowmobile sped across the vast snowy expanse, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. Lang Hong sat behind Lin Feng, gun at the ready, her posture upright. Xiaolan drove another snowmobile at a distance, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. After more than an hour, a massive building complex covered in ice and snow appeared at the far end of their vision. The university town had arrived. Once a symbol of academia, it now lay in eerie silence. The thick white snow blanketed the classrooms, dormitories and playgrounds, many windows shattered, resembling hollow eye sockets. The campus, once filled with youthful vitality, now only bore remnants of ruin and desolation. When the motorcycle halted in front of a snow-covered stone school gate, Xiaolan did not immediately dismount. Removing her helmet, she stared blankly at the blurred golden letters on the school gate and the familiar yet irrevocably changed scene behind it, her eyes revealing a complex mix of confusion and nostalgia. Lin Feng walked over to her side, noticing her rare display of vulnerability, and understood. He reached out and playfully slapped her tightly wrapped yet still plump and rounded backside with a light touch. Smack! The crisp sound jolted Xiaolan back to reality. She fluffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, turning to glare at Lin Feng with a flush of red on her face, uncertain whether to be shy or angry. What are you doing? Lin Feng withdrew his hand, a hint of teasing on his face. I see your soul almost drifting back to the past. What's this? Are you reminiscing about your university days? Did you have a heart-wrenching first love here? Xiaolan was taken aback for a moment, the anger in her eyes fading, gradually replaced by a hint of bitterness and acceptance. She shook her head, her gaze returning to the ruins, her voice somewhat subdued. There was no first love. It's just that this was the place where I spent 4 years of my life. The once dull classrooms, the noisy cafeteria and the dormitories that rivaled a palace drama, along with a group of silly classmates. Now that I think about it, those times, though ordinary, were a sense of stability that I can never return to. She inhaled a deep breath of the cold air, straightened her back, her fiery figure once again exuding a sense of strength, her gaze restoring its usual sharpness and determination. Let's go see if there are any living juniors and seniors left. This cursed place, a moment of nostalgia is enough. The university town was blanketed in thick ice and snow, the once verdant roads now reduced to an expanse of white, nearly unrecognizable. However, Xiaolan was evidently very familiar with this place, leading Lin Feng and Leng Hong through the snow-covered ruins with a clear goal: the sports academy. Athletes have a solid foundation, their strength, endurance and willpower far exceed that of ordinary students. In this environment, their chances of survival are the highest. Moreover, I graduated from the sports academy, Xiaolan explained in a low voice as she hurried forward, her fitted white ski suit providing excellent camouflage in the snow while still accentuating the powerful curves of her waist and hips. Soon a series of relatively intact dormitory buildings of the sports academy came into view. Compared to other academies, the structures here seemed sturdier. However, just as they approached one of the female dormitories, swish, 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 several piercing sounds suddenly echoed from above. Numerous crude yet sharp arrows propelled with fierce intent accurately struck the spot where they had just stood, driving deep into the snow. Clearly the people inside were not only alive but also maintained a considerable level of alertness and aggression. Leng Hong's eyes turned cold almost instantaneously as the arrows were released. She raised her assault rifle, locking onto a window above with her gun, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to retaliate lethally in a fraction of a second. Don't move! Lin Feng's deep voice rang out as he pressed down on Leng Hong's gun barrel. Leng Hong paused, looking at Lin Feng in confusion. We're here to recruit, not to massacre, Lin Feng said calmly, scanning the arrows. First show courtesy, then take up arms. Demonstrate our strength, let them know we are not to be trifled with, but we are not bloodthirsty madmen. After saying this, Lin Feng raised his A-74M, pointing the barrel towards the empty sky, and fired in a rapid burst. The crisp and imposing gunfire instantly shattered the stillness of the campus. Bullet casings clinked as they fell onto the snow. The echoes of gunfire reverberated across the open campus, serving as an invisible warning. The potential commotion in aiming from above abruptly vanished, plunging into a more oppressive silence. Xiaolan kept her gaze fixed on the third-floor window from which the arrows had been shot. At the moment the gunfire erupted, she clearly saw a girl with a ponytail, her youthful face marked by vigilance and pallor, suddenly shrink back, disappearing from the window. Over there on the third floor. Xiaolan immediately pointed to the window and then without hesitation led the way towards the dormitory entrance, saying, "Follow me." Upon seeing this, Leng Hong ceased her words, following closely behind Xiaolan with her weapon, her sharp gaze scanning every corner of the stairwell and corridor for potential hidden dangers, her movements precise and efficient without a hint of excess. Lin Feng brought up the rear, observing Leng Hong's almost instinctual tactical prowess and her calm demeanor, and couldn't help but marvel again. No wonder she could become a formidable figure in her past life as the Ice Queen of the Blade. Her perception of danger and combat skills seemed tailor-made for the apocalypse. In contrast, as a reincarnator, aside from having a slight foresight advantage, I wasn't necessarily superior to her in adaptability and combat instinct. The three quickly entered the female dormitory. The hallway was dark and damp, filled with a musty odor and a faint hint of blood, with some doors ajar revealing a scene of chaos, clearly having undergone a tumultuous struggle. Relying on her memory and assessment of the window's location, Xiaolan led the two directly to the third floor. Lan Hong maintained a combat stance, her gun following her gaze, ensuring she could respond to any sudden situations at a moment's notice. Inside the dormitory building, a nauseating stench permeated the deathly silence. Xiaolan, relying on her memory and familiarity with the terrain, swiftly and cautiously led Lin Feng and Lan Hong to clear the first and second floors. The scene before them sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, even though he had experienced the apocalypse. The corridor and rooms were in disarray, with overturned cabinets, scattered debris, and dried black bloodstains everywhere. Even more shocking were the bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, most of their faces twisted, frozen in poses of struggle or escape. Many female corpses were scantily clad, their bodies covered in bruises and wounds, clearly having suffered brutal assaults before death. Some bodies were even dismembered, with the missing parts being all too obvious. The air seemed to retain a vague stench of decay and some bizarre cooked odor. Ugh. Although Xiaolan had a fiery and strong character, upon seeing this scene reminiscent of a hell on earth, especially the plight of those girls her age, she couldn't help but feel her stomach churn, her face turning pale as she leaned against the wall. Lan Hong remained expressionless, but the knuckles of her gun-holding hand turned slightly white, revealing her inner unrest. Her sharp gaze swept through every corner, confirming there were no survivors or hidden threats. The first and second floors are cleared. No survivors. Lan Hong's voice remained cold, yet it carried a deeper somberness than usual. Continue upwards. Lin Feng's eyes were icy, and these horrific sights only solidified his resolve to quickly establish a force. Chaos and disorder were the most terrifying plagues of the apocalypse. The three arrived at the staircase leading to the third floor, which was eerily quiet, only to find it similarly unoccupied, filled with more debris and corpses. As they prepared to continue to the fourth floor, they discovered that the staircase leading up was completely blocked by numerous wooden bed frames, metal desks, and scattered junk, forming a solid barrier. It seems there are people above and they don't want to be disturbed, Xiaolan whispered. Lin Feng wasted no time, stepping forward and placing his hand on the mountain of obstacles. With a thought. In an instant, the piled-up bed frames and desks vanished as if by magic, revealing the stairway leading to the fourth floor. This miraculous feat made Xiaolan's pupils shrink, while Lan Hong had long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Although the passage was opened, it was shrouded in darkness, full of uncertainty. Lan Hong gestured for Lin Feng and Xiaolan to put on their night vision goggles and gas masks. She donned her own first, then retrieved two cylindrical objects, a smoke grenade and tear gas, from her tactical belt. Calculating the angle and force, she swung her arm forcefully. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two smoke grenades and two tear gas canisters accurately rolled up the stairs, landing on either side of the staircase platform. Dense acrid white smoke and tear gas quickly spread, filling the entire stairwell and the entrance to the fourth floor corridor. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? My eyes. Cough, cough. Almost as soon as the smoke enveloped the area, panicked coughing, curses, and chaotic footsteps echoed from the fourth floor. Clearly the people above were thrown into disarray by this sudden attack. Up! Lan Hong commanded in a low voice, like a ghost in the night, the first to rush into the thick smoke. Lin Feng and Xiaolan followed closely behind. With their night vision goggles on, the smoke and tear gas had minimal effect on them. Lan Hong moved like lightning, accurately locking onto several figures exposed by their violent coughing. They seemed to be a few women guarding the staircase, armed with sharpened mop handles or bench legs as weapons. Overwhelmed by the tear gas, they cried tears and could hardly see anything. Lan Hong approached like a leopard, delivering a swift and clean strike to the side of one woman's neck, who let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Simultaneously, her leg swept out like a steel whip, tripping another woman, pinning her knee firmly against the other's back to secure her. The movements were fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Xiaolan quickly joined in, taking out her plastic restraints to bind the hands and feet of the few women Lan Hong subdued. Her actions were equally swift, clearly reflecting her training results. Lin Feng quickly approached a shattered window in the fourth floor corridor and forcefully pushed it open. The cold air rushed in, accelerating the dispersal of the suffocating smoke and tear gas. Within just seconds, the threat at the staircase was eliminated and the passage was cleared. Deep within the fourth floor, it seemed there were still others hiding, but after this thunderous assault and the cleansing of smoke, the survivors inside probably descended into chaos. After subduing several guards at the staircase, Lin Feng and his companions did not pause for a moment, moving forward swiftly down the corridor on the fourth floor like three sharp blades. Under the night vision goggles, most of the dormitory doors along the corridor were ajar, revealing empty silence within, but there were no corpses, indicating that the inhabitants of the fourth floor were much more clever. At the end of the corridor, two tightly shut dormitory doors that appeared relatively intact blocked their way. Lin Feng signaled to Lan Hong and Xiaolan to guard the sides while he took a deep breath and kicked fiercely at the door lock. Bang! The wooden door burst open. Just as the door swung open, a shadow shot out with a sharp whoosh, aiming directly at Lin Feng's face. It was a crudely made arrow with a razor-sharp tip. At such a close distance, there was nearly no way to evade. Lang Hong and Xiaolan's expressions changed drastically and they couldn't react in time to help.
In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng didn't even have time to dodge the overwhelming sense of crisis instinctively prompted him to communicate with the infinite space in his mind.
Buzz. An invisible wave instantly radiated from his chest.
The arrow which had shot towards him seemed to hit an invisible wall less than 10 centimeters from his chest, abruptly halting, and then
it simply vanished into thin air.
It wasn't deflected or caught, it completely disappeared. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of ecstasy surged within him. It worked! In a moment of desperation, he truly managed to use the power of space for defense. Although it was still unrefined and limited in range, it undoubtedly opened a new door. This bizarre scene also stunned the girl with the bow inside the room. She maintained the bow-drawing posture, her mouth agape, her face filled with disbelief. However, Lang Hong would not give her a chance to react. Just as the arrow disappeared, Lang Hong dashed into the room, her long and powerful legs bursting forth with incredible speed, closing in on the girl with the bow. The girl wanted to resist, but Lang Hong was faster. She precisely gripped the girl's wrist holding the bow and twisted it forcefully.
Ah!
The girl cried out in pain as the bow slipped from her hands. Lang Hong's other hand had already seized her throat, pinning her firmly against the cold wall, rendering her unable to move.
The entire process was swift and clean, taking no more than 2 seconds.
Meanwhile, Xiaolan also rushed in with her gun, sweeping the barrel across the other terrified girls huddled in the corners of the dormitory, demanding sternly, "Don't move.
Anyone who moves will be shot."
Just then it seemed that the noise attracted attention from the adjacent dormitory as the door was suddenly flung open and 3 or 4 disheveled girls holding sticks rushed out, seemingly to provide support. But just as they burst through the door, they saw Lin Feng's tall and imposing silhouette blocking the corridor, the cold muzzle of his A-74M assault rifle aimed directly at them.
The chilling killing intent pressed upon them like a tangible force.
The girls froze in place, their sticks clattering to the ground as their faces turned pale, too frightened to move.
The already narrow corridor was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence.
The only sound was the unwilling sobbing curses of the girl pinned against the wall by Lang Hong. "Bastards! You robbers! Beasts! If you have the guts, kill us!" Xiaolan snorted coldly, ignoring the few at the door, swiftly taking out restraint straps to bind the hands and feet of the dazed girls inside the dormitory. Lin Feng remained vigilant at the door and corridor with his gun. While handling the prisoners, he keenly observed the varied expressions in their eyes, like a microcosm of the apocalypse. Most of the girls' eyes were filled with despair and numbness, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate, no longer holding any hope for the impending doom. A few, however, displayed a strange sense of relief in their eyes, as if they felt that being captured was better than struggling in the previous environment. Xiaolan and Lang Hong dragged the few girls who had been taken down by smoke bombs and tear gas from the stairway and tossed them in the corridor. In an instant, more than a dozen surviving female students were concentrated at the end of the 4th-floor corridor like lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin Feng calmly scanned the diverse faces of these young women, fully aware that this was just the beginning. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the group of captured girls, noticing that several among them were significantly older, their demeanor contrasting with the youthful students around. His eyes paused on one woman with an exquisite face whose unique charisma was hard to conceal even in her current disheveled state, feeling a sense of familiarity. Before Lin Feng could recall, Xiaolan beside him had already widened her eyes, her face displaying an expression of incredulous excitement. She took a few steps towards the woman, raising her voice by several octaves. You are that martial arts star Yang Shuejian, aren't you? The one from Breaking Wind Blade. Oh my gosh. I absolutely love your movies. Can you give me an autograph? The woman known as Yang Shuejian lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Xiaolan with a hint of disdain, the corners of her mouth curling into a resigned arc as she shook her hands bound behind her with plastic straps, her voice hoarse and self-deprecating. "Please look at me now. Do I look like someone who can give autographs?" Coughing lightly, Lin Feng interrupted this untimely fan meeting. He reached out and gave a gentle but firm pat on Xiaolan's rounded backside, wrapped snugly in her ski suit, saying, "Mind the occasion. We are here for recruitment, not a signing event." Xiaolan exclaimed, "Ouch." Covering her behind, glaring at Lin Feng in discontent, yet she reluctantly stepped back, muttering, "Got it, got it." Lin Feng ignored her and turned to all the captured girls, his voice clear and calm. "Listen, our team needs to expand. Now I give you a choice. Those willing to come with us, stand up. Following me requires absolute obedience to orders, and betrayal is not tolerated." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolan muttered under her breath, "Then what about Ma Lily?" Lin Feng shot her a warning glance, and Xiaolan immediately swallowed the rest of her words, sticking out her tongue. The bound girls exchanged glances, communicating silently. After a brief moment of silence, the girl who had initially been subdued by Lang Hong, armed with a bow, was the first to speak, struggling to straighten her body. "I will go with you." There was a resolve in her eyes. The other 2 girls, who appeared to be in good shape, nodded in agreement. "We agree too." Unexpectedly, the star Yang Shuejian also slightly nodded, her voice calm. "Count me in."
Her choice surprised the other girls. In the end, 4 individuals clearly expressed their willingness to join the bow-wielding girl, 2 athletic students, and the star Yang Shuejian. The remaining girls kept their heads down, not indicating their intentions, seemingly having other plans. Lin Feng looked at the bow-wielding girl and asked, "Was it you who did the situation from the first to the 3rd floor?" The girl with the bow immediately shook her head, a look of anger and fear on her face. "It wasn't us." In the 2nd month after the cold wave hit, a group of thugs broke into the school, robbing everything they could find, and they took away many good-looking girls. The boys from our sports academy resisted and many were killed. But they also lost quite a few men and eventually retreated when they could no longer hold their ground. We few who were lucky enough to hide quickly blocked the stairs with anything we could find. Later several more groups came by, but they seemed unsure of how many people were on our floor and didn't dare to launch a strong assault. They just circled around and left. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are there any survivors in the boys' dormitory?" The girl with the bow shook her head. "I don't know. Since those thugs came, we haven't seen any living boys again, and we dare not go check." Lin Feng nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the survival situation in this university town. Lin Feng looked at the girl holding the bow with a determined gaze and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Qinyu," the girl replied, then pointed to the 2 beside her. "They are Zhao Na and Li Meng, both from the physical education department." Finally his gaze fell upon Yang Shuejian. "This is Professor Yang, who teaches us Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword." Cold Rainbow, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise on her cold, elegant face and couldn't help but glance at Yang Shuejian a few more times. Xiaolan widened her eyes and leaned closer to Yang Shuejian. "Wow. Sister Shuejian, so you really know martial arts? No wonder the fight scenes in the movies are so cool. If I had known you were teaching here, I would have chosen more physical education classes back then." She appeared regretful, as if she had missed out on a fortune. "Everyone." Lin Feng ignored Xiaolan's antics and said to Qinyu, "You are familiar with the surroundings, lead the way. We need to check other areas of the school to see if there are any survivors." Qinyu nodded, but then turned to look at the few girls in the corner who were unwilling to join them, hesitatingly asking Lin Feng, "What about them?" Lin Feng's gaze swept over the few girls whose eyes were evasive or filled with resistance, and he replied calmly, "Let them fend for themselves." This statement made Qinyu and the others' hearts shudder, but they understood that this was the norm in the apocalypse. Qinyu, Zhao Na and Li Meng instinctively wanted to return to their respective dormitories to retrieve the supplies they had painstakingly gathered over the past few months, mainly clothing, snacks, instant noodles collected from various dorms, and some snacks and bottled water obtained by breaking vending machines. "What are you doing?" A girl with curly hair and a pale face suddenly stood up, blocking Qinyu's path. "Those things were found by all of us together. You can leave, but those supplies must stay." "Exactly. Why should you take them?" Another tall, thin girl chimed in, her greedy eyes fixed on the direction where Qinyu and the others were hiding their supplies. The third girl directly confronted Yang Shuejian, her tone filled with accusation and moral coercion. "Professor Yang, you can't leave. You are a teacher. You have the responsibility to protect us students. If you leave, who will protect us if bad people come? Our supplies are almost gone. Who will help us find food? You can't be so selfish." "Right. You can't leave. Leave the supplies." Other girls who were unwilling to leave gathered around, clamoring and trying to bind Yang Shuejian with notions of responsibility and collectiveness, attempting to prevent Qinyu and her companions from taking anything. Qinyu's face turned red with anger as she tried to argue, "Most of those items were obtained through our risks." "You." Lin Feng reached out to stop her. He didn't even glance at the arguing girls, his gaze sweeping over the meager supplies that Qinyu and the others had, just some chips, cookies, candies, and a few bottles of ice water. "Let's go," Lin Feng said calmly without any hint of emotion. "I don't lack these things." Qinyu, Zhao Na and Li Meng were momentarily stunned. Looking at Lin Feng's steady yet undeniably powerful gaze and then at the faces of their former comrades who now appeared loathsome, they ultimately gritted their teeth and gave up the supplies. Yang Shuejian had not spoken throughout. She simply calmly adjusted her slightly disheveled collar and revealed a somewhat sarcastic and cold smile to the students who accused her. Then without hesitation she turned and stood behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not linger, leading the 4 newly joined members along with Cold Rainbow and Xiaolan to turn and leave the dormitory building filled with an atmosphere of oppression and betrayal. Stepping out of the dim dormitory building, the cold air enveloped her, accompanied by swirling snowflakes. Qinyu couldn't help but look back at the familiar window on the 4th floor, her gaze filled with complexity. That place had once been a refuge where she and her companions struggled for survival, but now it was only a scene of chilling disputes. "Let's go." Lin Feng's voice pulled her back to reality. Qinyu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within her heart, and began to lead the group through other areas of the campus. They successively entered the nearby College of Literature and the experimental building. Inside the College of Literature there was an eerie silence. Books and debris lay scattered in the corridors. Many classroom doors were ajar, revealing frozen corpses in various postures, silently narrating the chaos and despair of that time. A stale scent lingered in the air. The situation in the experimental building was even more shocking. Upon entering the hall, an indescribable odor, a mix of blood and some kind of decayed stench, invaded her nostrils. From deep within the corridor came faint rustling sounds and low chewing noises. Lang Hong, holding a gun in front, signaled everyone to be alert. She quietly approached a chemistry laboratory with a slightly ajar door. Peering through the crack of the door, the sight inside made even Lang Hong, accustomed to life and death, gasp in shock. A group of ragged, wildeed individuals were huddled together, clutching severed limbs surrounding a bonfire, tearing into their grisly feast like beasts. Other bones and congealed blood were scattered on the ground. They had evidently abandoned all semblance of humanity, reduced to monsters living solely by instinct. Seeing Lin Feng and the others charge in like wild beasts, a cold light flashed in Lang Hong's eyes, and without hesitation she kicked the door open, her assault rifle spitting out icy flames. Tat-a-tat. Tat-tat. Precise bursts fired. Bullets instantly found their way into the heads or hearts of several cannibals. They didn't even have time to scream before twitching and collapsing, their food rolling aside. The chewing sounds in the laboratory ceased abruptly, leaving only the heavy scent of blood and gunpowder hanging in the air. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, gazing at the horrific scene inside, his brow furrowed, the last trace of curiosity evaporating. 4 months had passed since the arrival of the ice and snow apocalypse. The facade of civilization had been completely torn apart, and far too many had repeatedly crossed the line in this extreme environment, devolving into beings more terrifying than beasts. It seems there are no decent survivors left here, Xiaolan said, covering her nose, her voice somewhat dull. Even her well-trained physique felt uncomfortable at this scene. At that moment, Yang Shui, who had been silent behind them, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty, yet it felt like she had grasped a lifeline. There's another place. Perhaps there are still people, and there might still be some supplies. Qin Yu abruptly turned her head, her eyes brightening. The cafeteria. Yes. The school cafeteria. She explained. The cafeteria has a sturdy structure with an independent warehouse and cold storage, and it has a large space, making it easy to defend. When the chaos first began in the apocalypse, many rushed there to grab food. Later the situation spiraled out of control, and we dared not approach again, unaware of how it is now. The cafeteria was virtually a strategic stronghold that all early survivors in the apocalypse would fight over. Lin Feng's gaze refocused. Lead the way. Before leaving, Lin Feng quietly stored all the usable equipment from several laboratories into his space. These items might prove useful one day. The group departed from the laboratory filled with the atmosphere of death and decay, and under Qin Yu's guidance they walked through the thick snow toward the cafeteria deep within the campus. The square building of the university cafeteria stood solitary in the snowfield, with its heavy roll-up door tightly shut and half a person's height of snow piled up at the bottom, resembling a forgotten white fortress. There was an unusual sense of vigilance in the silence. Step back, the cold voice of Lang Hong echoed, signaling everyone to disperse and conceal themselves. She removed 2 fragmentation grenades from her tactical belt, pulled the safety pins, and with a powerful motion of her arm accurately rolled the grenades into the gap between the roll-up door and the snow. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled explosions followed, one after another. The snow and shattered ice were blasted away by the shockwaves, and the heavy iron roll-up door was blown open, creating a twisted hole large enough for a person to bend through, with smoke billowing. However, the hole did not lead to an open space. Through the light that filtered in, one could see that the interior was densely packed with wooden and metal chairs from the cafeteria, forming a solid indoor barrier. Clearly the people inside were already on guard and did not welcome outsiders. It seems the people inside are not foolish. Xiaolan raised an eyebrow, dressed in a form-fitting ski suit that accentuated her full chest and perky figure as she flexed her wrists, seemingly preparing to force a breach. Lin Feng waved his hand and stepped forward. He placed his hand on the pile of disordered tables and chairs. Focus your mind. Silently, the tables and chairs that blocked the hole seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, instantly disappearing without a trace, revealing the dim interior of the cafeteria and a complex smell mixed with food decay and human presence. Go in, Lin Feng commanded briefly, being the first to bend down and crawl inside. The light inside was dim, with only the reflection of the snowy ground from the distant window providing some illumination. Lang Hong followed closely behind, moving like a nimble cat, kneeling on one knee as she entered, swiftly scanning the front with her gun, ensuring there were no threats. Xiaolan, Qin Yu, Zhao Nali, Meng and Yang Shui also quickly entered, one after another. Just as they steadied themselves, they heard a commotion of hurried footsteps and shouting coming from deep within the cafeteria. Who goes there? Stop. Don't move. 7 or 8 people rushed out from the shadows behind the cafeteria's serving window. They held various weapons, including bone-cutting knives and sharpened rebar spears, and one even wielded a heavy frying pan. Among them were students with youthful faces but terrified eyes, teachers with worn-out glasses and nervous expressions, as well as several robust cafeteria chefs wearing dirty aprons. Leading them was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a wrinkled suit, a Mediterranean figure. He puffed out his slightly protruding belly, wearing a proud expression formed by years of comfortable living as he attempted to maintain a semblance of leadership even in such an environment. Lin Feng recognized him as the party secretary of the university Meng Xiangxing. Meng Xiangxing's gaze swept over the newcomers, pausing in surprise when he saw Yang Shui. Then a complex expression of mixed surprise and feigned concern spread across his face as he spoke in a tone typically reserved for subordinates. Teacher Yang Shui,
how did you get in? And these few? Are they comrades from society?
His gaze lingered on the rifle in Lang Hong's hand and Lin Feng's stern face, carrying an air of scrutiny and subtle apprehension. The teachers and chefs around him instinctively gathered closer to him, forming a confrontational stance. Lin Feng paid no attention to Meng Xiangxing, instead directing his gaze past him to the few students holding crude weapons, their faces filled with unease and longing, and clearly stated, "Our team is recruiting members.
Anyone willing to join us can step forward now.
But I must declare beforehand that joining requires absolute obedience and a contribution to the entire team.
We do not support idleness."
This statement landed like a stone thrown into a calm lake. A stir ran through the students. A few girls exchanged glances, hope igniting in their eyes as they had grown weary of the oppression and hunger here. They trembled, trying to squeeze out from the back of the crowd.
What are you doing? What do you all want to do?
Meng Xiangxing spun around angrily, his bald head reddening with agitation. Is this lawlessness?
Is there no sense of organizational discipline?
He pointed at the students wanting to stand out, spitting as he spoke. Don't forget your identity.
It is the school that nurtured you. It is the institution that provided you with a place to live.
Now that the institution is in trouble, we need everyone to unite and get through this difficult time together.
Not only do you fail to think of repaying, but you also want to betray the institution. A bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves.
He attempted to use grand principles and moral coercion to bind these young lives, maintaining his crumbling authority. The few girls trembled at his shouting, their feet frozen in place, faces filled with struggle and fear, glancing between Meng Xiangxing and Lin Feng, feeling lost.
The teachers and chefs behind Meng Xiangxing also chimed in, accusing those dissident elements, trying to create an atmosphere of united animosity.
Lin Feng coldly gazed at Meng Xiangxing's face, his eyes devoid of anger, only an almost indifferent coldness.
The female students scolded by Meng Xiangxing trembled violently. The accumulated fear, humiliation and anger from months erupted like a volcano at that moment.
She suddenly raised her head, her previously pale face flushed with excitement, tears mixed with snot flowing down her face as she pointed at Meng Xiangxing, her voice hoarse and sharp like a blood-crying cuckoo. Shut up.
You old beast. Do you still have the face to mention the unit? Mention training.
The cold wave has only been here for 2 months.
You treat us female students as mere objects, as rewards to gift to your so-called security personnel.
They. She pointed with a trembling finger at the several burly men beside Meng Xiangxing, the cook and the teacher, acting as thugs. They are a pack of beasts.
What kind of life are we living every day? Do you know? We have to work during the day and at night we are. She choked, her following words blocked by immense shame and pain, transforming into a torrent of tears.
She inhaled sharply, summoning all her strength to scream, her voice piercing through the entire cafeteria. Are you still here talking to us about the bigger picture?
Talking about dedication. I dedicate to your mother. You beast that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. You old lecher. This blood and tears accusation was like lighting a fuse. Yes. He is the beast. He sent me to Chef Lu, and when I refused they beat me and didn't give me food. Teacher Wang.
He is not a teacher at all.
He is a demon. We don't want to die, but we want even less to live like this.
The other female students, who had been enduring silently with dull expressions, seemed to awaken their last courage, all crying out in unison, pointing at Meng Xiangxing and his confidants, accusing their atrocities. The long-suppressed despair and resentment surged like a flood, instantly crashing down the flimsy facade of order that Meng Xiangxing had maintained. Caught off guard by this sudden collective rebellion, Meng Xiangxing's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Trying to maintain his authority, he sternly shouted, "Rebellion!
It's all rebellion. You all. Shut the hell up." Standing next to Meng Xiangxing was a man who bore some resemblance to him, with a face full of flesh. He was Meng Xiangxing, Meng Xiangxing's brother.
He waved a bone-cutting knife in his hand, his fierce gaze sweeping over the crying girls, finally landing on Yang Shuejin, his face revealing unabashed lust and greed. A bunch of cheap goods.
What are you making noise about?
If it weren't for my brother taking you in and giving you something to eat, you would have frozen to death or starved outside.
What's wrong with asking you to contribute a bit? Chattering. He pointed at Yang Shuejin, his tone arrogant. And you? Yang Shuejin. What are you pretending to be aloof for? I've wanted to get you in bed for a long time.
If you're sensible, come over here now, crawl on your knees.
Serve me well and maybe I can spare your worthless life.
Yang Shuejin, wearing a sports outfit stained yet unable to hide her grace, showcased the beautiful physique she maintained through years of training. As she listened to Meng Xianqian's vulgar words, her face showed no anger, merely a chillingly cold gaze, as if looking at a pile of garbage sweeping over the Meng brothers. Before the apocalypse, these brothers had used their power to harass and insinuate. If not for her family's remaining influence, she might have also fallen into their clutches. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they had torn off all pretense. Lin Feng looked at this farce with a blank expression, listening to the cries of the female students and Meng Xianqian's howling, slowly raising his right hand. In the next moment, a sleek Colt S-74M assault rifle appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The metallic texture emitted a deadly chill under the dim light. The sudden change startled Meng Xianqian, but he soon burst into a more rampant laugh, pointing at Lin Feng with the bone-cutting knife. Ha ha. Who are you trying to scare? Pulling out a broken toy gun to play tricks? Don't you know that guns are banned in our Huaxia country? This model is quite realistic, but unfortunately. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of crisp, sharp gunshots suddenly erupted. Xiaolan could no longer endure it. At the height of Meng Xianqian's arrogance, she pulled the trigger. The scorching bullet shot out from the muzzle of her rifle, accurately piercing Meng Xianqian's chest and forehead. Meng Xianqian's wild laughter abruptly stopped. The sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. He looked down at the bullet hole gushing blood from his chest, then raised his head to look at the expressionless Xiaolan, opened his mouth as if to say something, but only managed to emit a wheezing sound before his sturdy body fell heavily backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. The few thugs who had been fierce moments ago looked at Meng Xianqian, who had turned into a corpse on the ground, then at the gun in Xiaolan's hand, still emitting faint smoke, and the assault rifle in Lin Feng's hand, which also radiated an aura of death. The ferocity on their faces was instantly replaced by boundless fear. Ah! Don't kill me! Spare me, good man! Terrified, they dropped their knives and spears with a clatter, their legs turning to jelly as they fell to their knees, desperately kowtowing to Lin Feng and the others, their foreheads thudding against the cold ground with a muffled thud-thud sound. Meng Xianqian turned pale, watching his brother get killed before his eyes, immense fear causing his entire body to shake uncontrollably. He felt a warmth in his pants, a warm foul liquid uncontrollably flowing down his leg, forming a puddle at his feet. Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over the few kneeling thugs pleading for mercy, and the pale urine-soaked Meng Xianqian finally landing on the trembling female students whose eyes burned with hatred and fear. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like cold iron, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. You repay hatred with hatred and grievances with grievances. Having said that, he no longer looked at those people, turning to Xiaolan and Leng Hong, issuing a command in a decisive tone: keep a close watch. Anyone who dares to fight back will be shot dead on the spot. This decree was like a reprieve, but also ignited the final fuse. The bullied female students were momentarily stunned, then their eyes erupted with almost frenzied hatred. They no longer hesitated, bending down to pick up the fallen bone-cutting knives and sharpened steel rods, and some even grabbed heavy frying pans like mother wolves, pouncing on their prey, screaming as they charged at the demons who had once tormented them. Beasts! Return my innocence! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Let you bully me! The scene instantly descended into chaos, filled with primal brutality and cries of vengeance. One girl grasped a bone-cutting knife with both hands, eyes closed, madly hacking at the head chef Lu, who had previously assaulted her, the dull sound of the blade sinking into flesh mingling with the man's screams. Another girl fiercely jabbed a sharpened steel rod at a male teacher who had once beaten her. The opponent tried to block but was struck on the arm by another girl with a frying pan, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Meng Xianqian was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, urinating and defecating, being kicked and stomped on by two girls. He curled up his head, letting out pig-like wails, having long lost the demeanor of a leader. In the chaos, two burly chefs, driven by desperation, attempted to snatch the weapons from the girls' hands in resistance. Bang! Bang! Two almost simultaneous precise shots. Lang Hong's gaze was sharp as an eagle, slightly adjusting the rifle in her hands, the bullets instantly piercing the brows of the two chefs. The actions they had just begun froze, the ferocity in their eyes quickly dimmed, and they fell straight down lifeless. This thunderous method thoroughly intimidated those with ulterior motives. They could only huddle on the ground, passively enduring the wrath of those who had once been bullied. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and blunt instruments striking echoed in the empty cafeteria. The revenge lasted several minutes, until the few girls were exhausted and most of the assailants on the ground were silent, leaving only faint twitches. The heavy stench of blood was almost suffocating. The few girls who participated in the revenge collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces and bodies splattered with blood. They looked at their enemies on the ground, first in confusion, then bursting into long-repressed tears. One girl with a bruised face but an exceptionally determined gaze wiped the blood and tears from her face, struggling to stand up, and said to Lin Feng, "Dear brother. Thank you. Thank you all. I have an unreasonable request. Could you leave some of these supplies behind?" She pointed towards the cafeteria storage direction. Earlier, several teachers, unable to bear Meng Xianqian's tyranny, stood up in opposition, but they were beaten and chased away by him and his men. They should still be struggling to survive in the small supermarket at the south gate of the school. Much of the supplies here were originally scavenged from the supermarket and other places. As soon as she finished speaking, a tall, thin male student who had been silently observing couldn't help but speak, his tone impatient. "What time is it now?" "Still worried about others?" "It's the apocalypse, miss. It's enough to survive on your own. Being a saint also depends on the occasion." "Shut up." The girl suddenly spun around, almost hysterically shouting at him, "What do you know? If it weren't for those teachers risking their lives to protect us girls back then, we would have long been dragged away and eaten by those starving people outside. We might even have been fed to the northeast tiger that ran out from the north gate. Do you understand what gratitude means?" "Northeast tiger." Lin Feng's previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened as he stepped forward, staring intently at the girl. "Clarify. Northeast tiger. An adult. Where?" The girl was startled by Lin Feng's sudden fierce aura and instinctively replied, "Yes. It's an adult. A very large one. If you go out the north gate of the school and walk about 2 miles along the main road, there is a wildlife park. It probably escaped during the cold wave when the enclosure was damaged. We saw it wandering nearby from a distance. An adult northeast tiger. A wildlife park." Lin Feng's heart leapt violently. A bold and crazy thought instantly surged into his mind. If he could tame such a fierce beast, in the upcoming unknown Red Moon mutation era, it would undoubtedly be a powerful trump card. He immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart and decisively ordered, "This place is not suitable to stay alone. Everyone withdraw immediately." The tall, thin male student seemed to want to go back for some supplies but was stopped by Lin Feng's cold glare. "If you want to die, stay behind." Xiaolan walked over to the girl who had pleaded for the teachers, patting her shoulder, although her usual personality was fiery and wild at this moment. Her tone softened. "Let's go, girl. You are right, one cannot be too cold-blooded. Knowing gratitude is a good thing." Lin Feng led everyone quickly away from the blood-soaked and death-filled cafeteria. As they stepped out the door, the cold air rushed into their lungs, slightly dispelling the nauseating stench. He glanced back at the cafeteria and looked at these new members with various expressions beside him, pondering. In this apocalypse, being a saint is indeed the most taboo. Indecisiveness will only lead to everyone's demise. However, understanding gratitude and remembering kindness is not weakness but rather a rare quality. A team that knows gratitude will have stronger cohesion, enabling them to truly support each other and move forward in dire circumstances. A team of nearly 20 trudged through the desolate snow-covered ruins, their goal clear, their steps heavy. The newly joined Qin Yuzhan, Ali Meng, and several female students who had just experienced revenge and were yet to calm their spirits closely followed Lin Feng, Leng Hong, and Xiaolan, their faces a mix of relief from escaping the demon's lair and anxiety about the unknown path ahead. Yang Shui walked silently in the middle of the group, her cold gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Feng took the lead, holding the A-74M with eyes sharp as an eagle. Leng Hong lagged at the rear, although her sniper rifle was not raised. Her fingers rested lightly on the trigger guard like the most sensitive radar, capturing any slight movement. Xiaolan maneuvered along the flanks of the team, ready to respond to any attacks from the side. They deliberately avoided the main roads, opting to weave through narrow alleys between buildings and snow-covered greenery, but the commotion of nearly 20 people was still hard to completely conceal in the extreme silence. As they passed through an intersection, when they attempted to cross quickly, several heads suddenly popped out from the second floor of a half-collapsed shop on the side, followed by a rain of bricks and a crude crossbow bolt crashing down. "Watch out!" Xiaolan warned sharply, simultaneously executing a nimble roll to evade a brick that was aimed at her face. The crossbow bolt struck the snow before the group, its tail quivering. Almost instantaneously after the attack commenced, Leng Hong reacted. She did not even fully turn around, relying solely on sound and her peripheral vision. She abruptly swung her assault rifle towards the side, firing rapidly. 2 impeccably accurate double shots. The bullets penetrated the shattered window and drilled into the dim space of the second floor. "Ah! My arm!" 2 cries of agony rang out, and the heads that had poked out retracted, instantly falling silent. The remaining attackers were clearly frightened by this precise and deadly counterattack, not daring to show themselves again. "Keep moving. Don't stop!" Lin Feng shouted lowly, suppressing the momentary commotion in the team as he led the charge across the intersection. The newcomers, witnessing Leng Hong's expressionless calmness as if killing was as easy as cutting grass, felt a chill in their hearts and came to understand the operational style of this team. As they passed through an abandoned residential area, they were cornered by a group of about 10 clearly better equipped than the previous thugs at the corner of a building. This group carried fire axes and machetes and even had 2 old shotguns led by a bald man with a scarred face and a fierce gaze. "Leave the supplies and the women. The men can get lost." The scarred bald man pointed his shotgun at Lin Feng, speaking with arrogance. It was clear he recognized Lin Feng as the leader and noted the presence of several young women in the group. The newly joined students immediately panicked, instinctively retreating. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He had no time for idle talk. He raised the A-74M directly aiming at the space beside the scarred bald man and unleashed a barrage. A thunderous spray of gunfire. Bullets struck the frozen ground and walls, sending countless shards of ice and dust flying, creating a terrifying curtain of fire. This sudden reckless display of overwhelming firepower instantly subdued everyone on the opposite side. The arrogance on the scarred bald man's face and that of his subordinates froze, replaced by shock and fear. Their shotguns and machetes seemed laughable and powerless in the face of the opponent's automatic weapons spewing flames. Get lost. Lin Feng uttered a single word, his voice not loud but carrying the chilling intent of one who has crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The scarred bald man swallowed hard, his face turning pale. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a no, the next bullet would pierce his skull. He struggled to swallow. Without saying a word, he signaled to his subordinates. Like a pack of stray dogs, they retreated in a hurry, disappearing without a trace. Move out. Lin Feng put away his gun as if he had just chased away a few flies. The team continued forward in silence. This time the newcomers' gaze towards Lin Feng, Lung Hong and Xiao Lan had completely changed. It was not merely awe but a complex emotion of finding a strong reliance in despair. They understood that in this man-eating apocalypse, following such powerful individuals offered a glimmer of hope. With no major incidents along the way, relying on their superior cold and efficient combat style and Lin Feng's generous display of firepower at critical moments, they finally saw the familiar hillside and at its peak the outline of a villa that seemed to emerge from the wind and snow like a fortress. We're almost there. Lin Feng halted, turning to address the new members who had undergone their initial baptism of blood and fire. Remember your choice. Stepping through that door means absolute obedience and shared responsibility. Now there is one last chance to reconsider. No one spoke, nor did anyone step back. Having experienced betrayal and revenge in the cafeteria and the bloodshed and intimidation on their way back, they had long since lost their retreat. Lin Feng nodded, saying no more, leading this newly forming team forward towards home. Less than 500 meters away from the residential area at the edge of a relatively open square, Lin Feng suddenly raised his right hand in a fist, causing the entire team to halt their advance, swiftly hiding behind the crumbling walls and towering snowdrifts. His gaze was firmly locked on the front. A team of about 15 or 16 individuals was rapidly moving towards the residential area along the cleared main road. These individuals were well-equipped, far surpassing the ragtag group they had encountered previously. They were clad in matching dark winter combat uniforms, most wielding standard automatic rifles, their movements sharp and decisive, their formation loose yet methodical, resembling a well-trained combat squad. The leader was observing the direction of the residential area with binoculars, particularly the location of Lin Feng's villa. They are not ordinary survivors. Lung Hong lowered her voice, blending into the shadows like a hunting leopard, silently moving to Lin Feng's side, her sniper rifle already set up, observing the enemy's personnel distribution and weaponry through the scope. Xiao Lan also crouched low, her full chest pressed against the cold snow, her breathing steady and her gaze sharp. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. The origins and intentions of this team were unclear, but they were heading straight for his fortress and he could not allow them to pass. Qin, you take everyone and hide behind that abandoned newsstand's flower bed. No one is to come out or make any noise without my command. Lin Feng quickly ordered, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Though Qin Yu was nervous, she nodded firmly, calling to Zhao Nali Meng and the other female students, helping the still weak companions, crouching low and swiftly retreating towards the newsstand with the cover of the ruins. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before retrieving several sharp military machetes and a few heavy-duty riot shields from his space, handing them to Qin Yu. Take these for protection, ensure everyone's safety. At that moment Yang Shuejian stepped forward, her cold face showing no fear, only a calm determination. Let me join the fight. I am more familiar with cold weapons. Lin Feng turned his head, his gaze piercing, locking onto her eyes as if to penetrate her soul, scrutinizing her resolve and loyalty. A few seconds of silence felt like a century. Yang Shuejian did not flinch, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. All right. Lin Feng finally spoke, and with a thought a set of lightweight body armor and a helmet suitable for her figure appeared in his hands, along with an ancient-style 8-sided Han sword adorned with intricate cloud patterns on its sheath. Take care of yourself. Yang Shuejian swiftly donned the armor, put on the helmet and accepted the long sword. With a soft clang she unsheathed the sword slightly, its cold light reflecting in her determined eyes. She nodded slightly, indicating she was ready. Move. Lin Feng commanded in a low voice. The four of them surged forward like arrows released from a bow, using the abandoned vehicle's sculpture bases and snowdrifts in the square as cover, approaching the unknown team in a fan shape. Lung Hong, like a ghost, remained at the rear, seeking the best sniping position. Xiao Lan and Lin Feng coordinated in the middle, while Yang Shuejian held tightly to her longsword, agilely following behind Lin Feng. The opposing team was evidently on high alert. As Lin Feng's team emerged from cover to within 50 meters, one of the members at the back seemed to sense something, suddenly turning around and raising his gun to sound the alarm. It's an ambush. Almost simultaneously with the warning, Lung Hong squeezed the trigger. A faint sound echoed as the silenced sniper rifle discharged. The warning team member's helmet burst with a splash of blood crashing to the ground.
Open fire. The opposing leader reacted swiftly, immediately issuing the order. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. The dense gunfire instantly shattered the silence of the square. Bullets poured towards Lin Feng's group like a torrential rain, striking the steel plates of vehicles and concrete cover, creating countless sparks and debris, forcing the four to nearly lower their heads.
Damn. The firepower is fierce. Xiaolan cursed, rolling behind the wreckage of a bus, her rifle poking out as she engaged in suppressive fire towards the enemy's general direction. Lin Feng leaned against the cold sculpture, base bullets whizzing past his head. His eyes sharpened as he concentrated, trying to lock onto the area where bullets were flying towards him. An invisible force field spread out from his center.
A wondrous thing happened. The several bullets aimed at him slowed down drastically upon entering that invisible area, and then
they abruptly vanished,
as if swallowed by an unseen giant mouth. Success!
Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Although the range was small and the consumption of mental energy was rapid, it undoubtedly provided invaluable defense and a moment to breathe in the heat of battle.
They are strange. The bullets are gone. Voices of confusion arose from the opposing formation.
Taking advantage of the brief pause in their fire due to Lin Feng's bizarre method, Lang Hong struck again.
Puff. Puff. 2 more precise shots.
2 gunners from the opposing team who had exposed half of their bodies fell with muffled groans.
Sniper. Find them. The opposing leader was both shocked and furious.
At the same time, Xiaolan seized the opportunity, leaning out fiercely, rapidly firing a series of shots to suppress the 2 enemies attempting to flank from the side. Yang Shuejian, like a specter, did not rashly charge out but instead moved swiftly behind cover, waiting for the right moment to engage with cold weapons. Her gaze calmly swept across the battlefield, searching for weaknesses in the enemy's formation.
The battle instantly entered a fever pitch.
Despite the enemy's numerical and firepower advantage and having been caught off guard by Lang Hong's precise sniping and Lin Feng's strange bullet-swallowing ability, they quickly stabilized their formation, splitting off personnel in an attempt to flank around their firepower net remaining dense. Lin Feng felt the rapid depletion of mental energy in his mind, realizing that this defensive state could not last long. He had to quickly find a way to break the deadlock or
retreat with his team.
The sounds of gunfire, shouting, and bullets striking resonated violently across the open square as the acrid smell of smoke and blood began to permeate the air. Intense gunfire raged in the square, bullets whistling through the air, suffocating those caught in the chaos. Lin Feng felt the rapid depletion of his mental energy and knew he could no longer delay. He leaned against cover and barked at Lang Hong, "Leave one alive for questioning, eliminate the others."
Upon hearing this, Lang Hong's icy gaze showed no signs of wavering.
Like the most precise of instruments, she swiftly adjusted her breathing, the crosshairs of her scope locking onto the leader, who was loudly directing and attempting to reorganize the attack.
Put.
The silenced gun trembled slightly as the bullet shot forth. The leader, who was waving his arms, suddenly halted mid-sentence.
A tiny red dot appeared on his forehead, his expression of surprise and commanding presence frozen in an instant.
His body swayed and then fell straight back, crashing heavily into the snow. The precise sniping of the leader threw the remaining enemies into disarray, causing a moment of panic and stagnation.
Now is the time.
A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he suddenly stood up from behind cover, shouldering a long RPOA Shimi Air individual cloud explosive rocket launcher that he had somehow picked up.
Boom! A deafening roar erupted.
The rocket trailed a blazing tail like a roaring fire dragon, crashing into the densest area of the enemy crowd in an instant.
Rumbling. An even greater explosion followed.
The cloud explosive agent was instantly released, and the resulting high-temperature, high-pressure shockwave struck the enemies like an invisible hammer. Severed limbs mixed with ice and charred soil splattered everywhere, and the screams were completely drowned out by the roar of the explosions. In just one strike, the number of enemies still able to stand and fight was reduced to less than 5. A charred shallow pit was blown into the center of the square, surrounded by chaos and pained groans. This terrifying strike, far exceeding conventional firepower, utterly shattered the remaining enemies' will to fight.
Monster! Monster! A rocket launcher! How could they have such a thing? Is this really Huaxia? Still alive?
The faces of the 5 remaining enemies were filled with extreme terror and absurdity, their automatic rifles seeming utterly powerless at this moment. Some instinctively sought cover while others were frozen in fear.
Lang Hong gave them no chance to breathe.
As the smoke from the rocket explosion had yet to dissipate, her sniper rifle emitted a deadly whisper once more.
Put. 2 more perfectly aimed shots. The 2 enemies attempting to find cover were struck in the back of the head and fell to the ground. The remaining 3 completely collapsed, dropping their weapons and turning to flee in the direction from which they came. What mission, what orders were trivial in the face of absolute terror of death?
However, they had barely run 10 meters when bang. 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 3 crisp gunshots rang out. It was Xia Lan. She leaped out from the side cover like an agile female leopard, her pistol spewing flames as the bullets accurately hit the knees of the 3 fleeing enemies. Ah! My leg! The 3 screamed in agony as they fell to the snowy ground, rolling in pain while clutching their injured legs. Lin Feng, Xia Lan, Leng Hong and Yang Shuajian surrounded the battlefield, quickly converging towards the center. An enemy shot in the leg and lying in a pool of blood looked at the approaching 4 with a glint of madness and resentment in his eyes. He struggled to raise the rifle that had fallen beside him, attempting a final act of resistance. Seeking death. Yang Shuajian shouted sharply. She moved. Her figure was like the wind, her footsteps lightly tapping on the snow as she instantly crossed several meters. The 8-sided Han sword in her hand drew a cold gleam like a startled swan in flight. Swish. Crack. The sword light flashed past. The rifle that the enemy had just raised along with his arm holding the gun was cleanly severed at the wrist by this sword. The severed end was smooth as a mirror. Following this, the momentum of the sword continued downward, gliding past his neck as he looked on in terror and despair. A head flew off wearing an expression of disbelief while the headless corpse gushed blood and collapsed spasmodically. What a good sword! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim softly. This ancient sword exchanged from the system shop was far sharper than he had anticipated. Yang Shuajian sheathed her sword, the tip pointed towards the ground as several drops of crimson blood slid down the blade, adorning the snow with a few tragically beautiful red plum blossoms. She looked at the cold gleam of the long sword in her hand, her clear eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The sharpness and feel of this sword far surpassed any weapon she had ever encountered. The last 2 remaining enemies were already terrified to the core. They endured the excruciating pain in their legs, struggling to kneel in the snow, desperately banging their heads against the ground, their foreheads striking the cold hard earth with dull thuds quickly turning purple. Spare us. Great hero, spare us. We are willing to say anything. Don't kill us. It was the Sioux group. The Sioux group sent us. The pleas for mercy and cries echoed harshly in the smoke-filled bloody square. Lin Feng approached them, looking down at the 2 captives who were bowing as if pounding garlic, his gaze as cold as a knife. The Sioux group. It was indeed them. They came knocking so soon it seemed the previous ambush team's annihilation had already caught their attention. He needed information, every detail regarding this mysterious and powerful adversary.